Chapter 1. I Am Your Mother. At the tender age of 24, Shu Shu met her untimely demise. She perished on her return journey from dropping her 4-year-old son off at kindergarten. Struck from behind, she succumbed to a lethal blow, never catching a glimpse of her assailant's face. As consciousness faded due to excessive blood loss, Shu Shu found herself in a dream. In this dream, the world resembled a romance novel. She had become the male protagonist's fleeting first love, who had been whisked away prematurely, while her beloved children served as the tragic counterparts to the female lead's offspring. Her son, abandoned in his youth, grew to be a delinquent, vying for the affections of a girl with the female protagonist's academically gifted son, ultimately becoming a laughingstock and tragically ending up in prison. Her daughter, deprived of maternal love, developed a dull and unappealing demeanor, resorting to binge eating and becoming quite overweight, competing with the female lead's angelic daughter for the position of first violinist in the orchestra, only to suffer a debilitating injury that left her mentally unstable and abandoned by her family. In the end, the female lead supplanted the first love and successfully captured the male protagonist's heart, while the two exceptional children gained the recognition of his family, resulting in a harmonious and blissful life together. Thus, Shu Shu pondered in her final moments. Was she stabbed merely to fulfill the trope of an early demise? As she took her last breath, she expressed her exasperation. This was truly absurd. Perhaps the heavens heard her expletive and, in a moment of compassion, granted her a second chance at life. However, the unfortunate news was that she was reborn into her son's 17-year-old self. "How dare you sneak attack me? Take this." Shu Shu kicked back fiercely, her foot hitting nothing but air, nearly causing her to stumble. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered herself in an unfamiliar setting, the entrance of school. The sign read clearly, Ungshi 3rd Middle School. Just as she was trying to comprehend how she had ended up there, her attention was drawn to a commotion nearby. A crowd had gathered, seemingly for a confession of love. Without fully processing the situation, her legs carried her over in curiosity. "Chu Lian, will you be my girlfriend?" A boy with hair dyed in vibrant shades of red, yellow, and blue, adorned in a black t-shirt with a skull design and ripped jeans, held a bouquet of roses, gazing lovingly at the girl before him. The object of his affection, fittingly named Chu Lian, possessed long, dark hair and a delicate, timid figure, looking both pure and endearing. Yet at that moment, she cowered behind her friends, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, not from joy, but from fear and aversion. As the boy's declaration echoed through the air, his entourage erupted in cheers. "Chu Lian, agree to Chunge. Otherwise, you won't be leaving today." Chu Lian sobbed quietly, her expression one of terror, yet a flicker of defiance remained as she shook her head. "Shu Ling Chun, please don't do this." Shu Shu's fist clenched in anger. What a despicable bully! One of Chu Lian's friends stepped forward indignant and shouted, "Shu Ling Chun, enough! Chu Lian is the school beauty, living in the luxurious Eugene garden. You, a pathetic delinquent, shamelessly harassing herds like a toad, dreaming of eating swan meat." Shu Shu couldn't help but nod in agreement. This classmate was indeed her voice of reason. The Eugene garden was a lavish residential area, with property prices soaring. Before her death, she had owned a fully renovated apartment, their worth $6 million. Chu Lian's family must be well off, while this delinquent boy was utterly unworthy of her. Wait a moment. What was this delinquent's name again? Shu Ling Chun? How could it be the same as her son's? A wave of foreboding washed over her. She lifted her gaze to the boy, disregarding his flamboyant hairstyle, and recognized the familiar features of his brows and eyes. A chill ran down her spine. This despicable toad was indeed her son. Shu Shu's fists were now truly clenched. The world began to spin around her. She recalled her dream of her son being the counterpart to the female lead's academically gifted son, becoming a laughingstock for vying for the affections of a girl and ending in tragedy. Could it be that Chu Lian was that very girl? At that tense moment, a clean hand parted the crowd, and a melodious voice tinged with coolness rang out. "What are you all doing? Class monitor, sure." Chu Lian's friend exclaimed, relief washing over her as she sought assistance. Class monitor, sure, you're finally here. Shu Lingchen is forcing Chu Yin to accept his confession. The boy, with well-defined features and a pristine white shirt beneath his school uniform, turned to Chu Yin and spoke gently. Chu Yin, are you all right? Chu Yin bit her lip and shook her head, but her eyes sparkled with tears, as if she had seen her savior. Shu Shu felt dizzy once more. If she wasn't mistaken, this boy was Shi Jin, the son of the female lead. So, she had unwittingly landed in the midst of a battleground. Enough. Seeing his crush and rival exchanging glances, Shu Lingchen's eyes blazed with fury. He crumpled the rose, wrapping in his fist, and glared at Shi Jin. This is none of your business, sure. Stay out of it, or I won't go easy on you. Yet, Shi Jin remained unperturbed, standing tall as a bamboo, and firmly retorted, if you bully your classmate, then it is indeed my business. Chu Yin gazed at Shi Jin with wide, starry eyes. Shu Shu, an avid reader of novels, understood all too well what a counterpart meant. In this moment, her delinquent son stood no chance against the radiant Shi Jin, reduced to mere fodder. Indeed, Shi Jin had no reason to fear Shu Lingchen's threats, for he had already notified the school security team. In 3 minutes, Shu Lingchen and his cronies would be apprehended for causing a disturbance and would find themselves confined to a juvenile detention center for 2 days. As anticipated, Shu Shu watched as Shu Lingchen hurled the bouquet to the ground and charged toward Shi Jin. However, halfway through his stride, he halted abruptly. A slender hand had seized the collar of his shirt. Who the hell? Shu Lingchen bellowed in rage. It was Shu Shu. She turned to Shi Jin and Chu Yin, saying, you two should leave. I've got this. Chu Yin, Shi Jin, Shu Shu urged, go on. Do you want to stay and take a beating? Though perplexed, Chu Yin, Shi Jin, and the other girl retreated, glancing back at Shu Shu as they distanced themselves. After a moment, Shu Shu released her grip. Who are you? Shu Lingchen finally broke free from her hold, but the trio had already vanished from sight. He was left fuming like a little lion, shouting in frustration. Shu Shu, having not seen her son for 13 years, adjusted her clothing and offered a warm smile before introducing herself. I am your mother. The surrounding lackeys exchanged astonished glances, bewildered at how this beautiful girl could start off with such a crude remark. Shu Lingchen, however, froze in place as he beheld her face. This woman, she bore an uncanny resemblance to his deceased mother, not merely similar, but an exact replica. Yet, her youthful appearance suggested she was no older than 18, around his age. Shu Lingchen experienced a moment of disorientation before regaining his composure, realizing she was indeed insulting him. Do you want to die? He clenched his fists once more, raising his arm to strike. Shu Shu stood her ground, unwavering, simply watching him. Shu Lingchen's hand hovered in midair. For reasons unknown, he found himself unable to bring it down against this face that so closely resembled his mother's. Damn it! Shu Lingchen lowered his arm in resignation, stepping over the discarded roses, and waved his lackeys to follow him. Let's go. Shu Shu picked up the flowers from the ground and tossed them into a nearby trash bin before following suit. Shu Lingchen, I am your mother, she called after him. I truly am your mother. The lackeys were left dumbfounded. In disbelief, they marveled at how, even after being spared, she continued to pursue him with her insults. Crazy. Shu Lingchen felt an irritation that made him want to ignore the lunatic, quickening his pace until he eventually broke into a run. This caused Shu Shu to lose sight of him at the next intersection. Chapter 2. She appeared as an 18-year-old as dusk settled. Shu Shu crouched on the familiar yet foreign streets of Ungshi 13 years later. After 3 hours of squatting, she still found it hard to accept that her once obedient, adorable, and clingy child, who spoke in a sweet, childish voice, had grown into a punk. Most crucially, this little ungrateful wolf had failed to recognize her. She had even told him that she was his mother. At that moment, various street vendors were setting up their stalls around her. Excuse me, you're standing in my stall space. An elderly lady with a small cart appeared behind Shu Shu.my apologies. Shu Shu hurriedly stood up, moved aside, and continued to squat in a different spot, lost in her existential doubts. The old lady was selling handmade trinkets, and, noticing Shu Shu, struck up a conversation. Young lady, Are you still in high school? At this hour, shouldn't you be attending evening classes? Auntie, I am not a student, Shu Shu explained, as many had remarked that she looked younger than her age, and my son is already 4 years old. She paused, correcting herself. Actually, he is 17. The elderly woman regarded Shu Shu with the gaze one reserves for the mentally unstable. What's wrong? Shu Shu inquired. The old lady handed her a small mirror and said, in a tone that suggested she could see through her, young lady, if you're skipping class, at least make your lies somewhat believable. What? Shu Shu took the mirror with suspicion and looked down. She was struck dumb. The reflection showed a youthful girl with rosy lips, pearly teeth, strikingly vivid features, and particularly mesmerizing peach blossom eyes. That it was indeed her, yet it was the visage of her 18-year-old self, not in her 20s or 30s. But precisely 18. The vendor heard the girl holding the mirror burst into laughter that echoed into the sky. I've returned to my youth. Ha! However, after a mere 3 seconds of joy, Shu Shu stopped, suddenly realizing why her son did not recognize her. How could an 18-year-old possibly have a 17-year-old son? He must have mistaken her for an imposter. Her first instinct was to find her son and clarify things. But over a decade had passed, and Ungshi had changed so much that she had no idea where to look. A phone call. Shu Shu rummaged through her pockets, but found no phone. Even if she had one, she did not possess her son's number at that moment. The enticing aroma from a nearby food stall wafted her way, and Shu Shu's stomach began to grumble. She hadn't had dinner yet. She checked her pockets again. No money either. What was the meaning of this? Had the heavens allowed her to be reborn only to let her fend for herself? No. This time, she would seize her fate. Noticing the old lady weaving colorful threads into handmade accessories, Shu Shu approached her, suggesting that she could help in exchange for a small fee of 1 yuan per item. No need for you. I can manage this small business on my own, the old lady flatly refused. Yet, Shu Shu persisted. How about this? I will make 2 items for you for free, and if they sell, you can pay me 1 yuan for each item thereafter. The old woman scrutinized Shu Shu's delicate fingers, skeptical of her ability. Can you really do it? Yes, Shu Shu replied confidently, taking the threads and crochet hook. Within moments, she had crafted a small blue and white shark. Spotting some DIY lights in the old lady's box, she had a flash of inspiration, placed one inside the shark, and added a silver-ringed, glowing keychain was born. Wow, you really know what you're doing. The old lady marveled. Just as she finished speaking, the keychain caught the attention of a passing young woman. That's beautiful. How much is it? Seizing the opportunity, the old lady quoted a price 3 yuan higher than usual, 8 yuan. The girl readily paid, and her friends, intrigued, inquired if there were more. The old lady immediately agreed to Shu Shu's proposal. In the end, Shu Shu earned 5 yuan, and as she prepared to buy a handheld pancake to satisfy her hunger, the old lady stopped her. Young lady, I have some rice balls from this afternoon. I'll give you some to eat if you can teach me how to make those items you created. Shu Shu readily agreed. Not far away, Shu Lingchen observed this scene, perplexed by his own emotions. Although he had walked away, he found himself retracing his steps to find this woman who had cursed at him. Feeling an inexplicable anxiety until he saw Shu Shu skillfully crafting accessories, he was taken aback that in his memories, his mother had excelled at making such trinkets, and many children in kindergarten envied the different charms hanging from his backpack each day. Back then, he proudly held a blue and white shark, declaring to everyone, "You may mock me for not having a father, but I have the most skilled and loving mother in the world." How could this woman possess that same talent? Shu Shu devoured 4 rice balls in one breath, as if she hadn't eaten in 3 days and nights. The old lady looked at her with affection and offered a small bag of peanuts. Child, take these to eat. Shu Shu waved her hand. Thank you, but I'm allergic to peanuts. This statement reached the ears of the approaching Shu Lingchen. The young man halted abruptly. His mother was also allergic to peanuts. Hey, young man, do you need anything? The old lady noticed Shu Lingchen. Shu Shu looked up, her expression brightening. Son, Lingchen's gaze swept past the small shark in the old lady's hands and finally landed on Shu Shu's face. His throat tightened, driven by an inexplicable impulse to ask, what was the picture I brought home from kindergarten on my first day? Shu Shu raised an eyebrow, realizing there was no difficulty in answering. It was a drawing of a little shark and its shark mother. Lingchen's breath caught in his throat. That drawing had been secretly made and hidden in his backpack to present to his mother. Only she knew what it depicted. The young man took a step back in disbelief, his wild hairstyle trembling slightly. Why you really are my. Shu Shu was on the verge of tears, nodding fervently. Yes, yes, my dear son. I am your mother. In a quiet corner of the park, Shu Lingqian succinctly summarized Shu Shu's words. So you're saying that after you died, you opened your eyes again at the entrance of Sanzhong, appearing as an 18-year-old? Yes, Shu Shu confirmed. Lingqian found this hard to fathom. Yet as he gazed at the mother he had lost, now standing before him, the corners of his eyes began to sting with emotion. Mom? Shu Shu had initially wanted to give her son a warm embrace, but that garish hairstyle, no way, it was simply intolerable. Shu Shu closed her eyes, shattering the sentimental atmosphere. Quickly take me home. My legs are numb from squatting. And I can hardly wait to indulge in a relaxing floral bath in a massage tub. 20 minutes later, Shu Shu looked up at the unfamiliar, dilapidated apartment building, 3 large question marks popping above her head. What happened to my spacious 300-square-meter house in Eugene Garden? 13 years have passed, and it's become like this? Chapter 3. Is this not my Eugene Garden home? Son, this isn't our house. Is it? Shu Shu asked, skepticism lacing her voice. Lingqian replied, no, this is the place I rented. What? If we have a house, why are we renting? Lingqian paused for a moment, touching his nose. His mother. Shu Shu immediately recognized this small gesture as a sign of her son's unease. Yet, Lingqian simply said, let us go inside first. The apartment Lingqian rented was a modest 2-bedroom unit of less than 60 square meters. Upon entering, the air felt light, and it was tidily organized. Shu Shu involuntarily nodded in approval, thinking, not bad that my grown-up son at least has inherited my penchant for cleanliness. This is your bedroom, Lingqian said as he opened the door to an empty room before Shu Shu, expecting to see an empty space. She instead found a neatly made bed with sheets and blankets, a desk, a vanity, and a wardrobe. Ignoring the size, the arrangement was so orderly that it resembled her room in Eugene Garden. The room was spotless, obviously maintained regularly, ready for immediate occupancy. This is? Shu Shu began, her gaze questioning. I did this, Lingqian said, feeling a bit shy under her inquisitive stare. His voice carried a sense of disappointment masked by an attempt to sound casual. I thought that if it were arranged like this, it would feel as if you were always here, never truly gone, and that I wouldn't be alone. For Shu Shu, the separation from her son was merely a blink of an eye. Yet for Lingqian, it represented a 13-year void filled with his mother's absence. Son Shu Shu stepped closer, her heart aching for him. Lingqian looked back at her, opening his arms instinctively, yearning for that long-awaited warm embrace from his mother. But then, a sudden slap on his forehead interrupted the moment. Have you lost your mind? I have my spacious room. Why would you want to turn this into a snail shell? If Shu Lingqian was previously enveloped in a dreamy haze, at this moment he has undeniably grasped the reality that his mother has indeed returned, with such a subtlety in the comparison. There is no need for a paternity test. This is unquestionably his biological mother. Shu Shu retracted her hand and circled the house twice. More accurately, she barely moved her legs, merely turning her head to take in the entirety of the abode. It did not even meet her minimal acceptable standard. Now, can we finally address the matter at hand? What exactly is wrong with our house? Why are we living here? Shu Shu crossed her arms and fixed her gaze upon Shu Lingqian. He averted his eyes, avoiding her stare, and absent-mindedly touched his nose. Shu Shu narrowed her eyes, poised to speak, when the overhead light began to flicker, ultimately extinguishing after the third flicker. The living room was plunged into darkness. Shu Shu exclaimed, oh, this wretched place. 0 points. I'll fix the light bulb first. Seizing the opportunity to breathe, Shu Lingqian promptly switched off the main power and rummaged through the toolbox. He brought a chair beneath the light bulb and handed Shu Shu his phone, which was now serving as a flashlight. Mom, could you lend me a hand? Shu Shu reluctantly accepted the phone and raised it to provide illumination. Suddenly, the screen brightened, revealing a notification from a campus forum. Instinctively, she glanced at it and saw titles mentioning Shu Lingqian confessing to the school beauty, Chu Xiaohua, among others. Instantly, her interest was piqued, and she was eager to click on it. However, a password prompt appeared. After contemplating what password her son might have set, she pressed 123,456 in succession after 3 seconds of thought. IT unlocked. Once inside, she was greeted by the very content she had just seen. The title read, Shock, School bully Shu Chen once again rejected by Chu Xiaohua. The post was made 3 hours ago, and the anonymous replies had already accumulated into the hundreds. Does the author even know how to title a post? It should be Shu Chen, the shameless toad, pursuing Chu Xiaohua and threatening her after being rejected. I was there, watching from a distance, just like the first floor said, if it weren't for Class 1's monitor. Shurjin, who knows what would have happened to I in my opinion. Shu Chen and his gang are nothing but the rat droppings of Class 3, and they should be locked up in a juvenile detention center for rehabilitation. Out of the hundreds of comments, 89% criticized Shu Chen, 1% targeted his companions, and the remaining 10% expressed concern for Chu Lian's well-being at that moment. A notification popped up at the top of the screen. Your special concern has posted a comment. While scrolling through the replies, Shu Shu accidentally clicked on it. She saw a reply from a user named I am Chu Xiaolian. Hello everyone. I am Chu Lian. I am doing well. Nothing is wrong. Regarding today's incident, I believe Shu Chen only acted impulsively and did not intend to harm me, so please do not overreact. Accompanying the message was a selfie displaying her well-being. Someone immediately replied, I am crying. Chu Xiaohua is beautiful and kind-hearted. Shu Shu felt this was utterly naive. Although the object of harassment was her own son, if it had been her, she would have hung around the other party's doorstep at midnight to scare them, making them think twice about pursuing her. Then, Shu Shu casually clicked on the selfie to eye in the photo. Chu Lian appeared harmless, her body angled slightly, either intentionally or unintentionally revealing a corner of a Maotai liquor wall. Shu Shu's first reaction was, quite tasteful, since she herself had a penchant for collecting Maotai, whether vintage or zodiac editions, accumulating a dozen bottles each year. The entire liquor wall would sum up to approximately 5 to 6 million. She had anticipated that someone in Chu Lian's household shared such a preference. Heavens, what do my eyes see? So much Maotai. Help! This is too extravagant. I feel even more convinced that Shu Chen is a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. A rich girl like Chu Xiaohua being pursued by a poor boy is sheer bad luck. Woo-woo, doesn't Chu Lian consider hiring a bodyguard to see if the toad dares to harass her again? In my opinion, only a rich heir like Shurjin from Class 1 could possibly match someone of Chu Xiaohua's status. Shu Shu zoomed in on the photo, preparing to admire the Maotai collection in detail. As she scrutinized each bottle, her eyes sparkled with recognition. Not only did they share a hobby, but even the types of collections were the same. The resemblance was such that the more she looked, the more familiar it seemed. Wasn't this her own Maotai wall? Shu Shu hurriedly clicked into Chu Lian's profile and scrolled through the posts she had previously commented on. There were few, and they were all selfies, without exception taken at an angle that left the upper left corner empty. As Shu Shu continued to browse, she stumbled upon her massage bathtub, her plush, cotton candy-like, king-sized princess bed, her custom-made wooden vanity, her limited edition figurine cabinet, her gaming console, complete with a full set of luxury game cartridges. Everything was hers. This was indeed her 300-square-meter home in Eugene. Shu Chen, engrossed in fixing the light bulb, suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. Turning his head, he nearly toppled off the chair in fright that Shu Shu's face was illuminated by the phone screen, rendering it ghostly pale as she spoke in a haunting tone. Shu Chen, from this moment on, you have no right to remain silent. However, every word you utter next will serve as your last testament before reincarnation. She thrust the selfie of Chu Lian's Maotai wall in front of Shu Chen and demanded, explain why she is in my house. Upon hearing Shu Chen, Shu Shu hastily intervened, exclaiming, calm down, step aside. No, you cannot harm Chu Chu and Aunt Chu. Shu Shu lifted her gaze, catching a glimpse of the tension and protectiveness in Shu Chen's eyes. Her son harbored feelings for Chu Lian, yet had he not just confessed his affection only to be rejected that very afternoon? A sense of unease washed over Shu Shu as she dropped the knife and seized Shu Chen's phone. Unsurprisingly, she found Chu Lian prominently displayed in his WeChat favorites. She delved into the chat interface. The latest conversation unfolded after the confession. Shu Chen, Chu Chu, did you reject me because of Shurjin? Do you like him? Sad JPG Chu Lian. No, Achin, it was just so sudden today. I was a bit startled and didn't know how to respond, and I'm sorry for making you feel hurt that I merely regard Shurjin as the class monitor. If you're upset, I promise I won't show up in front of you again. Crying JPG Shu Chen appeared clearly flustered. Chu Chu, please don't say that. How could I possibly be angry with you? Today was indeed my fault. I acted rashly without considering your feelings. Julian. Achin, I hold no resentment toward you. Shu Shu was taken aback. Had she truly forgiven him? Just then, a new message from Julian appeared. A screenshot from a forum. She stated, Achin, someone's slandering you on the forum that I've clarified the situation for everyone to heart JPG. Upon hearing the notification sound, Shillington swiftly reclaimed his phone from Shu Shu's grasp. Responding with heartfelt gratitude, Choo Choo, you were truly wonderful. Rose JPG. Shu Shu thought to herself. She was utterly astounded. The real con artist was right here. Gripping Shillington's shoulders, she shook him vigorously, muttering, Foolish spirit, begone. Foolish spirit. Begone. Leave my son's body. Leave my son's body. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she noticed a stack of books on the desk in the room he had tidied up for her. A dozen. In fact, upon closer inspection, they were the very titles she often read. Her eyes brightened, and she stepped into the room. Did you bring these from Eugene? Shillington, recovering from his daze, weakly nodded. Yes, he had kept them nearby as a memento. For these were the books he remembered his mother always perusing. Shu Shu rummaged through the collection, asking, Do you have a brief history of time? Huh. Shillington scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Where would I find the time to pick up poop? Why would you want me to do that? Shu Shu halted, a 10-second silence stretching between them before she lifted her gaze. Shillington just read some books. She felt an urgent need for a quick remedy. Fortunately, she located a brief history of time and, within its pages, discovered what she had been searching for, a pitch-black, gilded card. She grabbed it and made to leave. Mom, where are you going now? Shu Shu replied expressionlessly. Oh, I suddenly realized that returning to life could easily infuriate me. So I've decided to head back first. Farewell, my son. Don't think of your mother. She will transform into a star in the sky, watching over you. With that, she swung the door open and departed. Shillington. Half an hour later, Shu Shu reclined comfortably in the lavish embrace of a five-star hotel's presidential suite. In her hands was the latest model of a fruity smartphone, freshly unwrapped. Opening a downloaded app. A prompt appeared. Welcome back, esteemed Black Gold user. One of Shu Shu's life principles was to never place all her eggs in one basket. She possessed an account managed by a team of professional financiers, effectively isolating her from debt and inheritance issues. This account recognized only the card and service password, not individuals. 13 years had passed, and her funds had multiplied beyond measure. Thus, she seamlessly transitioned from a wealthy woman to a wealthier woman, plus version. Despite indulging in 4 exquisite green dumplings that evening, it did not hinder her from savoring a sumptuous seafood supper. She feasted on Australian lobster, she pondered. Her son had transformed into a lovesick fool. And she, the mother who had departed early, bore a significant portion of the responsibility. After all, he was her own flesh and blood. She could not simply abandon him. It was imperative to rescue him and steer him back on course. The fruity smartphone illuminated beside her, and 2 new messages popped up. 1. Ms. Shu Shu, your new ID information has been updated and verified, accompanied by a screenshot of your 18-year-old ID's front and back. 2. Classmate Shu Shu, your enrollment process has been completed. Please arrive at Ungshi No. 3 Middle School by 7:30 a.m. tomorrow. Chapter 5. Sharing a desk with the campus bully beneath the morning sunlight. Shu Shu donned her backpack and stood at the podium of Class 12 in her second year. As the homeroom teacher introduced, This is our new transfer student, Shu Shu. Let's give her a warm welcome. In the last row of the classroom, Shillington abruptly stood, rubbing his eyes to confirm whether the scene before him was indeed real. After Shu Shu had uttered her last words and departed the previous day, he remained stunned for quite a while, and by the time he rushed out to find her, she was nowhere to be seen. He had spent the better part of the night searching the streets for her. Unable to discern whether his mother had truly returned or if this was merely an absurd dream from which he could not awaken. Upon meeting his son's astonished gaze, Shu Shu mischievously winked at him. Shillington, this isn't a dream. Shillington, what are you doing? Sit down, the homeroom teacher admonished loudly, pushing up her black-rimmed glasses before turning to Shu Shu with a polite tone. Classmate Shu Shu, please find an available seat. Feigning innocence, Shu Shu surveyed the classroom before pointing her delicate finger directly at the empty seat beside Shillington. Teacher, I would like to choose that seat. In an instant, the classroom fell silent, astonished glances converging from all directions. The new student dared to select the campus bully as her deskmate. Classmate Shu Shu, why don't you choose another seat? The homeroom teacher advised. The girl before them was not only beautiful, but also obedient. Sitting beside the little tyrant Shulingchen, she was bound to be bullied on the very first day. No need. Teacher, that one will do. Shu Shu descended from the podium, traversed the aisle, ignored all gazes, set down her backpack, and confidently took her seat beside Shulingchen. 2 minutes later, as the morning study session concluded in a secluded corner of the teaching building, Shulingchen regarded Shu Shu, hesitant to speak, yet yearning to confirm something. Albeit feeling a bit apprehensive, Shu Shu, do not doubt. I am still your mother. Shulingchen, where did you go yesterday? I found a place to stay. Huh? Do you have money? As he spoke, Shulingchen cautiously glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping before lowering his voice. Also, aren't you currently an undocumented person without an ID? How could you find a place to stay? Moreover, how did you become a transfer student? Why are you in the same class as me? What do you intend to do? Shu Shu closed her eyes. This child was truly full of questions. Then, she resorted to her universal response. None of your business. Afterward, recalling her purpose for being there, she amended, it concerns you. Shulingchen, have you finished asking? If so, I'll return to class. We have lessons coming up. Shulingchen, you've asked, but the key point is that I haven't received a single answer. Confused, Shulingchen trailed behind Shu Shu back to the classroom. A boy sporting a Marco Polo hairstyle pulled Shulingchen aside, excitement radiating from him as he asked, Chenggu, how did it go with the lesson? What lesson? Of course, the lesson with the new student. It was common knowledge that Shulingchen had a crush on the class flower, Chulian. Previous female classmates had sat beside him, but none had lasted more than 2 classes before tearfully requesting a seat change due to Shulingchen's intimidating presence. To avoid any misunderstandings with Chulian, he maintained a conscious distance from all girls. Everyone assumed the new transfer student would fare no differently. After all, just moments ago, the two had stepped out together, leading many to believe Shulingchen had merely warned Shu Shu. Hey, why isn't the new student crying? The Marco Polo boy remarked, puzzled as he gazed towards Shu Shu. Wow, she is so pretty. Could it be that you, Chenggu, have developed a bit of compassion? If not, just leave it to me. I'll handle it properly and ensure she is in tears by the end of today. Before he could finish, a swift blow landed on his head. Who are you trying to make cry? Shulingchen's voice turned icy. The Marco Polo boy rubbed his head, bewildered. Huh? Her. No one is allowed to touch her, with a chilling glare sweeping over the eager underlings. Shulingchen issued a warning before returning to his seat. The Marco Polo boy and the rest of the crew were left in utter confusion. Shu Shu adapted remarkably quickly to her student role. The first class was Chinese, and she dutifully placed her textbook on the desk with her hands neatly positioned. Before long, a young female teacher entered the classroom. Shulingchen, having hardly slept the previous night, succumbed to slumber on his desk. Upon noticing the sleeping Shulingchen, the teacher frowned and sternly called out, "Which student is still sleeping?" Shulingchen remained motionless, deep in his slumber. "Hey, the girl next to him, wake him up." The female teacher called out Shushu as her voice faded. Everyone immediately turned around to gaze, as if they were spectators at a spectacle. Shulingchen, burdened by a heavy morning mood, often succumbed to slumber during class. A fact well known among the teachers. They were aware of his reputation as a troublemaker and refrained from provoking him, often choosing to turn a blind eye. This language teacher had only recently arrived at the school and was unfamiliar with the dynamics. Shulingchen was widely recognized as the school bully. Despite the numerous disparaging comments about him online just the day before, they were all made by anonymous users, none daring to reveal their true identities. This was because he truly had a penchant for violence. In his first year of high school, a male teacher who had awakened him was left with a fractured arm. If this transfer student, equally oblivious to the situation, were to wake him, the consequences would be dire. The moment the teacher finished speaking, she regretted it, suddenly recalling her colleague's warnings not to provoke a student named Shulingchen from class 12. Just as she was about to tell Shu Shu to forget it, a delicate hand had already found its way to Shulingchen's head, grasping his unruly hair and yanking it back with force. Before releasing her grip, thud, Shulingchen's forehead slammed against the hard surface of the desk. That a collective gasp filled the room. Damn, Shulingchen was jolted awake by the pain. Irritation upon concluding her statement, Shu Xin observed her son's expression of guilt with a sense of satisfaction before departing with the envelope in hand. 20 minutes later, Shu Shu nestled comfortably on the sofa of the presidential suite, her feet propped up, indulging in chilled fruit with a fork while perusing information on her phone. Indeed, she no longer desired the house. However, her refusal did not imply that she intended to relinquish it to the Chu family so easily. Clearly, Chu Lian had no genuine affection for Shu Lingchen. Her interest in the property was merely a means to manipulate him. Given this, Shu Shu resolved to reclaim the house. A new message notification popped up on her phone. Esteemed Black Gold user, below is the property fee statement for the assets of Unit 1701 in Yujinjuan over the past 4 years. Shu Shu set down her fork and opened the lengthy image. Since her passing, the property fees for Yujinjuan had been deducted from the balance of one of her cards. At that time, she found the payment process tedious and had thus arranged for a card with a sufficient balance to cover the monthly property fees, utilities, and heating costs automatically. This indicated that the Chu mother-daughter duo had been enjoying her property without any cost. Dear Black Gold user, a gentle reminder. The balance on the card is insufficient to cover the property fee for 1701. Avoid unnecessary complications. Please ensure to renew it before the deadline this weekend. A reminder noted at the bottom of the statement caught her attention. This weekend? Wasn't that precisely when Chu Lian planned to host her classmates? Shu Shu raised an eyebrow at the notification. Then she would not renew the fee. Subsequently, Shu Shu exited the image and resumed reviewing the renovation plans for her new home sent by the designer. Yes, a new home. Yujinjuan, Unit F1600 IT was located directly beneath the property currently occupied by the Chu family. Chapter 7 The first time ignoring Chu Lian. Shu Shu had not experienced the collective life of campus, with its early mornings and late nights. Since her last encounter, to be honest, she found herself quite nostalgic. Clad in a blue and white uniform, everything she did felt refreshingly novel. At noon, in the cafeteria, Shu Shu filled her plate with a little of everything before finding a spot to savor her meal. The flavors of the school cafeteria's offerings were unlike anything she had tasted elsewhere. Not that they were particularly exquisite, but they possessed a unique taste. After finishing her meal and returning her tray, she prepared to head back to class when she overheard a familiar name. Look, it was Shu Lingchen. He was once again delivering yogurt to the school bell. Chu Lian. Following her gaze, she spotted Shu Lingchen standing under a large tree near the cafeteria entrance. His uniform jacket unbuttoned to reveal a black skull-patterned t-shirt, his wild hair resembling that of a turkey, squatting there with a bottle of yogurt in hand, exuding a rather comical air. One could only wonder how he mustered the audacity to pursue the likes of Chu Lian without a hint of self-awareness. It was clear he was about to face rejection once more, a mere clown in the eyes of onlookers. The murmurs of derision echoed around her at that moment. Chu Lian and her classmates exited the cafeteria. Returning to class, the nearby peer quietly alerted Chu Lian to Shu Lingchen's presence. With a slight sigh, Chu Lian exhibited a resigned demeanor, as if weary of the ongoing pursuit. All eyes turned toward them, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Shu Lingchen's imminent rejection. Just then, a delicate hand swiftly snatched the yogurt from Shu Lingchen's grasp as Chu Lian approached the tree. Everyone froze in astonishment. Shu Shu unscrewed the cap, tilted her head back, and took a sip, savoring the grapefruit flavor with bits of fruit. Tart yet sweet. Quite delightful, indeed. Shu Lingchen was momentarily stunned, glancing at his empty hand before swallowing the word mom and saying, "That wasn't for you." Shu Shu replied nonchalantly, "Oh, so I can't drink it?" "No. If you want some, there's a shop over there that sells it," he retorted, recalling how he had given her money the day before. Shu Shu reiterated, "Oh, so I can't drink it?" Without waiting for a response, she continued in a calm tone, "All right, I understand." With that, she tossed the yogurt back into Shu Lingchen's arms and turned to leave. Hey! For reasons unknown, Shu Lingchen felt a sudden panic, instinctively chasing after her, convinced that failing to do so would lead to disaster. "Are you angry?" he called after her softly. Shu Shu turned to face him. Her expression unfamiliar, her enchanting peach blossom eyes blinking innocently. "Who are you, classmate? Do we know each other?" Sensing the urgency to appease, Shu Lingchen hastily apologized. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. You can drink it. Here." He extended the grapefruit yogurt back to her with both hands. Shu Shu refused to accept it, stating, "If it wasn't given sincerely, I won't drink it." No, it was sincere. 24-karat pure sincerity, he insisted. Shu Shu glanced skyward and replied, "If it wasn't intended for me, I won't drink it." "Then I'll go buy you one right now." "What flavor do you want?" Strawberry, blueberry, or pineapple? After a moment's thought, Shu Shu replied, well, if I must, I'll take them all. As long as it placated her, everything was negotiable. Shu Lingchen quickly acquiesced. All right, I'll buy them all. I also want 2 grilled sausages. Bye. Thus, onlookers beheld Shu Shu strutting with her arms crossed, while Shu Lingchen trailed eagerly behind her as they made their way to the shop. This was the first instance of Shu Lingchen directly ignoring Chu Lian in her presence. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Who is that girl? Why is Shu Lingchen so obedient to her? I think she's the new transfer student from class 12, named Shu Shu. Wow, she's so beautiful. Even more so than Chu Lian. Chu Lian had come to an unexpected halt, standing still as the murmurs reached her ears. Her bangs fluttering subtly as her lashes trembled in disbelief. She found it hard to comprehend. Shu Lingchen had simply abandoned her to walk with another girl. He had always been cautious to avoid misunderstandings. Maintaining a distance from all females, Shu Lingchen had spent a considerable sum at the shop, filling Shu Shu's desk with snacks, leading her to reevaluate her perception of him. During the afternoon break, he took it upon himself to send her a note. Mom, tomorrow is Saturday. Would you like me to take you out for a stroll? Shu Shu replied, no, I want to sleep. Shu Lingchen, he wrote again. You haven't told me where you've been staying these days. Shu Shu. Didn't I mention? On the street. What? You don't go out at night and haven't seen me on the street. Shu Lingchen. All right then. He tore the note to shreds, ensuring that not a single word was discernible, then rested his head on the desk to catch some sleep. Over the past few days, Shu Lingchen had managed to stay awake in class. For if he dozed off, Shu Shu would inevitably strike his head. The large bump on his forehead had yet to fade. One could neither express anger nor voice complaints. After all, how could one be indignant at their own mother? To combat daytime drowsiness, he had even begun cultivating the habit of sleeping early, having previously stayed up gaming until 2 or 3 in the morning. Saturday, Shu Shu slept until the afternoon in the presidential suite. She ventured to a street vendor to purchase a hand-grabbed pancake. She was no longer the pitiful girl who had to rely on performing arts to afford a pancake just a week ago. Now, she was a wealthy woman, capable of adding meat, bacon, and ham to her pancakes at will. Young lady, it's ready. Thank you. Shu Shu accepted the warm, fragrant deluxe hand-grabbed pancake from the vendor, then casually squatted by the street to devour it. At that moment, a group of people approached from the opposite direction, led by Chu Lian, accompanied by 7 or 8 students, both male and female. Given the entourage, they appeared to be Chu Lian's classmates on their way to visit her home. Shu Shu caught Chu Lian's gaze for a fleeting second before diverting her attention back to her pancake. To her surprise, Chu Lian approached her with a gentle smile, saying, Are you Shu Shu? What a coincidence! I saw you at the school gate the other day and didn't realize you were the new transfer student from our school, she continued, her expression turning slightly awkward. I haven't had the chance to personally thank you for that day. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know how to handle Shu Lingchen's confession. Had Shu Shu previously perceived Chu Lian as merely naive, her sincerity now prompted an eye roll in response. Chu Lian, fully aware that Shu Lingchen hesitated to hurt her, had come specifically to express gratitude. By doing so, she inadvertently confirmed the possibility of Shu Lingchen's dubious actions, tarnishing his reputation while appearing magnanimous and innocent. Indeed, in this era, the transient nature of people often brings back the same old types. What are you doing? A female classmate of Chu Lian's noticed Shu Shu rolling her eyes and rushed forward. Frowning, Xiao Lian is thanking you. Don't you have any manners? This classmate was none other than Lu Lu, who had previously insulted Shu Lingchen. Chu Lian attempted to intervene, turning to Shu Shu with a biting lip. Shu Shu, this is our second meeting. Did I do something to give you a misunderstanding? I simply wanted to express my gratitude. There was no other intent. Shu Shu replied, There is no misunderstanding. It's all fact. Chu Lian was momentarily taken aback. The belle of the 3rd high school, affectionately referred to as Miss by her peers, she was accustomed to being treated with utmost politeness, and it was rare for anyone to be so blunt as to undermine her dignity. I remarked, Why are you behaving this way? I initially thought favorably of you, considering how you intervened on Book Lingchen's behalf that day. Zhang Lu stepped forward to defend Chu Lian, but as she spoke, she caught sight of the handheld pancake in Shu Shu's grasp and let out a derisive laugh. Such a lack of manners. It seems you have a penchant for consuming these unrefined, lowly snacks that no wonder you associate with someone like Book Lingchen, a veritable pauper. Having trailed Chu Lian the previous day, Zhonglu had witnessed Shu Shu and Book Lingchen together at the convenience store. She felt a burgeoning sense of superiority, believing herself to be friends with the esteemed Mississippi upon hearing Book Lingchen being insulted as a pauper. Chu Lian displayed no inclination to clarify matters. Shu Shu was left bewildered. What did her choice of snack have to do with anything? In the next moment, she stowed away the pancake and forcefully tugged Zhonglu's arm, dragging her to the pancake stall. Declaring, "Boss, she just accused you of serving unclean food and having a poor flavor." Chapter 8. I have a house here, what? The boss, who had been busy preparing orders, halted at her words, throwing down his spatula and glaring at Zhonglu. "My stall has been here for 4 to 5 years. All permits and licenses are in order. I guarantee that my ingredients are fresh every day. On what grounds do you say my pancakes are unclean?" The boss had a booming voice, and his outburst attracted the attention of those nearby. Customers in line, all regulars with credibility regarding the quality of the food, stepped forward to voice their support. Zhonglu, in her youthful audacity, seemed oblivious to the risk of being accused of defamation. Voices rose in a chorus, pointing fingers, and some even took out their phones to record the incident. Zhonglu found herself the center of ridicule. Caught off guard, she never anticipated Shu Shu would confront her directly before the boss. It was utterly mortifying. Pale-faced and flustered, Zhonglu stood frozen, her bravado evaporating as she nearly burst into tears. Ultimately, it was Chu Lian who stepped in to mediate, prompting Zhonglu to reluctantly bow and apologize to the boss, bringing the matter to a close that a few classmates accompanying them also felt the sting of embarrassment. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Chu Lian hurriedly led everyone away as the crowd dispersed. Shu Shu returned to her spot by the street to enjoy her pancake. Upon finishing, she disposed of the wrapping and felt her phone vibrate with a new message. The designer of her new house inquired, "Miss Shu, have you arrived at Eugene Garden?" "I am with the workers at your residence," Shu Shu replied. "Almost there." Shu Shu gazed up at the towering buildings. 13 years later, Eugene Garden remained as opulent and majestic as ever. More remarkably, the facial recognition system at the entrance still retained her information. Upon scanning her face, the door swung open. With familiarity, Shu Shu made her way to her building. Upon reaching the entrance, she found that the unit door was not secured with a password lock, but required a swipe card instead. Shu Shu intended to hand over the key to the designer for access. Just as she was about to ask the designer to unlock the door from above, a sharp voice sliced through the air. "How did you get in here?" Zhonglu approached with an air of aggression, her eyes blazing with fury. She had never felt so humiliated in her life, and now she had completely antagonized Shu Shu. "I'm asking you a question. How did you manage to enter?" "Enter?" Shu Shu tilted her head slightly. "Could it be that I own a house here?" Zhonglu scoffed. "Are you trying to deceive me? You were just squatting by the street eating a pancake. How could you possibly reside in Eugene Garden?" "Shu Shu, what does squatting on the street have to do with owning a property in Eugene Garden? What wrong has my pancake done to deserve this kind of targeting?" "Lulu, what is going on?" At that moment, Chu Lian and the other classmates approached. They had arrived at Eugene Garden earlier, but had not gone upstairs yet, as Chu Lian had taken the group to explore the garden. Being a luxurious residence, the garden boasted a beautiful landscape, prompting several to whip out their phones for photos. Shu Shu, upon noticing Shu Shu, Chu Lian appeared surprised. "What brings you here?" Shu Shu replied, "I live here." Chu Lian appeared momentarily stunned, glancing back at the building behind Shu Shu. "Are you saying you reside in this building? However, I've never seen you before." Shu Shu thought to herself, "Well, of course not. I had already moved out long before you moved into my house. If you were to see me, that would be quite the ghostly encounter." Chu Lian's words provided Zhonglu with the perfect opportunity to pounce on Shu Shu. "Ha! A liar. You've been caught red-handed. How bold to boast." She then turned to Chu Lian. "Xiao Lian, when we entered just now, didn't we leave the door ajar?" "It must be that." "Absolutely," Zhonglu asserted confidently. "Otherwise, how could she appear right after we entered?" Chu Lian was about to counter that the security at Eugene Garden was not that lax, but just then, she caught a glimpse of a figure nearby. A boy in a white shirt, with striking features, was passing by. Chu Lian's eyes lit up, and she called out sweetly, "Class monitor?" The boy was indeed Shijin, who had transferred from Jing City School to Engshi No. 3 High School 3 months prior. Coming from a well-off family, he also resided in Eugene Garden in the neighboring buildings. "Class monitor, are you heading out?" Chu Lian inquired. Shu replied nonchalantly. Yes, I have something to attend to. As he prepared to continue on his way, his gaze inadvertently landed on Shu Shu, causing him to pause momentarily. That moment, Zhang Lu pointed at Shu Shu and exclaimed, Xiaolian, quickly call the security and have this lying pauper thrown out. Yujing Garden is not a place just anyone can enter. We mustn't tarnish its reputation as a luxurious residence. Chu Lian keenly observed Shujin's slight hesitation upon seeing Shu Shu, biting her lip. She gently raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, gracefully interjecting, Lulu, please don't act this way. Then, turning to Shu Shu with an understanding tone, she said, Shu Shu, if you're genuinely curious about Yujing Garden, just let me know, and I can bring you in. Shu Shu? Chu Lian glanced at Shujin before continuing. Otherwise, Shu Shu, why don't you come with me to my home? It would be a perfect opportunity for you to take a proper tour. And you won't have to sneak around anymore? Shu Shu? Xiaolian, Zhang Lu was the first to voice her objection. She was so rude to you on the street just now. Why would you invite her to your home? Chu Lian shook her head, displaying an air of generosity. It's perfectly fine. I don't mind. After all, we're all classmates. Shu Shu had initially come to inspect the renovations of her new house. However, upon hearing Chu Lian's suggestion, she seized the opportunity. She also wanted to see just how her house had been treated by the Chu family, so she said, all right, let us go check out 1701 first. Chu Lian hesitated for a moment. How did you know my house number is 1701? Zhang Lu clung to the opportunity to accuse Shu Shu, her expression one of sudden realization. So your true aim was to get in here. You knew we were coming to Xiaolian's house today and deliberately waited by the street, so you could sneak into Yujing Garden. You even did your homework on Xiaolian's house number. Shu Shu fell silent for 3 seconds, marveling at Zhang Lu's line of reasoning. Child, if your brain is meant for such use, you might as well donate it. Who are you calling a child? Are you taking advantage of me? Shu Shu thought, but instead lazily urged, let us go. Aren't we going up? Hurry up. Everyone was left dumbfounded. How audacious of Shu Shu to so boldly urge the homeowner to hurry. Chu Lian turned to Shujin. Well, class monitor, you go ahead with your business. We'll head up first. See you on Monday. Shujin nodded slightly. He cast one last glance at Shu Shu, his gaze lingering for a brief moment before he departed. Chapter 9. I am the owner of 1600. Chu Lian produced her access card and swiped it to open the unit door. The group arrived at the elevator, just as luck would have it. The elevator was stationed on the first floor. Shu Shu stepped in first, effortlessly pressing the button for the 17th floor. Zhang Lu exclaimed in a mix of anger and disbelief. This isn't your home. It should be Xiaolian pressing the button. You're overstepping. Shu Shu nodded. Yes, indeed. It's not my home, but I pressed the elevator button. I'm merely occupying the nest of a magpie, shamelessly bold. Without a care for morality, Zhang Lu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Shu Shu to not only refrain from retorting, but to agree with her. She scoffed. Humph, at least you're self-aware. What Zhang Lu failed to notice was that Chu Lian's expression had stiffened upon hearing Shu Shu's words. Feeling as though they were directed at her, the elevator was spacious. The group stepped inside. Just as the doors were about to close, Shu Shu interjected, wait a moment. A man clad in work attire hurriedly entered the elevator, carrying a tool bag. After nodding in gratitude, he retrieved a card from his pocket and swiped it across the sensor, selecting the 16th floor. The elevator began its ascent, soon arriving at the designated level. As the doors opened, the sound of renovation work echoed forth, and the man with the tool bag stepped out. The onlookers followed suit, their gazes drawn to a poised woman wielding blueprints, directing the workers diligently. Although the house behind her was not fully visible, its opulence and exquisite charm were already apparent, causing the spectators to marvel in awe. However, before they could fully appreciate the scene, the elevator doors closed once more. Oh my, what a stunning house. It's as luxurious as a palace, someone exclaimed in admiration. Xiaolian, isn't the 16th floor unoccupied? Zhang Lu queried, perplexed. This was not her first visit to Yujinjuan. Every time she accompanied Chu Lian to room 1701. The button for the 16th floor remained dark, requiring a card to activate. Chu Lian explained, the entire 16th floor was purchased and converted into a single residence by a buyer over a decade ago, creating a spacious 600-plus square meter flat. The place has been vacant until recently when renovation workers began furnishing it. She added, it seems the owner of the 16th floor has returned. How extravagant. Such a lavish person lives next to our Chu school beauty. The crowd's admiration for Chu Lian intensified. With a subtle smile, Chu Lian accepted their gazes, gently stating, "Once the house is renovated, I'll personally prepare some peanut cakes as a welcoming gift for our downstairs neighbors." Wow, that sounds wonderful. Homemade treats exude sincerity. We can establish a friendly rapport, one voiced enthusiastically. Such a gift is unnecessary. Another chimed in amidst a chorus of praise, before a dissenting voice cut through the air. Shu Shu leaned against the elevator wall, arms crossed, declaring, "I'm allergic to peanuts. I can't eat peanut cakes." All heads turned toward her. Zhang Lu retorted angrily, "Who asked you? Shao Lian isn't making peanut cakes for you." "It's none of your business," Shu Shu replied. "Aren't those cakes meant for the owner of 1600? That's me to 8 this proclamation." The atmosphere momentarily froze. What did they just hear? Shu Shu claimed that the magnificent palace-like residence belonged to her. Some people start dreaming even before nightfall. Zhang Lu scoffed. "At this point, you're still pretending? You can't even enter the unit door. If you're the owner of 1600, I'll eat dirt." Shu Shu shot her a bewildered look. "Do you have such peculiar tastes? The problem is, you're not at 8 this juncture." Chu Lian interjected. "Shu Shu, please stop joking. Lying is not a virtue." With a chime, the elevator halted at the 17th floor. The doors sliding open. "All right, everyone, let us step inside." Chu Lian guided them to the right, arriving at a door. She adeptly entered a code, and upon the door's opening, a spacious foyer revealed itself that a woman in her 30s or 40s, clad in an apron, greeted Chu Lian with a respectful bow. "Miss, you've returned. This is our family's maid, Wu Ma." Chu Lian introduced. Shu Shu raised an eyebrow. Didn't Shu Lingchen say that Chu Lian's family was drowning in debt? Where did the funds for a maid come from? She scrutinized the maid closely, only to astonish herself with the realization that the maid bore a striking resemblance to Chu Lian. Oh my gosh. Could this be Chu Lian's mother, who has been unwell? Chu Lian clarified, "My parents are often away on business and worried about me, so they found someone to look after me." Afterward, she instructed the maid. "Wu Ma, please serve everyone some water, cut up some fruits, and prepare snacks." "Yes, miss." Wu Ma bowed slightly before heading into the kitchen. The guests, coming from ordinary backgrounds, found the treatment quite novel. Heavens, I've only seen such scenes on television. Chu school beauty truly is a genuine heiress. Shu Shu shook her head. Such filial piety. The group turned in curiosity, asking, "What is so funny?" Shu Shu retorted, "I said it's a farce. Using your own mother as a maid to uphold the rich heiress persona." Does Shu Lingchen even know about this? The others were baffled. But given Shu Shu's earlier outburst, they collectively decided to disregard her, focusing instead on exploring the house. Wow, an old-school game console controller and game cartridges. "These are all discontinued items," a male classmate exclaimed, approaching a glass cabinet. "Chu Lian, can I play with them?" Chu Lian hesitated. You can't play with those. They're actually broken. I just use them as decorations." Shu Shu glanced at the cabinet, realizing the console was intact. Chu Lian had merely locked it away to prevent her younger brother from playing with it. It was a password lock, known only to her. And the cabinet was as secure as a safe. It could only be opened by shattering the glass. Upon hearing Chu Lian's response, the boy's face fell. "Oh, all right." Meanwhile, another female classmate approached a different cabinet. "Wow, so many collectible figurines." She pulled out her phone to take pictures, asking, "Chu Lian, can I take one out for a close-up?" Shu Shu rolled her eyes. Still requires a password, as expected." She saw Chu Lian respond with practiced ease. "That won't work. These figurines are my father's favorites. Even I'm not allowed to touch them." The girl laughed. I understand. Chu Lian smiled softly. "You can take pictures through the glass." Okay. The girl hesitated before raising her phone again to snap a few shots of the figurines. "Let us check out the Matai wall. The photos from that day left me in awe." A group of students began taking turns posing with the Matai wall. Good heavens, the door glass to the Matai wall even has a fingerprint lock. How sophisticated. "Chu Lian, could you possibly open it for us?" "That's not possible." Before Chu Lian could voice her refusal, Shu Shu had already anticipated her response, because that fingerprint is undoubtedly registered to Chu Lian's father. Only he can unlock it. Not her. Shu Shu tilted her head toward Chu Lian. "I guess that's what you meant, right?" Chu Lian paused. "Yes, exactly." Shu Shu smiled. a smile that made Chu Lian feel uneasy. It felt as though that grin held an all-seeing scrutiny that made her heart race with guilt. For some reason, she had an ominous premonition that inviting Shu Shu to tour her home was a grave mistake. Chapter 10. Property management arrives for payment with no games to play. Nothing to see and nothing to showcase. The group wandered about the house. Shu Shu had initially spent a fortune on renovations, and despite the passage of over a decade, the decor still exuded understated luxury. Seeking to divert her guests' attention from the password-locked cabinet, Chu Lian led them to the terrace for a view of the distant river scenery. Shu Shu, however, ventured into her own bedroom. The bedroom remained unchanged, but it was now devoid of her belongings, replaced with traces of Chu Lian's life. Suddenly recalling something, Shu Shu approached the walk-in closet, parting a curtain to reveal a hidden compartment. She pushed on a specific spot, revealing a fingerprint lock. Placing her fingertip on the glowing sensor, she heard a beep, and a door behind the wardrobe slid open. Inside the closet, Shu Shu had designed a special space for storing valuables. As the door opened, lights illuminated the area, showcasing a dazzling array of watches, bracelets, necklaces, earrings, and designer bags adorning the walls. Shu Shu approached excitedly. "My treasures, after 13 years apart, you've missed me. Haven't you?" She picked up a limited edition handbag, cradling it affectionately. This was a new model she had purchased just before the incident, one she had barely used. Yet now, it felt outdated and unfashionable. Shu Shu reluctantly set down her bag and approached the central jewelry cabinet once more. Their essay saying, "S&T there, diamonds are forever, and one will endure through the ages." Fortunately, a cabinet brimming with diamonds and jewelry offered her a modicum of solace. The considerable layer of dust rested upon the glass cabinet, signifying its long-standing neglect. Shu Shu raised an eyebrow. She had also noticed that the hidden door bore the marks of disuse, suggesting that perhaps no one had ventured here since her departure. It made sense. The concealed door was designed with such secrecy that it was difficult to uncover, and even if discovered, without a fingerprint unlock, no one could gain entry. Thus, even that little fool, Shu Ling-chun, had not disclosed the existence of the secret room to the Chu mother and daughter. Shu Shu gazed at the bag and the jewels, her heart silently pleading. "Patience, my treasures, don't fret. There's still the wall of Moutai outside. So be not anxious that I shall return you home soon." With that, Shu Shu exited the inner room, secured the door, and made her way out of the bedroom. "How was it, you pauper? Did you find it enlightening?" The moment she emerged, a shrill female voice pierced the air. Zhang Lu, arms crossed, regarded Shu Shu with a mocking expression, her tone condescending. "Cherish this opportunity, for once this village is passed, the shop will be lost. Thereafter, it will be impossible to behold again." Shu Shu nodded, acknowledging the truth in her words. Indeed, this was the last occasion she would have to thoroughly admire this house. Yet, simultaneously, it was the final chance for all within these walls. Just as Zhang Lu finished speaking, the doorbell rang. Chu Lian instinctively moved to answer it, but remembering that there were servants present, she cleared her throat, sat upright on the sofa, and called into the kitchen. "Wuma, please go open the door. Can't you see I'm busy?" With 7 or 8 people arriving, brewing tea and slicing fruits was no small task. Chu Mu, with a look of impatience, raised her head, only to realize, as she caught the perplexed and astonished gazes of everyone, that her current role was that of the servant, Wu Ma. Her face stiffened for a moment before she awkwardly forced a smile. "Apologies, miss, I shall attend to it right away." As she made her way to the entrance, the door swung open, revealing 2 individuals clad in work uniforms, their name tags prominently displayed. "Greetings, we are from the property management of Yujing Yuan." The female staff member smiled as she spoke. "The property fee for Unit 1701 has been overdue for over a month. Today is the final deadline, and we have come to request your payment." "What property fee?" the woman continued. "You see, the balance on your designated property fee card was insufficient, resulting in last month's payment failure." Chu Mu was utterly bewildered, having resided in Unit 1701 for several years. She had never paid any fees and had long forgotten the existence of property fees. Upon hearing the staff mention a prepaid card, her eyes flickered, and she hurried back inside, pulling Chu Lian aside. Lowering her voice, "Quickly contact Xiao Chun and ask what's going on. The card for paying the property fee is out of funds. Tell him to replenish it promptly, or the property management has come knocking." Chu Lian was taken aback. Like Chu Mu, She had always assumed that Shu Lingchun was responsible for all expenses related to Unit 1701, just as she was about to retrieve her phone to message Shu Lingchun. She realized it was missing. Has anyone seen my phone? Chu Lian leaned forward, searching the vicinity. Everyone assumed she was looking for her phone to settle the property fee and joined in the fruitless search. No one found it. Zhang Lu took out her own phone. Xiao Lian, let me ring your number. After dialing several times without hearing any ringtone, Chu Lian suddenly remembered that she might have put her phone on silent. She quickly gestured to Chu Mu to contact Shu Lingchun. Chu Mu, clutching her phone, rushed to the balcony. Unbeknownst to anyone, Shu Shu, seated on a single sofa, was engaged in a call, her phone displaying an ongoing conversation. With a Bluetooth headset in one ear, she answered, "Hello? Who is this? Why is there no response?" Shu Lingchun's puzzled voice came through. Shu Shu. Shu Shu texted, "I am your mother, Mom. You finally contacted me. Is this your number?" Shu Lingchun exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. For these past days, Shu Shu had vanished without a trace after school, leaving him in the dark regarding her whereabouts. Shu Shu replied, "Yes, where are you? Do you want me to find you? Why are you texting instead of talking? I can't speak right now. Have you encountered some trouble? I'll come find you." Shu Lingchen's concern was palpable. Shu Shu quickly typed, "No need, I just got a new SIM card, and the clerk said it needs to be on a call for 8 minutes to be officially activated." "Oh, is that all? So we just let it sit until the call duration reaches 8 minutes? Shu Shu paused for a moment, then replied earnestly, "The person on the other end must speak. Sing a little apple for me." "What?" Shu Lingchen exclaimed. "Is there such a rule? Will you sing or not?" The 3 words, even in their textual form, conveyed a considerable sense of pressure to Shu Lingchen. Reluctantly, he began to sing Little Apple. After finishing, he asked, "How was that?" Shu Shu replied, "Not bad. Sing another one." Taken aback, Shu Lingchen replied, "Really?" He launched into another song. Encouraged by his mother, he became more engrossed and even used the TV remote as a makeshift microphone. Meanwhile, upon hearing the first note from her son, Shu Shu's expression turned impassive as she removed her headset. This child, singing is truly exasperating. Chu Mu hastily returned from the balcony, informing Chu Lian, "Xiao Chun hasn't replied to the message, and the phone line has been occupied." Chu Lian exclaimed, "What now?" The 2 property management staff waiting outside, having stood there for quite some time, leaned in and inquired, "Is the owner of Unit 1701 present?" "I am." Chu Lian approached the entrance, her expression somewhat awkward, and said in a conciliatory tone, I'm sorry, I can't find my phone. Could we settle the property fee tomorrow?" Delaying until tomorrow would allow Shu Lingchun to handle it. However, the female staff member, maintaining a polite smile, responded, "I'm afraid that won't do. The property fee for Unit 1701 has been overdue for quite some time, and we hope you can cooperate with our work." She added, "Your unit is the only one in the entire building that hasn't paid the property fee. Wuma." Chu Lian managed to regain her composure, commanding, "Hand over your phone so we can pay the property fee." Hearing this, Chu Mu widened her eyes, her tone sharp. "Why should I?" The atmosphere grew tense for a few seconds, with everyone puzzled by the apparent lack of respect from the Chu family's servant towards her employer. Chu Lian shot a secretive glare at Chu Mu, stepped forward, and retrieved the phone from her pocket, gritting her teeth. "I'll pay you back once I find my phone." Chu Mu, concealing her displeasure and reluctance from the onlookers, muttered, "You must remember to repay me. Of course that I'll have Shu Lingchun reimburse it later." With the phone in hand, Chu Lian addressed the property staff. "Here, please scan this." "Certainly." The female staff member opened the payment code and stated, "The total is 48,000 yuan." Wait. Chu Lian instinctively covered her phone's camera, exclaiming in shock, "Did you say how much? Why is it so expensive?" "Well, the monthly property fee for F1701 is 4,000. 48,000 is the annual fee. Our Yujing Yuan property fees are paid annually," the staff explained, slightly puzzled by her apparent ignorance. "It has always been this way. Surely, you must have known." Feeling her scalp prickle with embarrassment, Chu Lian quickly backtracked. "I, of course, knew that. All right, you may proceed with the scanning." The staff member smiled and held out the QR code again. Just then, Chu Mu stepped forward and whispered in Chu Lian's ear, "I don't have that much in my balance." Without needing to say, she knew. Chu Lian felt a wave of annoyance wash over her, but then, an idea sparked in her mind, her eyes brightening as she addressed the property staff. "Here's the thing. My maid doesn't have that much in her balance, so I'll just pay the overdue monthly property fee for now. My phone is missing, but once I find it, I will certainly pay the full amount. That way, it won't delay your work. How does that sound? The property staff hesitated, their tone wavering. With a smile, Chu Lian felt pleased at her quick thinking and clever phrasing, just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief. However, Chu Lian, your phone is right here. Everyone turned to see Shu Shu holding a white phone. It was indeed Chu Lian's phone. I'm sorry, your phone was on the sofa. I didn't see it, and it was under my seat. Shu Shu's expression bore a hint of apology as she rose and walked over, extending the phone to the stunned Chu Lian, who stood frozen in place. Chu Lian gazed at her own phone in Shu Shu's hand, unable to muster the courage to reach out and take it. 48,000, a sum she simply could not produce. Yet she had just claimed in front of everyone that her failure to pay was solely due to her inability to locate her phone. In the next moment, the phone had reappeared. If she failed to make the payment now, it would be tantamount to slapping her own face. Moreover, under the watchful eyes of others, it was not appropriate for her to reach out to Shu Lingchen again. What's the matter, classmate Chu Lian? Seeing her remain motionless for an extended period, Shu Shu tilted her head in curiosity and inquired, "Are you facing some difficulties?" Initially, Shu Shu had deposited nearly 600,000 into that card. The Chu mother and daughter had resided in her house for all these years without contributing a single penny. Consequently, when they attempted to seize the property, they had not considered that living in a luxurious community came with its own set of prerequisites. Continue speak. What difficulties could little Lian possibly have? Zhang Lu stepped forward, glaring at Shu Shu, and said, "Little Lian's monthly living expenses are over 100,000. A mere 5,000 is hardly a concern. Is it?" Zhang Lu was completely oblivious to the fact that Chu Lian's face had turned 2 shades paler as she spoke with an air of pride as soon as she finished speaking. The crowd erupted in expressions of shock. They were all ordinary high school students, with their allowances typically limited to 3-digit figures. Hearing about living expenses exceeding 100,000 left them utterly astonished. The school beauty truly lived up to her status as a young lady. "Oh, I see. Forgive me for not being accustomed to such extravagant lifestyles." Shu Shu raised an eyebrow, nodding in understanding, before once again offering the phone. Then, classmate Chu Lian? Chu Lian had no choice but to accept. The QR code displayed by the property staff loomed before her. Deep down, she knew that once she scanned it, the screen would inevitably flash the words "insufficient balance." With a stiffened smile, she endeavored to appear relaxed and nonchalant, feigning difficulty. "I just remembered that I bought many new bags yesterday and have nearly spent all my living expenses for this month." "Ah, little Lian, why have you bought bags again?" Zhang Lu waved her hand dismissively and said, "It's no problem. Since you found your phone, you can just call your uncle now and ask him to send you some money." Chu Lian's fingers tightened around the phone. Turning pale, her expression barely holding together, it was the first time she felt an intense hatred for Zhang Lu's incessant chatter, wishing she could sew her lips shut. Gritting her teeth, Chu Lian replied, "At this hour, my father is undoubtedly busy with business, and my mother is on vacation abroad. There's a time difference, so she won't see her phone." Nearby, Chu Lian's mother, hearing her daughter's words, quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes, yes, both Mr. and Mrs. are busy, very busy." The property staff inquired, "Then can you contact your parents' assistant or someone similar, with living expenses of over 100,000 a month?" Even if the parents were unavailable, finding 5,000 through an assistant should be a simple matter. Chu Lian felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, instinctively swallowing hard as she tucked her hair behind her ear while frantically formulating a response. "My father's secretary is also very busy. I don't want to disturb their work. Let us settle the monthly property fee first, and I will make up for it later." Then, her tone turned more assertive as she frowned and retorted, "What's the matter? I'm here to settle my dues. I reside here. Am I to be feared that I might run away? Is this the attitude of your management towards homeowners at Eugene?" The visiting male and female classmates nearby, upon hearing this, also voiced their objections. "Exactly. Classmate Chu Lian has said as much. What more do you want? Have you considered that you might be disrupting her father's business? Can your management bear the consequences? Do you believe we want to file a complaint against you?" At the mention of a complaint, the property staff genuinely felt intimidated and, to avoid conflict, chose to backtrack. No, you've misunderstood that. In that case, you can first pay the monthly fee. Shu Shu observed the entire exchange, and to be honest, she found herself somewhat impressed by Chu Lian's storytelling skills. She made it sound so convincing. Chu Lian successfully scanned the code and input the amount of 4,000. Just as she was about to enter her password, a steady male voice resonated as the elevator chimed. "I am the owner of Unit 1701. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man in a suit, exuding an air of professionalism, approaching the entrance, followed by 4 or 5 men in uniforms wearing white gloves, appearing to be part of a moving team. "I am the owner of Unit 1701. I have come to pay the property fee." Without the need for persuasion like Chu Lian, the middle-aged man promptly scanned the payment code held by the property staff. In less than 30 seconds, 48,000 was transferred to the property account. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Who is this person? Did he just claim to be the owner of Unit 1701? Their first instinct was to assume he was related to the Chu family, only to hear Chu Lian exclaim in utter bewilderment. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man stepped forward, directing his gaze at Chu Lian and her mother. His tone serious. "I am the owner of Unit 1701. You two are illegally residing in my property. Please vacate immediately, or I will initiate legal proceedings and seek damages to protect my rights as the owner." With his declaration, the crowd erupted in a commotion. Zhang Lu widened her eyes in disbelief. "What nonsense are you spouting? Little Lian's family is the rightful owner of 1701. She has always lived here." The middle-aged man ignored Zhang Lu's outburst, retrieving documents from a folder and opening them. "I am the rightful owner, holding the property certificate, Lu Tong." The two property staff exchanged glances. "Lu? Our records confirm the owner's surname is indeed Lu, not Chu. In fact, they had found it peculiar from the start. However, Chu Lian's demeanor had led them to subconsciously assume she was related to the Lu family, thus sparing her from further scrutiny. Chu Lian and her mother stood in shock, their expressions mirroring each other's disbelief. They knew well that the owner's surname was not Chu, but it should not be Lu either. It should be Shu. The house belonged to Shu Lingshun's deceased mother. "Who are you imposters? You must be in cahoots with the property management." Chu Lian's mother was the first to charge forward. "If you don't leave, I will call the police." The middle-aged man remained unfazed, extending his hand dismissively. "Feel free." Upon hearing themselves being accused, one of the property staff quickly whipped out his phone and called the police. In less than 10 minutes, the police arrived. The uniformed officers stated, upon verification, "This property certificate is authentic, and indeed, Mr. Lu Tong is the rightful owner of Unit F1701." Following this, the middle-aged man raised his hand, and the workers behind him sprang into action. First, they approached the storage cabinet, deftly entering the password, causing the cabinet door to swing open with a click. Next, they moved to the gaming console cabinet, performing the same successful maneuver. Finally, before the Matai wall, the middle-aged man retrieved a small box from his briefcase, carefully placing a fingerprint seal on the sensor. With a beep, the long-dormant glass doors slid open. "Pack it up, move it out." Everyone watched in astonishment. "Little Lian, what on earth is happening? Isn't this your family's house?" Zhang Lu trembled as she tugged at Chu Lian's sleeve. "How could this person possess your family's property certificate?" At that moment, Chu Lian was equally stunned. This man couldn't he possibly be a fraud? Could he? Certainly not, as the police had verified the authenticity of the property certificate, and besides, how could a con artist know the passwords to all the cabinets and even access the Matai wall? Reflecting on Chu Lian's earlier claims of a broken gaming console and the precious collectibles, it now seemed plausible that she might not have known the passwords and had fabricated excuses to avoid revealing the truth. So this luxurious residence was not owned by Chu Lian's family. Was her earlier hesitance in paying the property fee due to her inability to afford it? All those times she had brought people here, suddenly. The gazes of the crowd toward Chu Lian grew complex, seeing her luxurious home about to be seized. Chu Lian's mother could no longer contain herself, shouting at the middle-aged man, "This is impossible. You must be mistaken. The owner cannot be you. It cannot be Lu. The rightful owner of this house is named Shu." Quickly, Chu Lian covered her mother's mouth, nearly allowing her to reveal Shu Lingshun's name. Cold sweat broke on her brow. If everyone learned that this house belonged to Shu Lingshun, and that she had been living in his mansion while rejecting his affections and allowing others to vilify him as a pauper, her image as a young lady would surely shatter. 2 minutes later, everyone was politely ushered out of Unit 1701 by the middle-aged man, who even kicked out 2 boxes containing the packed belongings of Chu Lian and her mother. The door closed mercilessly before their eyes. Chu Lian trembled, her pale lips quivering as she insisted, "There must be some misunderstanding. I need to contact my father and find out what's really going on." As she spoke, she feigned annoyance while unlocking her phone. The atmosphere at that moment was palpably awkward, particularly for the 6 or 7 classmates who had come with great enthusiasm to tour the luxurious residence. Only to be unexpectedly ushered out, they now stood in the corridor, each wearing a rather discontented expression. How embarrassing. Only Shu Shu remained unfazed throughout, summoning the elevator to return to 1600 as she asserted her intent to reclaim the property. And indeed, once reclaimed, she could easily resell it. The unit 1701, based on the current real estate prices in Eugene, could fetch around 10 million as a second-hand property without difficulty, although she was certainly not in need of such a trivial sum. The group, not wishing to linger any longer, quickly bid farewell to Chulian. "Chulian, I haven't finished my homework. I must return home. My aunt has arrived. My mother wants me home for dinner. I suddenly have something urgent to attend to." Consequently, the elevator soon arrived, and a swarm of people rushed inside. Zhang Lu also felt the tension in the air and quietly remarked, "Xiaolian, I'm heading back too. See you Monday." As the last person stepped in, Shu Shu pressed the close door button and then placed her phone against the sensor, illuminating the button for the 16th floor. "Hey, Shu Shu, did you press the wrong button? You need to press for the first floor." Before the person could finish their sentence, they abruptly halted. "Wait, isn't the 16th floor the one that requires a card to access?" "Shu Shu, how come?" Shu Shu interjected, "I'm going home." "What does that mean?" "Your home is on the 16th floor." The elevator reached the ground floor in just 3 or 4 seconds. As the doors opened, Shu Shu stepped out. Everyone watched as the efficient female designer they had noticed earlier approached her with a warm smile. "Miss Shu, welcome." A collective gasp echoed among the group. Good heavens, Shu Shu is indeed the owner of 1600. She wasn't lying. The air hung heavy with disbelief for a couple of seconds. The most shocked of all was Zhang Lu, who stood there, wide-eyed. Just then, Shu Shu seemed to recall something. Turning to Zhang Lu, "Tell me, would you prefer I find you a public restroom, or will you handle it yourself? If you're the owner of 1600. I'll eat dirt." Zhang Lu's emphatic words still resonated in the air. Instantly, everyone turned to Zhang Lu. My face hurts. Zhang Lu had previously insulted Shu Shu for being impoverished, yet now, in comparison, it was Zhang Lu who appeared to be the one of lesser means. No, wait, there were others too. Thus, Chulian had never encountered Shu Shu in this building simply because Shu Shu's family had only recently begun renovations on the grand flat on the 16th floor, so it was only natural that Chulian hadn't crossed paths with her. The hurriedly arriving Shulingshan had spotted Chujia's mother and daughter on the street near Eugene NKT that moment. The two of them could only be described as disheveled, standing by the roadside. 2 suitcases lay beside them, clearly hastily packed, with clothes spilling out. It was evident they had been unceremoniously thrown out. Upon seeing Shulingshan, Chu mother's eyes brimmed with reproach and accusation. "Xiaocheng, if you're unhappy with Xiaolian and me living in your house, you could have simply said so. We would have left. Why go to such lengths to stage a scene to expel us?" Chapter 13. Chujia's mother and daughter blacklisted by Eugene. "What do you mean by staging a scene to expel you?" Shulingshan was utterly perplexed. He had rushed over the moment he saw the message. "Aunt Chu, what are you talking about? Who's driving you out?" Chu mother retorted, "SNT at you." "Me? I didn't do anything." Noticing Shulingshan's innocent expression, clearly unaware of the situation, Chulian gently said, "Ah Chong, just now a man claiming to be the owner of 1701 came with a property certificate bearing his name and had us forcibly removed." "What?" Shulingshan exclaimed, "The house is mine. How could anyone else possess the property certificate? It must be a fraud." Chulian shook her head. "No, Mom called the police, and even they confirmed that the property certificate is genuine." "This is impossible," Shulingshan insisted. "It must be a sophisticated scammer. Is he still at 1701? "Yes, Ah Chong. It was so frightening. That man brought many others, all tall and imposing. My mother and I were terrified." Chulian stood against the wind, her white dress billowing as she spoke, her eyes reddened with fear. This vulnerable demeanor easily stirred a protective instinct in others. "Don't be afraid." Shulingshan's eyes ignited with anger as he clenched his fists. "How dare he deceive me?" "Aunt Chu, Chu Chu, Come with me. I'll handle this. Chu mother and Chulian exchanged hopeful glances. Shilingshan's words provided them with reassurance. Chong. That man said his name is Lu Tong. Who? Lu Tong. As in the communication character. Shilingshan paused. That name sounded somewhat familiar. Meanwhile, Chulian was already devising a plan to rectify the situation that had unfolded today. What bad luck! How could this happen on the very day she had invited her classmates over? Once they returned to 1701, she would swiftly clarify. It was all a misunderstanding. Above all, her image as a young lady must remain intact. With these thoughts, the trio arrived at the entrance of Yujinjuan. Shilingshan swiped his card to enter, with Chujia's mother and daughter following closely behind, only to be stopped by the security guard. You can't enter, Chu mother exclaimed in astonishment. Why not? The guard, clad in a crisp uniform and cap, glanced at Chujia's mother and daughter. You are not homeowners. Shilingshan turned, brows furrowing defiantly. I am the owner. I'm bringing them in. The guard looked at Shilingshan, his voice still icy. Sorry, it has been instructed that if you wish to bring them in, you are not allowed entry yourself, Shilingshan? Chu mother and Chulian's faces turned pale. What does this mean? Were they blacklisted by Yujinjuan? Shilingshan demanded. Who gave such instructions? The guard remained silent. Shilingshan declared, then I'll go in. That should suffice. He was determined to uncover who was behind this scheme. Then he turned to Chujia's mother and daughter. Aunt Chu. Chu, wait for me here. I'll be right back. This was all he could do. Chulian bit her lip. All right. Ah Cheng, please be careful. There are many of them. Shilingshan felt a warm sensation in his heart, touched by her concern, and nodded. Indeed, only Shilingshan was allowed in, and the guard immediately let him pass. Once he had gone far, Chu mother spat at the guard. You lowly creature, once I return, the first thing I'll do is file a complaint against you and have you thrown out. The guard, unperturbed, raised his hand to press the call button on his shoulder, expressionless. Team A, send 2 people to escort these 2 trespassers away. Chu mother, incensed, retaliated. You. Shilingshan stormed towards his building, fuming like an angry little lion. At that moment, a middle-aged man stood at the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. As Shilingshan approached, the man called out, Lingchen, who are you? Shilingshan halted, scrutinizing the man's face, and after a moment of recognition, he exclaimed in surprise. You are Uncle Lu Tong? Indeed, that in an instant, Shilingshan recalled that 1701 was indeed Lu Tong's property, but the name on the property certificate was not his. Following Shu Shu's passing, the house had rightfully been inherited by Shilingshan. However, it would not officially bear his name until he turned 18. Until then, it was registered under the name of a professional manager. This was a measure to protect the assets of minor heirs. Lu Tong had explained this to Shilingshan when he was about 10 years old. Shilingshan had never mentioned this to Chujia's mother and daughter. When Chulian mentioned Lu Tong earlier, he hadn't immediately made the connection. Shilingshan frowned and inquired, Uncle Lu Tong, why did you expel Aunt Chu and Chu Chu? Lu Tong simply responded, come upstairs with me. I in the elevator. Shilingshan regarded Lu Tong suspiciously as he pressed the button for the 16th floor. Did you press the wrong button? Lu Tong replied, no, it's the 16th floor. Shilingshan sensed that Lu Tong intended to introduce him to someone, likely the person the guard referred to as above. Upon exiting the elevator, the door to the grand flat stood ajar. Shilingshan was taken aback by the opulence of the interior. It was far more extravagant than his own home above, guided by Lu Tong. He cautiously stepped inside, his senses heightened. The next moment, he gasped and froze in place, exclaiming, Mom? On the sofa, Shu Shu was sipping coconut juice and casually scrolling through her phone. Upon hearing him, she looked up, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Hi, son. What are you doing here? Shilingshan contemplated countless scenarios, yet he had never imagined that the person he would encounter would be Shu Shu. This is my house. If I'm not here, where else would I be? Immediately, Shilingshan scanned the living room in astonishment. This is your house. Where did you get the money to buy it? This is quite extravagant. Could it be that he won the lottery with the money he gave? Shu Shu. Oh, I took some time these past few days to rob a bank. Shu Lingchen. Lu Tong stood beside Shu Shu, and upon noticing a property deed placed on the coffee table in front of Shu Shu, along with a pile of boxes filled with game consoles, figurines, and Moutai liquor lying on the adjacent floor, he quickly connected the dots. Mom, did you have someone drive Aunt Chu and the others away? Shu Shu. Ichem. Huh. Why? Shu Lingchen. Where will Aunt Chu and the others live in the future? They can live wherever they please, Shu Shu remarked, after having enjoyed my house for so long without paying rent. Utilities or maintenance fees, I merely asked them to leave. Even the Notre Dame de Paris would require my mother to personally oversee the position of principal. What? Do they expect to live in 1701 for eternity? Shu Ling-chun. Aunt Chu and the others didn't mean that. They merely intended to stay temporarily. Shu Shu. Oh, temporarily? And they stayed for 6 or 7 years, and I'm expected to go out and rent a place? Shu Ling-chun weakly clarified. Renting was my own suggestion. Shu Shu. The property at 1701 belongs to me, whether I reclaim it or not. It is my prerogative to decide who resides there and how it is managed. This statement rendered Shu Ling-chun speechless, tacitly conceding to its validity. The house was originally his mother's, and now that she has returned, it rightfully belongs to her. Yet, he found himself in a quandary. How was he to communicate this to Aunt Chu and Chu Chu? Sensing her son's inner turmoil, Shu Shu pondered for a moment and beckoned him. Would you like me to teach you? Chapter 14. If that's the case, why is it dark here? Shu Ling-chun leaned in to listen, half convinced. Can this really work? Shu Shu. Aside from this, do you have a better explanation? Shu Ling-chun. None. He reluctantly agreed. Suddenly, he noticed Lu Tong beside him, and a realization struck him, causing his face to pale as he pulled Shu Shu aside, exclaiming in horror. It's over. I think I just called you Mom in front of Uncle Lu. The fact that your mother has been reborn will be exposed. However, Shu Shu remained calm. Don't worry. He is a professional. Otherwise, do you think he would be here? You mean he knows? Shu Shu did not deny it. Shu Ling-chun looked incredulously at Lu Tong. Then why is he so composed? Shu Shu. I told you, he is a professional. In truth, 1701 is not even under Shu Shu's name, but rather an asset belonging to her subaccount. Shu Ling-chun's minor inheritance measures are authorized through that subaccount. These professional managers earn countless zeros from their employer's dividends each year, only recognizing their cards and service passwords. Therefore, they must be professionals. On the street opposite Yujing Yuan, Chu's mother and Chu Lian were waiting impatiently for Shu Ling-chun. Upon seeing him approach, Chu's mother eagerly stood up. Xiao Chun, how did it go? Can we go back? Auntie's legs are numb from standing. Chu's mother felt confident, internally scoffing at that wretched doorman. She would certainly file a complaint against him. However, in the next moment, Shu Ling-chun uttered words that felt like the sky had fallen for Chu's mother and Chu Lian. Aunt Chu. Chu, that person isn't a fraud. The property deed is indeed real, and the house now belongs to him. Chu's mother. What did you say? Xiao Chun, isn't the house yours? Shu Ling-chun lowered his head, hesitating to meet the eyes of Chu's mother and Chu Lian, repeating the phrasing Shu Shu had taught him. When my mother was still alive, she borrowed a substantial sum of money and mortgaged the house to someone named Lu Tong. All these years without repayment, he came to reclaim the property, and I only just found out. Chu's mother immediately felt darkness cloud her vision, her body swaying backward. Aunt Chu. Shu Ling-chun hurriedly supported her. Concerned. Are you all right? Chu's mother pounded her thigh, her face a mask of despair. Her mansion. Shu Ling-chun was puzzled. Aunt Chu, shouldn't I be the most distressed about the loss of the house? Why are you more agitated than I am? Agitated as if she were the one losing the house. Chu Lian interjected. Ah Chun, Mom is lamenting for you. Not willing to give up, she spoke with a slight tremor. Is there really no chance of getting the house back? Shu Ling-chun rubbed his nose and replied. Well, they have written proof. Even if it goes to the police and court, I'm still the one without a defense. Chu Lian stumbled back as if struck by lightning. Aunt Chu, Chu, don't worry about not having a place to stay. I've rented an apartment outside. Shu Ling-chun assured them. Although it only has 2 rooms, it's sufficient for the 3 of us. You can have the big room, and I'll take the small one. Chu Lian forced a smile. She knew the condition of the apartment Shu Ling-chun rented, a dilapidated residential building without an elevator. Cramped to the point where one could hardly stretch their legs. Accustomed to the luxury of Yujing Yuan, how could she possibly adapt? Chu Lian managed a strained smile. No need, Ah Chun. My mother and I will return to our previous home. Shu Ling-chun immediately expressed concern. How could that be? What if those debt collectors come knocking? Over the years, Chu's mother and daughter had occasionally mentioned to Shu Ling-chun that the creditors were still seeking them. It was precisely for this reason that Shu Ling-chun could not bear to force them out. Hearing this, Chu Lian's expression faltered for a moment as she shook her head. It's fine. Ah Chun, I just asked the neighbors, and those people haven't come by in a long time. They must have given up, she reassured him. Ah Chun, my mother and I have already troubled you a lot. This time, please trust me that if anything comes up, I can always reach out to you, right? Very well. Then I'll take you there. Shu Lingchen helped carry their 2 suitcases and hailed a cab. The previous residence of the Chu family was also a residential building, though it was in better condition than Shu Lingchen's place and considerably larger. The house had been uninhabited for quite some time. Covered in a thick layer of dust, Shu Lingchen took it upon himself to clean the entire place, making it spotless, and after ordering takeout for the 3 of them, he took out the trash and left. The next day, during the morning reading session, Shu Lingchen felt unnerved under Shu Shu's intense gaze. Using his textbook as a shield, he asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Shu Shu, how did you explain things to them yesterday?" "I said exactly what you taught me, that the house was mortgaged and taken back, and then Aunt Chu and the others returned to their former residence." So smoothly, Shu Shu narrowed her eyes. Observing her son's calm demeanor, there was no sign of him being treated coldly by Chu Lian. She had already reclaimed the house. Chu Lian should have no reason to linger on Shu Lingchen. That little fool. Something fell off. Before Shu Shu could pinpoint what it was, she suddenly heard Shu Lingchen sharply inhale, instinctively covering his arm as if he had bumped into something painful. "What's wrong?" Shu Lingchen froze momentarily, instinctively touching his nose, replying, "Ah, nothing. What's wrong?" Lying. Shu Shu seized Shu Lingchen's wrist, rolling up his uniform sleeve, but to her shock, she saw large bruises on his smooth arm. With the center darkened, but a wave of concern washed over her. Frowning, she asked, "How did this happen?" Shu Lingchen hadn't anticipated Shu Shu's sudden assault, his face blanching. "It's nothing. I accidentally bumped into the wall." As he spoke, he attempted to pull his hand away, but it didn't budge. His mother was surprisingly strong. Upon hearing this, Shu Shu realized the boy was fibbing. Those bruises were clearly caused by some metallic object. With an impassive expression, Shu Shu pressed down on his injury. "Ouch, that hurts," Shu Lingchen wailed. "Shu Shu, you call this nothing? If it's nothing, then why is it bruised?" Shu Lingchen, Shu Shu speculated. "Did Aunt Chu and her daughter hit you?" "How could that be?" Shu Shu suddenly remembered her son was the school bully and slammed her hand on the desk. "Shu Lingchen, did you get into a fight?" At that moment, every head in the classroom turned to look. The air fell silent. Shu Lingchen immediately protested. "I didn't." Not touching his nose, not lying. Shu Shu raised her hand. "Apologies, everyone. Please continue." All the classmates, the boy from the neighboring group, stared in disbelief. Whispering to his entourage, "My goodness, it's the first time I've seen Brother Chen being yelled at like a grandson without daring to retort." Shu Shu pressed further. "So what's the story behind this?" Chapter 15. A monthly living expense of 50,000. Shu Lingchen fell silent once more. For the entire following day, Shu Shu could not coax a single word from him. He merely assured her that he had not engaged in any fights or bullied the weak, but refused to divulge any further information, no matter how she pressed him. His obstinate nature bore a striking resemblance to that individual. When he was unwilling to speak, not even the King of Heaven could sway him. This lad must undoubtedly be concealing something unsavory from her. It seemed as though he was intent on avoiding Shu Shu. As soon as school was dismissed, Shu Lingchen vanished without a trace. Watching his hurried retreat, Shu Shu pondered deeply. Rather than leaving the school premises immediately, she made her way to the woods behind the teaching building, a favored haunt of troublesome students at that moment. Several boys were gathered there, clandestinely smoking. Upon hearing footsteps, they exchanged glances and promptly extinguished their cigarettes. It was only when they spotted Shu Shu in her school uniform that one of the boys exclaimed, "Oh no, it's not the vice principal on a surprise visit. You nearly gave me a fright." As one of the boys recognized Shu Shu's face, astonishment filled his eyes, and the irritation of having to extinguish his cigarette dissipated as he inquired eagerly, "What are you looking for, little sister?" Shu Shu retorted, "That's rather impolite. You should address me as auntie." The boy, gazing at the beautiful girl who appeared to be of his own age, replied indignantly, "Who's being impolite here?" Shu Shu surveyed the area but did not spot Shu Lingchen. Instead, she recognized a familiar face, one of Shu Lingchen's lackeys, sporting a rooster hairstyle. "Zhao Heping," Shu Shu called out to him. Zhao Heping blinked in surprise. Usually, people referred to him by his nickname, Belozi, and seldom addressed him by his proper name, but he instinctively straightened his posture. "Hey, Shu Shu continued. Do you know how Shu Lingchen got that injury on his arm? Ever since that day when Shu Lingchen had greeted everyone by boasting about Shu Shu's fighting prowess, Zhao Heping had harbored a certain apprehension towards her, though mostly he felt defiant. How formidable could she be? After all, she's just a girl. Why should I tell you anything? Who do you think you are? Zhao Heping replied with an air of arrogance. Shu Shu, having already bottled up a great deal of frustration due to Shu Lingchen's foolishness, found herself lacking in patience. She picked up a piece of brick from the ground and, with her bare hands, snapped it clean in half. With bare hands that snapped in half. My goodness. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Zhao Heping gulped audibly, quickly confessing, It's from when Brother Chun was collecting debts. I'm sorry, Brother Chun, collecting debts? Shu Shu furrowed her brow. Is someone in debt to him? No, it's just that Brother Chun was short on cash and took on a part-time job to help Chong go collect debts. Earning a commission, Shu Shu latched onto the keyword short on cash and asked, astonished, Shu Lingchen is short on cash. How could that be? When he was born, she had established a life insurance fund for him, just in case, so that even if she were no longer around, he would receive a monthly allowance of 50,000. Even if he did not attend school or work, he could live a carefree life without worry. Shu Shu pulled out her phone to check. The fund was operating normally. The monthly profits had been dispersed as expected for the past 13 years. Shu Lingchen's rented apartment was quite ordinary, and he primarily dined at school, showing no signs of extravagant habits. Where had all his money gone? Hey, look at the forum. Miss Chu is flaunting her bag again. One boy eagerly scrolled through his phone. I heard that last Saturday, Chu Lian brought people to her home in Yujinjuan, but they were kicked out because the house isn't actually hers. She's not really a lady, but that was clarified quickly. Right? They said it was a mistake made by the assistant of her CEO father, who mixed up the property documents and sold it to someone else. Chu Lian must be a lady. Look at that bag. It costs over 10,000. And the shoes, clothes, and jewelry she wears, are any of them not luxury brands? How could she afford that if she weren't a lady? Shu Shu frowned deeply. She opened the forum for Sanzhong and quickly found a screenshot of an order for a fragrant bag shared by Chu Lian, captioned, a gift from father as an apology. For now, I must endure living in a 5-star suite. The Chu family could barely afford the 48,000 in property fees. How could they possibly have the spare cash for luxury items? Shu Shu scoffed that it was becoming clear where that foolish boy's money had gone. Of course, he was living in someone else's house. Turning to Zhao Heping, she inquired, where does Shu Lingchen collect debts? Zhao Heping replied, why do you want to know? Shu Shu narrowed her eyes. I intend to go there in a narrow alley. Cries of anguish echoed. No, I have no money. A man with a bruised face was cornered by several thugs. Hands clasped together in desperation. Could you give me just one more week? Just 1 week, and I promise I'll repay you. Shu Lingchen, clad in a black baseball cap, his features sharp and rebellious beneath the brim, seized the man's hair, tilting his head back. No money? Just a moment ago, you were singing happily in KTV with the ladies. Brother Chong said that if you don't repay, it'll be your hand. Before Shu Lingchen could finish his sentence, he heard someone call his name. He froze, then turned. Dazed, at the mouth of the alley stood Shu Shu, her expression devoid of emotion. Shu Lingchen felt 3 ominous words crash down upon him. Game over. Half an hour later, in Yujinjuan F1600, Shu Lingchen stood in the living room, resembling a quail under immense pressure. Opposite him, Shu Shu sat on the sofa, arms crossed, looking down at him coldly. How long have you been collecting debts? Shu Lingchen weakly replied, since yesterday. That meant he had started just the day before. Hand over your phone. Shu Lingchen dared not defy her command and obediently surrendered his phone. Shu Shu took the device and immediately checked his transaction history. As she suspected, the majority of his monthly allowance of 50,000 had been transferred to the same individual, Chu Lian. Chun. What do you think of this crystal hairpin? Shu Lingchen transferred 666. Chun, these hook shoes are so cute and girlish. I love them. Shu Lingchen transferred 1688. Chun. This white dress is beautiful. I saw it in a display window after school, but it's too expensive for me to afford. Shu Lingchen transferred 6666. Basically, at the beginning of each month, when Shu Lingchen received his allowance, Chu Lian would find various excuses to ask for money, from small accessories to clothing, and later, to bags. Her appetite grew larger with time. Shu Shu scoffed. This foolish boy was living in someone else's house and spending all his money on someone else, while she had become the lady, and he was left in poverty. Shu Shu glanced at Shu Lingchen's recent transactions. After he had left Yujinjuan last Saturday, he had transferred 400 to Chu Lian, with the note stating, "Living essentials." "Why do you have to pay for her living essentials?" Shu Lingchen replied. "Wasn't Aunt Chu moving out of Yujinjuan that day? The bedding and such were old and unusable, and Aunt Chu is unwell and cannot work, so she has no source of income." Unwell? Shu Shu recalled that day when Chu's mother had been tearing into Lu Tong, speaking with such vigor that she could have fought 300 rounds. How could she possibly be unwell if she had no source of income? Then how was Chu Lian able to attend school? Shu Lingchen fell silent and finally admitted, "I've always been paying for Chu Chu's tuition." Shu Shu was left incredulous, unable to contain her laughter. So, her insurance fund had not only been supporting Shu Lingchen over the years, but also the Chu family mother and daughter. Chapter 16. I will replace him. Shu Shu noticed that after Shu Lingchen transferred that 400, only 28 cents remained in his balance. Meanwhile, after receiving the money, Chu Lian continued to complain about the moldy bedboard, claiming she had developed a rash and needed a new bed, stating she could no longer endure it for even a day. Shu Lingchen replied that he would find a way, yet he had no money left. Thus, he had chosen to earn money by collecting debts. Shu Lingchen's latest transaction had been yesterday evening, a transfer of 700 to Chu Lian, with the note, "For a bed." This was his commission from debt collection, and he had sent every last cent away. In essence, debt collection was merely a group of individuals engaging in illegal high-interest lending and violently demanding repayment. And who among those borrowing high-interest loans could be considered virtuous? Most were reckless gamblers who would not repay willingly, and to evade their debts, they would certainly resist the collectors with all their might. It was likely that Shu Lingchen's injuries came from such encounters. This time it was a bruise, but next time, it could well be a knife wound. Shu Shu recalled the dream she had before her death. In that dream, Shu Lingchen strayed onto a path of misfortune and ultimately ended up in prison. Was this debt collection truly the beginning of his downfall, all because of Chu Lian? Shu Shu took a deep breath, silently repeating to herself, blood-related, blood-related. She genuinely suspected that Shu Lingchen had been administered some form of intelligence-diminishing drug. Otherwise, how could he remain oblivious while the Chu family mother and daughter drained him of his resources? Perhaps she should take him to the hospital for an intelligence test someday. Shu Shu contemplated expressionlessly. While beside her, Shu Lingchen cautiously observed his mother's expression. Suddenly, Shu Shu raised her hand, causing him to flinch and shut his eyes, anticipating the impending maternal love that would surely rain down upon him. He was instead met with an unexpected reality. When he opened his eyes, he found Shu Shu holding a bottle of red flower oil, gazing at him coldly. Shu Lingchen rolled up his sleeves obediently and extended his hand. Shu Shu poured some safflower oil into her palm, warmed it slightly, and then rubbed it onto the bruise on Shu Lingchen's arm. Shu Lingchen was taken aback. He gazed at his mother, who was focused on applying the oil, and was reminded of his childhood when he would accidentally scrape his knee while playing, and his mother would tend to his wounds in the same manner. Shu Shu never hired a nanny. She took on every responsibility for Shu Lingchen herself, a first-time mother. She was inexperienced, yet she preferred to learn and explore on her own rather than burden others with her child. In that moment, Shu Lingchen felt as if he had returned to his childhood, his heart swelling with emotion. Shu Shu pressed firmly. "Ouch, that hurts." Shu Lingchen gasped, "If it hurts, then remember this lesson. You are not to engage in debt collection again." Shu Shu warned, "The new house is ready. Let us cancel the lease on the other place and move back in with me. I caution you not to entertain the idea of allowing the Chu mother and daughter to move in with us. Otherwise, I will declare that you have lost me as your mother." Shu Lingchen, "I mean what I say." Shu Shu was genuinely angry. Shu Lingchen hurriedly nodded. The following day after school, Shu Lingchen arrived at the rental apartment and finished packing in less than 10 minutes. Shu Shu noticed that his belongings were pitifully few. Just a backpack, a pair of worn-out sneakers, 2 sets of school uniforms, 3 black short-sleeve shirts, and 3 pairs of ripped jeans. Besides that, he didn't even have a warm coat. Shu Shu did not feel pity for Shu Lingchen. He had brought this upon himself by giving all his money to the Chu mother and daughter, living like a beggar as a result. The process of vacating the apartment went smoothly, and that day he returned the key to the landlord. However, when he attempted to quit his debt collection job, he faced difficulties. The neon lights of the bar flickered with vibrant colors. Before pushing the door open, Shu Lingxian turned around, still disapproving of Shu Shu accompanying him. "Mom, why don't you head back first? I can talk to Changgu on my own," Shu Shu replied. "With your intelligence, I fear you might get into trouble inside." Shu Lingxian immediately retorted, feeling aggrieved. "Do I really look that foolish?" "Not foolish, merely dim-witted. Enough chatter, let us go." Reluctantly, Shu Lingxian pushed the door open. The deafening DJ music erupted as he stepped inside. And the dance floor was alive with swaying figures. The tattooed individual led two companions to find Changji in a private booth sat a bald, portly man adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, a dragon tattoo on his chest, and a cigar in hand. Shu Lingxian approached, his demeanor somewhat uneasy. "Changgu, I'm here to quit." The man known as Changgu took a puff of his cigar and then looked over, scoffing impatiently. "Do you think this is a marketplace? You come and go as you please. On the day you joined, I asked if you were sure, and only after you confirmed did I accept you. Are you treating me like a fool?" Shu Lingxian bit his lip. "I'm sorry, Changgu." Changgu scrutinized Shu Lingxian from head to toe and casually remarked, "You can leave, but you must abide by my rules. Roll the dice. If you win, you can go. If you lose, you leave a finger behind." With that, a lackey directly handed over a blood-stained fruit knife. Shu Lingxian stiffened. He was still just a sheltered student, unfamiliar with the ruthless behaviors of such individuals, and had never played dice before. "What? Are you scared? If you are, just get lost. You'll continue debt collection for me tomorrow." I'll roll for him," a sweet voice interjected. Everyone turned to look. Shu Shu stood outside the booth, stating, "I'll roll the dice for him." Upon seeing the attractive young woman, everyone was momentarily stunned. Changgu frowned. "Who are you? Do I seem easy to talk to? You can just step in and take his place." Shu Shu smirked. "Who I am is irrelevant, right? Changgu, how about we make a bet? I will roll the dice for him, and if I win, I take him away. If you win, he leaves a finger. And I'll give you an additional 200,000. At the room fell silent in shock. 200,000? Changgu eyed Shu Shu suspiciously. She appeared to be a student, yet her looks and demeanor were striking. However, he doubted that a student could produce such a sum. "Are you kidding me?" Shu Shu opened her phone and displayed the balance of one of her numerous accounts, then handed the screen over. A lackey leaned in to count the balance, muttering, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Oh my, a million. There were over 2 million. What student has such idle money in their account? "I can pay you a 10,000 deposit up front to prove this account is real." Dinged out a minute later, Changgu saw the 1,000 payment notification on his phone and chuckled that a fool would turn down money. He agreed. "Fine, you can roll for him, but know that you'll be rolling against me." As soon as he spoke, all the lackeys exchanged glances. Changgu himself was stepping up. It seemed that neither the 200,000 nor the boy's finger was leaving today. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Shu Lingxian gritted his teeth and whispered to Shu Shu, "Mom, let us run out on the count of 3. However, Shu Shu directly accepted Changji's terms. Deal. The drinks and fruit platter on the table were cleared, and 2 sets of dice were placed on it. Changgu and Shu Shu each took a set. The rules were simple. 6 dice in total. The higher total wins. Best 2 out of 3. The first round began. Changgu rolled 3 6s and 3 5s, totaling 33 points. "Changgu is amazing," the lackeys cheered. Shu Shu revealed her roll. 1 4, 3 3s, and 2 1s, totaling 14 points. She lost. Changgu laughed, revealing his yellowed teeth. This girl's score clearly indicated her inexperience, while he had mastered the art of rolling dice. No one here could match him. "Little girl, you set the terms for this wager, so you can't say I'm bullying you later." Shu Shu raised an eyebrow. "I won best 2 out of 3. Let us continue." Chapter 17. Dying by air, land, and sea. Father in the second round. Changgu rolled 3 6s and 3 5s again. That he smugly rubbed his bald head, looking as if victory was already in his grasp, with the 200,000 virtually in his pocket. Then it was Shu Shu's turn to reveal her roll. She had 2 5s and 4 6s. 34 points, just enough to edge past Changgu. His smile faltered, disbelief washing over his face. This was surely sheer luck. In the final round, with the stakes high, Changgu instinctively focused all his energy. This time, he rolled 5 6s and 1 5, totaling 35 points, nearly a perfect score. Rolling dice at Changgu's level was indeed a skill. He grinned and eagerly said, "Little girl, You probably don't need to roll anymore. Just transfer the money and save us some time. He believed her luck would not hold twice, and Shu Shu could not possibly roll a higher total than his. I still have to roll, Shu Shu replied, her slender fingers grasping the black container, shaking it gently. The dice clinked rhythmically within. With a decisive bang, she set the container down on the table. A smile played on her lips, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling under the bar's lights. Then, amidst everyone's rapt attention, she lifted the lid. All 6 dice showed sixes, a perfect 36 points. We won. Shu Lingchen was ecstatic beside her. Chang Gu's expression shifted to disbelief, turning sour to I won. A bet is a bet. However, you can keep the 10,000 deposit. Can he leave now, having gained a free 1,000 without incurring any losses? Chang Gu shot a look at Shu Lingchen, gritting his teeth. He concluded the boy had just gotten lucky. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed them. Go on. On the way back, Shu Lingchen gazed at Shu Shu with admiration. His impression of his mother had always been formidable, yet this was the first time he realized she could roll dice as well. Mom, did you roll casually in the first round to lower Changji's guard? Shu Shu replied, I rolled like that intentionally. I can roll whatever number I choose. Shu Lingchen was astonished. What? Is that true? Wow, that's amazing. Did you learn this yourself, or did someone teach you? Shu Shu paused for a moment, silence enveloping her for 3 seconds before she said, someone taught me. Shu Lingchen grinned, leaning closer. Mom, could you teach me too? What do you want to learn this for? I just think it's incredible and want to learn. Shu Shu flatly refused. No, not happening. Who knows what this little dimwit wants to learn it for? In truth, Shu Shu could have simply used money to resolve the earlier incident, but she chose not to. She wanted Shu Lingchen to witness firsthand how severe the consequences could be when one dabbles in crime and illegality. Okay, fine. Shu Lingchen, keenly aware of Shu Shu's brief hesitation, transformed into a curious child. Speculating, Mom, is the person who taught you my father who died by air, land, and sea? In his childhood, Shu Lingchen often observed that other children had fathers, leading him to question Shu Shu about his own absence. Why don't I have a father? Where did he go? This inquiry arose for the first time, prompting Shu Shu to respond that his father was a fisherman who had been devoured by a shark while at sea. When the question arose again, Shu Shu claimed his father was a street cleaner who had met his demise after being struck by a vehicle. As time progressed, each time Shu Lingchen asked, Shu Shu would invent another tale, stating his father was a pilot who perished in a mid-air explosion. Ultimately, Shu Lingchen remained uncertain about his father's true profession, only knowing that he was no longer alive. With eager anticipation, Shu Lingchen gazed at Shu Shu, awaiting further clarification. Shu Shu instinctively lifted his gaze, locking eyes with his son. Each time he scrutinized the depth of those eyes, Shu Shu couldn't help but marvel at the power of genetics. Truly, they were father and son. Shu Lingchen's eyes mirrored those of the man, both pools of ink-like darkness. However, while the former's gaze was serene and innocent, the latter's was perpetually cold, profound, and shrouded in emotions that remained hidden from view. Upon hearing Shu Lingchen's question, an image flashed in Shu Shu's mind. A long, bony hand gripping a black dice cup, followed by the sound of a melodious male voice, as if casually sighing. So foolish. No 6 again. You owe me 32 kisses now. The skill of shaking dice had come at a significant cost. Shu Shu had consciously tried to refrain from thinking about that man. In the dream she had before his death, she believed she was his white moonlight, but that seemed implausible. She vividly recalled the moment before their complete separation, when he had looked at her with icy disdain. His eyes brimming with palpable hatred, his words cold. It's best you stay far away. I never want to see you again. Thus, how could she possibly be his white moonlight? Shu Shu abruptly shook her head, casting those memories aside and returning to reality. After all, they would never meet again. She was gone. With her expression restored to normalcy, she raised her hand to playfully tap her son's forehead, teasing, Do you treat your mother like an encyclopedia with all these questions? Shu Lingchen covered his forehead, his youthful face contorted in a mock expression of pain. Mom, could you please stop hitting my head? I might become stupid. Shu Shu scoffed lightly. It doesn't matter much. You would simply transition from a small fool to a big fool. Late at night, it was Shu Shu's first evening in her new home at Yujinjuan F 1600. She was not one to be troubled by unfamiliar beds and could quickly drift into slumber even in strange surroundings. Yet, Perhaps due to the mention of that man by her little fool of a son, Shu Shu found herself ensnared in a chaotic dream that in this dream, a pair of pitch-black eyes held her captive. Deep and obsessive, almost pathological, Dai felt like an impenetrable web, constricting her, rendering her breathless. His large hand trapped her against him, his thin lips brushing her ear as he spoke in a low, melodic voice. Don't even think about leaving me. Unless you wish to die, if you die, I shall not live either, and we will be burned together, placed in the same urn. How does that sound? Madman, Shu Shu lay on the soft bed. Her brow furrowed, a thin sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. Such similar dreams had haunted her for a considerable time after leaving that man, but gradually, they had ceased. Yet today, it recurred. Shu Shu's fingers unconsciously tightened around the quilt as she struggled to escape its clutches. Finally, she broke free but swiftly fell into another dream. Before her unfolded a scene of unfamiliarity, and the protagonist of the dream was not her, but Shu Lingxian at the tender age of 4. The backdrop appeared to be a hospital. A small child, a little radish, was cradled in the arms of a kindergarten teacher, crying with reddened eyes and a hoarse voice, shouting, "Mama, I want my mama." His innocent and utterly distressed cries drew the attention of passers-by. Some whispered in sympathy, "Ah, such a tragedy. I heard this child's mother was stabbed to death, and there's no one else at home. How will he survive alone from now on?" Shu Shu was taken aback. Was this what transpired after her death? The scene then shifted. "Rest assured, we will take good care of the child," she heard. Shu Shu watched as little Shu Lingxian was handed over to an older woman wearing reading glasses. With a sign behind her reading Lucky Children's Welfare Institute, the woman smiled as she led the silent little Shu Lingxian away. She appeared to be a kind-hearted director. However, soon enough, Shu Shu heard Shu Lingxian's cries again. This time mingled with pleas. "Auntie, please don't pinch me. I will be good. I promise." A wooden door appeared before Shu Shu, with the sounds emanating from within. She pushed the door open forcefully, only to be met with a scene that filled her with horror. Little Shu Lingxian cowered in the corner, a woman glaring at him with malice, her hands twisting his arms. "I told you not to make a mess while eating. Do you know how tiring it is for me to clean up after you? Are you here to torment me?" At merely 4 years old, he was delicate and fragile. In no time, his fair arms bore bruises, a sight that was truly shocking. Shu Shu's eyes blazed with fury. Shu Lingxian had been taught well. He had learned to eat independently long ago, cherishing food, and he would never create a mess. She could hear little Shu Lingxian defending himself. "Auntie, it wasn't me. I didn't do it." Yet the woman paid no heed, as if simply venting her frustrations, continuing her violent actions. Shu Shu's rage surged, and she yearned to break through the scene and confront the woman. But she was trapped in another time and space. Helplessly watching in despair as night fell, Shu Lingxian curled up on the Welfare Institute's bed, sleeping restlessly, tears at the corners of his eyes, murmuring, "Mama." It seemed that only the word mama could provide him with a sense of safety. Shu Shu longed to approach and comfort her son, to hold him in her arms. That he had always been attached to her, every night urging her to tell him stories until he peacefully fell asleep. Now, without his mother, he was left all alone. Heartbroken, Shu Shu remained by his side, watching over him throughout the long night. Her relief, the scene shifted once more, revealing the wicked woman being taken away by the police. While Shu Lingxian was retrieved from the Welfare Institute, he returned to Yujinjuan. Before long, professionals matched Shu Lingxian with a foster family, a young couple who, unable to conceive, were financially well off. Upon seeing Shu Lingxian, they immediately took a liking to him, bending down to engage him in conversation. Initially, he was wary, hiding behind the property staff, reluctant to approach them. However, the couple exhibited great patience, visiting him daily, cooking for him, playing with him, and creating an atmosphere filled with laughter and joy. Gradually, little Shu Lingxian began to accept their kindness. Shu Shu observed this. A sense of comfort washed over her, just as she hoped to witness her son embarking on a new life with his new family. The scene shifted yet again. This time, Shu Lingxian was frowning, swatting away the hand of the young woman who was to become his new mother, declaring vehemently, "I hate you. I don't want to go to your house." He expressed his aversion with utmost intensity. Ultimately, he did not go to the foster family. Shu Shu was left bewildered. What had transpired to cause Shu Lingxian to suddenly change his demeanor and resist the young couple so vehemently? Before she could grasp the situation, the scene froze, remaining stagnant. Shu Shu opened her eyes, The soft light of the lamp illuminated the bedroom. It dawned on her that she had awakened from the dream. It had been a long time since she had experienced such a convoluted dream. Exhaling, she glanced at the clock, 3 in the morning. Feeling a bit parched, she threw off the covers and got out of bed to pour herself a glass of water. After quenching her thirst, she prepared to return to her room when she paused near Shu Lingchen's bedroom. She vaguely heard a sound, almost like sobbing. Immediately, she raised her hand to knock on the door. Shu Lingchen? No response came from within. She leaned closer to listen again. Indeed, it was the sound of muffled cries. Shu Lingchen? What's wrong? Still no answer. Mom is coming in. With that, she turned the doorknob of Shu Lingchen's room. Shu Lingchen? She switched on the light and stepped inside, only to find the blanket on the floor, the young boy drenched in sweat, curled up on the gray bed, intermittently murmuring in a state of panic. Mom, save me. Shu Shu furrowed her brow, stepped forward, bent down, and gently patted Shu Lingchen's shoulder, softly calling out, Xiaochun. The young man took a deep breath, suddenly opened his eyes. For a fleeting moment, there was a hint of confusion in his gaze. But upon seeing Shu Shu, his pupils sharpened, regaining clarity, and in a hoarse voice, he asked, Mom? Yes, Shu Shu inquired. Did you have a nightmare? Shu Lingchen blinked, turned his head to glance around, momentarily dazed for 2 seconds. Once he regained his composure, he awkwardly sat up, his eyes flickering. Ah, right. I dreamt that we were about to push the crystal in a game, but all my teammates died. I opened my mic and started cursing at them. He spoke, his expression filled with indignation. Shu Shu thought to herself that Shu Lingchen would never let her know that he was crying in his dreams. After all, he was a 17-year-old young man. How could he still be crying? If word got out, how could he continue to be the school's bully? The young man raked his damp red, yellow, and blue hair back, earnestly displaying it to Shu Shu. Look, I was so angry I broke a sweat. Shu Shu pointed to the tear stains at the corners of his eyes. And you ended up crying over it? Shu Lingchen instinctively wiped his eyes, stubbornly retorting, well, in the dream, it was a promotion match. It was very important. Shu Shu raised an eyebrow, nodding in understanding. She saw through the fade but chose not to confront it, merely stating, I can't sleep. The sweet water I prepared should be frozen by now. Would you like to drink it together? Without hesitation, Shu Lingchen answered, yes. Eager to skip the current topic, he responded immediately. The key point was that his mother's sweet water was unparalleled. Chapter 19. Dreams come to light thus. In the dead of night, the mother and son sat on high stools at the water bar, sipping sweet water around 3 in the morning. It was mango pudding sago. Shu Lingchen scooped a large spoonful into his mouth, the sweet fruit flesh mingling with the creamy aroma, spreading across his palate. The last time he had tasted his mother's sweet water was 13 years ago. The flavor remained as delightful as ever. The wave of nostalgia washed over him. Shu Lingchen contentedly squinted his eyes, the lingering fear from the nightmare dissipating. He took a few more large mouthfuls, and suddenly remembered something. He looked up at Shu Shu, cautiously asking, Mom, you won't hit me on the head if I sleep in class tomorrow, right? Shu Shu, without lifting her head, replied, if you sleep, I will, but if I don't get enough sleep now, I'll definitely feel drowsy during the day. Shu Shu reassured him, it's fine. A few hits will keep you awake. Shu Lingchen wilted at this, recalling how he had been startled awake by the nightmare. Hearing Shu Shu softly call out to him, Xiaochun, his gaze turned somewhat resentful as he said, Mom, I've noticed you've changed. Shu Shu remained unflustered. Yes, I noted I've become younger and prettier. Shu Lingchen could not refute this statement. But after a moment's consideration, he countered, no, you used to call me Xiaochun so gently, but now you just call me by my full name. Shu Lingchen. Shu Lingchen. It sounds so cold. Mom, do you dislike the grown-up me? As he spoke, his gaze fell, dejected. Upon hearing this, Shu Shu raised her eyes to meet his, scrutinizing him earnestly. Feeling his mother's gaze, Shu Lingchen instinctively straightened his back, hoping to hear comforting words like, how could your mother dislike you? You're overthinking it. Instead, the next moment, he heard Shu Shu let out a long sigh and say, Shu Lingchen, you must understand, no one can be gentle with a little turkey. Shu Lingchen. Huh? What do you mean? Shu Shu glanced at his vividly colored hair. In his childhood, Shu Lingchen was renowned for his looks throughout the neighborhood and kindergarten. He had inherited his father's striking genes, large eyes, double eyelids, and a high nose bridged. He was an adorable, charming little boy who could melt hearts. Back then, Shu Shu's favorite thing was to dress him in various tailored little vests. However, now he had transformed into a punk with ripped pants. Upon catching the unmistakable look of disdain in Shu Shu's eyes, Shu Lingchun felt as though an arrow had struck his knee. He turned his head away, grumbling, "Dislike it? Fine, if you dislike it. So be it. After all, no matter how much you dislike me, I am still your irreplaceable son." Shu Shu couldn't help but smile slightly. This cheeky boy certainly had a knack for self-reassurance. Yes, she gazed at the boy's profile. She recalled the dream she had, where the pitiful little figure curled up on the bed and the now anxious and sobbing Shu Lingchun seemed to merge gradually. She couldn't discern whether it was merely a dream or if it had truly happened. Shu Shu pursed her lips, her gaze lingering on her son, and began, "Xiaochun, I've always wanted to ask you, how did you manage during these 13 years that I was absent?" Shu Lingchun, initially pleased to hear his mother call him Xiaochun again, was about to beam with joy, but upon hearing the latter part of her sentence, his expression faltered. He mumbled, "Didn't I mention it before? Aunt Shu took care of me." Shu Shu pressed, "What I want to know is, after I died, what happened to you?" The dream had felt too real, akin to the dreams she had before her death. "You mentioned before that you resisted the orphanage and foster homes. Was it merely a matter of not wanting to go, or was there another reason?" Shu Lingchen fell silent for a long while before finally speaking. "I resisted going to the orphanage because I had been there before. An aunt inside abused me, falsely accusing me of making a mess with my food, and she would always pinch me." Shu Shu's pupils contracted. The dream was indeed real. She had deliberately dressed him in long sleeves to conceal the bruises on his body, pretending to treat him well in front of others. Shu Lingchun continued, "If it weren't for Aunt Shu reporting her, my situation might not have been discovered so quickly." Shu Shu asked, "Wait, Aunt Shu, as in Shu Lian's mother, she was also at that children's welfare home?" "Yes." Shu Lingchen nodded. "Aunt Shu happened to volunteer at that orphanage and discovered that I was being abused. She immediately reported it to the director, and that woman was taken away by the police." Shu Shu fell into contemplation. It turned out it was Aunt Shu who had helped Shu Lingchun. "Later, I returned to Yujing Yuan, where a young couple wanted to adopt me, which was the foster home." Shu Shu nodded. How were they?" In her dream, she had seen that the couple was very fond of children and patient with Shu Lingchun. However, Shu Lingchen's cold laughter cut through the air. "They were just like that aunt from the orphanage, actors and frauds. Their kindness was all a facade." "Why do you say that?" Shu Lingchen's eyes glimmered with sarcasm. "At first, I thought they genuinely wanted to adopt me. But then I realized they were unable to have children and wanted to take me home to experience what it was like to have a child. They were simultaneously seeing doctors to treat their infertility issues, claiming that once their own child was born, they would abandon me." Thus, Shu Lingchen's resistance towards the young couple stemmed from this reason. "How did you come to know their thoughts?" Shu Lingchen replied. "Aunt Shu told me." Shu Shu was taken aback. Again, Aunt Shu? At that time, Aunt Shu had been taking care of him daily in place of the property management, and she had overheard the couple's phone call with the doctor. Shu Lingchen recalled that day. Aunt Shu held him tightly in her arms, her face filled with concern, repeatedly murmuring, "Our Xiaochun has truly suffered. That couple is like wolves and tigers. One day they will have their own child, and then throw Xiaochun back to the orphanage without a second thought. Oh dear, what will happen to Xiaochun then?" At that time, Shu Lingchun had already developed a reflexive aversion to the word orphanage. Upon hearing it, he would involuntarily tremble. Instantly, all fondness he had for the young couple evaporated, replaced by a strong sense of resistance. Thus, on the day he was supposed to be taken by them to their new family, he resisted vehemently and ultimately did not go if it weren't for Aunt Shu. "I can't imagine what kind of hellish life I would be living now." Shu Shu maintained a stoic expression, thinking to herself that his current life wasn't much better. From that point on, Aunt Shu had consistently taken care of me, along with Chu Chu. Shu Lingchen's eyes brightened at the mention of Chu Lian, a hint of shyness flashing across his face. "For a while, I became reticent. No one at school wanted to play with me, except for Chu Chu. She accompanied me to school, shared meals with me." Chapter 20. The born bad luck star. At that time, Shu Lingchun was in the 4th grade. Several troublemakers at school bullied him, taunting him for not having a father and claiming he had caused his mother's death, saying he was a born bad luck star, and that anyone who got close would suffer misfortune. They threw his backpack into a ditch and tore his textbooks to shreds. Shu Lingchen curled up on the ground, desperately covering his ears. trying to block out the pricking words that he vaguely recalled being bullied in kindergarten, only to have his mother fiercely chase those bullies away. But now, there was no one to protect him. Just then, a tender female voice descended from above. It was Chu Lian. She was the model student in the eyes of the teachers, the apple of their eye. The troublemakers were terrified that Chu Lian would tell the teachers. And at the first warning, they fled in panic. Shan, are you okay? She gently helped Shu Lingshan rise from the ground. As he opened his eyes in a daze, he was greeted by the sight of a delicate, fair-skinned girl. Her expression was one of concern and care as she looked at him. The sunlight streamed in from behind, enveloping her in a warm golden halo, illuminating the dullness of Shu Lingshan's world at that moment. Chu Lian meticulously used a damp tissue to clean the dirt from his backpack, and then she carefully repaired the torn pages of his books with transparent tape, saying, "It's a bit shabby. Shan, I've really tried my best." She stuck out her tongue apologetically. Shu Lingshan shook his head, cradling his textbooks as if they were precious treasures. "No, you've done wonderfully. It's even better than a new book." "Thank you, Chu Chu. That." She broke into a smile. "Silly Shan, you must learn to be strong too. What if one day someone bullies me?" Shu Lingshan solemnly promised. "Chu Chu, don't worry, I will become strong and protect you." "All right. Aunt Chu and I have always taken care of you. Once, when I had a high fever in the middle of the night, Aunt Chu carried me to the hospital in the pouring rain. After my fever broke, Aunt Chu fell ill due to that heavy rain, and her health became frail. She needs a special medicine to maintain her daily strength." Shu Lingshan looked at Shu Shu and squeezed the handle of his spoon. "Mom, Aunt Chu and her daughter have been really good to me." Shu Shu fell silent for a moment. How should she respond? Hearing this, it was quite a touching story of redemption. Finally, she began to understand why Shu Lingshan held the Chu family in such high regard. However, the Chu mother and daughter that Shu Lingshan spoke of were completely different from the ones she had encountered herself. If they were truly so kind, why did they make Shu Lingshan rent a place and live in a mansion themselves? Why did they go to such lengths to squeeze every last bit of his living expenses while watching him live in poverty? Such actions could not possibly be those of benevolent individuals. Something was definitely amiss. "Mom?" Shu Lingshan noticed Shu Shu lost in thought and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Shu Shu supported her chin with her hand. "I was wondering, since Chu Lian is so good to you, why does it seem like your relationship at school isn't very close? Hardly anyone knows that you know each other privately, and she doesn't speak up when others insult you, right?" I asked Chu Chu to pretend not to know me. Shu Lingshan self-deprecatingly tugged at his lips. "I'm not a good student and a bit of a delinquent. Being with Chu Chu would ruin her reputation as a model student. My feelings for her are one-sided." "So, that means she doesn't like you?" "Chu Chu is an excellent girl. She says she only wants to focus on her studies for now and will consider relationships after graduation." Shu Shu chuckled. "If she only wants to study well, why is she spending your money?" Not clearly stating her feelings, neither rejecting nor accepting you, while comfortably living in your mansion, Shu Lingshan retorted, "I willingly spend money on Chu Chu. She has never asked me for anything. She isn't materialistic. Chu Lian might as well reach into your pocket." Shu Lingshan's gaze turned resolute. "I will wait until the day Chu Chu graduates to confess my feelings." "Wow," Shu Shu said, expressionless, giving him a thumbs up at such a young age, declaring such profound feelings. "My son is indeed a romantic, a big fool, transformed into a fool by manipulation." Looking at her son's innocent and hopeful face, Shu Shu felt a twinge of concern that Shu Lingshan might be caught in a long-term scam by the Chu mother and daughter. It was getting late, so she suggested they sleep early. After all, school awaited them in the morning. Shu Shu stood up, placed the 2 empty bowls into the dishwasher, and returned to her room. Instead of lying down immediately, she opened her phone and began fiddling with it. Within 30 seconds, a new message arrived. "Dear Black Gold user, are you sure you want to set the trajectory of your insurance fund to a 99.99 loss rate?" Without hesitation, Shu Shu replied. "Confirmed." The response came swiftly. "Okay, your request has been processed. The expected profit for this insurance fund next month is 200 yuan. Shu Shu twirled her phone between her fingers, leaning against a soft pillow. It was time for her, as a mother, to give her son a lesson. This lesson was titled, "Without material support, familial affection is but a pile of loose sand." Shu Shu glanced at the calendar. Today was the last day of the month. A smile crept onto her lips as she set her phone down, adjusted the light to sleep mode, and wrapped herself in her blanket, closing her eyes to sleep. The next day, throughout the morning, Shu Lingqian was absorbed in his phone during breaks, clicking, refreshing, and re-entering the app, his expression one of disbelief. Shu Shu pretended not to notice, until lunchtime, when the bell rang, and everyone headed to the cafeteria. Shu Lingqian remained seated, unmoving. When Polo called him to join for a meal, he waved his hand to indicate he wasn't hungry, and Polo left with the others. Shu Shu watched from the side. "You had a sandwich this morning. How could you not be hungry now?" Hearing this, Shu Lingqian looked around the classroom, and upon confirming that no one was present, he lamented, "Mom, I'm bankrupt. The insurance fund has lost everything, and my living expenses for next month are only 200 yuan. Shu Lingqian had merely 28 cents left in his balance. Originally, he had hoped to stretch it to tomorrow when the new month's allowance of 5,000 yuan would arrive, but instead, he received a loss notification early in the morning. He was utterly dismayed. "Is it the fund I bought for you long ago?" Shu Shu approached to look at Shu Lingqian's phone, feigning surprise that, "Oh dear, it truly is. It's even greener than the Hulk." Shu Lingqian was on the verge of tears. "Mom, I might have to live on the wind." Chapter 21. Peach Blossom Eyes. Hearing Shu Lingqian's words, Shu Shu thought to herself that even without the fund losing money, his life would be akin to living on the wind. "Give me your meal card. I'll top it up for you." Shu Shu extended her hand. "You can manage breakfast and dinner at home. That way, you won't have to live on the wind." Shu Lingqian looked up, his face filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Mom." In the end, he still asked, "Mom, this fund won't stay in the red forever, right?" Shu Shu could only regretfully inform him, "You better prepare yourself. As long as I'm around, this fund won't be seeing any profits." Shu Lingqian looked dejected, sighed, and muttered, "I was planning to buy Chu Chu a new wardrobe. But now I can't." Shu Shu smiled and patted his shoulder. "It's okay, son, that I believe Chu Chu won't blame you. She isn't that kind of materialistic girl. How could she possibly be upset over something so trivial?" Shu Lingqian wholeheartedly agreed with the latter part of Shu Shu's statement, proudly lifting his chin. "Exactly. Recently, a new dessert shop opened near the 3rd middle school. Its exquisite pastries and decor resembling a flower house attracted many food influencers to visit and check in." Shu Shu stumbled upon a post about the shop on a certain platform, and it piqued her interest. She could never resist delicious food, so after school, she urged Shu Lingqian to accompany her to try it out. Once they entered and found a seat, Shu Shu ordered a plethora of treats. Various petite and delectable desserts were served on beautiful porcelain plates, arranged on a small round table covered with a lace tablecloth. Creating a visual feast, Shu Shu immediately took out her phone to take pictures. Shu Lingqian stood by, acting as her assistant. After she finished taking a photo, he would carry the dessert away. They spent a good 10 minutes on this. Watching his mother enjoy herself, Shu Lingqian recalled how she had always taken photos before eating. A woman from Huagua, who must document everything. As they continued, the wind chime hanging on the sweet shop's wooden door chimed, signaling the arrival of a new customer. "Hello, I would like a piece of strawberry yogurt mousse." A soft female voice floated through. The waitress, looking apologetic, replied, "I'm sorry, but the last piece of strawberry yogurt mousse was just sold." Shu Shu moved her phone aside and glanced at the mousse in front of her. She then looked up and noticed a plump figure standing outside the display window. It was a girl. Despite the warm weather, she was dressed in extremely loose long sleeves and pants, her hair down, and a white mask covering her face, leaving only her eyes visible. Upon hearing the waitress's announcement, one could sense her disappointment from a distance. It seemed she had come specifically for that dessert, only to find it unavailable. A thought sparked in Shu Shu's mind, and she raised her hand. "The last piece of strawberry yogurt mousse is right here." Both the waitress and the girl turned to look at her. Shu Shu addressed the girl. Little classmate, I haven't touched the mousse yet. I've only taken a photo. If you don't mind, I can give it to you." The girl's gaze fell on the mousse, her eyes shining with hope. "Really? Is that true?" "Of course." Shu Shu, somewhat inconvenienced, instructed the waiter to package the mousse. She then lightly patted Shu Lingqian on the shoulder and commanded, "Deliver it, though." Shu Lingqian, holding the small paper box, halted before the girl, extending his arm nonchalantly. "Here." Yet the girl did not take it. Instinctively, she retreated 2 steps, lowering her head while her hands nervously clutched the strap of her canvas bag. "Hey, take it." Shu Lingqian, perplexed, stepped forward again. The girl mirrored his movement, stepping back once more, appearing visibly anxious and fearful. Shu Lingqian was left in utter confusion. From a distance, Shu Shu observed, feeling disdain for her son. The epitome of a clumsy, straight man, oblivious to the girl's clear discomfort with close proximity that in contemporary terms. One might say she was afflicted with severe social anxiety, especially given the boy's apparent delinquent demeanor. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Shu Shu approached, took the moose from Shu Lingchen's hands, and placed it on a nearby table. She then spoke softly, "Dear student, do not be afraid. He may look unappealing, but he is not a bad person. The moose is here for you to at that moment." Shu Lingchen remained silent. The gentle and melodious voice reached the girl's ears, prompting her to lift her gaze. Surprised that Shu Shu had noticed her discomfort and was willing to accommodate her, her eyes sparkled with gratitude, and a soft, muffled voice emerged from beneath her mask. "Thank you. How much is it?" "I'll transfer you the money." Shu Shu met her gaze. The girl's face, plump and cherubic beneath the mask, revealed flawless, fair skin and a pair of charming, almond-shaped eyes. What an adorable girl, while Shu Shu admired her. The girl, in turn, took in Shu Shu's features, momentarily stunned, before lowering her head once more, her fingers clutching the bag strap. But this time, it was not out of nervousness. Rather, it seemed to be shyness. Her mind was filled with thoughts of how beautiful the sister before her was. Shu Shu waved her hand dismissively. "No need, it's my treat." With that, she returned to her seat. Pei Muin stole another glance at Shu Shu's retreating figure, holding the moose box. Her spirits lifted as she prepared to leave the dessert shop. As she pushed open the door, she encountered a group entering, and as they brushed past, one person muttered, seriously, with a figure like that, still wanting dessert, such a nuisance. Instantly, she tightened her grip on the box. Her plump fingers clenching, and a shadow fell across her face as her previous cheer evaporated. Zhang Lu turned, eyeing the hurried girl outside, her expression dripping with disdain. With that physique, she must weigh over 180 pounds. "My goodness, Xiao Lian, you're practically doubled." "Lulu, don't say such things." Chu Lian glanced at Zhang Lu, her lips disapproving, though her face betrayed little of that sentiment. The group stood at the entrance, unabashedly scrutinizing the chubby girl. And the next moment, they witnessed her board a sleek, black car adorned with a golden statue in the front, a luxury vehicle, and a Beijing license plate. Chu Lian paused, recognizing it as an extravagant car. The group was clearly taken aback that the girl they had just discussed so carelessly came from a wealthy background. It's just a Rolls-Royce. What's so impressive about that? Zhang Lu scoffed, grinning at Chu Lian. Xiao Lian's dad has a Rolls-Royce too. He even showed me pictures before. The girls nearby looked at Chu Lian with admiration. Wow. Chu Lian's eyes flickered, redirecting the conversation. "Let us find a place to sit." As they chatted, they settled into the dessert shop, and someone couldn't help but exclaim, "This dessert shop is truly grand and beautiful. No wonder that blogger with 5 million followers came here. The prices are also quite lovely." One girl gasped upon seeing the menu. A small slice of cake costs 1/15. The atmosphere fell silent. They had known about this popular shop for quite some time, but as students, they could hardly afford it. "Chu Lian, do you really want to treat us? Wouldn't that be too extravagant?" Chu Lian, maintaining her composure, replied, "I think the desserts are quite affordable. Just order whatever you like." After all, she could easily cover the cost. Calculating the days, she knew that a new monthly allowance of 50,000 would be credited to Shu Lingchen's account soon. Chapter 22. Shu Lingchen, do you have no shame? Upon hearing Chu Lian's words, the group's eyes lit up, immediately beckoning the waiter to order a small cake each. The saying "you get what you pay for" certainly held true. As everyone took their first bite of cake, delight and surprise washed over them. "This is so delicious. Thank you, Chu Lian, for treating us to such exquisite cake." Who, within the school, had been spreading rumors that Chu Lian was not a wealthy heiress. With such pricey desserts offered without hesitation, if Chu Lian wasn't a wealthy heiress, who could possibly be? Zhang Lu snapped photos of the cake in front of her, commenting, "A bunch of fools. Xiao Lian has said it was just a misunderstanding caused by her dad's assistant. Such a careless assistant deserves to be fired." A nearby girl chimed in indignantly. "When we get back, I'll start a thread on the forum to expose those who spread rumors." Chu Lian listened, a flicker of darkness passing through her eyes. This was not her first time treating others. She was always generous with her spending, which is why her image as a wealthy heiress remained unshaken. She had never expected that Shu Lingchen's house would be reclaimed, causing her such embarrassment over the weekend. Today, she had specifically brought people here to treat them, needing to restore her image. She fiddled with her small silver spoon. She opened her phone to check if Shu Lingchen had transferred the money. With a similar excuse as before, she texted, "Ah Chun, what do you think of these newly released shoes? I really adore this fresh color." In less than 20 seconds, her phone vibrated. Chu Lian's lips curled into a smile as she prepared to click into the chat with Shu Lingchen to accept the transfer, only to see his reply. "They look great. Your taste is truly commendable, Chu Chu." That was it? Chu Lian froze. Just a single reply. "Where's the money?" She lingered on the chat interface, waiting, but the transfer did not arrive. Biting her lip, she typed out, "What a pity. They read just too expensive. I can't afford them." Crying emoji. Typically, whenever she sent such a message, Shu Lingchen would promptly send her money. And sure enough, the next moment, a transfer notification appeared. As Chu Lian's smile began to return. She froze upon seeing the transfer amount. "Shu Lingchen has transferred you 200 yuan. 200? Shu Lingchen usually transferred at least 666. When had he ever sent such a meager sum? What was going on?" Just as Chu Lian was in shock, Zhang Lu suddenly exclaimed, "Shu Lingchen." Chu Lian immediately looked up. Indeed, she spotted Shu Lingchen carrying several small paper boxes. She was somewhat surprised to see him here. Shu Lingchen also noticed Chu Lian. For a fleeting moment, his face lit up with surprise, but upon seeing the classmates around Chu Lian, he quickly masked his expression. "Shu Lingchen, what are you doing here?" Zhang Lu stood up, positioning herself protectively in front of Chu Lian, her voice laced with indignation. "Are you deliberately stalking Xiao Lian? Do you have no shame? Xiao Lian has rejected you countless times." Such shameless accusations were all too familiar to Shu Lingchen, and he had grown accustomed to them. However, he frowned and explained, "I'm not stalking." Zhang Lu scoffed mockingly, her eyes filled with disdain as she scrutinized Shu Lingchen. "Still pretending. The items in this shop aren't cheap. Can a penniless delinquent like you afford them? If you're not stalking, how come you're here?" Shu Lingchen, uninterested in engaging in a verbal spat with a girl, especially one who was a friend of Chu Lian's, chose to retreat. Just as he decided to refrain from further argument, a languid female voice interjected, "So, did you take over this shop? Are you the only one allowed here?" Shu Shu approached. Zhang Lu was momentarily taken aback. Shu Shu smiled slightly. "Oh, classmate, it's you. May I ask if you fulfilled your previous promise to eat feces?" Zhang Lu. The other girls exchanged glances, recalling the explosive thread that had surfaced on the forum last weekend about the new transfer student, Shu Shu, whose family was exceptionally wealthy, residing in a more than 600 square meter luxury apartment. That in comparison, she was even wealthier than the school's belle, Chu Lian. Alongside the revelations was Zhang Lu's boastful comment. If Shu Shu were a 1600 property owner, she would eat feces. Faced with Shu Shu's question, Zhang Lu's eyes darted. I was just joking. Why should I fulfill it? Why do you keep bringing it up?" Shu Shu nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, I thought you had already discreetly fulfilled it in private. Otherwise, why would your breath be so foul when you speak?" "You." Zhang Lu's face flushed crimson, ready to retort. Shu Shu simply pinched her nose disdainfully, wrinkling her brow as if Zhang Lu's words indeed carried a foul odor. Zhang Lu was infuriated. Shu Shu then grabbed Shu Lingchen by the collar. "Let us go." With 2 bags on his back and his hands filled with takeout boxes of cake, Shu Lingchen was thus led away by Shu Shu. It took a moment for everyone to process the situation. Shu Lingchen had not been stalking Chu Lian. He had come here with Shu Shu. After they departed, discussions erupted at the table. It was the first time anyone had seen Shu Lingchen so close to another girl. What is their relationship? Why are they together at the dessert shop? It seems that Shu Lingchen is rather attentive to that transfer student. Everyone collectively turned to observe Chu Lian's expression. However, at that moment, Chu Lian had no time to concern herself with this. She had anticipated that Shu Lingchen would at least transfer a few thousand to her. Yet to her surprise, he only sent 200. How would she manage to cover the bill later? Chu Lian had never grasped the concept of saving money. She always spent as much as Shu Lingchen transferred. Since he received a monthly allowance of 50,000, why would she need to save? Thus, at that moment, her total balance amounted to merely a few dozen yuan. Meanwhile, the bill on the table indicated that the 7 desserts totaled nearly 900. Chu Lian felt a tightening in her chest. In haste, she sent another message to Shu Lingchen. "Aiken, these shoes are quite expensive. 200 isn't enough." Her hint was quite evident. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no reply from Shu Lingchen. What on earth was going on with him? Eugene Garden 1600. Shu Shu was nestled on the sofa, playing a match 3 game, while Shu Lingqin's old phone lay on the coffee table. It was an outdated model with a physical button at the bottom of the screen. If Shu Shu had not misjudged at the dessert shop, then the phone in Chu Lian's hand was the same latest model as hers. That moment, Shu Lingqin's phone repeatedly lit up. And without needing to guess, Shu Shu knew who was sending messages and for what purpose, yet she ignored it. In the kitchen, Shu Lingqin was methodically organizing the desserts he had brought back from the dessert shop into the refrigerator. Upon retrieving the last box, he discovered a pink heart-shaped sticky note at the very bottom, featuring a line of neat handwriting that unmistakably belonged to a girl. "Thank you for the mousse." "What is this?" Shu Shu turned to look back, saying, "I saw that little girl at the dessert shop. She paid for our bill when she left." When the server informed Shu Shu of this, she was quite taken aback. What a kind-hearted child. However, they had only treated her to a slice of mousse. For some reason, the image of those beautiful peach blossom eyes surfaced in Shu Shu's mind, stirring an inexplicable softness in her heart. Chapter 23. Borrowing 500 years from heaven again. "Aiken, what did you mean yesterday when you said you only had 200 on WeChat?" In the living room of the Chu residence, Chu Lian was restless, watching Shu Lingqin, who was engrossed in repairing a chair, and tentatively asked, "Isn't the insurance fund your mother bought for you supposed to yield 50,000 every month? Where is the money?" Shu Lingqin paused his hammering, looked up, and somewhat embarrassedly replied, "The fund has lost value. Last month's yield was only 200. What?" A sound of shattering glass echoed through the room. Chu's mother, disregarding the shards on the floor, approached with a look of disbelief. "Xiao Chun, what did you just say?" Shu Lingqin scratched his head and repeated the information, then pulled out his phone to show the fund details. Chu Lian and her mother leaned in eagerly to see the yield for the current month displayed, 200.25. That the two women from the Chu family felt as if the sky had fallen. Chu Lian bit her lip. No wonder Shu Lingqin only transferred 200 at the dessert shop. It turned out he was out of money. The loss of the house in Eugene Garden had nearly shattered her image as a pampered young lady. And now that the monthly 50,000 was gone, how could she maintain her extravagant lifestyle in the future? Chu Lian felt her world tilt, and she urgently asked Shu Lingqin, "Wasn't the fund stable before? How could it suddenly drop so severely? Will it ever recover?" "I don't know. It's likely very difficult to bounce back," Shu Lingqin said, shaking his head as he recalled Shu Shu's words. Noticing Chu Lian's pallor, he assumed she was concerned for him and reassured her, "It's all right, Chu. Even though the fund is gone, I can still afford to eat." His mother had recharged his meal card, and he still had a place to stay. In that sense, the fund's performance had no significant impact on his life. Seeing Shu Lingqin's carefree demeanor, a flicker of disdain crossed Chu Lian's eyes. This self-indulgent fool. Yet she concealed her feelings, instead feigning concern. "But Aiken, what about Mom's special medication? There's only enough for half a week left. Without it, she will suffer again. Can't we find another solution for the fund issue?" As soon as Chu Lian finished speaking, her mother paused for a moment, then immediately raised her hand to clutch her chest, sighing dramatically as if in pain. When Shu Lingqin returned to Eugene Garden 1600, he heard the DJ version of Borrowing 500 Years from Heaven playing from the surround sound system, which had cost over 800,000. In the kitchen, Shu Shu, donning an apron, wielded a spatula like a microphone, passionately singing along to the music. "I really want to live 500 more years," she sang with great enthusiasm, as if performing at a concert in the bird's nest, engaging with the ingredients on the cutting board. "Hey, garlic, so nice to see you. Carrot, come join in. Beef slices, wave your hands." Shu Lingqin was no stranger to this scene. It could be understood as a ritual that his mother performed while cooking. During dinner, Shu Lingqin glanced across the table at Shu Shu, hesitating to speak. "If you have something to say, just say it," she replied, not looking up from her bowl. "Mom, can you lend me some money?" Shu Shu paused in her chewing of the carrot, realizing that the Chu family must have found out about the fund's decline. She casually asked, "What do you need the money for? Did I not mention before that when Aunt Chu carried me to the hospital in the rain, she fell ill and needs special medication to alleviate her condition? That medication is particularly expensive, but now that my fund has dropped." Shu Shu had seen Shu Lingqin's bills. Out of his monthly allowance of 50,000, a significant portion went towards Aunt Chu's special medication, which cost over 5,000 each time. This had been ongoing for 7 or 8 years, even until now. Shu Shu recalled seeing Aunt Chu looking vibrant just last weekend. How could she be sick? She glanced at her oblivious son and asked nonchalantly, "What special medication? What's it called? And what does it treat?" "It's a type of imported prescription medication that alleviates chest pain. Oh, do you directly transfer the money for the medication to Aunt Chu?" Shuling Chun, puzzled by Shu Shu's inquiry, shook his head. "No, I go and buy the medication for her. Is that so?" Shu Shu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "All right, you don't need to borrow money for the medication. I'll cover it." Upon hearing this, Shuling Chen's face lit up with joy as he quickly took out his phone to inform Chu Lien of this good news, telling her that Aunt Chu's special medication was secured. Shu Shu watched her son, who was grinning like a fool, with curiosity about what this special medication truly was. The next day after school, Shu Shu and Shuling Chun took a taxi. Typically, prescriptions require a hospital visit. Yet Shuling Chun did not provide the driver with the address of any hospital. The taxi ultimately stopped in front of a pharmacy. Shu Shu examined the pharmacy. It was of a moderate size. The kind of well-known chain store. Shuling Chun walked in with familiarity, and a woman in a white coat at the counter clearly recognized him. Upon seeing him, her face broke into a smile. "Xiao Chun. Here to pick up medicine for Aunt Chu?" "Yes," Shuling Chun nodded. "I've prepared it for you in advance. I was just waiting for you to come and get it." The woman, wearing a sales clerk's badge, turned to open the cabinet and retrieved a packaged bag, placing it on the counter. "It's a month's supply. Take it twice a day. You can scan to pay." Shuling Chun looked at Shu Shu, who approached and directed her gaze at the bag of medication. She opened the bag and found 7 or 8 palm-sized white bottles inside. Shu Shu casually picked up one of the bottles. Noting that the label was covered in fine print in English, she glanced down, seeing a series of professional pharmaceutical names, confirming that it indeed appeared to be imported. However, none of the ingredients suggested any efficacy for treating chest pain. The woman in the white coat frowned. "Hey, what are you doing?" "I'm a classmate of Shuling Chun." Shu Shu maintained a calm demeanor while fabricating a lie. Her phone was broken, and she needed my assistance to cover her medical expenses. Beside her, Shu Lingchen inquired, "When did her phone break?" The woman, perceiving Shu Shu's innocent appearance, clad in the same school uniform as Shu Lingchen, was convinced. She gestured towards the payment code, saying, "Oh, if that's the case, please scan the code." However, Shu Shu did not reach for her phone. Instead, she unscrewed the cap of a medicine bottle. The bottle was unsealed, revealing the white pills inside. Shu Shu brought the bottle to her nose and inhaled its scent. "What are you doing?" the woman exclaimed, startled, causing Shu Lingchen to jump in surprise. Chapter 24. Is she not just an ordinary high school student? Shu Shu looked up, catching a fleeting glimpse of tension on the woman's face. "I must say, young lady, how can you handle a patient's medication so recklessly? Do you not realize that this could easily contaminate the pills? This imported special medication is quite expensive." Shu Shu smirked and asked, "Is this truly the special medicine that treats heart pain?" "Indeed, what else could it be?" the woman in the white coat replied, her gaze skeptical, her expression darkening as she turned to Shu Lingchen, accusingly stating, "Xiao Chun, what's the matter with your classmate? Why is she tampering with the medicine? Is she afraid I might be deceiving her?" Before Shu Lingchen could respond, she continued, "How long have you been receiving medicine from me? Has Aunt Chu ever had any issues?" No, Lu Auntie, you misunderstand," Shu Lingchen replied, puzzled, looking at Shu Shu with a silent expression of confusion. "Mom, what's going on?" My apologies, I was merely curious," Shu Shu said, putting the medicine bottle back and obediently pulling out her phone to point it at the payment code. "It's a total of 5,001, correct?" "Yes," the woman replied. Upon hearing the successful payment notification, her expression softened. Yet, in the next moment, Shu Shu, without a hint of hesitation, exited the payment interface and immediately switched to the dialing function, decisively pressing the numbers 110. Amidst the astonished gazes of Shu Lingchen and the woman, Shu Shu held the phone to her ear, clearly stating, "Hello, I would like to report a crime. There is a pharmacy here selling counterfeit drugs." With both witnesses and evidence present, coincidentally, the police station was next door. Within 2 minutes, 2 officers arrived, one wearing a body camera, asking, "Who called the police?" just as Shu Shu was about to raise her hand. The woman in the white coat interjected, "Misunderstanding. Officers, it's all a misunderstanding." She shot Shu Shu a reproachful glance before addressing the police. "This young girl is merely playing a prank. She is just a student and knows nothing." She can't even understand foreign language labels. Before she could finish her sentence, Shu Shu seized a bottle of medicine and recited several English pharmaceutical terms fluently. Then why don't you explain which of these ingredients is effective for treating heart pain? The woman fell silent, her expression one of shock, as if to say, how can she articulate these drug names so fluently? Isn't she just an ordinary high school student? With her arms crossed, Shu Shu remarked. The pills inside this bottle have nothing to do with the description on the label. They are all vitamins. Please don't tell me these are the imported vitamins that cure heart pain. As the last words left her lips, the woman's face drained of color, her eyes widening in terror. How? How do you know? Even as she sat in the police station's lobby, Shu Lingqian remained in a daze. Just after Shu Shu completed her statement, an officer approached to inform them that the woman in the white coat had confessed. The contents of the bottle were indeed not the so-called special medication for heart pain. The packaging was from an empty bottle of a certain health supplement, and the contents were merely vitamins. This is outrageous, Shu Lingqian exclaimed, rising to his feet, his face pale with anger, fists clenched, wishing to confront the woman in the white coat. She is indeed a fraud. He looked at Shu Shu with a sense of relief, whispering, Mom, you're amazing. You could tell there was something wrong with the medicine if we had bought that for Aunt Shu. It would have been a serious problem. That heartless woman. Shu Shu raised an eyebrow but remained silent, thinking to herself, you naive child, things are not so simple. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the lobby. On what grounds are you arresting me? What crime have I committed? The voice sounded eerily familiar, prompting Shu Lingqian to turn around, only to be taken aback. Aunt Shu? The two female officers were none other than those apprehending Chu's mother. Aunt Shu, what are you doing here? One officer explained. This individual is connected to a fraud case, and we are bringing her in for questioning. Fraud case? Shu Lingqian was stunned, his first reaction being disbelief. How could Aunt Shu be involved in a fraud case? To his surprise, one of the female officers looked over at him and asked, Are you Shu Lingqian? Yes, he replied. The officer nodded. Very well, please come over and provide a statement. You are a victim in this fraud case. Shu Lingqian was utterly confused. What on earth? Shu Shu quietly observed as her son entered the office, calm as if she anticipated the events that would unfold. Oh dear, my little dimwit son is about to receive a profound life lesson. Shu Lingqian was utterly bewildered. He sat at the desk. The officer across from him began to inquire. How long have you been purchasing special medication from this pharmacy? Shu Lingqian thought for a moment. Almost 8 years, buying it once a month. Has there been any interruption during that time? No. How could there be? This is Aunt Chu's life-saving medication. How much does each purchase cost? It's always been 5,001. I see, the officer noted as they typed on their keyboard, continuing. This Luo Ping, whom you refer to as Aunt Chu, what is your relationship with her? Without hesitation, Shu Lingqian replied, she is family, an elder. According to our information, there is no blood relation between you. She is still my elder. The officer further asked, did you buy this special medication for Luo Ping, or did she request you to buy it for her? Shu Lingqian, puzzled, responded, why are you asking me this? Please cooperate with the inquiry. Did you buy it voluntarily, or did Luo Ping ask you to? Shu Lingqian exhaled, I bought it voluntarily, when I was a child and had a fever. Aunt Chu braved the rain to take me to the hospital, which left her with health issues. She needs this special medication. Otherwise, she suffers from heart pain. It's the least I can do for Aunt Chu. Whether it was his imagination or not, after he finished speaking, the two officers exchanged a glance filled with evident sympathy before turning back to him. What is going on? Shu Lingqian wondered. The officer turned the laptop around, displaying the screen to him, saying, please take a look at this. Shu Lingqian, utterly baffled, glanced over. The space bar was pressed, and a video began to play, set in the police station's interrogation room, featuring the woman from the pharmacy sitting in the center. The severity of selling counterfeit drugs is not to be taken lightly. It is a serious criminal offense, and those responsible may face imprisonment. Clearly, the woman in the video realized this as well. Crying out in distress, I did not harm anyone. This was a scheme I concocted with Luo Ping. She deceived that boy, Shu Lingqian, into believing her health deteriorated because she took him to the hospital, compelling him to spend 5,000 each month on this special medication, which is actually just vitamins. Luo Ping was fully aware. Chapter 25. There was never any illness. Shu Lingqian felt as if his mind had exploded. He recognized every word spoken by the woman in the white coat, yet he could not comprehend the meaning behind them. Her words continued to echo in his ears. "Officer, I confess. I will tell you everything. Luo Ping and I initially met while playing mahjong at a parlor that I worked at the pharmacy, and since Shu Lingchen was an orphan, receiving a monthly allowance of 50,000, she set her sights on his living expenses. Wanting to make some money, and enlisted my help, promising me a cut of the profits that I hesitated at first, but as I saw no repercussions, I thought it was a risk-free way to make money. So I agreed to this long-term collaboration with Luo Ping. She is slandering Aunt Shu." Before the video finished, Shu Lingchen stood up in agitation, pointing at the laptop, declaring she is fabricating lies to absolve herself. Aunt Shu could never be that kind of person. However, the officers then presented Shu Lingchen with the evidence provided by the woman in the white coat. His gaze fell on a remarkably familiar profile picture, Aunt Shu's common WeChat avatar. The woman in the white coat was evidently clever enough to save all the chat records and transfer details from when Aunt Shu initially sought her cooperation, seemingly prepared for the day the truth would come to light. The officer stated, "We have verified that all the transactions were initiated and received by Luo Ping herself, and according to the hospital's response, Luo Ping has always been in good health, without any serious illnesses." A few moments ago, Shu Lingchen was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why he had fallen victim to a scam. Now, clarity dawned upon him. The young man stood frozen in place, struggling to process the situation. His lips moved, yet he continued to shake his head, insisting, I still don't believe it that I need to confront Aunt Shu in person." The two police officers exchanged glances once more. Such confrontations were not uncommon at the precinct. Very well. Meanwhile, Aunt Shu was being questioned in the adjacent room. One of the officers gestured for Shu Lingchen to follow, but he remained lost in a daze that he found it nearly impossible to reconcile his recollections of the amiable Aunt Shu with the avaricious persona depicted in the chat logs. Aunt Shu had deceived him. Her health had never been in jeopardy. Did Chu Chu know about this? As Shu Lingchen pondered, a tearful female voice called out. Chun. He looked up to see Chu Lian. Her eyes red-rimmed, arriving in haste due to Aunt Chu's apprehension. She was on the verge of tears. That Chun. I never imagined my mother would do something so foolish. I can hardly bear to face you. Shu Lingchen gleaned information from her words. It turned out that Chu Chu was also unaware of the situation. Chun, I will accompany you. Chu Lian, having overheard the earlier conversation, stepped forward, her voice trembling with emotion. I want to ask my mother why she did this. Shu Lingchen, of course, could not refuse. Inside the interrogation room, Aunt Chu appeared aware that the woman in the white coat had completely sold her out. Upon seeing Shu Lingchen enter, her gaze flickered with avoidance. Aunt Chu, Shu Lingchen's voice was dry. Is what the police said true? You were never unwell? Aunt Chu stammered, failing to provide a direct answer. Observing her demeanor, Shu Lingchen's heart sank. Disappointment and trepidation coursed through him. Aunt Chu had indeed deceived him. Mother, you've gone too far, Chu Lian suddenly interjected, casting a glance at Shu Lingchen, her words laced with indignation. How could you do such a thing? You could end up in prison. At the mention of prison, Aunt Chu's face blanched. No, I don't want to go to jail. Now you're scared. Where was your concern before? Do you realize how much you've hurt Chen? Chu Lian's tone was resolute. After speaking, she turned to Shu Lingchen, softening her voice. Chen, my mother has indeed committed a grave mistake. I apologize on her behalf. Can you find it in your heart to grant her a chance to admit her wrongdoing, considering she has taken care of you since childhood? Yes, Xiao Chun. Aunt Chu, momentarily slow to comprehend, grasped Shu Lingchen's hand across the table, beginning her plea. Xiao Chun, I was simply bewitched by my own folly. It was all my fault. That I apologize to you. You have every right to resent me, but think of it this way. I reported that abusive woman who sent you to the welfare institution. I warned you about that couple who sought to adopt you with ulterior motives. Though you truly wish to repay kindness with malice by sending me to prison? Shu Lingchen hesitated. Indeed, had it not been for Aunt Chu, no one would have known about his mistreatment. Had she not alerted him, he would surely have faced abandonment in his new home. Her words struck a chord deep within him, and upon exiting the interrogation room, he wore a dazed expression, as if ensnared in a fog of confusion. Chen, I'm so sorry, Chu Lian said with remorse, tears streaming down her face. I'm truly sorry for causing you distress. Her naturally innocent appearance became even more pitiful in her sorrow. For Shu Lingchen, nothing was more disarming than Chu Lian's tears. Upon hearing her cry, he was filled with a sense of urgency. Chu Chu, please don't cry. This isn't your fault. Catching sight of Shu Lingchen's pained expression, Chu Lian tilted her head, asking, "Ah Chun, what will happen if my mother goes to jail? Can you promise not to press charges against her?" Originally lost in thought due to Aunt Chu's earlier remarks. Upon seeing Chu Lian in such distress, Shu Lingchen set aside his own feelings of betrayal and hastily reassured her. Chu, I won report Aunt Chu. Chu Lian immediately burst into grateful tears. Really? Thank you. Ah Chun, does this mean my mother won have to go to prison? It might not be that simple. A languid female voice interrupted Chu Lian. Shu Lingchen and Chu Lian turned in unison to see Shu Shu leaning casually against the corridor wall. Arms crossed. Chu Lian, your understanding of the law appears rather limited. Your mother has defrauded Shu Lingchen of nearly 500,000 yuan for medicine. If you wish for leniency, she must first repay the entirety of what she has swindled from him. Chu Lian's tear-streaked face froze for a moment. The money had long been spent, not to mention returning it all. Even half was beyond their means. Ah Chun, I heard that obtaining a letter of understanding from the victim can lead to leniency. Chu Lian resumed, her voice quavering as she gazed imploringly at Shu Lingchen. Please, could you assist my mother? Upon hearing Chu Lian's plea, Shu Lingchen could hardly resist, forgetting entirely that he was the unfortunate victim. He rushed to the police to request leniency for Aunt Chu. Shu Shu raised an eyebrow, finding this predictable, and did not intervene. In the lobby, Chu Lian sat on the sofa, a box of tissues offered to her. Following the tissues, she noticed Shu Shu. Chu Lian, you seem exhausted from crying. Wipe your tears. For some reason, Chu Lian felt as though Shu Shu was implying she had been acting. Maintaining her facade, she accepted the tissues. Wiping her eyes before seemingly innocently asking about her earlier confusion, Shu Shu, how did you end up here? Because I reported the incident, Shu Shu replied. Chu Lian was taken aback. What? Shu Lingchen borrowed money from me to buy medicine for your mother. I went with him to the pharmacy and discovered the medication was questionable. Chu Lian had rushed to the police station and was still unaware of the details. She only knew that Aunt Chu and the pharmacy staff had colluded to defraud Shu Lingchen. She had initially wondered how this fool had been duped for so long without any suspicion, and now it all made sense. As soon as Shu Lingchen exited the office, Chu Lian eagerly inquired about the outcome. Ive already signed the letter of understanding, but the police said Aunt Chu cannot leave just yet. The letter holds potential for leniency, but the final decision will require further notice. It meant Aunt Chu would have to be detained first. Ah Chun, you handled this matter too impulsively, Chu Lian remarked, her brows furrowed. Mother has indeed erred, but had you consulted me beforehand, perhaps we could have avoided this entire police debacle, although she called out Shu Lingchen's name. Her words were laced with veiled reproach towards Shu Shu, as if it was Shu Shu's choice to report the incident that had been wrong. However, Shu Lingchen, with his straightforward thinking, failed to grasp the insinuation. Upon hearing Chu Lian's statement, he felt genuinely guilty and hung his head, convinced he had acted rashly, completely forgetting that he was the victim. Shu Shu smiled gently. Chu Lian, you are misjudging Shu Lingchen. Initially, I simply thought the staff at the pharmacy and the medication were suspicious. Spending so much on counterfeit drugs was something that absolutely needed to be reported. But who could have imagined your mother was in cahoots with the staff? Her tone was exaggerated and incredulous. Who would have thought your mother, who was never ill, would pretend to be sick from caring for Shu Lingchen, manipulating his guilt and swindling him out of so much money? You should have seen the looks the officers gave Shu Lingchen. They viewed him as an easy mark. Chu Lian was speechless. Shu Shu patted her shoulder, offering consolation that if you must place blame, then direct it towards me. I acted recklessly this time. Next time, should your mother deceive Shu Lingchen again, I promise not to report it without first informing you. How does that sound? Chu Lian's expression nearly faltered. She looked up at Shu Lingchen. Her voice weak. Ah Chun, that's not what I meant. I merely believe that things could have been simpler, sparing you some trouble. Before Shu Lingchen could respond, Shu Shu waved dismissively. It's nothing. You've already caused Shu Lingchen enough trouble. What's one more inconvenience? He won't mind. Chu Lian fell silent again. She suppressed her breath, refraining from further comment, fearful of being silenced by Shu Shu again. She bit her lip, adopting a feigned vulnerable demeanor, as if she were the most innocent and benevolent one in the room. Shu Shu regarded Chu Lian, suddenly sighing. Chu Lian, you really don't need to work so hard to maintain the image of a pure little flower in front of Shu Lingchen. Presently, Shu Lingxian has neither a mansion nor a living allowance. Maintaining your fodder will yield you nothing beneficial from him. Chu Lian gazed back at Shu Shu with a look of confusion. Shu Shu, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Shu Shu blinked. Her implication cleared. It's all right. You'll soon comprehend. The milk tea shop was bustling after school. Chu Lian, I can't be hearing this correctly. You want to split the bill? Seated on a modest sofa, a group of girls clad in the school uniform of Sanzhong encircled one another. Among them was Chu Lian, who felt somewhat embarrassed at that moment. For she could no longer afford to treat her friends to lavish outings as she once did, even if it was merely for a few cups of milk tea. She had made every effort to avoid any expenditures. Yet, maintaining her social circle after class had been a challenge. After postponing their gatherings 3 or 4 times, she reluctantly suggested a budget-friendly tea shop. The others had grown accustomed to her footing the bill. So when she suddenly proposed going Dutch, they were utterly astonished. Surely, it wasn't April Fool's Day? Someone, believing her to be jesting, chuckled, remarking that it was a rare day indeed to hear the words going Dutch from the lips of the esteemed Miss Chu. They had thought it astonishing enough that she would even consider visiting such an unpretentious establishment. Chu Lian struggled to find the words. She had scoured her balance, barely managing to scrape together enough for a single cup of the cheapest lemonade. She bit her lip and fibbed. It's my father. Last month, I overspent significantly, so he confiscated my card to prevent me from making frivolous purchases, insisting that I focus on preparing for this month's exams. What? Surely not. Does your CEO father truly care about your spending habits? Of course he doesn't. Zhang Lu interjected on behalf of Chu Lian. Did you not hear her? It's because Chu uncle wants her to concentrate on her studies. His intention is likely to reward her for achieving good results once the exams are over. Given Chu Lian's prowess, securing a position in the top 3 of her class should be a mere formality, right? Let us not even entertain thoughts of being first. Since the class monitor from Jing City transferred in, he has dominated the top spot for 3 consecutive months. Undoubtedly, he will claim it again this time. Curiosity sparked among the group as they turned their gazes towards Chu Lian. Chu Lian, what kind of rewards does your CEO father bestow upon you? Just bags, clothes, shoes, and such? She replied, oh, by the way, Chu Lian, your father's assistant mistakenly sold the house. Has the new one been purchased yet, or are you still residing in a hotel? Isn't that inconvenient? What do you know? Zhang Lu retorted indignantly. Chu Lian resides in a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel. A luxurious suite that occupies an entire floor with merely 2 rooms, costing tens of thousands for a single night. How could that possibly be inconvenient? Wow, I've never set foot in a presidential suite in my life. And I doubt I'll ever have the chance again. Chu Lian, could you perhaps take us for a visit? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lu eagerly looked at Chu Lian, who had often alluded to her desire to tour the suite, but had yet to fulfill that wish. A barrage of questions bombarded her, accompanied by expectant gazes, causing Chu Lian to feel a prickling anxiety, her palms growing clammy. She forced a smile. Not today, perhaps another time that I need to focus on studying for the upcoming exams. Oh, all right. The group expressed mild disappointment, but soon shifted the conversation. Hey, have you heard? The rumors about Shu Lingxian from class 12 and the transfer student Shu Shu are swirling. What? That's impossible. Zhang Lu glanced at Chu Lian, asserting, Shu Lingxian has had a crush on our Chu Lian for ages. How could he possibly be involved in rumors with another girl? That infatuated fool would be terrified of misunderstanding Chu Lian. Indeed, I've heard that recently. Shu Shu not only prevents Shu Lingxian from sleeping in class, but also keeps a close watch on him to ensure he doesn't skip. Some have even witnessed her demanding that he wear his uniform properly. And shockingly, he complied without a word. What do you think? What other reason could there be for a girl to exert control over a boy, except for affection? This transfer student, Shu Shu, lives in a spacious flat of over 600 square meters in Yujing Yuan. Classmates who visited Chu Lian's home on weekends continue to rave about how luxurious it is. Her family must be incredibly wealthy. Chu Lian grasped her cup of lemonade, listening to the chatter. A flicker of shadow crossing her downcast eyes. Chapter 27. Witnessing your sincerity, the letter of understanding provided by Shu Lingxian indeed served as a significant mitigating factor. After several days of detention and the payment of a hefty fine, Chu's mother was released. The fine had nearly drained her financial reserves, causing her considerable distress. Auntie Chu, the wardrobe has been repaired. Shu Lingxian emerged from the bedroom carrying a toolbox, and Shu's mother handed him a glass of water, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoqing." "Thank you, Auntie Chu," he replied, accepting the cup with both hands. Chu's mother, her tone tinged with remorse, added, "Xiaoqing, regarding the events of the past few days, I sincerely apologize. I was temporarily blinded by impulse." "Auntie," Shu Lingchen interjected, "you have cared for me so warmly since childhood. Without your kindness, I can't imagine how long I would have suffered in the orphanage or where I might have ended up abandoned. Thus, how could I blame you for a trivial matter?" Hearing his words, Chu's mother felt a wave of relief as she exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Lian, and a trace of mockery flickered in their eyes, as if to say, "This foolish boy is so easily swayed." Chu Lian smiled gently. "Mother, I always said Xiaoqing is a person who understands gratitude." "Indeed, indeed," Chu's mother responded repeatedly, catching the subtle hint from Chu Lian's gaze. She turned her attention to Shu Lingchen, who was still sipping his water, and, after he finished, she casually inquired, "By the way, Xiaoqing, has your insurance fund shown any signs of recovery recently?" Shu Lingchen paused before answering. "It can no longer rise." "Why is that?" "I received notice that the insurance fund has declared bankruptcy and has been delisted. There will be no further returns." "What? How could this happen?" Shu Lingchen shook his head. "I am perplexed as well." With the final glimmer of hope extinguished, Chu Lian's complexion grew slightly pale. With the fund gone, she could no longer expect any financial support from Shu Lingchen, and maintaining her persona as a wealthy heiress would become increasingly difficult. Chu's mother's expression mirrored her concern. Previously, Shu Lingchen had provided her with a monthly income of 50,000, and after deducting the expenses for special medications, he still contributed a considerable amount to her living expenses, allowing her to live quite comfortably. Now, with the fund lost, she would be left to fend for herself. That won't do. "Xiaoqing, didn't you recently take on a part-time job? The one where you collected payments? It was quite lucrative. You should continue with it," Chu's mother urged, her eyes glinting with ambition. "Look at you now. Your only source of income has vanished. You must plan for your future." Chu's mother had a clear strategy in mind: have Shu Lingchen continue collecting debts. And once he earned money, she would find a pretext to claim it for herself, as Shu Lingchen was so easily persuaded. However, Auntie Chu, collecting debts is dangerous. I won't do it again. Shu Lingchen had not forgotten the harrowing experience of nearly having his fingers sliced by a knife. If not for his mother, he might have been left disabled. Accustomed to Shu Lingchen's blind obedience, Chu's mother frowned at his refusal. "Isn't it just collecting money for someone else? How dangerous can it be? If you can earn money, isn't that enough?" Seeing Shu Lingchen remain unmoved, Chu's mother grew anxious, her eyes darting around before she plopped down on the sofa, beginning a heartfelt plea. "Xiaoqing, I have high hopes for you. With Chu Lian's father gone, it's just the two of us relying on each other. If anything happened to me, Chu Lian would surely need your support." Upon hearing this, Shu Lingchen's eyes sparkled as he looked at Chu Lian and immediately pledged, "Auntie Chu, I will definitely take good care of Chu Lian." Yet, Chu's mother feigned a sigh, "But Auntie is worried that you're still so young and lack a stable source of income. I fear that if Chu Lian stays with you, she may suffer as a young man. You need to shoulder responsibilities. You must earn money. Only then can you provide for Chu Lian, and only then can Auntie trust you with her." Shu Lingchen left the Chu residence. He pondered over the words of Chu's mother. Chu Lian took the initiative to escort him downstairs. "Yes? Did you understand what my mother was implying earlier?" Shu Lingchen replied. "Auntie Chu said she wants to see my sincerity." Chu Lian smiled slightly, lifting her chin as she softly inquired, "Chung, if an opportunity arose that could swiftly demonstrate your sincerity to my mother, would you seize it?" Shu Lingchen, intrigued, asked, "What opportunity?" Chu Lian lowered her gaze, biting her lip as she confessed, "Chung, I can sense that Shu Shu harbors animosity towards me." The abrupt shift in topic left Shu Lingchen momentarily bewildered. "Huh? During our time at the police station, Shu Shu spoke to me quite rudely. I understand why she might feel that way." Recalling the discussions at the tea shop, Chu Lian considered the narrative of romantic novels she had read, where a girl's controlling behavior towards a boy often stemmed from affection. Thus, she confidently declared, "Chung, I believe Shu Shu has feelings for you." Chu Lian believed that after Shu Lingchen heard this statement, he would immediately distance himself, flustered and awkwardly pledging his loyalty to her, asserting that he held no interest in any girl other than her. But what was the truth? Did you notice it? Shu Lingshun initially expressed a hint of surprise, then pouted, his voice tinged with a sense of grievance. She doesn't like me at all. If she did, she wouldn't call him by his full name and would not disdainfully refer to him as a turkey chick. When they were young, she would always hold his hand, proudly showcasing his cuteness to others, declaring him the most well-behaved child under the heavens. How unlike now, where she seemed eager to toss him into the garbage bin. It seemed that maternal love could indeed fade away. Tt. Shu Lingchen. Chu Chu. You must be mistaken. Chu Lian was momentarily taken aback by Shu Lingchen's unexpected reaction, then shook her head and said, Ah Chun. I am not mistaken. It is precisely because Shu Shu likes you that everyone knows you have feelings for me, which is why she harbors animosity towards me. She appeared to understand her jealousy. I can empathize with her feelings of jealousy. Jealousy? Shu Lingchen scratched his head. How could that be? When they were kids, his mother was more than happy to have little girls come and play with him, gifting them toys and pretty clothes. She even aspired to cultivate herself into a fashionable mother-in-law who could be best friends with her daughter-in-law. Chun. What I mean to say is, if Shu Shu confesses to you, you don't have to outright refuse her right away. This statement from Chu Lian hit Shu Lingshun like a bolt from the blue, leaving him stunned and bewildered. Did you just say? Who is confessing to whom? Shu Lingshun doubted his own hearing. Chu Lian thought he was saddened by her pushing him towards another girl, and soothingly said, Ah Chun, listen to me. I'm not really suggesting that you date Shu Shu. Just don't give her a clear affirmation. But don't outright reject her either. It's a delaying tactic. Do you understand what I mean? Shu Shu comes from a wealthy family. Since she likes you, she certainly wouldn't just watch you struggle financially. Finally, Shu Lingchen grasped that what Chu Lian meant by liking was this. Chu Chu, you've misunderstood. This misunderstanding is far too great. Shu Lingchen was engulfed in a state of panic, his arms crossed over his chest, gesturing emphatically. What I feel for my mother is not the same as what I feel for Shu Shu. My feelings for you and my feelings for her are entirely different. Ah Chun, I know you don't like Shu Shu. Chu Lian smiled with relief, appearing to understand that Shu Lingchen only had feelings for her. She continued, but this is to show your sincerity to my mother. What she means by feeling at ease is simply wanting to see you have the ability to earn money. As she spoke, Chu Lian couldn't help but think of the luxurious 1601 apartment she had seen earlier, just a glimpse of which was enough to leave her in awe. She had to convince Shu Lingchen to approach Shu Shu. Chu Lian seemed almost impatient, fervently persuading. Ah Chun, as long as you ask Shu Shu for help, a girl from a wealthy family like her will have no reason to refuse you if she likes you. At that moment, Shu Lingshun, hearing talk of confessions and affections, felt his heart race, quickly interjecting. Please stop talking. Chu Lian then noticed that Shu Lingchen had never displayed such a serious expression before. He lowered his head, pointed a finger towards the top of his head, and, as if evading something, whispered in her ear, It will attract lightning. If this continued, he feared that his father's coffin would not be able to contain the chaos. One of Shu Lingchen's lackeys, Bo Luozi, whose full name was Zhao Heping, had developed a sense of reverence for Shu Shu ever since she had somehow convinced Shu Lingchen to give up his debt-collecting endeavors. It was well known that Brother Chun was stubborn. Once he made up his mind, it was nearly impossible to change it. Their group of friends also felt that debt collection was dangerous and unreliable. They had tried to dissuade him, but to no avail. No one dared to advise him further. Yet, Shu Shu had managed to bring Shu Lingchen back, and he had not mentioned debt collection since. Such efficiency, they all began to suspect that Shu Shu had physically intimidated Shu Lingchen into submission. After all, she was someone capable of breaking bricks with her bare hands. Clearly, Brother Chen had not been lying. This transfer student was indeed formidable. From then on, everyone unconsciously began to refer to Shu Shu as Sister Shu. During a break, Shu Shu went to the restroom. Upon returning to the classroom, she was quietly called over by Zhao Heping, who was hiding his face beneath the desk, as if trying to evade someone, and mysteriously reported. Recently, Brother Chun has been asking around about ways to make money. Is he considering taking on unreliable part-time jobs again? Shu Shu looked down at Bo Luozi, wanting to gently remind this little friend. Although his face was hidden, his bright yellow hairstyle, resembling a rooster's comb, was quite conspicuous. Noticing his worried expression, Shu Shu felt that her turkey chick's friends were far more sincere than the Chu family mother and daughter. And her eyes curved in a smile as she said, All right, I will ask him to be. Luozi cast a grateful glance at Shu Shu. For some reason, he instinctively felt that Shu Shu could keep Shu Lingchen in check. Upon returning to her seat, Shu Lingchen was slumped over his desk, looking quite despondent. He was deeply troubled, pondering how he could earn money to demonstrate his sincerity to Aunt Chu. He had inquired around, but all he found at school were offers for copying homework. The moment they heard he was interested, they immediately declined to help. Who didn't he know that Class 12 was a gathering place for the academically challenged? Especially Shu Lingchen, who was practically the top of the bottom. Even if he only copied mindlessly, no one wanted to engage him. There were opportunities outside, but proper part-time jobs required adults. Shu Lingchen, being only 17, was deemed too young, and no employer would dare hire him. Debt collection was not an option anymore. What a predicament. Suddenly, his desk was tapped. "It was Shu Shu. Short on cash? How did you know?" Shu Lingchen sat up in surprise, then recalled something, gritting his teeth as he glanced over at Bo Lazi and the others. Those blabbermouths. He had no choice but to admit. "Yeah, why are you short on cash?" Shu Shu flipped through the textbooks for the next classes. Although she already knew the answer without needing to ask, what else could it be? He had been financially drained by the Chu family mother and daughter. This mother and daughter duo had been living off Shu Lingchen's house and spending his living expenses. Enjoying a comfortable life, Shu Shu decided to withdraw the insurance fund entirely, cutting off their delusions. Yet, even so, they were in good health, with hands and feet, yet still shamelessly trying to leech off a student like Shu Lingchen. A few days ago, out of boredom, Shu Shu had stumbled upon a short drama on Douyin about a heart attack. Coincidentally, it featured a plot where a mother was reborn. Intrigued, she clicked to watch. The storyline revolved around a son deceived by a malicious female antagonist, leading to a tragic outcome, only for the mother to return and guide her son away from the antagonist, aiming to prevent the original disastrous ending. However, every time solid evidence was presented, the antagonist would twist the truth, causing the son to believe his mother was sowing discord, which nearly severed their relationship. The drama dragged on for over 60 episodes. And by the end, Shu Shu was fuming, rushing through to the finale. It wasn't until the final episode, where the antagonist ran off with the money and the son faced bankruptcy and imprisonment, that he realized his mother was right, returning to her in tears, begging for forgiveness. Shu Shu gave the drama a scathing review, realizing why the highest-rated comment in the section was about how one loses their mind watching it. Reflecting on a similar plot, Shu Shu had no desire to engage in such a prolonged dispute with Shu Lingchen. Otherwise, she would toss the child away by the third episode. Shu Lingchen, with his naive outlook, was far too blinded by his good-hearted filter regarding the Chu family mother and daughter. She had no intention of exposing the malicious antagonist. She wanted the antagonist to expose herself. Upon hearing Shu Shu's question, Shu Lingchen stammered, hesitant to answer. Shu Shu could see right through his thoughts. Thus, she kindly refrained from probing further. With a smile, she said, "If you're short on cash, you can come to me." Shu Lingchen was taken aback, his expression seeming to ask, "Really?" But he quickly replied, "I'd rather not." He lifted a book to obscure his face, lowering his voice to say, "Mom, you've already topped up my meal card. This is already a form of financial dependence." Shu Lingchen had borrowed money from Shu Shu to buy medicine for Aunt Chu, and without hesitation, she agreed and even offered to cover Aunt Chu's future medication costs, only to find out later that Aunt Chu was merely feigning illness. Shu Lingchen felt too embarrassed to ask his mother for money again. Little simpleton even knows about financial dependence. Shu Shu raised an eyebrow. "Did I say I was going to give you money directly?" Shu Lingchen paused. "What do you mean?" Shu Shu replied, "Aren't you looking for a way to earn money? What I mean is, I can offer you a part-time job." Chapter 29. Part-time job. Would you be so kind as to introduce me to a part-time job? Shu shook her head, saying, "It's not an introduction. I am personally providing it for you." Shu Lingchen, puzzled, inquired, "What exactly do you want me to do?" Shu flashed him a mysterious smile. "I will tell you later." All the way home from school, Shu Lingchen was eagerly anticipating Shu's words. "I'll tell you later." After dinner, he gazed longingly at Shu. She opened her backpack and pulled out a crumpled stack of test papers. Noticing the name on top, Shu Lingchen was taken aback. "My test papers?" "Yes, I retrieved them from your desk." Shu laid the papers one by one on the coffee table. The first was Chinese, with a score of 21. Next was mathematics, 12. English, 18. Physics, 16. Chemistry, 13. Biology, 0. Shu remarked, "These are your exam papers from last month's monthly test." With a total score of 80. Being scrutinized by his own mother felt no different from a public execution. With each paper laid down, Shu Lingqian's ears grew warmer. Mom, why are you calculating this? Shu had mentally prepared herself for her son's poor performance, remaining quite calm, and curiously pointed to the biology paper that received a 0, asking, "Did you fall asleep during this exam?" No, Shu Lingqian felt embarrassed, stammering. "It's just that I didn't guess any answers, so the scores in the other 5 subjects were all guesses." Then, Shu sincerely complimented. "You guessed quite a few correctly." Shu Lingqian felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up, boldly asserting, "Mom, if you're angry, feel free to hit or scold me directly. Don't speak in such a sarcastic manner. It terrifies me that I'm not angry." Shu blinked. "I'm rather surprised that you actually attempted the problems instead of outright skipping the exam." Shu Lingqian looked at her uncertainly. "You're really not angry?" Shu calmly replied. "No. If I were truly angry, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. I would take advantage of my youth and choose to have another child." Shu Lingqian felt a twinge of worry about his father's condition. Relieved, he then questioned, "Weren't you going to arrange a part-time job for me?" "Yes." Shu glanced at the papers on the coffee table, stating, "This is the part-time job I'm arranging for you." Shu Lingqian looked at the papers, then back at Shu, and suddenly realized with horror, "You don't mean you want me to improve my grades, do you?" Shu snapped her fingers. "Correct. Then I can't take this job." Without a moment's hesitation, Shu Lingqian rejected the idea. "Making me study is like teaching a pig to climb a tree." Earning money through improving grades, he knew he would never earn that money. Shu tapped the papers. "Improve by 1 point, and I'll give you 10,000 then I want to earn less." Shu Lingqian immediately sat back down, his expression serious. "Mom, we can negotiate. This isn't a slap in the face. There's no way around it." The amount offered by his mother was simply too enticing. Shu Lingqian asked, "Does it count how I improve the score?" "You cannot cheat." "What about guessing?" "Counts." "Really? 10,000 for each point?" "Indeed." Shu Lingqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. But then he remembered, "But the exams are only once a month. Wouldn't that mean I only have a chance to earn money once a month?" "No." Shu grinned. "More than that." The next day at Ungshi No. 3 High School, Class 12, the first class was mathematics. The male teacher explained a new formula and then routinely presented a sample question on the board, which was a multiple-choice question. After a while, the male teacher leaned against the podium and scanned the room, asking, "Has anyone solved it? Speak up with your answer." The students below displayed little interest. Not a single one spoke. The teacher was not surprised. He had grown accustomed to the lack of initiative from Class 12. Just as he was about to turn back and continue teaching, he caught sight of a hand raised in the back. The teacher looked over in surprise, but his expression fell when he recognized the person raising their hand, Shu Lingqian. The teacher waved his hand impatiently. "If you need to go to the restroom, hurry up." There's a saying among teachers that struggling students tend to have the most bathroom breaks. And Shu Lingqian was one of them. "Brother Chun, let us go together." Bolo, who had apparently eaten something bad and was clutching his stomach, frantically pulled at the toilet paper from his desk. "Teacher, I'm not going to the restroom." Shu Lingqian stood up, cleared his throat, and declared, "I want to answer the question." As soon as he spoke, the entire classroom fell eerily silent, all eyes turning to him in unison. Bol's toilet paper rolled onto the floor. But he didn't even glance at it. Still clutching the large wad of paper, his attention solely on Shu Lingqian. Everyone wore expressions of shock. They could hardly believe their ears. Did Shu Lingqian really raise his hand to answer a question? Shu Lingqian felt uncomfortable. He didn't want to. But raising his hand to answer questions was one of the opportunities for him to earn money. His mother had explicitly stated, "Raise your hand to answer questions in class, and you'll earn 100 for each instance. If you answer correctly, it's doubled." Shu Lingqian vowed to raise his hand as often as possible. The male teacher, returning to reality, instinctively glanced out the window to see where the sun was rising, then said, "Well, go ahead and answer." Shu Lingqian replied, "I choose a. Very good." Shu Lingqian was astonished. Did he guess correctly? Money was coming his way? The next moment, the teacher said, "Wrong answer. So, what's the correct answer?" The teacher, pleased that Shu Lingqian had raised his hand, happily provided the correct answer and detailed the solution process, then kindly asked him if he understood. Shu Lingqian had never paid much attention in class before, feeling as though the teacher's words were written in a foreign language. This was the first time he grasped even a hint of understanding. This feeling was quite novel. After sitting down, Shu, sitting beside him, raised an eyebrow and showed him the record book with the 100 already noted. Shu Lingchen instantly felt invigorated and motivated. Thus, for the entire day, the teachers of Class 12 began to wonder if the sun had risen from the west. The notorious troublemaker, Shu Lingchen, was actively raising his hand. Although he didn't know the answers and got them all wrong, he was incredibly enthusiastic, not embarrassed to answer incorrectly, and attentively listened to the teacher's explanations. Whenever the teacher seemed inclined to call on someone, his hand shot up first. When the teacher didn't want to call on anyone, his bright eyes, like two large headlights, gazed expectantly, as if to say, "Ask me. Teacher, please ask me. I will definitely raise my hand." The fellow students were utterly stunned. Bolo even came over to touch Shu Lingchen's forehead in confusion. "Huh? Not running a fever?" Shu Lingchen swatted his hand away irritably, then excitedly asked Shu how much he had earned. Shu opened the record book. There's one last class today, which is English, and since the English teacher doesn't usually call on students. You've raised your hand 11 times today, totaling 1,100, earning 1,100 in a single day, thrilled Shu Lingchen immensely. He could finally provide an explanation to Aunt Chu. He couldn't wait to tell Chu after school. Shu Lingchen eagerly exclaimed, "Mom, can you transfer the money to my WeChat directly?" "No," Shu replied, her eyes sparkling. "I forgot to mention that this money needs to reach 100,000 to be withdrawn. You're only at 1,100, not even close to the withdrawal threshold." Chapter 30. The organizer holds all explanation rights. How much? 100,000. That's far too much. Shu Lingchen was dumbfounded. "You didn't mention that at the beginning." Shu, unflinching, countered. "Didn't I say I forgot?" Shu Lingchen looked at Shu with a resentful gaze, then after a moment said, "Mom, you're playing tricks on me." Shu tilted her head, a look of mischief on her face. "So, are you dissatisfied with the 100,000 withdrawal threshold?" "Of course, 100,000. How long will it take me to save that up to withdraw? My hand might really break from raising it so much." "I protest." "Oh, protests are ineffective." "Why?" "All explanation rights belong to the organizer," Shu said. "If you insist on protesting, I will consider it as you giving up this part-time job, and the 1,100 you just earned will be completely wiped out." As she spoke, Shu pretended to cross out the record with her pen. "Wait. No." Shu Lingchen panicked. If it's wiped out, then all his hard work today would be for nothing, and he would lose the 1,100. That would be too unfair. Shu, secretly amused by the sight of her son in turmoil, asked, "So, have you made up your mind? Are you going to wipe it out or continue?" Shu Lingchen gritted his teeth. "I'll continue." "Of course, I'll continue. 100,000 is 100,000. I'll just work hard to save up, starting tomorrow." Bolo thought seeing Shu Lingchen raise his hand in class was magical, but when he arrived at school the next day, he was astonished to find Shu Lingchen actually reading a book. "Who are you? What kind of demon or ghost are you? Hurry up and roll out of my brother Chun's body." Belozi grasped a mop from the corner of the cleaning area, brandishing it like a sword, his face a mask of vigilance as he pointed the grimy end towards Shu Lingchen. "Are you out of your mind?" Shu Lingchen coldly glanced at Belozi. "If you're going to act crazy, get lost and don't disturb my study. Belozi's face was a picture of horror. "Did I hear that right? Brother Chun, you re-study?" Shu Lingchen couldn't be bothered to respond. His purpose in studying was so that he could raise his hand and answer when the teacher called on him, for a correct answer would double his rewards. However, Shu Lingchen had previously been too focused on fun during school, leaving him with a poor foundation. Even with advanced preparation, he struggled to comprehend much of the textbook material. Yet, he remained undeterred and boldly made his way to the teacher's office to seek help. In recent days, the teachers of Class 12 had been utterly bewildered. They had never imagined they would encounter Shu Lingchen in their office, asking questions. Initially, they suspected it was a prank by the local troublemaker. But to their astonishment, Shu Lingchen listened attentively, arriving with sincerity and leaving just as earnestly. The homeroom teacher of Class 12 even sought out Shu Lingchen, hesitating before indirectly inquiring about his sudden frequent visits to the office. Shu Lingchen candidly replied, "I want to make money." The homeroom teacher was left utterly baffled by this non sequitur. This unusual behavior from Shu Lingchen persisted until the following Friday. No break was scheduled for that week, and the entire school would hold its monthly examination over the weekend. Shu Lingchen reconfirmed with Shu Shu whether it was true that improving by just 1 point would yield a reward of 10,000. Shu Shu affirmed it was indeed correct, Concerned there might be hidden stipulations, Shu solemnly signed an agreement with Shu Shu. Previously, Shu had been indifferent towards exams, as he had never performed well. However, after 2 weeks of diligent study, he felt he had started to grasp some knowledge and believed he could improve his score by a significant margin, that a rise of even 10 points would translate to a substantial sum. He imagined easily meeting the 10,000 withdrawal threshold. Thus, after the exam on Sunday afternoon, when Belozi invited him over to play video games, he readily agreed. After informing Shu Shu, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and joined his friends. Before leaving, Shu Shu warned him, "Shu Chun, no fighting." Without waiting for a response, Shu Shu added calmly, "If you dare to fight, I'll deal with you." She displayed her fair knuckles. Belozi and all his underlings cast sympathetic glances at Shu Chun. Recently, some fool had been spreading rumors at school about the relationship between Chun and Shu Shu, implying there was some romantic tension. A group of blind fools they observed daily and felt that Shu Shu and Chun were more akin to a mother keeping her son in check. Indeed, it resembled a mother reprimanding her child. To suggest Shu Shu had a crush on Chun was ludicrous. No one had a crush that led to slap fights at the slightest disagreement. That it mirrored scenes at home when their mother disapproved, resulting in a swift slap, almost identical, save for the absence of the phrase, "How did I end up with such an unambitious child?" As for Chun, his instinctive attempts to evade the impending slap mirrored their own. The imagery was striking, though this was a secret that could not reach Chun. If he knew he was being likened to a son, he would take it out on them. Recently, this little fool had been particularly obedient, and Shu Shu was in good spirits as she headed home. On the way, she changed direction to visit the snack stall where she had indulged on the first day, purchasing a deluxe hand-grab pancake. She nibbled on it while making her way toward Ujinjuan. Upon reaching the entrance of her neighborhood, she encountered a familiar figure. Chu Lian, at that moment. Chu Lian, clad in school uniform and carrying her backpack, stood at the entrance, peering around as if waiting for someone. What was she doing here? Had that little fool Chen let slip that he was living in Ujinjuan? Was she waiting for Chen? Shu Shu soon discovered the answer. Chu Lian was not there for Shu Chen. She approached Shu Shu, standing before her, and speaking softly. "Shu Shu, do you have a moment?" "Not really." Shu Shu was taken aback for half a second that Chu Lian was seeking her out. But she did not care what Chu Lian wanted. With that, she smoothly bypassed Chu Lian, who was momentarily stunned by Shu Shu's directness. After a moment of reflection, she recalled something and her expression softened as she quickened her pace to catch up with Shu Shu. "Shu Shu, you don't need to be so hostile toward me." Shu Shu raised an eyebrow. "What?" Chu Lian bit her lip slightly and said, "I want to compete with you for Shu Chun." Shu Shu looked puzzled. "What?" Chu Lian continued. "Although Shu Chun has feelings for me, I want to reciprocate. You can be with him, Shu Shu. Are you feeling okay?" Shu Shu asked. "If you're fine, you should eat more of that hand-grab pancake." Chu Lian recognized that girls of this age tend to have strong pride, especially in front of rivals. They certainly would not want to appear inferior. She adopted a seemingly understanding demeanor. "Shu Shu, I am serious." Shu Shu replied, "I'm serious too." Chu Lian frowned slightly, noting Shu Shu's indifferent demeanor, and became anxious, getting straight to the point. "Shu Shu, you don't need to pretend. You care about Shu Chun. You wouldn't let him sleep in class. Skip class, or fight if you didn't." Shu Shu realized that Chu Lian had misinterpreted her relationship with the little fool. Her expression grew complicated. Chu Lian added, "Don't worry, I want to be an obstacle between you two. You can get close to Shu Chun without restraint." Shu Shu squinted, pretending to be naive. "But didn't you just say that Shu Chun likes you?" Hearing this, Chu Lian immediately believed Shu Shu was relenting, her heart lifting as she replied, "Then you should treat him well. Draw his attention to you like someone means to be good to them. If you're sincere enough. You see, Shu Chun is quite poor. His life must be tough. You should care about him more now." "For instance?" Shu Shu inquired. "Like ensuring he eats well, dresses well, and lives well, improving his quality of life, just as Shu Chun does for me. Providing me with a place to stay and money to spend." A glint flashed in Chu Lian's eyes, a clear hint of implication. She sighed. "I heard Shu Chun's living conditions are poor and run down. And he's renting that he must be struggling to rest well at night. Shu Shu, your family is wealthy. I imagine you could easily help him with this issue. It's a perfect opportunity to get close to him." Shu Shu arched an eyebrow, as though this was Chu Lian's scheme. She was willing to go to great lengths to keep siphoning off from Shu-Chun. Are you not worried that Shu-Chun will feel hurt if he finds out you came to me today? Chu-Lian paused momentarily before responding. It's fine. He won tea. Her casual tone betrayed a sense of certainty. Chu-Lian smiled, unperturbed, knowing the foolish boy was easy to placate. He would never get angry with her. As long as she spoke softly, he would believe everything she said. She was utterly unconcerned about trampling on Shu-Chun's genuine feelings. As Shu Shu's expression cooled, Chu-Lian felt her plan was foolproof, believing Shu Shu would likely welcome her concession. Shu Shu, have you thought it over? Not really. The remaining hand-grab pancake lost its flavor, and Shu Shu bagged it up, tossing it into a nearby trash bin, her clear gaze piercing through Chu-Lian's intentions. I will not give Shu-Chun a single cent. In a heartbeat, she obliterated Chu-Lian's fantasies. Chu-Lian was taken aback. Why? Don't you want to be with Shu-Chun? Shut up. Shu Shu shot a blank stare at Chu-Lian. Watch out, or you might get struck by lightning. With that, Shu Shu briskly swiped open the gate and entered Yujinjuan, leaving Chu-Lian frozen in place. Chu-Lian, you might get struck by lightning. In diverse locales and among varied individuals, how can one utter a phrase of identical meaning? On Wednesday, following the third period of the morning, Shu-Chun eagerly inquired of Shu Shu how much money he had saved. Shu Shu opened her ledger and replied, 14,000. Alas, Shu-Chun felt a sense of dismay. After toiling for nearly half a month, he had merely accumulated 14,000. Shu Shu then presented Shu-Chun with an opportunity to earn money by reciting ancient poetry and classical texts. However, the remuneration was not substantial. 20 yuan for each poem from the textbook and 100 for each classical text, with double rewards for including annotations. The poetry was relatively easy to memorize, as it flowed melodiously. Yet, the classical texts were exasperatingly difficult, laden with perplexing phrases and an abundance of homophones. More critically, whether intentional or not, the teacher had ceased calling names during class, which drastically reduced Shu-Chun's chances of saving money, leaving him to rely solely on his recitations until the results of the monthly exam were released the following week. While scratching his head in frustration, Shu-Chun laboriously endeavored to memorize a classical text. As he struggled, he noticed Shu Shu beside him engrossed in searching for news related to the arts, the keywords being Beijing, female, and young violinist. For some time now, Shu Shu had been keenly following developments in this domain. Subscribing to numerous public accounts and Weibo feeds, Shu-Chun asked, Mom, are you searching for someone? Shu Shu paused momentarily. Indeed, she was searching for someone. Her daughter. She had a daughter, or rather, she had once had a daughter. One of the same age as Shu-Chun. Initially, Shu Shu was carrying twins, but the delivery was fraught with complications, and she endured it in a semi-conscious state. When she regained her senses, she found only a small bundle of her son in the cradle beside her. As for her daughter, the attending physician regretfully informed her that the girl had ceased to breathe upon delivery. Shu Shu left the hospital with her healthy son and her deceased daughter, personally escorting her daughter to the crematorium. Following that, Shu Shu remained in a prolonged state of silence and sorrow. In the dream she had just before her death, her daughter was alive in the world, living with her father, a violinist, destined to lose the use of her hands due to an accident in the future. The part of the dream concerning her son had been confirmed as reality. This suggested a significant possibility that her daughter might also be alive and well. Shu Shu felt a mix of joy and excitement, yet simultaneously fear that the dream was merely a dream. Unconsciously, she filled a piece of draft paper with a name, 3 characters, Pei Muin. This was the name of her daughter in her dream. Her daughter bore the surname Pei. Shu Shu immediately thought of that individual. She had attempted to search for news related to that person, discovering that the head of the Pei family, a titan of industry, indeed had a daughter, yet specific details such as age and name eluded her. Thus, she was left to pursue the key details from her dream, the violinist. Yet, she found no leads. Searching Pei Muin yielded many namesakes, and adding violinist brought up no relevant information at all. The only glimmer of hope was a recruitment event for a youth violin group hosted by an international orchestra called Berlin Sue in Beijing early next month, rumored to be an unmissable opportunity for all young violinists. Could it be that her daughter might attend? Chapter 32. Shall we gamble? In a daze, Shu Shu heard a voice, cool as if stones were clashing, a male voice. Inin, he persistently called her name in a low tone. Again and again. Shu Shu slowly opened her eyes, only to be met by a pair of pitch-black eyes. The owner of those eyes Upon seeing her finally look his way, felt a wave of warmth replace the coldness that had resided there. And he asked, "Are you well?" "Well, what?" Shu Shu's thoughts were sluggish, and she saw him smile charmingly and say, "Let us have a daughter, shall we? A daughter as beautiful as Ineen that I will surely cherish and care for her." His tone was so tender it seemed to envelop one in a dreamlike affection. The only caveat was that Shu Shu neglected to acknowledge her bound wrists and ankles. "Let me go." Shu Shu attempted to struggle. The man frowned, visibly displeased, leaning closer, his icy lips brushing against her cheek, and flatly stated, "No, I cannot let you go. Ineen will run away," he sighed in distress. "If only I could share a body with Ineen. Then she could accompany me wherever I go." Such a melodious voice, yet it spoke words that were anything but pleasant. Shu Shu gasped, suddenly opening her eyes to find herself staring at the familiar ceiling of her bedroom in Eugene Garden. Realizing it had all been a dream, she blinked in confusion, thinking, "Why did I dream of that person again? Was it because I am searching for my daughter? If the dream were true, if her daughter truly resided with the Pei family beside that individual, then by all means, she must reclaim her daughter." After the morning reading class, Shu Lingshan again painstakingly recited a classical text. Shu Shu took out her ledger to reward him with 100 yuan. He still needed to memorize the annotations, and Shu Lingshan wore a mask of suffering, hastily pleading with Shu Shu to increase the reward for recitation. He anxiously ruffled his messy hair. "The 10,000 yuan withdrawal threshold is too high. It's too difficult." Shu Shu had deliberately set it that high. Had it been lower, this little dimwit would undoubtedly have had the money in hand before it had even warmed up, only to be swindled by Chu Lian and her daughter. "Too high? Of course," Shu Shu smiled. "I have a method to help you reach 10,000 in one go, and even exceed that threshold tenfold. Would you like to hear it?" "Yes." Shu Lingshan did not hesitate, his eyes shining, but 2 seconds later, he wore a wary expression. "It must be difficult, right?" "Not at all. It's quite simple." "What method?" Shu Shu replied, "If you rank first in your grade, I will give you 1 million. Shu Lingshan. After a full minute, he drooped his eyelids and asked, "Mom, did you hear that?" "Hear what?" Shu Lingshan said, "My silence. It's deafening." Shu Shu, slightly off topic, exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, you've learned to use idioms." Shu Lingshan was astonished. "Do you know what you're saying? First in the grade? Is that not difficult? Is that not simple? It's practically impossible." Shu Shu, with utmost sincerity, replied, "I am not joking." Shu Lingshan absolutely did not believe her, stubbornly retorting, "You should try to rank first yourself first, then talk. Oh." Shu Shu raised an eyebrow. "What if I actually do? Shall we gamble? Let us wager on the results of the monthly exam that was just completed 2 days ago." At this age, boys are particularly susceptible to provocation. Upon hearing this, Shu Lingshan immediately perked up. "Let's do it. What are we betting on?" Shu Lingshan's eyes darted, and an idea quickly formed in his mind. "If you do not rank first, the 10,000 yuan withdrawal threshold should be cancelled." "Very well." Shu Shu readily agreed and then narrowed her eyes, saying, "Conversely, if I do rank first, the withdrawal threshold will double to 20,000. How does that sound?" Shu Lingshan paused for a moment, but only for half a second, before gritting his teeth and responding defiantly, "Deal." After all, he was not worried. He did not believe Shu Shu could achieve first place in her grade. He had no way of knowing his mother's academic history, but he was well aware of the third middle school. It was a key institution in Engshi, with the top 3 classes in each grade composed of the cream of the crop. Furthermore, these students occasionally represented the school in competitions outside the province. During morning exercises, it was common to see someone returning with awards, basking in the spotlight of the entire school, while the principal beamed with delight beside them. Most importantly, times had changed. The span between the current curriculum and that of his mother's time was not negligible. Thus, achieving first place was no small feat. With this thought in mind, Shu Lingshan felt a surge of excitement. His 10,000 yuan withdrawal threshold was about to vanish. Not long after, the first class bell rang, signaling the homeroom teacher's lesson. The results of the monthly exam were typically announced by the homeroom teacher personally. Shu Lingshan, brimming with confidence, lounged in his seat, swinging his legs. Footsteps echoed outside the classroom as the bespectacled homeroom teacher hummed a tune while entering, his steps light, a smile gracing his face. The students were somewhat astonished. They could not recall the last time they had seen such a sunny expression on their homeroom teacher's face. Ever since he had become their homeroom teacher, he had exuded an aura of dark resentment. often lamenting, "What sins have I committed to end up with you little tyrants?" Now, however, he appeared cheerful and radiant. "Old Lu, did you find money on your way to work?" one bold student jested. The homeroom teacher merely clicked his tongue and shot a glare at the student. "You little rascal," showing no respect, it seemed there was indeed good news. Old Lu lightly chastised the boy, whereas on any other day, he would have promptly sent him to stand in the back for half an hour. "Now, students," he cleared his throat, his tone unexpectedly imbued with a hint of excitement. "The results of the monthly exams have been released." The teacher, utterly astonished, could hardly believe that one day the top student of the grade would emerge from our class, 12. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. What did old Lu just say? The top student? From their class? Shu Chen's posture of casually crossing his legs stiffened. Someone quickly reacted, murmuring to those around, "What the heck? Which genius managed to employ high technology for a mere monthly exam? Is that even necessary?" Old Lu adjusted his glasses. "To be precise, our class, 12, has been favored by the goddess of fortune and has welcomed a treasure of a student, in an instant." Shu Chen turned to look at Shu Shu, his expression turning to one of horror. "No, it can't be." But old Lu mentioned a treasure of a student. During this period, there had only been one new student. His mother, the sudden premonition of unease washed over him. Then he heard old Lu, with a smile in his voice, announce, "Indeed, the top student of this monthly exam is none other than our classmate Shu Shu." Chapter 33. Achieving the top score in the grade. This monthly exam consisted of 6 subjects. Shu Shu's scores were as follows: Chinese, 150, Mathematics, 150, English, 150, Physics, 100, Chemistry, 100, Biology, 98. As old Lu held up the report card, each time he read a score, audible gasps reverberated throughout the room. Shu Shu's total score reached 748, a full 40 points higher than the second-place student. Shurjin from Class 1. All eyes turned toward Shu Shu, who sat at the back, bathed in the scrutiny of dozens of gazes. An extended silence enveloped the room. The stillness was so profound that even the recipient of the report card felt compelled to say something, prompting Shu Shu to blink and say, "Oh, I might have a slight weakness in biology." The silence was deafening. Everyone was in a frenzy. That a score of 98 out of 100 is considered a weakness? "Oh, right. We also have a classmate who ranked in the top 260 of the grade in this monthly exam." Old Lu lifted his gaze and surveyed the room. Zhao Heping Dada, Baoyuo, bewildered, stood up, stammering, During the exam, I shared a testing room with Shu Shu, and she sat next to me. I copied her multiple choice answers." Old Lu, clearly aware that this score could not possibly be achieved by the mischievous Baoyuo, was not surprised by his confession. That he sighed. "At least you were honest. Sit down, and don't let it happen again." Until class ended, Shu Chen remained in a daze. "Look, I told you, achieving the top score in the grade is actually quite simple." Shu Chen replied, "I accept the wager, but the withdrawal threshold has now doubled to 200,000. Shu Chen was too preoccupied to be distressed about the increased withdrawal threshold, incredulously asking, "Is it possible that what the school taught us in the past is exactly the same as what we are learning now?" "Of course, it's not entirely the same. Then how come you can achieve such extraordinary results?" Shu Shu glanced at him. "You don't think I wake up early every day just for fun, do you?" To be honest, the feeling of drilling through problems was quite nostalgic for Shu Shu, even if it was not particularly challenging. By the way, what score did you get? After class, the exam results were posted on the bulletin board at the back of the classroom. Shu Shu located Shu Chen's name. Chinese, 22 Mathematics, 17 English, 12 Physics, 10 Biology, 3 Chemistry, 8 total, 72. Shu Chen exclaimed, "How is this possible?" His eyes widened. "I did this myself. How could I score so low?" He had hoped to secure a bonus by improving his scores. Instead, he not only failed to progress, but actually regressed. He had approached this exam with utmost seriousness, only to find the results even less reliable than his previous guesses. Shu Chen's confidence took a significant hit, and he hung his head, resembling a dejected little lion. Shu Shu reached out, comfortingly ruffling his messy hair. Truth be told, despite its disheveled appearance, his hair felt rather pleasant to touch, and she couldn't resist giving it a few more tousles. In a way, scoring this low could be considered a skill as well. Shu Chen grumbled. "Thanks, that was no comfort at all." Shu Shu encouraged him. "But you have indeed made progress. Look, your previous scores were based on guesses, but this time you earned these through your own efforts. That's a significant improvement. Shu Lingchen remained sullen. Shu Shu consoled him. Everyone has their off days. Shu Lingchen looked up, his eyes wide with curiosity. Have you ever scored in the single digits? Oh, I never have. Shu Shu pondered, stroking her chin. The lowest score I received was 90, and my worst rank was 4th. Shu Lingchen's jaw dropped, feeling as if he had been struck by several arrows. That it was even more disheartening. With the monthly exam results out, the news that the top scorer was a student from the notoriously underperforming class, 12, sent shockwaves through the teacher's office. The teachers buzzed with curiosity about which school Shu Shu had attended previously. Given her high caliber, however, this detail was unclear. The records did not specify. One teacher mysteriously interjected, but I heard that at last week's meeting, the principal announced that the new library being established next semester was personally donated by this student. Shu Shu. Now it made sense why the records were vague. Children from affluent families often kept much of their information private. Initially, it was thought that Shu Shu remained in the second year of high school due to poor grades. But who would have guessed her performance would be so stellar? Such an outstanding student should be in class 1. The head teacher of class 1 was eager to act. I'll speak to the principal and suggest transferring Shu Shu to class 1 tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the head teacher of class 2 immediately objected. Oh, come on, she should be in my class 2. Teacher Huang, your class 1 already has Shi Jin from the capital. This time Shu Shu should come to my class. Hey, teacher Shi, that's a misguided statement. Can't class 3 have her? My class 3 had several students who scored second place in various subjects in this exam. The teachers from the 3 top classes engaged in a spirited debate. Meanwhile, old Lu, the head teacher of class 12, timidly raised his hand. Isn't anyone considering my feelings? Come on, old Lu, just sit this one out. Shu Shu in your class 12 doesn't even have a conducive learning environment. I taught a class there before, and the whispers never ceased. Old Lu was momentarily at a loss for words. He knew it to be true, while aware that it would be challenging to retain a student as remarkable as Shu Shu. He still wanted to make a case. Shu Shu achieved the top score in my class, which proves that exceptional students are not affected by their environment. He was promptly countered. If there's a better environment available, why should she remain in a less favorable one? Old Lu was left speechless by their rebuttal. The head teachers of the 3 top classes acted swiftly, finding the grade coordinator during lunch. The coordinator stated, changing classes requires first obtaining the student's consent. Teacher Huang from class 1 confidently asserted. Shu Shu will undoubtedly agree without a second thought. Before the lunch break, Shu Shu was summoned to the teacher's office. Upon hearing about the class transfer, she politely declined. I prefer to stay in class 12. She needed to keep an eye on that little fool. Shu Lingchen at that moment. A light gleamed in old Lu's eyes. The head teachers from classes 1, 2, and 3 were all caught off guard, and despite their best efforts, Shu Shu remained resolute. That I think class 12 is wonderful. The classmates and atmosphere are just to my liking. Upon hearing this, old Lu was deeply moved, and instantly, he held his head high in triumph, meeting the astonished gazes of the other 3 head teachers. He looked almost tearful as he assured Shu Shu, you can always come to me for anything. If that little rascal Shu Lingchen dares disturb your studies, I will definitely deal with him. Shu Shu responded. Thank you, teacher. If Shu Lingchen dares to trouble you, I will be the first to handle him. Old Lu was momentarily taken aback, pondering until Shu Shu returned to the classroom. That he scratched his head, feeling that something was amiss. Before long, Friday arrived at 8 in the evening. Shu Shu packed her belongings with haste. Shu Lingchen, noticing, asked curiously, Mom, are you going somewhere? To Jing City, for some business. The recruitment event for the international orchestra was to commence on Saturday, and she intended to see if her daughter would be there. Chapter 34. Mom misjudged you. Shu Shu booked a flight from Engshi to Jing City for that very night. Before leaving, she reminded Shu Lingchen, while I'm away, you must behave at home. There will be takeout delivered at the usual time. So don't wander off, and absolutely no fighting. Shu Lingchen nodded obediently at first, but couldn't help but murmur at the latter part. Mom, I've noticed you really love reminding me not to fight. Do you think I enjoy it that much? Shu Shu paused mid-action, changing her shoes. Did he not enjoy fighting? On her very first day of arrival, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a memorable scene where the protagonist's son almost confronted a certain dimwit. Shu Lingshan, I have indeed heard quite a few legends about you, she remarked. What? Shu Lingshan instinctively sensed that the legends his mother spoke of were not flattering. Shu Shu raised an eyebrow in jest. The school bully of Engshi Shenzhong is known as the god of sleep. Who dares to wake him faces dire consequences. Shu Lingshan shrank his neck in guilt. Is it really that serious? Who doesn't have their moments of morning grumpiness? Shu Shu huffed. Back in your first year of high school, a male teacher accidentally woke you during class, and you ended up breaking his arm. Afterwards, you even threatened that if he dared to remain at Shenzhong, you'd hit him every time you saw him. And you indeed frightened him into resigning. Tell me, did you not do that? Shu Lingshan paused, clearly recalling the incident, and then retorted indignantly, that bastard deserved it. So you think it's justified to strike a teacher? Absolutely, Shu Lingshan scoffed. That scoundrel often deliberately walked close to the girls, leaning down to peek at their necklines. At that time, a new female transfer student joined our class, sitting next to me. She had a voice issue and couldn't speak. And when that pervert tried to take advantage of her, she could only cry in fear that I couldn't stand it. So I gave him a good thrashing. Shu Shu was taken aback. Did that really happen? What else could it be? Shu Lingshan replied. Hurt. In your eyes. Is your son really that terrible? Just a mindless brute. Shu Shu was somewhat taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. She looked up to see her son. The turkey chick, awkwardly standing there, his head turned to the side, his entire demeanor screaming of being wronged. Anger etched across his face. After a moment of silence, Shu Shu felt her heart soften, clearing her throat. She spoke gently. I was wrong to misunderstand you. My son, I apologize. Will you forgive me? Shu Shu's tone was sincere. In Shu Lingshan's childhood memories, his mother had always been like this, though she loved him immensely. She never acted like other parents who, despite being in the wrong, held onto their parental authority and refused to admit their mistakes, instead sternly forbidding their children from questioning them. Shu Shu, however, was different. When wrong, she admitted it, and if she hurt her son's feelings, she would apologize right away. Thus, Shu Lingshan developed a habit of expressing his sadness or unhappiness in front of his mother, never bottling it up inside. Upon hearing his mother's apology, Shu Lingshan huffed in a mock display of pride, though the side of his face turned away from her betrayed a hint of a smile. I'll reluctantly accept your apology, he said. You little rascal. Shu Shu stifled a laugh as she shouldered her bag and stepped out the door. When Shu Shu arrived in the capital, the hour was not too late, stepping once more onto this land. She felt as if she were in a different world. Indeed, it was as if a different era had passed. The capital had changed significantly, becoming even more prosperous. She had left with a determination to sever all ties with the people and affairs of this city. Which is precisely why she chose to start anew in Engshi, a place that was a world apart from the capital. Little did she expect to find herself returning voluntarily one day. Shu Shu took out her phone to book a hotel, only to discover that all the hotels located in the economic center bore the illustrious character of Pei. While searching for information about her daughter, she couldn't help but come across news about the Pei family. Tracing back 100 years, the Pei family had always been a renowned presence in the capital, and in recent years, their family business had nearly monopolized the market due to the influence of one individual. Today, the Pei family was flourishing like never before. Shu Shu snapped out of her reverie and, maintaining her composure, booked a room at the nearest Pei-affiliated hotel to the international orchestra recruitment meeting. Having eaten dinner on the plane, Shu Shu washed up at the hotel, confirmed the time for the recruitment meeting, set her alarm, and laid down to sleep. The following day, Shu Shu awoke a minute before her alarm rang. After ordering breakfast and finishing her meal, she stepped outside. It seemed that the international orchestra held considerable prestige, as the recruitment venue was solemnly set within a well-known grand theater in the capital. The hotel where Shu Shu was staying was directly across from the theater. Early in the morning, many young boys and girls carrying violins began to appear at the theater entrance. Shu Shu couldn't help but glance into the crowd. Her gaze sweeping across the youthful faces, she wondered if her daughter would be among them. However, it seemed that she had underestimated the situation. Entry to the recruitment venue appeared to be restricted. After a boy with a violin handed over a document resembling an invitation and was allowed in, Shu Shu was promptly halted by the entrance staff. Excuse me, do you have your access card? I don't have one, Shu Shu inquired. Can I buy a ticket to get in? Like a spectator ticket? Upon hearing the words pay to enter, the staff's expression changed, and they looked at Shu Shu with suspicion. Sternly stating, Ma'am, We have zero tolerance for backdoor dealings at the Berlin International Orchestra. You don't even have an access card, which implies you haven't passed the previous rounds of auditions. Even if you were to enter, it would be futile. Please leave. The staff's attitude was resolute, especially when they saw that Shu Shu was empty-handed, without even a violin in her possession, reinforcing their belief that she was not serious about her intentions. Unable to delay the other candidates further, Shu Shu had no choice but to step aside. She planned to wait near the entrance in hopes of catching a glimpse of her daughter when she noticed a directional sign at the other entrance of the theater. International Orchestra Piano Auditions. Shu Shu's eyes lit up, and she immediately walked over to as expected. There were no entry restrictions for the auditions. She filled out a registration form and received a number tag before entering. The recruitment for violinists and the piano auditions were held in separate areas of the theater. Nevertheless, she was finally inside. Just as she intended to head towards the violinist recruitment area, a staff member called out to her, indicating that it was time for her number. The staff opened a door, revealing a mini theater set up inside, with a piano on the wooden stage and a few empty rows of seats in front. There were no judges present, just a camera with a red light indicating a recording session. The staff signaled for Shu Shu to begin, allowing her 2 minutes to play. It had been a long time since she had last touched a piano. But the moment her fingers brushed against the keys, that familiar sense of mastery, ingrained deep within her, returned. Eager to finish and find her daughter, she recalled a fragment of a score from her mind and played it absent-mindedly. After completing her piece, she stood, politely acknowledged the staff, and swiftly left. The staff, watching her retreating figure with contemplation, pressed their earpiece and whispered to a colleague, "Pay special attention to the registration form for number K26. Chapter 35. Missed Opportunities. Shu Shu successfully made her way to the violinist recruitment area to ensure a quiet atmosphere. The passage leading there had been closed off, preventing her descent. Thus, she could only traverse the expansive audience seating. Catching glimpses of the audition scene from the side, this area was evidently far more formal than the piano auditions. The judging panel was filled with people, including several foreign faces, creating a serious ambience. Shu Shu leaned against the railing, watching each young contestant take the stage, straining her ears to listen, standing so long that her legs began to ache. Yet she never heard the name Pei Muin announced. As the number of contestants dwindled to 3, the third to last was not Pei Muin, nor was the second to last. Finally, when it came down to the last contestant, her heart sank as she heard a name that left her momentarily stunned. Shi Yao. Shi Yao, the name of the protagonist's daughter in her dream. In her dream, her daughter Pei Muin was a counterpart to Shi Yao, who was also a violinist. Shu Shu watched as a girl dressed in an English school uniform, looking serene, took the stage with her violin. She politely nodded to the judges before raising her hand and tilting her chin slightly. Then, exquisite and graceful melodies filled the air. This girl played beautifully. Clearly someone who had sacrificed her leisure time for years, receiving careful instruction from professionals since childhood. Indeed, after her solo, she handled the judges' random questions with ease. The judges displayed expressions of admiration if Shi Yao was here. Then where was Pei Muin? But all Shu Shu saw was the judges gradually standing up, indicating the end of the violinist auditions. Pei Muin was nowhere to be found. Had she missed her daughter's audition because she had hesitated for just a moment? Regrettably, the daughter did not attend the recent recruitment meeting for the orchestra. Alternatively, it is possible that the girl merely shares the name Shi Yao, and that the person Pei Muin does not exist. Thus, the dream is but an illusion. The announcement over the speakers for clearing the venue echoed in the air. With her search yielding no results, Shu Shu could only leave the theater in disappointment. It was only upon turning away that she noticed a foreign woman, who was about to exit the judging panel, clutching a document in her hands, with a hint of concern in her accented Mandarin. She inquired of a colleague nearby, "Where is this violinist named Pei Muin from? Why have I not seen her?" Upon exiting the theater, Shu Shu was met with a torrential downpour. Checking the time on her phone, she was startled to discover it was nearly 1:30 in the afternoon. She had forgotten her umbrella. Fortunately, she had booked a VIP suite at the hotel the previous day. After a brief call, within 3 minutes, a staff member from the adjacent hotel arrived to assist her. Having failed to locate her daughter, Shu Shu had no intention of lingering in the capital. She had not eaten lunch. And after checking out, she flew directly back to Angshi City. The rain fell incessantly, draping the sky in a shroud of gloom. Pei Muin returned home, nearly drenched. Water dripped from the ends of her hair and the hem of her clothes. cascading down her plump figure. One hand clutched her violin case, while the other tightly gripped something in her palm, pressed against her chest. Her lips trembled with pallor, and she shivered uncontrollably from the cold. "Miss?" The servant at the door was taken aback by her disheveled appearance. "Didn't you go to the orchestra audition? How did you end up like this?" Pei Muin seemed oblivious to the servantess' voice, her gaze downcast as she ascended directly to her room. The servant, accustomed to her indifferent demeanor, merely muttered a few words under her breath before resuming her chores. On the second floor, the door closed behind Pei Muin. She set down the violin case and, disregarding her drenched state, hurried to inspect the black voice recorder that she had sheltered in her right palm. Pressing the play button once more, the melodious strains of the violin emerged intact, finally allowing her heart to settle completely. This voice recorder, along with this particular audio segment, was something she cherished dearly, never parting with it for even a moment. It was her guardian angel. Before any significant competition or violin audition, a single listen would ensure her success. Earlier that morning, en route to the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra audition, she had intended to listen to the recording with her headphones as usual. However, after pressing the play button for what seemed like an eternity with no sound, she grabbed the recorder only to realize it was not her own. Pei Muin suddenly recalled the incident from the previous day when she collided with a classmate, scattering their belongings everywhere. And two identical voice recorders had fallen to the ground. The recorder that belonged to her had a tiny scratch less than a centimeter long. She had picked up the closest one, and upon seeing the scratch, had naturally assumed it was hers before hastily gathering her other scattered items and leaving. It wasn't until she was in the car that morning that she noticed the discrepancy. In a panic, Pei Muin sought out her classmate's contact information, inquiring about the fate of the other recorder. To her dismay, the classmate apologized, explaining that her own recorder was broken and that she had carelessly discarded it in a school trash bin after mistaking it for Pei Muin's. She could not recall which bin it was. Pei Muin felt an immense relief that the school's cleaning schedule would be delayed until Saturday. She promptly instructed her driver to turn around and head back to the school. The rain began to fall heavily as she rummaged through one trash bin after another. She paid it no mind, frantically searching, until finally, after tearing open an unknown number of garbage bags, and with her fingers aching, she found the voice recorder. That moment, she had completely missed the audition for the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra. By the time she arrived at the Grand Theater, the audition had concluded 30 minutes prior. Perhaps due to her prolonged exposure to the rain, Pei Muin began to sneeze, her head feeling foggy. Realizing she might be catching a cold, she took a hot shower, swallowed a cold medicine, and curled up in bed, placing the voice recorder carefully beside her pillow before drifting off to sleep. Before falling asleep, she glanced at the calendar, vaguely noting that today was the 5th. The Pei family had a tradition. The 5th of every month was designated for family dinners, which also meant it was the day her father would come home. Pei Muin fell into a deep slumber, only to be awakened by the sounds of laughter and chatter. She opened her eyes and, compelled by a sudden impulse, rushed barefoot to the window to look outside, only to find the designated parking space in the courtyard empty. She sighed. Despite her father having missed the family dinners for over a decade, Pei Muin still held on to the hope that she might someday see his car parked in that spot. Unfortunately, this time was no exception. Her father was absent once again. The sounds of merriment continued outside. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. It was the servant. "Miss, dinner is ready." Pei Muin sat at the edge of her bed for a moment, lost in thought. After changing her clothes, she opened the door and slowly made her way down the spiral staircase. In the opulent living room, the previous matriarch of the Pei family, Madame Song, sat gracefully on the sofa. Though she was 77 years old, her well-maintained appearance belied her age, adorned with jade on her earlobes and neck. She exuded an air of elegance and grandeur, with traces of her youthful charm still visible on her face. That moment, she appeared content, saying, "Xiaoqing, after a lifetime of drinking tea, I find that your tea is the most to my liking." The woman referred to as Xiaoqing was gentle in appearance, clad in a simple qipao with her hair elegantly styled, embodying both intellect and grace. Xiaoqing, a senior English teacher, had saved Madame Song 8 years ago during a fire at a banquet, earning her favor, and she was often invited to the Pei family residence for meals. Even on special occasions like family gatherings, she was no exception. Madame Song adored Xiaoqing, extending her affection to Xiaoqing's 2 children without any reservations regarding her status as a single mother. Everyone speculated that Shurqing was likely to become the next matriarch of the Pei family. Hearing Madame Song's praise, Shurqing smiled softly. "Auntie, I'm glad you like it." Just then, Shuyao entered from the dining room. Her tone light-hearted. "Grandma Pei, Mom, the meal is ready. We can sit down now. Wonderful." Madame Song immediately set down her teacup and, with Shuriao's assistance, rose to her feet. Shurqing suddenly recalled something and asked, "Has Muin come down yet?" Madame Song, who had been smiling, let out a cold snort. No need to mind her. It takes 3 calls to get her to the table for a meal. Such a lack of decorum. As soon as she finished speaking, Shurqing noticed Pei Muin descending the stairs and turned to her gently. "Muin, come down. Dinner is ready." Madame Song did not cast a glance at Pei Muin. Instead, warmly linking arms with Shuriao as they made their way to the dining room. The Pei family was affluent, yet the immediate family members were few. Madame Song's original husband, old Master Pei, had passed away in an accident when she was young, leaving them with only one son, who was now the head of the Pei family but rarely returned home. Generally, the vast main residence was inhabited only by Madame Song and Pei Muin. 4 people sat at the dining table, the atmosphere starkly divided. Madame Song fussed over Shuriao, engaging in cheerful conversation with Shurqing, while Pei Muin, despite being at the same table, ate in silence, her presence so faint it was nearly transparent. "Yao Yao, I heard you were accepted into the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra?" Madame Song inquired with a smile. Shuriao nodded. "Yes, I went for the audition this morning and just received the acceptance notification. Oh dear. Our Yao Yao is truly remarkable. To celebrate your acceptance, choose any gift you desire, and Grandma Pei will reimburse you later." "Thank you, Grandma P. No need." Madame Song then turned to Shurqing. "Xiaoqing, when will you bring Xiaojin back to the capital? How can you let the child go so far to study in Angxi City, such a remote place? Aren't you worried?" Shurqing smiled gently, explaining, "Auntie, this was Xiaojin's own request. He wants to strengthen his will and learn independence. He is growing up and has his own ideas, and as a mother, I can only support him." Upon hearing this, Shuriao paused in her movement to serve herself, casting a complex glance at her mother. Madame Song looked at Shurqing with affection, saying, "Oh dear, Xiaojin is already quite sensible. If he encounters any inconvenience in Angxi, do not hesitate to let me know. I will arrange everything for him, from accommodation to transportation." "Auntie, I appreciate your kindness on behalf of Xiaojin," Shurqing replied, and then, noticing Pei Muin, who had been overlooked, gently asked, "I heard Muin also attended the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra recruitment." Before Pei Muin could respond, Shuriao hesitated. "No, it seems Muin was late and missed the audition. I was the last one on stage and did not see her in the theater. Missing it might be for the best." Madame Song remarked disdainfully, always dawdling like a wooden block. "I told her to stop playing the violin, but she never listens. When the time comes, she'll only embarrass herself and tarnish the Pei family's reputation." Pei Muin tightened her grip on the chopsticks, her fingers momentarily losing their color. She lowered her head even further, her cascading hair casting a significant shadow across her forehead, obscuring her expression. Shuriao paused, adopting a tone of justification as she said, "Grandma Pei, Muin plays the violin exceptionally well. Many professors have praised her talent." Mrs. Song, however, remained unyieldingly stern. "What good is playing well if she is this overweight? She cannot even face the world, which brings disgrace to our Pei family." A scraping sound echoed as a chair was dragged across the floor. "I'm full," came a feeble voice that seemed to sink into the dust. Pei Muin set down her bowl and chopsticks and fled upstairs as if escaping. Her bowl remained untouched, clearly indicating she had barely eaten. How could she possibly feel full? Yet, no one at the table made an effort to stop her. Once back in her room, her sanctuary, Pei Muin finally felt the weight lift from her chest. She sat on the carpet in front of her bed, remaining there until night fell, and Shurqing and her daughter departed, leaving the house in silence. The room was dim, devoid of light. Seizing the opportunity presented by the moonlight, Pei Muin gathered an assortment of snacks onto the balcony. Whenever her spirits were low, she would indulge in snacks, potato chips, chocolate, cream cakes. The sweetness on her palate brought a semblance of sweetness to her heart. As she tore open a bag of chips, the voices of the servants in the garden below drifted up, one of whom seemed to be a new addition to the Pei household, expressing confusion. "Why does it seem like the old lady has little regard for the young lady at the dining table earlier? One might have thought Shi Yao was the granddaughter, and the young lady was an adopted child. No need to speculate. It is simply the case, replied another, more seasoned servant with a tone of regret. The old lady dislikes the young lady, even to the point of loathing her. Why is that? Came the query. Because of the young lady's mother. It is said that her mother was once a lowly maid in the Pei family who shamelessly entangled herself with the then young master, Mr. Pei, leading to the birth of the young lady. Is that true? Indeed. I've heard that Mr. Pei quarreled fiercely with the old lady over this maid, and the old lady harbors a deep-seated hatred for her. Thus, how could she possibly regard the maid's child with any affection? As for that woman, where is she now? She is long gone from the Pei family, likely having run off with someone. I've heard from those even older than me that this incident caused quite the scandal, throwing the Pei family into disarray. Now, whenever the old lady recalls that maid, she erupts in fury. So do take care in your duties. Pei Muin's eyelashes fluttered as she shoved a large piece of chocolate into her mouth. Oh, the new maid continued. Isn't the 5th of every month a family gathering? Why hasn't Mr. Pei returned? You wouldn't know that Mr. Pei hasn't returned in over 10 years, always living elsewhere. Didn't we just mention it? The young lady's mother ran off with someone. Which surely angered Mr. Pei. He likely does not wish to see the young lady, fearing it would only irritate him. Over the years, Mr. Pei has been absorbed in the company's affairs, showing no interest in the young lady. In this household, she is merely a figurehead. Her personality is both sullen and peculiar, making her unapproachable. The servants below seemed oblivious to the fact that their gossip carried up to the ears of the person on the balcony above. Upon hearing the remark that no one wished to approach her, Pei Muin turned her head, almost as if in self-inflicted torment, to gaze at her reflection in the mirror across the room. Chapter 37. The real heiress. The girl in the mirror appeared quite overweight, making it difficult for her to sit cross-legged. She could only stretch her legs straight, awkwardly slumped on the carpet. Her shoulder-length hair was disheveled, her bangs thick, and her round, pale face bore smudges of chocolate at the corners of her mouth. Coupled with her vacant expression, she looked utterly ridiculous. In truth, it was hard for anyone to believe she was the young lady of the Pei family. Pei Muin had grown accustomed to such remarks at home, so she barely reacted when she heard them. Whenever new maids arrived, the older servants would provide them with this sort of background information. It was not an exaggeration. Most of it was indeed true. Her grandmother disdained her, and her father was equally reluctant to see her. Hence, he chose to stay away for years on end. Pei Muin had no friends. Her days consisted solely of attending classes and the company of her violin. She genuinely yearned for companionship, but every time she conversed with a maid, that maid would soon be dismissed. At school, whenever she hoped to befriend a classmate, that classmate would invariably end up as Shi Yao's lively friend. Perhaps it was destined to be this way. No one would cherish or care for someone as socially inept as her. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Pei Muin shoved more chocolate into her mouth, a sign that her mood had plummeted. As she ripped open a chocolate wrapper, suddenly, an empty cake box tumbled out from the pile of snacks before her. This box had once contained a strawberry yogurt mousse. Though the mousse had been consumed, she had washed and saved the box. Cradling the cake box in her hands, Pei Muin reminisced about the mousse sister she had encountered in Ungshi. She adored sweets, and one day, upon stumbling across a promotional post for a dessert shop, she had traveled a considerable distance to purchase treats. Little did she expect to meet such a sister. Pei Muin vividly recalled her appearance and voice. She was stunning, speaking with such gentleness, her voice melodious. What struck her most was how considerate she had been when handing over the mousse, noticing Pei Muin's shyness. The warmth of the mousse sister's kindness felt profoundly comforting. Looking back, it even stirred an urge to shed tears from the sheer sense of vulnerability it evoked in her. Pei Muin rarely experienced such pure goodwill, and had never felt this kind of dependency on a mere stranger with whom she had shared only a brief encounter. A rebellious thought blossomed in her mind. She wanted to seek out the mousse sister. Shu Lingqian was unaware of what Shu Shu had gone to Jing City for, but he sensed a peculiar silence enveloping her upon her return. Unable to contain himself, he asked, "Mom, what's wrong?" before confirming whether his daughter was truly still in this world. Shu Shu had no intention of revealing her existence to her son. It's better for one to be disappointed than for both to share the burden of despair. Nevertheless, Shu Shu did not abandon her hope of finding her daughter after this fruitless trip. As long as there was the slightest possibility, she was willing to believe and invest her time and energy. Even if it ultimately proved futile, Shu Shu playfully tapped Shu Lingqian's forehead and changed the subject. Adult matters are not for children to inquire about. Hey, Shu Lingqian protested. covering his head. I'm not a child anymore. I am 17. Oh, what use is being 17 in body when your IQ is still that of a 3-year-old? No, perhaps it has regressed. You might not even possess the intelligence of a 3-year-old. Considering you were quite clever back then. Shu Lingchen initially wanted to argue that he was indeed smart, but remembering his dismal monthly exam score of 72, he chose to remain silent. He didn't want to seek punishment in front of his mother, who had scored 748. Recently, at Sanzhong, Shu Shu had been the center of attention. Upon transferring, she had effortlessly claimed the top spot in her grade, overshadowing the second-place student by a wide margin. Moreover, they lived in a lavish 600-square-meter apartment in Eugene. Whispers circulated in the school that Shu Shu was the daughter of a super-rich family, a hidden heiress. No one suspected that Shu Shu was. In fact, the wealthy individual herself. Shu Lingchen had heard some of this gossip and curiously asked Shu Shu, "Mom, did you buy the Eugene 1600 unit many years ago?" "Yes, it was for you. As children grow up, they generally wish to have their own space rather than live with their parents." Upon hearing this, Shu Lingchen felt deeply moved, nearly brought to tears. "Mom, you're so thoughtful, considering all this back then and buying such a large house for me." Shu Shu raised her hand. "No, you've misunderstood. The 600-square-meter flat is for me to live in. The smaller one upstairs is yours." Haven't you heard the saying? A mother mustn't suffer while her child is comfortable. Shu Lingchen had only heard that parents shouldn't let their children suffer. He recalled a time when his mother had bought a box of French shell macarons, 7 in total. The two of them each had one. And as they reached the last one, he gazed longingly at Shu Shu, expecting her to be like other parents who would rather starve themselves than deny their child. Instead, Shu Shu had patted his shoulder and suddenly pointed out the window, exclaiming, "Son, look, the Calabash brothers have come to our house." When Shu Lingchen dashed to the balcony in excitement, only to find nothing there, he turned back in confusion, realizing that his last macaron had already been devoured by Shu Shu. On this day, after school, Shu Lingchen furrowed his brow, sighing intermittently, pulling out his phone only to put it away in disappointment. Shu Shu glanced over and asked, "Son, what's bothering you? Speak up so I can share in your troubles." Shu Lingchen scratched her head, pondering. "It's Chu Chu. Recently, her replies to my messages have become sparse, and even when she does respond, her answers are particularly brief. Just mm. She's never behaved this way before. Something feels amiss." Shu Shu raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself, "Precisely, without a house or any money to offer, Shu Lingchen has lost all utility to Kulian. Hence Kulian no longer indulges her as she used to." Shu Lingchen sent a message to Chulian, inquiring about her well-being. Chulian replied, and Shu Shu glanced at Shu Lingchen's phone screen, noticing Chu Chu's message. "Nothing, just reading. I don't want to look at my phone." It was exceedingly cold. So it's because she's studying. Shu Lingchen sighed in relief, immediately believing her, and thoughtfully replied, "Then Chu Chu, please focus on your studies. I won't disturb you." Shu Shu looked at the gullible fool and couldn't help but shake her head. Suddenly, she halted her steps and turned back. Shu Lingchen, who was beside her, looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" Shu Shu frowned at the ordinary street behind her. For the past few days, she had a persistent feeling of being followed. Once could be a coincidence, but twice or thrice was unlikely to be so. Yet, Shu Shu said, "It's nothing," and continued walking with Shu Lingchen until they turned the next corner. At that moment, she suddenly pulled Shu Lingchen behind a wall. Shortly thereafter, someone indeed followed them. Chapter 38. "I am allergic to peanuts." The figure lurking behind the wall peered around, trying to discern where the person she was following had gone. However, the moment she looked up, she was startled to see Shu Shu lazily waiting for her, arms crossed. Pei Muin, wearing a mask, instinctively turned to flee, but Shu Lingchen quickly stepped forward, chin raised, blocking her path with an intimidating stance. Shu Shu was somewhat surprised to discover that the person was a girl. "Speak. What do you intend to achieve by trailing us?" "I wasn't following you," the girl mumbled, her head bowed, her voice soft and low. Placing emphasis on the last two words, Shu Shu replied, "Oh, so you were following one of us. Who were you tailing, and for what purpose?" "Sister, don't you remember me?" Pei Muin looked at Shu Shu, her voice timid. "We met at the dessert shop." A pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes peeked from beneath her heavy bangs, and as Shu Shu scrutinized her, she was momentarily stunned, recognizing her. Strawberry yogurt mousse, seeing that Shu Shu remembered her. Pei Muin's eyes sparkled. "Yes, it's me. Sister, you finally noticed me." "What do you mean, finally noticed me?" Shu Shu paused, then realized in astonishment. "So the one who has been secretly following me these past few days is you." Pei Muin nodded in acknowledgement. Shu Shu asked, did you seek me out for something? Pei Muin was at a loss for words. She simply wanted to find Moo's sister. However, she hadn't thought about what to do once she found her. She remembered that Moo's sister was wearing a school uniform the day they met at the dessert shop, which is why she had specifically waited near the school entrance. Finally, she had spotted her. Yet, she lacked the courage to approach directly, opting instead to follow stealthily from a distance. After all, trailing someone was peculiar behavior. Moo's sister would surely think of her as strange. Pei Muin nervously clutched her clothing hem. Unsure of what to say, just then, her stomach growled. Due to her habit of overeating, she often felt hungry, and she hadn't had a snack in a full hour. Pei Muin's face flushed crimson, intensifying her anxiety. Sorry, how rude of me. Shu Shu sensed the innocent nature of the girl and, seeing her awkwardness, felt her heart soften. She chuckled lightly. As it happens, we are about to have dinner if you would like. You can join us. Beside them, Shu Lingchen's eyes widened in surprise. Pei Muin, elated to the point of disbelief, exclaimed, Really? Is that true? She could hardly contain her excitement. Yes, Shu Shu replied. Consider it a thank you for treating me to dessert. The last time they were at the dessert shop, it was this moose girl who paid the bill as she left. Shu Shu's frequency of cooking depended entirely on her mood. Occasionally, she might feel inspired to cook. But most of the time, she lacked the enthusiasm. She had a passion for various cuisines, so during this period, aside from eating at school, her dinners consisted of either ordering delicious takeout or dining out. Today was no exception. She had come across a highly rated spicy blood duck restaurant nearby on a social media platform, so she reserved a private room for 4 in advance, after locating the restaurant based on the address. The 3 of them entered. Out of courtesy, Shu Shu allowed Shu Lingchen to sit beside her, leaving the opposite seat for the moose girl. Pei Muin nervously fiddled with her fingers, casting envious glances at the seat already occupied by Shu Lingchen beside Shu Shu before finally taking her place across from them. Can you handle spicy food? Shu Shu asked as she received the menu from the waiter, since the restaurant's signature dish was spicy blood duck, which was not mild in flavor. Pei Muin nodded. I can. Great, Shu Shu continued. Do you have any dietary restrictions? I do, Pei Muin said. I can't eat peanuts because I am allergic. Shu Shu was taken aback, looking at her in wonder. What a coincidence. I am also allergic to peanuts. Pei Muin blinked, feeling a sense of joy, as though sharing the same peanut allergy as Moo's sister brought them closer together. She shyly replied, Yes, it is quite a coincidence. After ordering the signature dish of blood duck, Shu Shu selected a few other main courses and then handed the menu to Pei Muin. Take a look and see if there's anything you'd like. Feel free to order. Okay, Pei Muin said, taking the menu with both hands. Shu Lingchen, peering at Pei Muin as she focused on the menu, leaned in like a thief to whisper to Shu Shu. Mom, are you being too hasty? Are you not worried that she might be a con artist? Shu Shu lightly scoffed, musing that this little fool's intelligence had finally returned when facing the Chu family mother and daughter. He had been duped to the point of losing his undergarments yet remained oblivious. She replied quietly, It's hardly worth it to deceive someone just for a meal. The dessert shop's average price isn't low. This girl was able to pay without batting an eye, so she can't be someone in need of money looking to swindle a meal. I've ordered. Pei Muin had taken quite some time to decide. She felt somewhat constrained. Although she had things she wanted to eat, she hesitated to impose, ultimately only requesting an additional vegetable dish hesitantly. Shu Shu observed this scene silently and, after reclaiming the menu, added all the dishes that Pei Muin had briefly glanced at, all while she stared in bewilderment. Finally, she ordered 3 bottles of milk. Shu Lingchen raised his hand. I request to swap one for a cola. Shu Shu readily responded, turning to the waiter. Do you have sulfuric acid? If you do, please exchange his milk for sulfuric acid. Shu Lingchen dropped his hand. Then I'll just stick with milk. The waiter stifled a laugh as she took the menus and left. Shu Lingchen wore a pitiful expression, his turkey nest hair drooping in tandem. I'm not forbidding you from drinking cola, Shu Shu said. But you can't treat carbonated drinks like water. From now on, you can only have it once a week. You had it yesterday, so this week's cola quota is gone. Shu Lingchen looked despondent. Pei Muin cautiously observed the interaction between Shu Shu and Shu Lingchen, glancing at the boy under his sister's care, and felt a twinge of envy. Within a few minutes, the dishes arrived. Shu Shu pointed at Pei Muin, asking, Aren't you going to take off your mask while we eat? Pei Muin froze, instinctively touching her face and realizing she was still wearing the mask. She recalled that she had been masked the entire time. So she reached to unhook it from behind her ears, but midway through the action, she hesitated, her breath tightening. Shu Shu inquired, What's wrong? Pei Muin softly replied, I look very ugly. She feared that Mu's sister would find her unappealing. Chapter 39. No one will worry about me. Shu Shu was taken aback, then chuckled. This restaurant didn't state that only those who are good-looking can dine here. Besides, appearance shouldn't be the standard by which one is judged. Don't get trapped in such emotional turmoil. No one had ever said such a thing to Pei Muin. She raised her hand and slowly removed her mask, revealing her entire face. The girl had a pair of striking peach blossom eyes. Despite her round, chubby cheeks, her features were delicate, and her skin was flawless, without a single blemish. Her cheeks a rosy hue reminiscent of a cherubic child. How could this be called ugly? She was undeniably beautiful. Just like the first impression Shu Shu had of her at the dessert shop, she couldn't help but be starstruck. What an adorable girl. Her cuteness makes me want to pinch her cheeks. Shu Lingchen also stared, asking earnestly, are you playing abstract, deliberately saying the opposite and calling yourself ugly? Shu Shu looked at the moose girl across from her and said, you are clearly very pretty. How could you think of yourself as ugly? After removing her mask, Pei Muin felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, causing her to hesitate for an extended period before daring to lift her gaze. Upon hearing Shu Shu mention the word beautiful, she was momentarily taken aback, her head instinctively rising. It seemed that everyone shared this belief. Not only did she find herself unattractive, but she also felt quite overweight. As she spoke, her chubby hands, once resting on the table, shrank away in a gesture of embarrassment, retreating beneath it. Shu Shu inquired, everyone? Pei Muin nodded. Yes, my classmates. They have given me numerous unflattering nicknames related to pigs. Even my grandmother often remarks that she cannot show me off, feeling unworthy of the title of Pei family's young lady. Her voice, soft and delicate, was barely above a whisper, clearly revealing her profound lack of self-confidence. Shu Shu instinctively furrowed her brow, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her chest. The sight of Pei Muin in such a state allowed her to imagine the unhealthy environment the girl must endure daily. It was likely a barrage of belittling comments that led to her deep-seated insecurities. In a gentle tone, Shu Shu reassured her, I do not understand why these individuals would choose to judge you so harshly. But their intentions are certainly not rooted in kindness. If it is not kindness, then you need not pay them any heed. After all, when you refer to everyone, you do not include me. I think you are quite beautiful. Beside them, Shilingchen interjected, if anyone dares to give me such a nickname, I would swiftly deliver a kick to them. He began to demonstrate his imagined kick, but suddenly remembered his mother was nearby, and quickly restrained himself. Let us eat, Shu Shu smiled. Aren't you hungry? Go on, pick up your chopsticks. Pei Muin's eyes sparkled as she felt a pang of warmth in her chest, nodding and picking up her chopsticks. The dishes were all served. Shu Shu occasionally helped Shilingchen with his food, having noticed that his previous living expenses had been entirely drained by the Chu family, leading to a rather lackluster quality of life since Shu Shu's return. She had taken it upon herself to improve his meals, hoping he would eat more during this crucial period of growth. Across the table, Pei Muin watched enviously as Shu Shu served herself some ribs, her own eating coming to a halt. Noticing her pause, Shu Shu looked up and met her gaze, which was filled with longing and desire. For reasons unknown, Shu Shu's hand faltered, and in a moment of instinct, she turned the piece of rib she had just picked up and placed it onto Pei Muin's plate, under the girl's increasingly brightened gaze. Thank you, sister, Pei Muin exclaimed, astonished that Mu's sister had served her ribs. You're welcome. It's just a dish, Shu Shu replied, though she found the child's satisfaction rather heartwarming, causing a pang of tenderness in her chest. Thus, she continued to serve Pei Muin several more dishes. Dinner concluded amidst a serene and warm atmosphere. Upon reaching the cashier, Pei Muin immediately retrieved her small bag and pulled out a black card to settle the bill. However, Shu Shu stopped her, scanning the payment code with her phone first, declaring, I insist on treating you. Pei Muin blinked, reluctantly putting her card away, appearing somewhat disappointed at not being able to pay. With the meal finished, it was time to part ways. Shu Shu asked Pei Muin where she lived and how she would be getting home. Pei Muin replied, I have a driver waiting for me. She's just outside. Following Pei Muin's words, Shu Shu glanced outside and indeed spotted a sleek black car quietly parked across the street. Sister, I had a wonderful time dining with you today, Pei Muin said sincerely. Shilingchen, feeling overlooked, exclaimed, Am I not a person then? Was my company enjoyable? No, that's not what I meant. Pei Muin hurriedly clarified. Don't mind him. Shu Shu shot Shilingchen a look, turning back to Pei Muin with a smile. I also had a delightful time. Then, goodbye. Yes, goodbye, Pei Muin replied, lingering as she walked away, glancing back at Shu Shu after taking a few steps. Just as she was about to reach the car door, Shu Shu called out to her. "Oh, by the way, little moose, I forgot to ask your name." Pei Muin halted, turning around, savoring the affectionate nickname. "Little moose?" she asked, her eyes sparkling. "Sister, I really like how you call me that. Can you please continue to call me that?" Of course." Shu Shu chuckled at the child's adorably unique perspective. After agreeing, she introduced herself. "I'm Shu Shu, with the first character meaning book and the second character meaning to unfold." Book, Shu Shu. Pei Muin silently repeated the two characters in her mind, then nodded earnestly. "I remember." As the black car drove away, Shu Shu noticed the license plate number and was momentarily taken aback. It was from Jing City. She had assumed Little Moose was a local from In City. How had she traveled so far from Jing City to In City? Shilingshan remarked with curiosity. "Wow, it's a consecutive number, a row of 6. How cool is that?" Shu Shu believed that her connection with Little Moose was likely to cease after yesterday. Yet, the following day after school, she encountered her once more. "Sister, you treated me to dinner yesterday. Can I invite you out for a meal today?" Pei Muin approached slowly. Shu Shu noticed that she seemed to have been waiting for her for a long time. And given her young age, she should still be attending school. "Don't you have classes?" Pei Muin lowered her eyes, a hint of guilt evident. "I skipped class. Shu frowned, suddenly recalling the Jing City license plate and instinctively associating it with the idea of running away. "Why did you skip class? Aren't you worried about your family being concerned?" Pei Muin shook her head. "No one will worry about me. Sister, I've actually been skipping class for 4 days, but I haven't received a single message on my phone or a call." Chapter 40. Transferring schools. Shu Shu paused, mentally categorizing Pei Muin as one of those unfortunate children who, despite coming from a well-off family, were neglected due to their parents' preoccupation with business. "So, can I treat you to a meal?" Pei Muin asked again, her chubby fingers nervously twisting together. "Shall we go to the same place as yesterday? Just the 3 of us?" She glanced at Shilingshan. Shilingshan was momentarily stunned, not expecting to be included, and turned to Shu Shu for her opinion. The girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears, filled with pleading, as if her light would dim the moment she faced rejection. Shu Shu found herself unable to refuse her. She agreed. Pei Muin's face lit up with joy. The atmosphere during this meal remained pleasant, as Pei Muin savored the comfort of the moment, reluctant to let it end, even suggesting they order more dishes to prolong their time together. Shu Shu chuckled softly, thinking about how lonely the child must have been to cling to this moment so desperately. It tugged at her heartstrings. As they prepared to part ways, she advised Pei Muin. "Skipping classes is not a good behavior. It's also unsafe to be out alone. You should return home early." After a moment's thought, she added, "If you ever want to come and play, feel free to visit during the holidays." Pei Muin's eyes fell. She did not wish to return, to go back to that stifling house, nor to that school where she felt utterly isolated. After only 2 meals, she had developed a strong dependency on Sister Moose. "Can I really reach out to you again later?" "Of course." Shu Shu raised her phone. "Didn't we just add each other on WeChat?" Pei Muin nodded, though her spirits still seemed low. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the school badge on Shu Shu's uniform and, for reasons unknown, her eyes brightened. "Sister, what is the name of your school?" "In City 3rd High School." Shu Shu did not think much of it, assuming Pei Muin's inquiry was merely for the sake of locating her later. After parting ways with Shu Shu, Pei Muin did not return to Jing City. Instead, she spent the next couple of days at a nearby 5-star hotel. In the evening, after completing her evening routine, Pei Muin found herself reminiscing about Sister Moose's school, In City 3rd High School. Then, she picked up her phone and navigated to a contact with whom she rarely communicated. The contact was labeled Father. Pei Muin opened the message box, her finger hesitating for a moment before she mustered her courage, typing out a message word by word, before sending it. "Father, I wish to transfer to In City's 3rd High School." Pei Muin's thoughts were rather straightforward. She yearned to be closer to her Sister Moose. Half an hour, 1 hour, 3 hours passed after her message was sent, and before Pei Muin dozed off, leaning against her bed. She still had not received a reply. The following morning, Pei Muin awoke to find it was 8 o'clock. She located her phone beneath the covers and, upon unlocking it, discovered a new message from a contact labeled Dad. Curiously, she opened it to find a notification regarding her school enrollment. The date indicated was before 7 o'clock the next morning. Her transfer to Ungshi No. 3 High School had been successfully arranged. Overwhelmed with surprise, Pei Muin minimized the notification image and scrolled down the screen, only to find it blank. Aside from the notification, her father had said not a word more. Her fingers instinctively scrolled upwards again, revealing that her prior exchanges with her father were also sparse, consisting almost entirely of impersonal reminders about the monthly allowance. The warm greetings and casual conversations typically shared between a father and daughter were conspicuously absent. The prospect of attending the same school as her sister Moose filled Pei Muin with uncontainable joy. She initially intended to send a message of gratitude to her father, but as she typed halfway, she hesitated, recalling her grandmother's frequent admonitions, which urged her not to disturb her father's busy work life unless absolutely necessary. She had never dared to initiate conversations with him outside of important matters. Moreover, her father had never taken the initiative to message her either. Perhaps, she mused, her father appreciated the tranquility brought about by her discretion. Contemplating this, Pei Muin silently exited the chat with her father. That day, as the final bell rang for the last class of the morning, students surged eagerly towards the cafeteria. Schulinger and BLO were at the forefront, their arms slung over each other's shoulders as they chatted about the latest gossip. Brother Chun, a new transfer student, arrived in Class 1 yesterday. I hear she is from the capital, and her family is extraordinarily wealthy, chauffeured in luxury cars for school. BLO interjected with a chuckle. Can you believe there's a car named Lao Si? What a bizarre name. How could it possibly sell? It's called Rolls-Royce, you big dolt. Someone nearby rolled their eyes. If you don't understand, just keep quiet. Laughter erupted among the group, and Schulinger joined in the mirth. BLO, inflamed, threatened to retaliate against the offender. At that moment, Shu Shu strolled leisurely behind them, observing their playful antics when suddenly a familiar voice called out from behind, addressing Moose. She halted, turning back, and to her astonishment, she beheld Xiao Moose, Sister Moose. Pei Muin navigated through the crowd and approached Shu Shu. The latter, taken aback, exclaimed, "What are you doing here? The school shouldn't allow outsiders in so easily." "I am here to attend classes," Pei Muin softly replied. "Sister, I've transferred to Ungshi number 3. Shu Shu's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Transferred? It hasn't even been 2 days since our last meal. And you've already become a student here?" Suddenly, it dawned on her. "So, the transfer student from the capital that Schulinger mentioned is you?" "Yes," Pei Muin replied, her youthful peach blossom eyes sparkling with delight. "Sister, from now on, we can see each other every day." Shu Shu suddenly entertained a bold thought. "You didn't transfer just for this reason, did you? Just to be able to see me every day?" Pei Muin shyly nodded her head. Shu Shu found herself at a loss, unsure whether to commend her own charm or to chastise Xiao Moose's whimsy. Did your family really agree so easily to your transfer? Moving from the capital to such a distant place is quite a hassle. After acquiring her new identity, she had donated an entire library just to enroll in the same school and class as Schulinger without a second thought. Money certainly has its privileges. Xiao Moose must come from a well-off family, and this surely posed no issue for them. Hearing Shu Shu's inquiry, Pei Muin paused for a moment, looking down as she replied, "My family just wants me to be quiet and not disturb them in daily life. They don't mind these small matters." Chapter 41. Donating a building right away. Transferring schools is clearly a significant event. Any caring parent would not regard it lightly. That familiar pang of heartache returned as Shu Shu gently patted the girl's head, her tone lightening as she shifted the subject. "Welcome to Ungshi number 3. From now on, we'll be both friends and classmates. You can always come find me to hang out. I'm in class 12. Pei Muin lifted her head, her eyes shining brightly as she gazed at Shu Shu. Let us go eat at the cafeteria first." During lunchtime, the cafeteria was bustling with activity, due to the earlier delay. Schulinger and his group had vanished into the crowd. Shu Shu, uninterested in searching for them, decided to queue with Pei Muin, helping her swipe her card to get her meal. The crowd was thick, and she held Pei Muin's hand throughout, ensuring she wouldn't be jostled. While in line, she quietly asked which dish Pei Muin preferred. Inside, Pei Muin felt as if her heart was bursting with happiness, akin to fireworks exploding in her mind. Sister Moose was so close that she could smell the delightful fruity scent of oranges emanating from her hair. Once they found a vacant spot to sit, Shu Shu casually inquired, "Are you worried about adapting to the new environment since you transferred so suddenly?" "Not at all," Pei Muin replied. "Back at my previous school, I always ate alone, but here, I can eat with you." What a pitiable child. Shu Shu gazed at Pei Muin, suddenly reminded that if her daughter were still alive, she would likely be around the same age as this little girl. Her heart softened, and she placed an untouched chicken wing from her plate into Pei Muin's bowl. Their eyes met, and Shu Shu, unable to help herself, added with affection, This is the signature chicken wing from Ungshi No. 3's cafeteria. I've tried it, and it's delicious. After lunch, Shu Shu did not immediately return to the classroom. Instead, she took Pei Muyin on a brief tour around the school to help her familiarize herself with the surroundings of No. 3.as. The bell for the midday break approached. They reached the foot of the teaching building for classes 1 and 12. Shu Shu turned to Pei Muyin and said, "Xiao Moose, I'm going up now. You should head back to your classroom." Pei Muyin clutched the yogurt that Shu Shu had bought her at the convenience store. Gazing at Shu Shu with longing, clearly reluctant to part ways, Shu Shu chuckled, bemused by the extent of her own charm that made Xiao Moose so dependent on her. "All right, if we don't head up soon, the discipline teacher will come to catch wandering students. You can come find me during your break. Class 12 is on the 3rd floor." "Okay, goodbye, sister," she obediently replied, nodding. Indeed, when the class ended, Pei Muyin promptly sought out Shu Shu. Upon seeing Pei Muyin, Schulinger was equally astonished, curious about her unexpected presence at the school. When he learned she had transferred, his disbelief only deepened. "So, the transfer student from class 1 is actually you? What a coincidence." Unaware of the circumstances, Schulinger did not realize that Pei Muyin had transferred to No. 3 specifically for Shu Shu. That a twinge of melancholy washed over her. Initially, she had merely wished to attend the same school as Sister Moose, yet now she found herself greedily desiring to be in the same class as her, given the brief 10-minute break. She approached her teacher the very next day after transferring to request a class change. Normally, such requests are not difficult to manage for second-year students, yet Class 1's homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, without hesitation, cited various regulations as reasons for his refusal, instructing her to remain in Class 1 and focus on her studies before sending her back to the classroom. Unbeknownst to Pei Muyin, Mr. Huang, watching her retreating figure, let out a sigh of relief, recalling the previous day when he learned a student from the capital would be joining his class, along with a solemn request for proper care of the transfer student. This student, Pei Muyin, came from a prestigious background, and it was essential to treat her well. Coinciding with Pei Muyin's transfer notification was a generous charitable donation of 13 million, earmarked for the construction of an indoor gymnasium at Ungshi No. 3. Thus, it was not that Mr. Huang intentionally sought to thwart Pei Muyin's request. Rather, even if he were willing, the higher authorities at the school would never permit her to be placed in Class 12, which was regarded as a less prestigious class. Mr. Huang marveled at the donation amount, inwardly questioning the fortunate turn of events at their school, as they were now benefactors of 2 major donations in quick succession. With wealth comes the ability to wield influence, and to donate so liberally right from the start. The matter of changing classes proved unfeasible with the teacher, leading Pei Muyin to contemplate seeking her father's assistance. However, having already troubled him once regarding her transfer, she feared that approaching him again would only serve to irk him further. With this thought weighing on her mind, she reluctantly dismissed the idea. Pei Muyin seemed disinterested in forging relationships with her new classmates, as she hurried to Class 12 the moment the bell rang, and again at the end of the school day, she made her way to the entrance of the Class 12 classroom. Shu Shu discovered that she and the little moose shared a mutual interest in seeking out delicious food. Pei Muyin also delighted in browsing the culinary sections of social media. Whenever she stumbled upon posts about nearby eateries, she would feel compelled to visit, reminiscent of the time she rushed to that dessert shop solely to purchase strawberry yogurt mousse. Before the school day concluded, she sent Shu Shu a screenshot of a food blogger's review of a restaurant famous for its signature gua bao rou rice. Inquiring about her willingness to go, Shu Shu promptly replied, "Go." She then invited Shu Lingshan to join them. The trio enjoyed dinner together for several consecutive days. Pei Muyin eagerly insisted on picking up the tab, often proclaiming that Moose Jie should treat them next time, yet every time, she would beat them to the payment. In response, Shu Shu decided to wait inside the restaurant and, under the pretense of using the restroom, would pay the bill. Pei Muyin was equally determined, mirroring her actions. The two engaged in a battle of wits over who would pay for their meals. Shu Lingshan observed their antics with an amused expression, secretly wishing to experience the thrill of competing to pay, but alas, he was rather financially constrained. One day, as the three emerged from dinner, they found themselves a considerable distance from home. Shu Shu and Shu Lingshan planned to hail a taxi, but Pei Muyin offered to drive them, as she had a chauffeur at her disposal. When the Rolls-Royce came to a smooth halt at the entrance of Yujing Yuan, Pei Muyin exclaimed in surprise, "Moose Jie, do you live here?" "Yes." "Why?" Pei Muyin stammered. "I just moved here last night." The previous day, the driver had handed her the access card for her new residence, indicating it was her father's decision. as it was impractical for her to continue living in a hotel after transferring schools. Pei Muin promptly messaged her father to express her gratitude, but received no response. She surmised that such trivial matters were likely handled by one of her father's numerous assistants. Chapter 42. A twisted tongue. Pei Muin had not anticipated that she would be residing in the same community as Mu Jie. Consequently, the Rolls-Royce navigated further into Yujing Yuan. Sister, which building do you live in? Building F. I live in F as well. Pei Muin inquired about the floor Shu Shu occupied. The 16th floor, apartment 1600, she replied. Pei Muin's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed. I live on the 17th floor, apartment 1702. The 1702 unit was adjacent to the one previously occupied by the Chu family's mother and daughter on the 17th floor. Such a coincidence was remarkable. Shu Shu could hardly contain her astonishment. Shu Lingshan interjected, perplexed. But isn't the owner of apartment 1702 planning to use it as a wedding house for his son? They haven't even moved in yet. Just last week, I saw him bringing in furniture. Pei Muin clarified. The apartment is not rented. If it's not rented, then it must have been purchased out a new home, intended for a wedding. Being sold so swiftly within such a short span of time suggested that the price offered by the buyer must have been exceptionally attractive. Purchasing a house seemed as straightforward as buying a pair of shoes. Shu Lingshan recalled the luxurious car he was seated in, with the license plate number 66666, and suddenly found the situation less surprising. Pei Muin was elated. Living just one floor apart from Mu Jie meant they could easily spend time together after school or on their way to classes. As the elevator reached the 16th floor, Shu Shu noticed the hesitant expression on Moose's face, torn between wanting to ask something and not wanting to return home, prompting her to extend an invitation. Would you like to come in for a bit? Is that all right? Shu Shu smiled. Of course, you are welcome. Upon entering, Shu Shu fetched slippers for Pei Muin and led her to the living room. After setting her belongings down, she inquired, would you like some sweet water? It is chilled. Pei Muin eagerly nodded. Yes, please. All right, just give me 2 minutes. Feel free to look around. Don't be shy. With that, Shu Shu headed to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and retrieved 3 glass bowls to serve the sweet water. In the living room, Pei Muin obediently sat on the sofa, refraining from wandering about. She kept her legs together, clutching her backpack, and turned her head to curiously survey Mu Jie's home. Opposite her, Shu Lingshan unzipped his backpack and pulled out his Chinese textbook. Preparing to memorize a classical text he hadn't finished earlier in the day. In order to reach the 200,000 withdrawal threshold as quickly as possible, he had been particularly diligent lately. Shu Lingshan was employing a rote memorization technique, reciting, to govern a state, one must first regulate the family. To regulate the family, one must first. He suddenly blanked out, just as he was about to flip through his textbook for a refresher. He heard a soft, melodic voice complete the phrase, one must first cultivate oneself. Shu Lingshan was taken aback and turned to look. Upon making eye contact with Pei Muin, she hugged her backpack closer. Her expression apologetic. I'm sorry, did I interrupt you? I'll be quiet now. No, it's all right. Shu Lingshan waved dismissively and resumed his recitation. He reached the line, to govern a state, one must first regulate the family. To regulate the family, one must first, and promptly forgot the next part. However, this time, he didn't flip through his textbook, instead glancing instinctively at Pei Muin. She blinked her eyes and tentatively offered, to regulate the family. One must first cultivate oneself. Shu Lingshan scratched his messy hair, surprised. You can recite this. Yes, Pei Muin nodded. It's a required recitation from the textbook. Shu Lingshan couldn't help but scoff. I find this passage too difficult to memorize. It is filled with and then. Pei Muin quietly suggested, you could try to remember the essence of the translation first. That might make it easier to memorize. Really? Shu Lingshan, not wanting to appear stubborn, decided to give it a try later on. At that moment, Shu Shu called from the kitchen, announcing that the sweet water was ready. Its taro balls with matcha milk jelly. Upon taking her first bite, Pei Muin's eyes sparkled with delight. Captivated by the creamy sweetness, her eyes involuntarily squinting in satisfaction. This is so delicious, she exclaimed. Sister, did you make this yourself? Yes, that is impressive. Just then, Shu Lingshan, caught up in the moment, nearly let slip a comment but quickly pivoted. Her sweet water is extraordinary, even better than what you'd find in a restaurant. Plus, she can also make chestnut pumpkin cake, which is even more delicious. Pei Muin didn't quite catch the word Shu Lingshan had nearly let slip. But upon hearing this, she gazed at Shu Shu with admiration in her eyes. Shu Shu smiled. I've also prepared a separate box for you to take home. Just remember, don't eat it all tonight. Save some for tomorrow. Eating too much cold food at night might upset your stomach. Okay, Pei Muin replied sweetly. The sweet water was so delightful that she became so engrossed in enjoying it that she didn't notice the creamy coconut milk smudged on the corner of her mouth, giving her the appearance of having an adorable little white mustache. Shu Shu noticed this, and, considering Pei Muin's age, which was similar to her daughter's, coupled with the fact that she seemed to be neglected and mistreated at home, she couldn't help but feel a strong desire to care for her. She pulled a tissue from the box, leaned in gently, and softly wiped the corner of Pei Muin's mouth while kindly reminding her, "You've got something here." Pei Muin stood still, allowing Shu Shu to get close and clean her up. Once Shu Shu returned to her seat, the fresh scent of oranges lingered in the air, causing Pei Muin's cheeks to flush slightly as she shyly murmured a thank you that you're welcome. Shu Lingchen observed this scene with keen interest. Underneath his youthful, disheveled hair, his expression turned contemplative. After a moment, he deliberately splashed some coconut milk onto his own mouth with a spoon and then fixed his gaze on Shu Shu. Initially, Shu Shu didn't notice his gaze, prompting him to cough twice to grab her attention. When she finally looked up, she asked, "Is your throat bothering you?" "No," he replied, then subtly gestured with his mouth and chin towards the side. Shu Lingchen believed his hint was sufficiently clear, but then he heard his mother inquire, "Is your mouth cramping?" "No," he stammered, his voice sounding almost as if it were scalded. "Can you check if my mouth is dirty?" Shu Shu scrutinized him for a few seconds, seemingly discerning something, and stifled a laugh, though she maintained her composure, nodding. "Yes, it is dirty. The tissue is right here. Clean it yourself." Oh, the boy responded in disappointment, lowering his eyelids and reaching out for the tissue. However, a slender, pale hand moved faster than his, retrieving a piece of tissue and extending it to help wipe the corner of his mouth. Shu Lingchen was taken aback, looking up in surprise. Shu Shu withdrew the tissue, tilted her head slightly, and teasingly remarked, "Is your mouth still cramping?" "Not anymore." Shu Lingchen managed to suppress a grin that if he had a tail, it would have been spinning like a propeller at that moment. His mother had wiped his mouth. Was he about to boast about it? Chapter 43. Chu Lian and Shi Jin together after finishing the sweet drink. Pei Muin lingered for a while before returning. Shu Shu accompanied her to the door. And before leaving, she inquired, "Sister, can we go to school together tomorrow?" "Of course," Pei Muin replied cheerfully. "Great. Then we shall bring breakfast for you tomorrow." Embracing the box containing the sweet drink, Pei Muin ascended the stairs. Upon returning to this new haven in Ungshi, she felt no trace of alienation or anxiety, but rather a profound sense of warmth. From that day onward, Shu Shu found herself with an additional little companion. Remarkably, Shu Shu did not mind this at all. She found it quite enchanting. Despite having known Mu Si for only a few days, an inexplicable familiarity and closeness blossomed between them. That day after school, Pei Muin excitedly mentioned a delightful eatery she had discovered and insisted on dragging Shu Shu and Shu Lingchen along. The establishment was modest in size, lacking private booths, so the trio chose a table by the window. Before their meal arrived, Shu Lingchen casually glanced outside, and something caught his eye, leaving him momentarily dazed. Following his gaze, Shu Shu raised an eyebrow, for she spotted Chu Lian across the street. Beside her stood a young man, tall and straight, clad in the standard uniform of their school, with a crisp white shirt peeking from beneath his jacket. Shi Jin. The two appeared to have just exited their school, both carrying backpacks. They paused at the entrance of a KFC, where Shi Jin gallantly held the door open for Chu Lian, who flashed a pure, radiant smile in return. They entered together, disappearing from view. Since that day, when Chu Lian informed Shu Lingchen about her desire to study, he had consciously refrained from messaging her, fearing he might disrupt her concentration. Occasionally, during lunch breaks, he would stealthily approach Class 1's building, glancing into the classroom just to catch a glimpse of Chu Lian, and would feel content merely sending her a bottle of yogurt through a friend anonymously. Instinctively, Shu Lingchen pulled out his phone and clicked on Chu Lian's contact. Their conversation had halted at the previous weekend when he had sent her a good morning message, reminding her to eat breakfast. Chu Lian had yet to respond. Why was Chu Lian with Shi Jin? Were they alone? Acting faster than his thoughts, Shu Lingchen could no longer remain seated. He stood up, intent on crossing the street to KFC for a closer look. "Where do you think you're going to eat?" Shu Shu unobtrusively withdrew her gaze, feigning ignorance of the earlier scene. She tapped the table, halting him. "The food will be here soon. Sit down." Reluctantly, Shu Lingchen complied. Throughout the meal, he found it impossible to focus, his attention entirely consumed by the happenings at KFC across the street as they neared the end of their meal. The door swung open, revealing Shi Jin and Chu Lian as they exited. Shu Lingxin craned his neck to observe them walking away, engaged in conversation, their camaraderie palpable even from across the street. That evening, Shu Lingxin wrestled with the urge to message Chu Lian, questioning why she had gone to KFC with Shi Jin. But what right did he have to ask? What if Chu Lian thought he was interrogating her and became upset? Moreover, he recalled her clearly stating that she did not have feelings for Shi Jin, merely viewing him as the class monitor. Yes, he must trust Chu Lian and not misinterpret her actions, resolving this in his mind. Shu Lingxin calmed himself, dismissing the impulse to message her. 2 days later, Shu Lingxin sensed that his friends were casting him furtive glances, as if they were on the verge of saying something but hesitated. If you have something to say, just spit it out, no way, Belozi countered, shaking his head vigorously in feigned ignorance. Huh, not at all, Brother Chen. Shu Lingxin squinted, sensing something amiss. That if you don't tell me, I swear I'll kick you. Finally, Belozi stammered, tentatively asking, Brother Chen, haven't you seen the school bulletin? Bulletin? I haven't checked. He had spent every spare moment in the past couple of days memorizing texts. Frowning, Shu Lingxin queried, what's wrong with the bulletin? Did someone post an anonymous complaint about me? No, you should just go check for yourself. What gives? At Belozi's urging, Shu Lingxin hesitantly pulled out his phone and opened the school forum. The top post was a sensational thread titled, Class 1's campus beauty Chu Lian and class monitor Shi Jin are dating. Shu Lingxin's pupils dilated as he clicked into the post, which bore the unmistakable mark of an anonymous account. Yet the content was alarmingly detailed. It recounted how Chu Lian had frequently sought Shi Jin's help with assignments and how she had given him yogurt, which he accepted. Most damning of all, someone claimed to have witnessed them walking side by side after school. The comments section was flooded with enthusiastic responses. A brilliant boy paired with a brilliant girl. What a match. I approve of this union. Congratulations. Not only are they attractive, but one is a wealthy heiress and the other a rich young master. This is like a novel come to life, but I worry a bit. Shu Lingxin from class 12 might try to sabotage their relationship, especially since he's pursued Chu Lian for so long. Haha, I can't believe it. That guy from class 12 should take a good look in the mirror and ask himself if he even stands a chance. Shi Jin is a young master from Jing City. What is that guy? Broke, awkward, and unattractive. If I were him, I'd sneak away when I saw Shi Jin to save face. Who the hell posted this? Shu Lingxin seethed. Chu Lian cannot possibly be with Shi Jin. She doesn't even like him. He disregarded the insults directed at him in the comments, focusing instead on the potential damage to Chu Lian's reputation. He immediately began clarifying in the comments that Chu Lian and Shi Jin were not together. Given that Shu Lingxin's account was not anonymous, everyone recognized his identity. However, his attempts to defend Chu Lian were perceived as the desperate antics of a rejected suitor, leading to even more ridicule. As the thread gained traction, Shu Lingxin grew anxious about Chu Lian. He messaged her to warn her about the gossip circulating regarding her and Shi Jin. Yet, she did not reply. Assuming she was engrossed in her studies and had overlooked her phone, he decided to visit her home after school to check on her. Chapter 44. Ruining her good fortune. No one was home at Chu's residence. Shu Lingxin knocked on the door for what felt like an eternity. Aunt Chu, are you there? Chu Lian. Yet, there was no response. Had Chu Lian not returned from school yet? What about Aunt Chu? Why was she also absent? Shu Lingxin pulled out his phone and attempted to contact both of them, but the line rang until it automatically disconnected. There was no answer. This was an unprecedented situation. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression changed. He hurried across the hall and knocked on the neighbor's door. The neighbor was a woman in her 40s, cooking when she answered, her apron around her waist and a look of annoyance on her face. Who is it? What do you want? Shu Lingxin, in a panic, asked. I apologize for the intrusion, but can you tell me if anyone has come by looking for debts from the family across from you? Aside from debt collectors, he could think of no other explanation for their absence. He was worried that perhaps debt collectors had frightened Aunt Chu and Chu Lian into hiding. The woman regarded him strangely. Debt collectors? Young man, you must be mistaken. No one has ever come here for debts. In this day and age, who would be so brazen? This isn't a television drama. Shu Lingxin, anxious, gestured behind him. I mean the family across the hall. A mother and daughter, because the husband ran off after gambling debts. They often have debt collectors threatening them to pay. The woman followed his gaze, confirming, you mean Luo Ping and her daughter? Yes, that's them. The woman's expression grew even more peculiar. Luo Ping's husband doesn't gamble. He's been ill and bedridden for years, barely able to leave the house. How could he possibly be gambling? He was a bachelor for a long time due to his illness. Eventually, Luo Ping married a daughter from another family, and they started a family. Unfortunately, he passed away not long after their marriage, leaving this house to Luo Ping and her daughter. Shu Lingchen stood in shock. What are you saying? He struggled to comprehend. Who are you talking about? You must be mistaken. Shu Lingchen speculated. Have you only recently moved in? At this question, the woman scoffed, raising her voice slightly. What do you mean I've only recently moved in? I've lived here for decades. This is my home. How could I be mistaken? It's just Luo Ping. Her daughter is named Chu something. I've forgotten. Shu Ling's gaze sharpened. She overheard a woman continuing to speak. The house across the street has always been occupied by that mother and daughter duo. They moved out a few years ago, supposedly to reside in some luxurious community. Luo Ping even boasted about it to me that I thought she had struck it rich, but lo and behold, they've moved back recently. The woman glanced at Shu Ling, who stood frozen in place. Have you finished your inquiries? If so, be quick and leave. You're delaying my dinner preparations. With that, she slammed the door shut. Shu Ling lingered at the stairwell, remaining there until twilight began to descend. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, his profile shrouded in shadow, as if he were lost in a deep and bewildering contemplation, unable to regain his composure for an extended time. Just then, the old censer light in the stairway flickered on, signaling someone's ascent. Chu Lian had just rounded the corner, her steps light and her spirits high, but she was startled to see a dark figure squatting by her door. Chu Chu. The figure rose and called out. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Chu Lian furrowed her brow. Ah Chun, what are you doing here? It's me. How did you end up here? Chu Lian was taken aback. Shu Ling lowered his gaze and caught sight of Chu Lian's phone, its screen aglow. Chu Chu was engrossed in her device. Yet, throughout this encounter, he had not received a single reply from her. Her phone remained silent in her pocket. Shu Ling spoke softly to explain his presence. You and Aunt Chu Haven T replied to my messages, and I couldn't reach you by phone. I was worried something might have happened. Oh, I see. Chu Lian's expression faltered for a moment. She hadn't even noticed Shu Ling had messaged her, having long since blocked him. After all, with no hope of extracting money from him, and no expectation that he could connect with the wealthy Shu Shu, she saw no reason to waste her time replying to him daily. As for Chu Mu, Chu Lian suspected she had just emerged from the mahjong parlor, likely sharing the same indifference towards Shu Ling as she did. Without explanation, Chu Lian merely offered a gentle yet dismissive smile. Ah Chun, you're overthinking it. What could possibly be wrong with my mother and me? Shu Ling observed Chu Lian's smile, unable to detect any hint of unease in her tone, and replied, I just fear those debt collectors might come around. That won't happen, Ah Chun. Upon hearing the mention of debt collectors, Chu Lian's face bore no trace of the fear or loathing one would expect from someone constantly harassed by them. Instead, she breezily remarked, Haven T, I told you before, they haven't shown up in ages. They've likely given up by now. Shu Ling fell silent for a considerable time after her words, noticing he remained rooted in place and showed no intention of entering her home. Chu Lian feigned curiosity and asked, Achin, is there something else? I'm quite tired from class today. She fabricated an excuse, hoping to prompt Shu Ling to leave on his own. She had no time to deal with him. Yes, Shu Ling replied. There's been a rumor circulating on the school forum about you and Shurjin that I tried to clarify it for you, but it was to no avail. Chu Chu, it would be best if you addressed it yourself. At his words, Chu Lian's expression suddenly darkened. Her voice flustered. I don't need you to clarify anything. Chu Lian had invested considerable effort in her relationship with Shurjin. Everyone knew that Shurjin, the affluent young master from Jing City, was academically exceptional, having been unanimously elected class monitor within just 3 months. Once in the role, he displayed a strong sense of responsibility and looked out for his classmates. However, beyond his duties, Shurjin was somewhat aloof, appearing gentle yet difficult to approach. Initially, Chu Lian had attempted to catch his attention, only to be met with an unshakable sense of distance. Thanks to Shu Ling's public confession at the school gate, Chu Lian had begun to approach Shurjin under the pretense of needing his help. Finally, through her relentless efforts, the gap between them had narrowed from strangers to something akin to friends. Chu Lian was aware of the forum post, and was actually pleased by the rumors about her and Shurjin. She was thrilled to see the post gaining traction. Why would she need Shu Ling, the fool, to clarify anything? It was hardly in her interest. Chapter 45. Shaking off the adhesive presence of Shu Ling. Chu Lian's reaction was somewhat exaggerated as she met Shu Ling's bewildered gaze, realizing belatedly. What I mean to say is, the innocent need not clarify. If you were to insist on addressing it, it might appear as though you have something to hide. Shu Ling recalled how, in previous instances of gossip involving them. Chu Lian would promptly clarify that it was all a misunderstanding. His eyes held an inscrutable meaning as he maintained, Chu Chu, I believe it would be better if you clarified. Everyone on the forum thinks you're together with him. Chu Lian grew impatient with Shuling's insistence on the matter, her tone sharp. I said no. It's unnecessary. Shuling swallowed hard, disbelief written across his face as he questioned, Chu Chu, I don't sense any aversion to the rumors about you and Shi Jin. Are you willing? Chu Lian pressed her lips together, locking eyes with Shuling. She thought to herself, this fool has become utterly useless. There was no longer any need to placate him. So she remained silent, tacitly acknowledging his insinuation. What that implied was evident. The air grew still for a few moments. Chu Chu, didn't you say you only regard Shi Jin as the class monitor? Shuling's voice was dry. Didn't you claim you only wanted to focus on your studies, and wouldn't he consider anything else? Before Chu Lian could respond, a scornful female voice cut through the tension. Even if our little Lian considers, it's certainly one TBU.it was Chu Mu, who had just returned from playing mahjong. Her wrist adorned with a small bag for her phone. As she ascended the steps, she regarded Shuling with an expression of disdain, as if evaluating a product. Little Chun, don't blame Auntie for not giving you a chance. When I asked you to help collect debts, you refused. Now, look at you. No money, no house. That my daughter is so accomplished. Why would she consider you? Would she want to share your meager existence? Auntie, collecting debts is illegal. I can't do that. Aside from that, I'm working hard to earn money, Shuling implored earnestly. Really, I've been trying hard. I've almost made 20,000. As soon as he spoke, both Chu Mu and Chu Lian exchanged glances. Really? Chu Mu's expression shifted in an instant, her surprise evident as she eagerly inquired, how did you earn it? Where's the money? Show me. I've been thinking about getting a new phone, Shuling awkwardly explained. The money I sent with me. I can't access it right now. He had only just begun to accumulate funds from answering questions and reciting notes, not enough to withdraw. Upon hearing this, Chu Mu's excitement faded, and she quickly assumed he was lying. Her expression soured, temporarily, more like you'll never be able to access it. You can't even scrape together a single cent at the moment. Indeed, Shuling had only a meal card with a small balance, usable solely on campus, and he could not take any money out. Well, that's just great, a waste of my time. Chu Mu scoffed, waving her hand dismissively. Enough of this. Don't linger here. Auntie wants to keep you for dinner. You should hurry home. With that, she grabbed her small bag and didn't spare Shuling another glance as she entered the house. Shuling stood there, dumbfounded. He had never seen Chu Mu behave this way, nor had he ever been treated so coldly by her. It was as though she had transformed into a completely different person. Her attitude having done a complete about-face. Achin, you should head back, Chu Lian said, stepping past him and into her home. The door closed in front of Shuling. All the light within was swallowed up, and the stairwell's sensor light dimmed. Left alone in the darkness, Shuling stood there, at a loss. After a long while, he hung his head and turned to descend the stairs. The mother and daughter of the Chu household were oblivious to Shuling's emotional turmoil. Inside, Chu Mu eagerly inquired of Chu Lian, what is the progress with that wealthy young man from your class? Chu Lian smiled contentedly. After school, we've already gone out together twice to review and study. Excellent, Chu Mu replied, pleased. Then Chu Lian furrowed her brow. But there's one issue, a hindrance in the form of Shuling that I can't wait to sever ties with him, yet he insists on trying to clarify things for me. It's infuriating. A young master like Shi Jin wouldn't want to be entangled with someone like him. Chu Lian opened her phone to find another message from Shuling. The content was nothing more than promises about how he would earn money and ensure she would never have to struggle again. Chu Lian couldn't be bothered to read it fully at this moment. All her focus was on Shi Jin, and more importantly, she had no faith that a good-for-nothing like Shuling would ever manage to earn any significant money on his own. She displayed her phone screen to Chu Mu. Her face, once innocent and pure, now bore a look of avarice that seemed incongruous with her age, appearing strangely fractured. Perhaps she had feigned too much sincerity in front of Shuling. The fool still hadn't grasped the situation, thinking he must have done something wrong to upset her. This boy has become utterly useless, Chu Mu huffed, reminding her, you mustn't let him interfere with your relationship with Shi Jin. I am well aware of that, Chu Lian assured her. She now has Shi Jin Road, and she must quickly rid herself of Shulingchen, that persistent nuisance, as swiftly as possible. After a while, Chu Lian suddenly said, Mom, why don't you call Shulingchen over again tomorrow? Chu Mu, displaying a look of confusion, asked, For what purpose? Julian's tone was enigmatic. I heard that my aunt just resigned recently, right? Let's invite her over as well. The following day, Shulingshan stubbornly insisted on borrowing 200 yuan from Shu Shu, which he had earned from his tutoring. He pleaded with Shu Shu for an entire day. After observing her somewhat oblivious son for a while, Shu Shu finally relented. After school, Shulingshan informed Shu Shu and dashed away with his backpack, disappearing in an instant. Pei Muin sought out Shu Shu, inquiring whether Shulingshan would not join them for lunch today. Yes, he has something to attend to, Shu Shu replied. She turned to Pei Muin, gently pinching the soft baby fat on the girl's face, and asked, Shamashi, would it be all right if we had dinner a little later today? Sure. Pei Muin nodded obediently, as long as she could be with Mushy Jia. She was fine with it. Curiously, she then asked Shu Shu the reason. Shu Shu blinked her alluring eyes and, with an air of mystery, replied, because we have matters to attend to as well. Shulingshan clutched the 200 yuan given to him by Shu Shu and hurried to the supermarket to buy 2 boxes of milk. The night before, Julian had messaged Shulingshan, stating that her aunt had returned and invited him over for dinner. Shulingshan believed that both Julian and her mother were no longer upset, even though he was unaware of the reasons behind their anger. It was precisely because he heard that Julian's aunt was coming that he had requested the 200 yuan from Shu Shu. To meet Shu Shu's family empty-handed would be discourteous. Thus, Shulingshan carried the 2 boxes of milk all the way to the residential building where the Chus resided. He ascended the stairs and knocked on the door. Coming, Julian responded as she opened the door. Upon entering, Shulingshan greeted Aunt Chu and was about to cheerfully address the woman standing beside Chumu with her back turned. This must be Chu Chu's aunt, right? However, the words failed to escape his lips as the woman turned around, revealing her face. Shulingshan recognized the very woman who had mistreated him during his childhood at the orphanage. Chapter 46. Collapse of worldview. Shulingshan could never forget the woman who had abused him when he was sent to the Children's Welfare Institute at the tender age of 4. He still vividly recalled the malicious, twisted expression on her face as she pinched him, along with the sharp pain that pierced his body, a memory that continued to haunt him in nightmares even to this day. What are you doing here? Shulingshan's pupils dilated, and he stepped forward with an uncontrollable fury, ready to grab the woman's collar and demand answers. However, he then noticed Chuma sitting closely beside this woman, conversing intimately. Aunt Chu, how could this person be here? Chuma chuckled softly, explaining, Oh, this is my sister, Julian's aunt. Didn't I mention to you yesterday that she would be coming today? What? Shulingshan's thoughts momentarily spiraled into confusion, leading him to question whether he had truly mistaken her identity. Yet he was certain he had not erred. Even if she turned to ash, he would still recognize her. Aunt Chu, could it be that I've made a mistake? This is the woman who abused me at the Welfare Institute. Don't you remember? Or did you report her for her mistreatment of me? Shumu maintained her composure, nodding. Yes, I was the one who reported her. The invitation for Shulingshan to come over for dinner was nothing but a ruse. The true objective was to swiftly eliminate Shulingshan from the equation. Thus, Shumu wasted no time, bluntly addressing Shulingshan with a near-cruel demeanor, stating, Although I reported her, what you may not know is that I was the one who instigated her actions against you. Silence. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Shulingshan's mind buzzed, struggling to comprehend what he had just heard. You why? Shumu smiled. Naturally, it was to get closer to you. Xiao Chun, if you had remained at the Welfare Institute, how could I have established a rapport with you? Your mother has passed away, yet she left you a house in Yujinjuan and a substantial monthly allowance. Coincidentally, my sister happened to be working temporarily at that Welfare Institute, so I had her cooperate with me. Then, I pretended to report her, and she was taken away for a few days. You returned from the Welfare Institute and naturally regarded me as your benefactor. Shumu curled her lips. Initially, I had you convinced to let us live in your house, but unexpectedly, your mother's debts led her to mortgage the property to someone else, and the monthly allowance vanished. Truly unfortunate. Shulingshan felt as though the world was spinning around him, his body swaying as he struggled to maintain his balance. Aunt Chu, all those years you cared for me, all your concern, was it all a facade? Just for a house and money? Chuma showed no hesitation, clearly articulating her thoughts. Of course, we are not related by blood. Without the house and money, who would continue to indulge you? Shulingshan stood there, stunned. His clenched fists trembled, and the 2 boxes of milk in his hands felt as heavy as lead, rendering him incapable of holding them. That he lowered his head, catching a glimpse of Julian sitting nearby. Julian had been listening the entire time, yet her expression remained indifferent. Shulingshan gazed at Julian with a glimmer of hope, his voice hoarse. Chu, do you think the same way? Julian, who had been engrossed in her phone, raised her eyes upon hearing Shulingshan's question. Her innocent and gentle face remained unchanged as she adjusted her forehead, expressing her distress. Shulingshan, everyone at school knows you are pursuing me, but honestly, I feel quite uncomfortable with others linking us together. Your academic performance is lacking, and your reputation is rather poor. This is a source of distress for me. The disdain in Shulian's eyes was no longer concealed. It was all too apparent. Shulingshan gradually placed the 2 boxes of milk on the ground. The joy and anticipation he had felt moments ago evaporating into thin air. He suddenly spoke in a low voice. And Shu Shu, yesterday after school, I waited for you at the entrance for several hours. When I couldn't reach you, I thought the debt collectors had come to harass you. Chuma scoffed, as if recalling something, and addressed Shulingshan. To be honest, there has never been a case of debt collectors coming to our door. Neither Chulian nor I have any debts. That was merely an excuse to move into your house at Yujinjuan. The difference between hearing rumors from others and receiving confirmation from the source struck him profoundly. He could no longer deceive himself into believing that the woman who lived across from him was merely spreading malicious rumors. The last flicker of light in Shulingshan's eyes extinguished entirely. He stared blankly at Chimu, then at Chulian. The 2 individuals he had once felt so familiar with now seemed utterly alien, rendering him unrecognizable. Chimu regarded Shulingshan with disdain, casting several glances his way before finally stating, I hope you will be wise enough to keep your distance from Chulian in the future. You, a penniless ruffian, are unworthy of her. Shulingshan could not recall how he exited the residential complex of the Chus. Through the glass window, Chimu observed his retreating figure and expressed her concern. We won't have pushed him too far, will we? Now that he knows he has been deceived, what if he does something to disrupt your relationship with Shujing? No, Chulian replied with unwavering certainty, remaining completely unperturbed. He won't. Chulian understood Shulingshan all too well. Although he appeared hot-headed, he possessed a kind of foolish virtue in her eyes. Whoever treated him kindly would receive tenfold of his warmth in return. He would never resort to underhanded tactics. Even if the relationship soured. It seemed that before his deceased mother passed away, he had lived in a carefree environment, well protected, which made him soft-hearted and easily deceived. Shulingshan wandered aimlessly onto the street, his mind clouded. Scenes flashed before his eyes. Chuma patiently feeding him, Chuma with a pained expression caring for him during a fever, Chulian smiling as she reached out to help him when he fell, and Chulian gently calling him silly Aiken. Then came the image of the 2 of them together, Chuma disheveled and in distress, accompanied by a pale-faced Chulian, lamenting how they were tormented by debt collectors. A cold iron hammer slammed down, shattering all those memories like glass, revealing the ugly truth of deceit behind the fragments. All of it was false. Everything was a lie. Shulingshan could not accept that he had lived in a facade all this time. His entire worldview crumbling around him. He sank to the ground beneath a street lamp, engulfed in confusion and despair. At that moment, as if to accentuate his plight, the sky began to pour rain. Unbeknownst to him, a black sedan had been trailing him at a slow pace from not far behind. Chapter 47. Returning home in the rain, the car window rolled down. Shu Shu gazed at the boy whose spirit was crushed. Resembling a defeated lion, lost and forlorn. Mushijia, is he all right? Pei Muin remained oblivious to the specifics of the situation. Upon exiting the school, Sister Moose accompanied her to a nearby intersection, where they waited. After a brief interval of a few minutes, Shu Lingshan approached. Shu Shu reassured Pei Muin that everything would soon be all right. She then instructed Pei Muin to wait in the car while she opened the door and stepped out to walk towards Shu Lingshan. The cold raindrops cascaded down, striking Shu Lingshan's slightly upturned face. In the next moment, the rain was shielded, and a shadow loomed above him. Shu Lingshan looked up in surprise to see Shu Shu. His already reddened eyes became even more so, as the emotions he had been suppressing leaked out through a fissure of grievance. Mom? Shu Shu held the umbrella with one hand, bent down, and said to him, Get up, you little rascal, we're going home. Shu Lingshan was clearly still immersed in his sorrow. Shu Shu gazed at the young man before her, akin to the protagonist of a tragic drama. When she heard him say, Mom, could you move the umbrella? I want to feel the rain. At the age of 17 or 18, he was indeed at that rebellious and emotional stage. Shu Shu raised an eyebrow. Cutting through the melodramatic atmosphere, the weather forecast says this rain won't last long. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, she expressionlessly lowered the umbrella. The rain ceased. Shu Lingshan muttered a low curse. This damned weather. Even it has to bully me. I can't even enjoy a bit of rain. His voice carried an inexplicable sense of grievance. Shu Shu suggested, You can enjoy a shower at home. Our shower head costs around 300,000 to 400,000. You could bathe under it forever. She extended her hand towards Shu Lingchen. He looked at the pristine hand his mother offered, paused momentarily, and grasped it.at Ujinji 1600. Dinner consisted of takeout from a nearby private restaurant. The atmosphere was somewhat somber. Pei Muyin sensed that Shu Lingchen might be troubled, and out of politeness, she refrained from inquiring. Instead, she silently placed a bottle of cola in front of him, hoping to cheer him up in this subtle manner. "Thank you," Shu Lingchen replied in a low voice, his spirits evidently not high. After dinner, Pei Muyin did not linger and specifically returned upstairs early. Shu Shu accompanied her to the door. Once the door closed, Shu Shu walked through the foyer and returned to the living room, where she found the young man still slumped in the same position, dejectedly bowing his neck while seated on the sofa. Regarding the matter of the Chu family mother and daughter, Shu Lingchen found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. He was still entangled in the confusion and distress of how to explain his unusual behavior. Yet unexpectedly, Shu Shu did not proactively inquire about his intentions. That it was as if she were oblivious to his abnormal demeanor, granting him ample space, as though he would not be questioned if he chose to remain silent. A kind-hearted ignorance. After returning home from the rain, Shu Shu instructed Shu Lingchen to take a warm shower. Perhaps due to his mood, he hastily dried his hair, leaving the ends still damp. A buzzing sound filled the air as a gentle warmth surrounded Shu Lingchen. Beside him, Shu Shu held a hairdryer in one hand while using the other to tousle his disheveled hair. "Hey, you want to go to school tomorrow with a runny nose, and then suck on it when you get thirsty?" Shu Lingchen initially froze, then gradually relaxed, feeling the warmth from the wind and the soft touch of his mother's fingers. In just a couple of minutes, his hair was dry. The wind ceased. "Get back to your room and rest," she said, still maintaining her usual laid-back tone. After unplugging the hairdryer and winding the cord, she turned to head towards her bedroom when suddenly, Shu Lingchen called out, "Mom." Shu Shu immediately turned around. He awkwardly lowered his head again, seemingly struggling with how to begin. Shu Shu did not rush him. Instead, she walked over and sat down on the sofa beside him. Adopting a patient listening demeanor, "Mom, after school today, I went to Aunt Chu's house." Shu Lingchen finally spoke, his voice barely audible. After a long pause, he continued. "Do you remember the woman I told you about who mistreated me at the orphanage?" "I remember. Of course." Shu Shu would not forget. She had seen it in her dreams. That woman was Aunt Chu's sister, who Aunt Chu had instructed to mistreat him, and she even reported her, wanting him to be unable to stay at the orphanage. All while expressing gratitude towards her, just to gain the upstairs room and the monthly living expenses from the insurance fund that you left for me. He finished his difficult explanation. Shu Lingchen lowered his head further, nearly burying it in his chest. After a while, he noticed that Shu Shu had not responded, and unable to resist his curiosity, he looked up. To his surprise, he did not see the shocked expression he had anticipated from his mother. Instead, her demeanor was remarkably calm. "Mom, why are you not surprised at all?" It would be inaccurate to say that Shu Shu was shocked. She was aware that the Chu family was not composed of good people. Yet she had not expected the intricacies surrounding Shu Lingchen's experience at the orphanage to be as such. "I suspected that one day you would be driven out by the Chu family," she stated. Shu Lingchen was taken aback. "How did you guess?" At this point, Shu Shu had no intention of hiding anything from him. "I intentionally reclaimed the upstairs room, and I also deliberately canceled your insurance fund." After a few seconds of silence, Shu Lingchen suddenly realized, You already knew that Aunt Chu and Chu Chu were only after my house and money." "Of course, isn't that obvious? Then, why didn't you tell me?" Shu Shu let out a laugh. "Didn't I tell you? On my first day here, I was ready to go and confront them. Who was the big fool that stopped me? And who was the big fool that, upon discovering that Chu's mother was faking illness to swindle money, was easily coaxed again?" "Big fool." Shu Lingchen lowered his head awkwardly, and after a moment, weakly reminded her, "Mom, it's illegal to hurt someone." "And you blame me for not telling you," Shu Shu said, refusing to let the young man off the hook. She took out her phone, tapped something, and held it in front of him. "Show me." Shu Lingchen took it, momentarily bewildered, as a short drama began playing on the screen. Initially, he was confused and did not understand why Shu Shu wanted him to watch this. But as he continued watching, he became increasingly engrossed. In less than 3 minutes, he felt a surge of warmth. Damn, this son is so foolish. This woman is clearly the villain. Even his mother presented evidence, yet he doesn't believe her and dares to speak to her like that. How foolish can he be? Shu Lingchen exclaimed angrily, feeling an urge to leap into the screen and give the male lead a good thrashing. Then he heard, "Yes, what a foolish son." The lazy, mocking voice of Shu Shu came from beside him. Shu Lingchen choked. Glancing at Shu Shu and then back at the phone, it suddenly dawned on him that the premise of this short drama resembled his own situation. Chapter 48. Locked Heart. Love enclosed. Mom, I'm sorry. In that moment, Shu Lingchen understood that his mother did not want to have an unpleasant quarrel with him like in this foolish short drama. The boy once again lowered his head in shame. In the next second, the sofa beside him sank slightly as a delicate hand rested on his head, offering a comforting "No need to apologize," Shu Shu told him. Xiaoqin, teaching people is always a challenging endeavor. But teaching through experience can be learned in a few attempts. This isn't about wanting to see you fail. It's about conveying to you that as your mother, I will always be there to shoulder the consequences of your mistakes. Shu Lingchen looked up in surprise, meeting Shu Shu's beautiful, languid peach blossom eyes, which held the same gentle warmth as he remembered. She tilted her head slightly. What I mean is, don't be afraid. From now on, your mother will always have your back. Understand? Shu Lingchen felt a lump in his throat. Why had he chosen to deceive himself and pretend not to know when he heard the neighbors say that the Chu family was not in debt? It was because his mother had left too early, leaving him all alone. A mere 4-year-old child's capacity for bearing burdens is limited, and during the night, he often woke up crying in fear. Realizing that without his mother, there would be no one to protect him. His blind trust in the Chu family stemmed largely from a severe lack of security. He feared loneliness and longed for warmth. Ever since Shu Shu returned, every day felt like a dream to Shu Lingchen. Fearing that one day he would wake up and find the dream dissipated, his heart remained in a state of anxious floating. Like a small beast without a landing point. But at this moment, before him, his mother was real, and the warmth emanating from her palm was palpable. All of this served to reassure him that his mother had truly returned. From now on, he would no longer be alone. The layers of grievances and longings he had accumulated surged forth like a tide, and the young man could no longer contain himself. He bent down, resting his head on Shu Shu's shoulder, seeking solace in his mother's long-lost embrace, and began to sob. Shu Shu let out a soft sigh, her heart melting, and raised her hand to gently caress the back of her son's head. Just as she had when he was small and frightened by thunder, calling out for her to protect him, she comforted him now, saying, There, little one, the thunder won't scare you. In the living room. Shu Lingchen cried for quite a while. As he wept, he suddenly heard a curious voice from above. Hey, Shu Lingchen, I've noticed that this hair color suits your fair skin quite well. Shu Shu spread her hand flat and placed it atop Shu Lingchen's vibrant hair, showcasing the various hues of red, yellow, and blue. Shu Lingchen felt an overwhelming urge to inquire, Mom, is this polite, after all? He was still weeping sorrowfully. He straightened his back, distancing himself from Shu Shu's shoulder, and quickly turned his head to wipe away his tears with his sleeve. Just moments ago, he had been sobbing uncontrollably. And now he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Ahem, Mom, can we discuss something? He stammered, his voice still carrying traces of his recent tears. Could you please refrain from sharing what just happened? If it gets out, my reputation as the school bully will be tarnished. Before he could finish, the sound of a camera shutter echoed in the air. Turning his head, he saw Shu Shu aiming the camera at him. Mom, what are you doing? Shu Shu lowered her gaze, admiring the new photos in her album, and replied, Oh, I'm just documenting your tearful moments. In the photograph, the boy's hair, freshly dried, stood on end like a mini lion's mane. With red-rimmed eyes and damp cheeks, resembling a little turkey caught in the rain. He looked utterly pitiable. Shu Lingchen, Shu Shu inquired, Did you keep the camera I used before? It has many photos of you. And I want to transfer them all to my phone. When he was younger, Shu Lingchen had been an incredibly handsome little boy, albeit a sensitive one, prone to tears at the slightest provocation. His dark eyes resembled glistening glass marbles. While most parents might find a child's cries bothersome, Shu Shu always found them endearing, snapping photos while exclaiming, Oh, how adorable he looks when he cries. This only made little Shu Lingchen sob even harder. He truly was a crybaby, shedding tears if he was woken too early, if his favorite food was eaten too quickly, or if he struggled to relieve himself. Shu Shu had even purchased a camera specifically to capture his tearful moments, resulting in countless photographs. Thus, for the now-grown Shu Lingchen, those images represented a veritable black history that he absolutely could not let escape. He resolutely denied any knowledge of the camera, frantically plotting to hide all of his mother's belongings when she wasn't paying attention. I don't remember any camera. It should be gone. Hearing this, Shu Shu nodded in response. What a pity. Shu Lingchen let out a sigh of relief, grateful for having protected his dignity, and Shu Shu's antics had somewhat alleviated his earlier gloom. At Ungshi number 3 middle school on a certain morning during a break, Blo's eye crept over like a thief, glancing at the listless Shu Lingchen slumped over his desk, and asked Shu Shu, "It's been 2 whole days. What's wrong with Chen Gu? What happened?" Without lifting her head from the exercises she was diligently completing, Shu Shu replied, "Oh, he's locked his heart away." "What?" Blo's eye was taken aback. Suspecting that perhaps it was due to the rumors about the school beauty Chu and someone with the surname Sure that had made Chen Gu feel jealous and upset. At lunchtime, Shu Shu and Pei Muyin went to eat, while Shu Lingchen was with Beyond the Lookout Zai and a group of friends. After lunch, as they walked toward the classroom and passed by the snack shop, Shu Lingchen, hands in his pockets, kept his gaze straight ahead. Blo's eye called out to him, "Chen Gu, we just passed the snack shop. Isn't today the day you always bring yogurt to chew? Aren't you going to buy any?" At this, Shu Lingchen hesitated for just half a second, not looking back, not bringing it anymore. Blo's eye and the others exchanged glances, their expressions indicating that something serious was amiss. "Chen Gu." Blo's eye hurriedly caught up with him and said indignantly, "You don't need to be upset over that post. After school, we'll confront that sure guy and make him keep his distance from Chu, or else he'll regret it." Shu Lingchen halted, turning to face him. "Xiao Heping." "Huh?" Blo's eye was surprised. It was rare for Chen Gu to address him so formally. Then he heard Shu Lingchen ask, "Is your brain malfunctioning?" "No, I'm perfectly fine." Blo's eye scratched his head. Shu Lingchen rolled his eyes, letting his eyelids droop as he plainly stated, "I'm not bringing yogurt anymore." The boy's voice was flat. "I won't be bringing it ever again." With that, he continued walking ahead. 2 days later, Shu Lingchen seemed to have recovered, returning to his usual self as if nothing had happened. Yet he still came to Shu Shu to recite classical Chinese. Shu Shu assessed him for a moment before saying, "Let's begin." After he finished reciting, she took out a ledger to record his rewards. The part-time project she had previously mentioned was still in effect, and just as she was about to click the pen to write, Shu Lingchen interrupted, "No need." Shu Shu turned to him, hearing Shu Lingchen's low voice saying, "Mom, I know you set up this part-time job to encourage me to focus on my studies, so let's cancel it. From now on, I will commit to studying diligently." Shu Shu raised her eyebrows in surprise, not responding immediately but instead peering out the window. She muttered, "What kind of wind is blowing today, Mom?" Shu Lingchen said. Feeling slightly embarrassed, "I'm serious about wanting to study hard." Shu Shu continued to gaze at him for a moment, then covered her mouth in astonishment. "Oh my goodness, has the Buddha truly intervened?" Shu Lingchen was taken aback, curious to ask his mother when she had secretly visited a temple, only to see Shu Shu pull out her phone, opening a full-body photo of the Buddha, placing it carefully next to a stack of books. Then pressing her hands together in prayer, Shu Lingchen couldn't help but smirk. "Mom, if this works, it would be quite miraculous." Shu Shu replied nonchalantly, "Faith can move mountains." After school, Pei Muyin approached Shu Shu with her backpack, and Shu Lingchen inquired where they were going for dinner. Shu Shu replied, "We're not going to eat just yet. We have somewhere to go first." 15 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the entrance of the most bustling shopping mall in the city center. Following the signs, Shu Shu pressed the elevator button. The transparent elevator ascended amidst the throngs of shoppers. Upon reaching their floor, Shu Lingchen looked around in confusion, asking, "What are we doing here?" "Haircut," she declared, having long found his unruly hair unappealing. As the elevator doors opened, Shu Shu marched directly toward a stylishly decorated hair salon. "What?" The moment Shu Lingchen heard the word haircut, he froze in place, his face contorted with resistance. "I'm not going. My hairstyle is so cool. No one can touch it. Your taste must be questionable. That hairdo looks atrocious," Shu Shu retorted, glancing at Pei Muyin for support. "Don't you agree, Zayamosi?" Caught off guard, Pei Muyin looked up at Shu Lingchen's hair and nodded in agreement. "See, we all think it looks bad. 2 votes against 1. The majority rules. Come on, let's go inside and get it cut." "Huh? When did we start voting? Why are only the 3 of us involved?" Shu Lingchen protested. "If you have the guts, bring Beyond the Lookout Zai and the others to vote too. You 2 are in cahoots. Of course, you're on the same side." Upon hearing you 2 are in cahoots, Pei Muyin's eyes brightened with delight, and she subtly moved closer to Shu Shu. Shu Lingchen stubbornly held his ground. "In any case, this hairstyle has been with me for years, and I absolutely refuse to change it. Come here. No." Shu Shu narrowed her eyes. "Are you coming or not?" "No." Without further ado, Shu Shu approached Shu Lingchen, who immediately became alert and attempted to flee. However, before he could make it 2 steps, his collar was seized, and he was held fast in place. The patrons on that floor of the mall witnessed an amusing scene. A nonconformist, punkish boy clinging desperately to the railing, while a stunning girl with peach blossom eyes casually tugged him along as if he were a little chick, effortlessly leading him into the salon. Inside the shop, a staff member clad in uniform and wearing an earpiece approached with a polite smile. "Hello, dear customer. Which of you would like a haircut?" He would. Shu Shu pressed Shu Lingchen into a chair. "Not me." Shu Lingchen squirmed like a slippery eel, but Shu Shu grinned ominously. "You'd better cooperate while I'm in a good mood. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to knock you out and let the stylist handle you. But when you wake up, I can't guarantee you won't end up looking like a boiled egg." A blatant threat to avoid becoming bald. Shu Lingchen struggled for a while before finally conceding. Shu Shu flipped through the hairstyle catalog presented by the stylist and paused at a page, pointing out, "First, dye his hair back to black, and then cut it like this." "Understood." Shu Lingchen was draped in a cape, his face reflecting a profound sense of disillusionment as the hairstylist applied a potion to his hair. The establishment exuded an air of sophistication, with a gentle fragrance wafting through the atmosphere, and a designated resting area furnished with tea and delightful pastries. Shu Shu and Pei Muyin each ordered a slice of tiramisu. While waiting, Shu Shu took out her phone to search for the latest news in the arts related to her daughter. Sitting nearby, Pei Muyin, delicately savoring her tiramisu, inadvertently caught a glimpse of Shu Shu's screen and, with curiosity in her eyes, inquired, "Sister Moose, do you also follow the violin?" Shu Shu, naturally unwilling to disclose that she was searching for her daughter, fabricated an alternative reason. "I stumbled upon it and decided to take a casual look." This salon, known for its high standards, also boasted impressive efficiency. After 2.5 hours, Shu Lingchen's hairstyle was complete. Shu Shu and Pei Muyin looked on, witnessing the transformation of the previously unruly and excessively long hair into a neat, short black cut. Shu Shu had chosen a stylish, short layered look for him, with slight sideburns sculpted on either side, the hair layered upwards, and the fringe cut to just above his eyebrows, revealing his entire face in a refreshing manner. With his striking features, inherited from his parents, he was destined to grow into an attractive young man. His deep-set eyes, straight nose, and perfectly shaped lips bore an uncanny resemblance to someone from her memories. If only his gaze were a touch colder and more aloof, he would be even more reminiscent. For a brief moment, Shu Shu was lost in thought, but that fleeting emotion quickly dissipated, and she regained her composure. Raising an eyebrow as she circled around Shu Lingchen, nodding approvingly, "Not bad." Pei Muyin gazed at Shu Lingchen in a daze, feeling a sense of familiarity with his newly refined appearance. Shu Lingchen awkwardly touched the back of his neck, feeling quite unaccustomed to the change in hairstyle. Satisfied, Shu Shu paid the bill. The three exited the salon but did not head for a meal. Instead, they took the elevator to an upscale clothing store on the floor above. Shu Lingchen had only heard the saying that women could go to extremes when shopping, but now he was witnessing it firsthand. Shu Shu selected several items from the racks and gestured towards Shu Lingchen, instructing, "Please have the models try on the remaining clothes for him." The staff promptly summoned several male models who matched Shu Lingchen's height and physique. The IT resembled a fashion show, with outfits ranging from shirts to pants and shoes showcased in full. In such a high-end boutique, the staff possessed an uncanny ability to discern quality. Despite Shu Shu appearing youthful and student-like, there was a subtle air of sophistication about her that warranted attentive service from the staff. As expected, when it came time to check out, Shu Shu casually swiped her card for a 7-figure bill. Chapter 50. Where did this pretty boy come from? Shu Lingchen stared at the myriad of shopping bags, somewhat taken aback. "Isn't this a bit excessive?" "Not at all," Shu Shu replied nonchalantly. "Let's just buy these for now. When we have time, we'll arrange for someone to come and take your measurements for custom clothing. In any case, your wardrobe is not permitted to include any ripped jeans or skull t-shirts." Shu Lingchen muttered in disagreement. "I think my ripped jeans and skull shirts are quite fine." Shu Shu nodded dismissively. "Sure, they're great that I'll have them framed and hung above your bed for daily admiration." Shu Lingchen, "The bags don't even need to be carried back. The store will have someone deliver them." After Shu Shu filled out the address and contact information, she prepared to take the two children downstairs for a meal, only to turn around and discover Pei Muyin still standing in place, gazing up at Shu Lingchen with wide, curious eyes. She had been like this ever since they left the salon, her cherubic face adorned with an expression of wonder. Shu Shu assumed Pei Muyin was simply astonished by Shu Lingchen's transformation. As she saw Shu Lingchen awkwardly tell Pei Muyin to stop staring, she couldn't help but chuckle. The next day, BOLO, having copied Shu Shu's multiple choice answers during the last monthly exam, found his scores skyrocketing into the top 300 of the grade. His father was overjoyed, doubling his allowance and proclaiming that his son had finally understood the value of hard work. Itio maintained this fade and pleased his father. Buello had been leaving for school early these past few days. With a meat bun clutched in his mouth and his backpack slung carelessly over one shoulder, he strolled into the classroom, only to find an unfamiliar pretty boy occupying Shu Lingchen's usual seat. This pretty boy had short black hair, a pristine white t-shirt, and long legs clad in black sweatpants, casually draped over the desk. "Who the hell are you?" Buello exclaimed, yanking the meat bun from his mouth as he stormed over. Glaring fiercely at the newcomer, "Who gave you the audacity to sit in my brother's seat? Are you tired of living?" Buello rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the pretty boy, when a familiar voice cut through the tension. "Zhao Heping, has your brain been kicked by a donkey?" Buello froze, staring incredulously at the cold-faced pretty boy, exclaiming, "Wait, your voice sounds just like my brother's. What did you say?" Buello squinted, and then, taken aback, stumbled back a few steps. "Brother, you had plastic surgery, and you look so handsome." "All plastic surgery, your grandpa," Shu Lingchen replied flatly. "I just changed my hairstyle." As the final bell rang for the last class of the morning, a group of students made their way to the cafeteria, with girls frequently glancing back. More specifically, they were gazing at the boy clad in a white t-shirt at the center of the crowd. Whispers of admiration filled the air. "What a handsome boy. I've never seen him at our school before. Could he be a new transfer student?" Initially, they thought the class monitor from class 1 of the second year was quite good-looking, but now they realized there was someone even more striking. "Wait, why is he walking with that group of delinquents from class 12? Oh no, handsome boy, stay away from those troublemakers. Hold on, he looks so familiar. Oh my god, is that Shu Lingchen?" Since the day Chu Lian had confronted Shu Lingchen, he had not sought her out again. Free from the burden of a sticky relationship, Chu Lian felt a sense of liberation, ready to pursue Shijin wholeheartedly. At that moment, she was in line at the school cafeteria with her classmates. Suddenly, a noisy crowd approached from behind. Zhang Lu poked Chu Lian's back. "Xiao Lian, it seems like Shu Lingchen's group is coming over." Without turning around, Chu Lian maintained her composure, exuding the air of a wealthy heiress. However, the next moment, she heard Zhang Lu exclaim, "My goodness, is that really Shu Lingchen? How did he become so handsome?" "What the—" Chu Lian frowned slightly, instinctively following Zhang Lu's astonished gaze, and froze in place. She could only see the boy who used to wear worn-out shoes and exuded an air of poverty now transformed before her eyes. With sleek black hair, defined facial features, and a sharp jawline, he stood out effortlessly in a simple white t-shirt and black pants. Is this really Shu Lingchen? Chu Lian could hardly believe her eyes. Yet, recognizing the familiar faces surrounding him, she realized it could only be him, not just Chu Lian, but the crowd around them also murmured in surprise, marveling at Shu Lingchen's striking transformation. Behind her, Zhang Lu leaned in with curiosity. "Xiao Lian, what's going on?" Chu Lian replied, "I don't know." Noticing the glances from the girls around, Zhang Lu cheerfully remarked, "No matter how handsome he becomes, he can only see you. Xiao Lian, everyone knows Shu Lingchen likes you. He can't see anyone else." Expected. The girls' gazes shifted away once they noticed Chu Lian's presence. If previously, Chu Lian had felt embarrassed by Shu Lingchen's pursuit, now, with his newfound charm, she felt a sense of pride swell within her. Zhang Lu confidently stated, "Shu Lingchen has 2 bottles of yogurt in his pocket. Just watch, he must be planning to give them to you when it's time to get food." Chu Lian remained silent. But inwardly, she thought the same. Unconsciously, she slowed her pace, intentionally lingering near the group. Before long, Shu Lingchen's group reached the cafeteria line. Chu Lian and Shu Lingchen arrived at the serving area almost simultaneously. Buello noticed Chu Lian and quickly tapped Shu Lingchen's shoulder, whispering, "Brother, it's the school flower." Chu Lian also heard Buello's words, but she pretended not to, waiting as usual for Shu Lingchen to come over and offer her some yogurt. Although she had spoken harshly to Shu Lingchen that day, she remained convinced that he still harbored feelings for her. However, 5 seconds turned into 10, then 20, yet Shu Lingchen did not approach. All she could hear was the faint voice of the boy requesting the cafeteria lady to serve the dishes. After receiving his meal, he straightened up, holding his plate, and walked away without so much as a glance in her direction, as though she were invisible. Chapter 51. Class Transfer. Chu Lian stood frozen in place. Zhang Lu widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Xiao Lian, what is Shu Lingchen doing? Doesn't he see you right here?" The people around them were equally astonished by this scene. In the past, wherever Chu Lian and Shu Lingchen were, he could always be seen trailing after her like a lovesick fool. Yet today, he completely ignored her. What could possibly be the reason? Has he changed? Baoyuo, who stood behind Shu Lingchen, remarked, I thought Brother Chen had finally stopped liking the school beauty Chu Lian. Was I mistaken? It turns out, it's true. One of the followers nearby added. Actually, I saw him delete Chu Lian's WeChat and QQ the other day, without a shred of hesitation. This revelation elicited a collective gasp from those around. For everyone knew that Chu Lian's contact information was only acquired after Shu Lingchen had a heated confrontation with Bai Liqiu. The fact that he had deleted it was telling. It seemed Shu Lingchen truly no longer had any feelings for Chu Lian. Instantly, the gazes of the crowd toward Chu Lian became laden with complexity and a hint of amusement. Chu Lian's innocent face momentarily stiffened, and she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Zhang Lu smirked, raising her voice intentionally to counter the prying stares. It's for the best that Shu Lingchen no longer liked Xiao Lian. After all, his lack of ambition had caused her so much trouble. His affections are worthless. Who would care? Upon hearing this, Chu Lian steadied herself, realizing that her aim was Shijin, and she had intended to shake off the burden of Shu Lingchen. His lack of pursuit was indeed a relief. Chu Lian reassured herself, yet deep down, she could not shake off an overwhelming sense of imbalance. Shu Lingchen handed 2 bottles of yogurt to Shu Shu and Pei Muin before joining Baoyuo and the others. Shu Shu turned to scrutinize her son for a moment, noticing no signs of distress on his face. Pei Muin, having overheard some of the earlier discussions, felt as if she were privy to a juicy piece of gossip. Covering her mouth with her chubby hand, she quietly asked Shu Shu, Sister, was Chu Lian the girl Shu Lingchen liked before? Shu Shu replied, Yes. Oh. Pei Muin nodded and softly remarked, Thank goodness, he doesn't like her anymore. Hearing this, Shu Shu raised an eyebrow. Curious, why do you say that? Pei Muin froze at Shu Shu's gaze, hurriedly clarifying, Sister, I'm not someone who enjoys speaking ill of others. I know you're not that kind of child. After a moment's hesitation, Pei Muin spoke in a soft, hesitant tone. When I first transferred to Sanzhong and entered Class 1, Chu Lian was the one who approached me, suggesting that if I felt lonely sitting alone, she could move to be my deskmate. She offered to help me with my new books and informed me about the current curriculum progress. Those are all things nice people would do. However, I turned her down completely because I sensed that her gentle tone and smile were not sincere. She is not a genuine person. That I had many classmates who treated me kindly at my previous school, and I cherished them as my best friends, but I accidentally overheard Chu Lian speaking behind my back, calling me a fat pig, and saying that befriending me was merely to exploit my wealth. Chu Lian seems quite similar to them. After hearing this, Shu Shu fell silent for a moment. She felt that Pei Muin's instinct was remarkably accurate, able to discern Chu Lian's true nature at a glance. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that such sensitivity likely stemmed from repeated betrayals, filling her with a deep sense of sympathy. Shu Shu gently stroked Pei Muin's soft, warm hair, seeking to divert the heavy topic, and asked, So, what do you think of Moose? The girl with chubby cheeks looked up with her sparkling, bright eyes, as if they contained stars, and shyly declared, Moose's sister is a very kind person. She bashfully added, Actually, the first time I saw Sister in the dessert shop, I felt she was so approachable. It was an irresistible urge to be near you. Throughout my life, you are only the second person to make me feel this way. Sister, can we always be good friends? Shu Shu smiled. Of course we can. I also like Moose very much. Pei Muin then extended her hand, asking, Can we make a pinky promise? All right. Shu Shu immediately extended her hand, gently linking her pinky with the soft one of Pei Muin, and said, Pinky promise, for 100 years, we must not change, sealed and established. Pei Muin beamed with joy, her eyes turning into crescent moons as she smiled. Watching her, Shu Shu felt an unexpected surge of happiness. After lunch, on the way back to the classroom, Shu Shu reminded Pei Muin, the day after tomorrow is the school's unified monthly exam, and it will be your first exam since transferring to Sanzhong. That if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Okay, thank you, sister. Pei Muin replied amiably, but as she lowered her gaze, a flicker of determination and planning shone in her eyes. The monthly exam lasted 2 days and passed in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd day after the weekend, the results were announced. The homeroom teacher of Class 1, Mr. Huang, felt utterly bewildered that day. The reason was simple. The scores of Pei Muin, the student who had just transferred from a prestigious school in the capital, were released with a total of 0. Yes, you heard that right. Her total score was 0. Aside from her name, which was written on the 6 test papers, the sheets returned to Pei Muin were exactly as they had been handed out. She had submitted blank papers. This was an unprecedented occurrence in Mr. Huang's career of teaching in elite classes. To make matters worse, she was a precious student. Mr. Huang had no choice but to summon her to the classroom, gently inquiring about the situation, whether it was an issue of adapting to the learning environment or something else troubling her. Pei Muin, her head bowed and fingers nervously entwined, apologized obediently. "It's nothing. I'm sorry, teacher. I have no complaints against you." In a tiny voice, she added, "I just heard that students who perform poorly will be transferred to the bottom class." Upon hearing this, Mr. Huang immediately understood. This little one still harbored thoughts of transferring to class 12 and had deliberately scored 6 zeros. Who exactly was in class 12? Mr. Huang felt a headache coming on. How could he explain to her the real reason she shouldn't go to class 12? Yet he had to be responsible for the other students in his class, so he hurriedly consulted with the school administration. The next day, surprisingly, the higher-ups agreed. Pei Muin was allowed to transfer to class 12. In class 12 of the second year, the last class that afternoon was taught by the homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu. When the bell rang, he didn't leave immediately but raised his hand, signaling for all the students who were about to pack their bags to pause for a moment. "Class, we have a new student joining us." Chapter 52. First meeting another new student? Who is it? Upon hearing the homeroom teacher's announcement, the students who had begun to rise reluctantly settled back into their seats. Is it another transfer student from a different school? Mr. Liu shook his head, saying, "No, this new student is coming from class 1. What? Did I hear that wrong? How could a student from the elite class 1 come to our class 12? A wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the room. Disbelief evident in every voice. Not only the students, but even Mr. Liu himself found it hard to believe when the grade director informed him of this news before class. He had been utterly bewildered and couldn't comprehend why his class's appeal had suddenly surged. Shu Shu felt little curiosity about the situation. She was engrossed in her phone, reviewing the recommendations for a specialty restaurant that Little Moose had suggested visiting after school when she suddenly heard Shu Lingchen exclaim in surprise. "Oh, it's her? Who is it?" Shu Shu instinctively raised her head to look, only to find herself stunned. She saw Mr. Liu beckoning at the classroom door, and a plump girl with delicate, fair fingers holding onto her backpack straps obediently followed Mr. Liu into the classroom. "Little Moose?" Shu Shu exclaimed in shock. The new classmate who had transferred from class 1 was none other than Little Moose. Shu Shu suddenly recalled that Xiao Muse had previously mentioned that she had transferred from Jing City to In City's third middle school because of her. Now, she had moved from class 1 to class 12. This child truly was something else. Shu Shu felt a blend of amusement and exasperation. Sure enough, Xiao Muse's gaze traversed the crowd, locking onto her with a beaming smile that accentuated her cherubic cheeks. Her pair of peach blossom eyes shimmering with anticipation and joy, discreetly waving at her from below. Shu Shu raised an eyebrow and smiled back in response. The head of the grade had informed Lao Lu about the timid and introverted nature of the girl in class 1. So Lao Lu took the initiative to introduce her to the students below. "Classmates, this is our new student who has transferred from class 1. Her name is Pei Muin. Let us welcome her." At that moment, Shu Shu's expression froze, her thoughts pausing for half a second. Did she mishear? What was Xiao Muse's name? Then, Lao Lu clarified her confusion. Taking a piece of chalk from a small box on the podium and turning around to write elegantly on the blackboard, "Pei Mu in." In the next instant, Shu Shu sprang up from her seat, staring at the name on the blackboard in disbelief. Pei Muin. Those 3 characters were identical to the ones inscribed in her notebook. Filled with her dreams of her daughter's name. It was Pei Muin. Xiao Muse was Pei Muin. Shu Shu's gaze shifted from the blackboard to Pei Muin, who was looking at her with a warm smile. In that fleeting moment, all her senses dulled. The voices surrounding her faded into oblivion, leaving only Pei Muin, singularly illuminated in her sight. She watched, wide-eyed, as the homeroom teacher announced dismissal, and amidst the throng of students exiting, Pei Muin approached her. The girl stopped before her, cheerfully exclaiming, "Sister Muse, from now on, we will be classmates." After a moment of silence, Pei Muin blinked. "Sister Muse, what's wrong?" A hand gently brushed her cheek. Shu Shu felt the soft, warm touch, undeniably real. She heard her own voice tremble slightly as she inquired, "Xiao Muse, is your real name Pei Muin?" Pei Muin shyly nodded. "Yes, it's Mu from Muse. And In from music. With an almost frantic urgency, Shu Shu grasped Pei Mu Yin's left hand, lifting it to her eyes. She noticed that the girl's delicate fingers bore slight indentations, indicative of calluses. A tactile reminder of years spent playing the violin. Pei Mu Yin, a violinist. And in her dreams, her daughter was also named Pei Mu Yin, a violinist. Shu Shu's breath hitched as she looked up at Pei Mu Yin. Scrutinizing her forehead, brows, enchanting eyes, nose, and chin, each feature a haunting echo of familiarity that sent tremors through her heart, she chastised herself inwardly. Why hadn't she noticed before? Why hadn't she been aware? The inexplicable fondness she felt upon first meeting Xiaomuse, the tenderness and concern that had surfaced so effortlessly, all these details had long been whispering to her. Shu Shu fought to suppress the overwhelming surge of emotion swelling within her chest. Finally asking, Xiaomuse, is your father's name's second character the same as the one for fairy? Pei Mu Yin's eyes widened in surprise. How does sister know? In her dreams, her daughter lived with her father. Named Pei Mu Yin, a violinist. Everything aligned perfectly. In that moment, Shu Shu's eyes brimmed with tears. Xiaomuse was her daughter, the daughter she had long sought. How astonishing that she had been so near. Shu Shu held her daughter's hand, bowing her head to stifle her sobs, her gaze flitting aimlessly, rendered speechless by the overwhelming emotion. The classroom emptied, leaving only the three of them in a vast, silent space. Pei Mu Yin and Shu Lingchun were startled by Shu Shu's sudden outburst. What's wrong? Sister, are you feeling unwell? The girl's soft voice reached Shu Shu's ears, prompting her to shake her head. Unable to restrain herself any longer as she enveloped Pei Mu Yin in her arms, embracing her daughter, I'm fine. Her voice carried a tinge of suppressed sobs. Pei Mu Yin, standing closest, sensed the shift. Her expression faltering as she hurriedly asked, Sister, are you unhappy? Is it because I unilaterally transferred to your class without informing you, making you uncomfortable? No, of course not. I'm very happy you came. Shu Shu hugged her daughter tightly. Her heart swelling with emotion, her voice gentle and affectionate. I just wanted to say, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Baby, I'm your mother. Please take care of me. Pei Mu Yin looked puzzled. Sister, we've known each other for a long time. No, we haven't. Shu Shu thought silently, denying it in her heart, as this truly was their first meeting in the roles of mother and daughter. Beside them, Shu Lingchen stared at Shu Shu, feeling an unfamiliar ache in his heart as he observed his mother in this light. What was happening? Shu Shu swiftly composed herself, hearing Pei Mu Yin inquire whether they should go directly to the restaurant for dinner. She gazed at her with soft eyes, replying, Let us not go. How about we eat at home today? Chapter 53. I want to hold hands to the original plan of dining out transformed into a home-cooked meal. Pei Mu Yin naturally assumed they would order takeout as they had done previously, but upon leaving the school, Shu Shu led her and Shu Lingchun to a large supermarket, heading straight for the fresh produce section. Sister, are we cooking today? Pei Mu Yin asked in surprise, quickly adding, I can't cook, not we. But Shu Shu replied, her gaze tender and earnest as she said, I want to cook for you. Okay. Pei Mu Yin nodded enthusiastically, raising her hand, then I'll help you. All right. Shu Shu took her hand, feeling the warmth and softness of her daughter's chubby palm fill her heart with joy. She hesitated slightly, calling her daughter's name with a hint of timidity. Mu Yin, is there any dish you particularly want to eat? Pei Mu Yin, ever polite, felt it would be inconsiderate to impose her preferences, so she replied, Everything you cook is what I love. Seeing her thoughts, Shu Shu feigned a troubled expression. Your answer is too vague. I was hoping to get some suggestions from you since I have difficulty choosing what to buy. Upon hearing this, Pei Mu Yin's eyes lit up with realization. She immediately began surveying the nearby shelves, eventually selecting two simple and easy-to-cook dishes, still considering not to burden Shu Shu too much. So, Shu Shu didn't ask further. After collecting the two dishes Pei Mu Yin suggested, she contemplated her choices and headed toward the meat section. Throughout, she held Pei Mu Yin's hand, with Shu Lingchen pushing the cart behind them. Observing their intertwined hands, the boy instinctively looked down at his empty palms. Pondering for a moment before stepping forward, grasping Shu Shu's other hand, declaring, I want to hold hands too. Shu Shu paused, turning back. Aren't you supposed to push the cart? I can push it with one hand. Shu Lingchen demonstrated, effortlessly maneuvering the cart with one hand, then added, there are so many people here. If we don't hold hands, it'll be troublesome if we get separated later. Shu Shu and Pei Mu Yin glanced around. Noting the sparsely populated aisles, there was hardly a crowd, and the notion of getting lost in the supermarket seemed exaggerated. However, Shu Lingchen remained resolute, his face set with determination as he refused to let go. Fine, If you want to hold hands, then hold on, Shu Shu relented, unable to extricate her hands. She instructed Shu Lingchen to grab bags for the vegetables. After he filled the bags and weighed them, placing them into the cart, he calmly took Shu Shu's hand again. Shu Shu felt a bit awkward since the three of them holding hands took up the entire aisle, but fortunately, the store was not crowded, so they didn't cause much inconvenience to others. Upon exiting the supermarket and returning to Eugene Garden 1600, in the kitchen, Shu Lingchen organized all the items, placing the necessary ones on the countertop and returning the others to the fridge, an ingrained habit from his childhood when he would help his mother sort groceries. Pei Muyin approached Shu Shu, asking what she could do. Shu Shu had merely responded out of courtesy earlier. She hadn't intended for Pei Muyin to actually assist her. Why don't you go watch TV in the living room? I'll call you when the food is ready. Pei Muyin stubbornly refused to leave, insisting, Sister, let me help you. You all have your tasks, and I do not wish to be idle. The girl gazed at Shu Shu with eyes reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, causing Shu Shu's heart to soften, rendering her unable to utter a single word of refusal. Ultimately, she assigned Pei Muyin the task of washing vegetables. Shu Shu intended to prepare meat dishes first, taking out the ingredients to marinate the cleaned and processed meat. Throughout this endeavor, she frequently glanced at Pei Muyin, who stood by the sink. Water flowed over the girl's fair hands, occasionally splashing a few droplets onto her petite, upturned nose. She would lift her elbow to wipe away the moisture before diving back into her task. Her eyelashes gently closed, her soft profile focused and earnest. Shu Shu could not help but steal glances, again and again, as if she could never gaze enough, fearing that if she looked away even for a moment, all that transpired today would dissolve into mere imagination and illusion. With this thought, Shu Shu's heart suddenly constricted, and she called out, Muyin. The girl lifted her head in confusion. What is it, sister? Her response was genuine. Real. Shu Shu smiled and shook her head, saying, Nothing. I just think your name is lovely and wanted to call out to you. Pei Muyin's eyes sparkled with a smile as well. Shu Shu's cooking style had always been clean and efficient, and she held ample confidence in her culinary skills. However, perhaps it was the first time cooking for her daughter that made her feel somewhat restrained, continually asking Shu Lingchen to taste the food and anxiously inquiring, How is it? Even when Shu Lingchen gave a thumbs up, praising the flavors as delightful as ever, she remained unconvinced. The three of them enjoyed a sumptuous meal, with Shu Shu preparing 5 dishes and a soup. The sweet and sour shredded potatoes and corn rib soup were ordered by Pei Muyin during their visit to the supermarket. The remaining 4 dishes included braised chicken with scallions, stuffed bell peppers, lemon chicken wings, and cold shrimp salad. As they were set on the table, they were a feast for the senses, enticing appetites. Upon sitting down, Pei Muyin exclaimed in delight, Wow! All these dishes were made by my sister. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Sister, you are amazing. Shu Shu felt fortunate for the dinners shared with Pei Muyin recently, as they had allowed her to glean insights into her daughter's preferences and tastes. Come, let us dig in. Shu Shu and Pei Muyin seated themselves on the same side of the table. Pei Muyin tilted her head back, her eyes brightening as Shu Shu reached for the plate of lemon chicken wings, picking up a piece clearly intended for her. Ordinarily, such gestures were meant for Shu Lingchen, who naturally extended his bowl from across the table, ready to receive the chicken wing from his mother. But then, the chicken wing was placed onto Pei Muyin's plate instead. Shu Lingchen paused, his bowl suspended in midair, while Pei Muyin appeared taken aback. They both turned to Shu Shu simultaneously. Thank you, sister, Pei Muyin said. You're welcome. As she responded, Shu Shu picked up a second chicken wing and placed it into Shu Lingchen's bowl. Although she had served both Shu Lingchen and Pei Muyin in the past, the order had shifted today. Shu Lingchen, unfazed, accepted the bowl back naturally, lowering his head to nibble on the chicken wing. After dinner, Shu Shu prepared some fruit. Following the fruit, Pei Muyin lingered until dusk began to settle at around 4:00 p.m. Feeling it was time to leave, she stood up to fetch her backpack. Sister, I'm heading up. Are you going up already? Shu Shu stood as well, glancing out the window. It's still early. Why don't you stay a bit longer? She quickly devised a reason. You can finish your homework here. Is that all right? Pei Muyin's eyes brightened at the suggestion, her hands already placing her backpack down. Of course, Shu Shu welcomed the idea. In a corner of the living room was an open study. Behind a partitioned bookshelf stood a spacious desk. Shu Shu led Pei Muyin over, who unzipped her backpack to lay out her various assignments on the table. Across from them sat Shu Lingchen, a boy with short black hair, gnawing on the end of his pen, struggling with a math problem. Pei Muyin was nearly done with her language assignment when she noticed him still motionless. Curiosity piqued, She glanced at his question and hesitantly suggested, "For that problem, you just need to apply the formula from page 35 of the textbook, and you can solve it." Shu Lingchen looked up, puzzled. "But that formula isn't the same type as this question." Pei Muin explained, "It's a trick question. Fundamentally, they're the same." "All right, I'll give it a try." A few minutes later, Shu Lingchen's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Wow, I got it, just like you said." "Using that formula works." Pei Muin smiled softly. Suddenly, Shu Lingchen recalled how Pei Muin had similarly guided him in reciting classical texts and curiously asked, "By the way, are you really good at studying?" Pei Muin paused for a moment before replying, "Not particularly. It's quite average." Shu Lingchen, remembering that Pei Muin had just transferred from class 1 to class 12, deduced that if she were a top student, her previous teacher would not have let her go so easily. Then he recalled Pei Muin's distinguished background and wondered if her family had perhaps used their influence to place her in class 1. Not wanting to touch a sensitive topic, he remarked, "Even if it's average, it can't be too average, right? Schools in the capital are quite competitive. If your grades were transferred here to Ungshi No. 3 Middle School, you'd likely surpass many. By the way, what was your ranking in your previous school?" Shu Lingchen asked casually, but in his heart, he planned to comfort her afterward, assuring her that her ranking in class 1 would be more than sufficient. Then he heard Pei Muin say, "First." Shu Lingchen was taken aback. "First place?" Pei Muin looked at him and reiterated softly, "First in the grade." Shu Lingchen replied, "I didn't ask for your best score. I meant your range." "Yes, the range is also first in the grade. Always. Every time?" "Yes. Every time was first place, always first." Shu Lingchen dropped his pen and leaned back, pinching his own skin in disbelief. When he opened his eyes again, he looked at Pei Muin with a sense of grievance. "Earlier, I was comforting you, and now it's your turn to comfort me." "Huh?" Pei Muin was confused. Shu Lingchen, almost in a fit, exclaimed, "Who calls being first in the grade an average score?" Pei Muin lowered her gaze, contemplating before she spoke. "It's my grandmother. She says that no matter how good the grades or how high the ranking, it doesn't matter. Being ordinary is just ordinary." Shu Lingchen frowned, barely swallowing the urge to retort about her grandmother's odd perspective. He incredulously asked, "Did your grandmother really say that? I almost suspect it was your enemy who said it. Who says it doesn't matter? Being first in the grade consistently, do you know what kind of value that carries? My goodness, do you realize how incredible you are? You're practically a prodigy. I don't even know what I would need to do to earn first place once." Pei Muin listened, intrigued by Shu Lingchen's enthusiastic praise, her eyes shining brightly. Feeling somewhat uneasy under her gaze, Shu Lingchen stammered, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Pei Muin pinched her fingers together, saying, "No one has ever told me these things." That achieving first in the grade is impressive. Her peach blossom eyes sparkled cautiously as she asked for confirmation. "Really? Is it impressive?" "Absolutely, exceedingly impressive." Despite being particularly poor in academics, Shu Lingchen felt no shame or resentment upon learning of Pei Muin's remarkable achievements. Instead, he boldly inquired, "Now that you've transferred to class 12, if I have any questions about my studies, can I ask you?" Shu Lingchen had promised Shu Shu to start studying diligently. Pei Muin's eyes sparkled as she eagerly replied, "Sure, I will share everything I know." "All right, deal." Shu Lingchen grinned, puffing out his chest confidently. "From now on, I'll cover your daily yogurt, and you can walk around Ungshi No. 3 with confidence. If anyone dares to bully you, just call out Chingu, and I'll have your back." Though Pei Muin had no intention of strutting around, she enthusiastically responded to Shu Lingchen's words. She increasingly felt that transferring to Ungshi to pursue her studies was an exceptionally fortunate decision. When Shu Shu approached with 2 cups of steaming milk, she stumbled upon this delightful scene. Raising an eyebrow, she curiously inquired about what the two were discussing, having heard their voices earlier from the kitchen. Pei Muin relayed the agreement she had just made with Shu Lingchen. Before today, Shu Shu had merely regarded Pei Muin as a timid child, but it became evident that her introversion ran far deeper than a mere hint. The girl appeared soft and delicate, yet her evident aversion and wariness towards strangers was striking, bordering on aloofness. She resembled a little hedgehog, bristling with quills, only revealing her tender underbelly to those she trusted, such as Shu Shu. Apart from her, there was also Shu Lingchen at that moment. Shu Shu believed it was solely due to her presence that Pei Muin was comfortable. However, she had not been present earlier, and Pei Muin did not seem to shy away from Shu Lingchen. As they interacted amicably, Shu Shu sighed silently. Could this be the magic of blood relations? Chapter 55. Moving in together. Time slipped away like sand through an hourglass, and Pei Muin completed all her assignments. Yet she still clutched her pen, reluctant to put it down. She wished to prolong her stay a little longer before heading home. However, the sky had turned pitch black outside, and it was no longer possible to delay. She could only reluctantly pack her notebook back into her backpack. Meanwhile, Shu Shu hesitated, observing her daughter's every move, racking her brain for any plausible reason to keep her daughter from leaving. They had eaten fruit, drunk milk, and completed homework. It seemed all excuses had been exhausted. "Sister, I'm heading home now," Pei Muin announced obediently as she slung her backpack over her shoulder and moved towards the entrance. Shu Shu followed her to the threshold, watching as the door opened with a beep, revealing a gap that signaled her daughter was about to depart. Just as Pei Muin was about to step outside, Shu Shu called out, "Muin, could you possibly stay here and live with us?" Upon seeing the girl's stunned expression, Shu Shu realized how abrupt her words had been. She pressed her lips together and clarified, "What I meant to say is, wouldn't it be rather lonely for you to stay upstairs all by yourself? After all, there are plenty of empty rooms here. Would you like to come down and live with us?" Her voice unconsciously softened. "I'm sorry if that startled you. If you don't want to, it's perfectly fine." Before she could finish, Pei Muin, filled with excitement, nearly jumped up, exclaiming, "Sister, I'll go pack my things right now." Her previous state of shock was not from fear, but rather from sheer joy. Her mind was swirling with the realization that her sister wanted her to move in. Was this truly happening? Was she not merely dreaming? The sparkle in her doe-like eyes mirrored the brilliance of stars. Shu Shu exhaled in relief, smiling gently. "Then leave your backpack here. I'll accompany you upstairs." They took the elevator to the 17th floor. Pei Muin placed her finger on the sensor, and the door slid open, illuminating the hallway and living room with a series of lights. "Sister," Pei Muin beckoned Shu Shu inside. Upon entering, Shu Shu observed that this room was quite similar to her own in 1701, though oriented differently. The interior boasted a modern elegance, with cleanliness and tidiness evident throughout. Pei Muin retrieved a bottle of juice from the refrigerator and handed it to Shu Shu. "Sister, please wait for me here while I tidy up. Do you need my help?" Shu Shu offered. No, I can manage on my own," Pei Muin replied, shaking her head. After a moment's hesitation, she turned back and asked, "Sister, would you like to wait for me in the bedroom?" "Sure," Shu Shu replied eagerly, as she too wished to see her daughter's room. As the door swung open, they entered the master bedroom. The warm tones enveloped the space, with a soft wool carpet that felt like walking on fluffy clouds. The ceiling light was charmingly shaped like a cloud, while the ceiling itself displayed a splendid starry sky. The entire room radiated a cozy and enchanting princess-like aura. Shu Shu was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that Shu Lingchen had mentioned that 1702 was a marriage suite purchased from a neighbor. Typically, a couple's master bedroom would not be decorated as a princess's room, suggesting it had been intentionally curated with great care after the purchase. Pei Muin flitted about the room like a cheerful little squirrel, busily packing her belongings into a small suitcase, changing clothes, sleepwear, and her beloved stuffed bear. She was determined to take everything, filling the suitcase to the brim, clearly intent on bidding farewell to this place and never returning. Shu Shu sat on a soft stool at the vanity, propping her chin on one hand, watching her daughter dash about, her heart swelling with affection. As Pei Muin was nearly finished packing, she suddenly remembered something and glanced at her snack cabinet. "Oh right, my snacks." However, the suitcase was already full, and she wondered if it would be appropriate to bring too many things to her sister's house. She felt she could not be so greedy and thought she might have to part with some of her treats. Thus, Pei Muin stood before the snack cabinet, fingers trembling, silently bidding farewell. "Goodbye, my little cakes. Goodbye, my chocolates. Goodbye, my chips." Just as she reached the little cookies, Shu Shu spoke up, "You should take all your snacks with you." Pei Muin spun around, her face radiating delight, as if asking, "Really?" Shu Shu smiled and nodded. The girl had been gazing at her snacks with such longing that it was almost overflowing. Shu Shu quickly took out her phone and called Shu Lingchen, asking him to bring a large suitcase upstairs. In no time, he arrived with a suitcase large enough to hold all the snacks. "Little cakes, little cookies, chocolates, we're heading to our new home," Pei Muin exclaimed, joyfully stuffing the snacks into the suitcase, then suddenly realizing she had spoken aloud in front of someone. Embarrassment washed over her. Surely only a peculiar person would talk to snacks. Oh no. Now her sister would think she was odd. Pei Muin, flustered, dared not look up, but from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Shu Shu, who, with a gentle voice, welcomed the snacks into their new home. "Little cakes, little cookies, chocolates, welcome to your new abode." Pei Muin was momentarily taken aback, meeting Shu Shu's smiling gaze, who playfully raised an eyebrow. Shu Shu then playfully patted Shu Lingchen on the back, under the strong gaze of their mother, though unsure why they were speaking to snacks. Shu Lingchen complied, bending down to the snacks, and saying, "Oh, welcome, welcome." Instantly, Pei Muin's eyes sparkled with delight as she looked at Shu Shu and Shu Lingchen. Upon returning to 1600, Shu Shu turned on the lights in all the empty rooms, allowing Pei Muin to choose her new room. "Muin, you can pick whichever room you like." Pei Muin blinked, pausing at the entrance of Shu Shu's room. Shu Shu, puzzled, asked, "Do you want to stay in my room? I could change the bedding and tidy up for you to move in." "No, sister," Pei Muin called out, halting Shu Shu's movements, and then fell silent, simply gazing at her. Understanding the girl's gaze, Shu Shu inquired, "You wish to share a room with me?" Pei Muin eagerly nodded, her enthusiasm palpable. Shu Shu smiled brightly, silently affirming, "Of course, my dear, I will grant any request you make." Most of the rooms in the house had their own bathrooms. Shu Shu allowed Pei Muin to use the master bathroom, teaching her how to use the water before heading to the bathroom of another room. Shu Lingchen also returned to his own space. After Shu Shu finished her shower and turned off the main light, she returned from the pitch-black living room to the brightly lit bedroom, just as Pei Muin emerged from her own shower. Chapter 56. Lullaby. The girl wore a long-sleeved nightgown adorned with cartoon bears, with lace trimmings at the collar and hem, exuding cuteness. "Muin, come here," Shu Shu beckoned as she approached the vanity, after inviting Pei Muin to sit on the soft stool. She first clipped the girl's hair to the side with 2 small clips, then opened a bottle of moisturizing cream. She scooped some out, warming it in her palms before gently applying it to Pei Muin's face. As she applied the cream, she explained, "Air conditioning can make the skin dry in summer. We must pay attention to hydration." The gentle touch on her cheeks, coupled with a faint fragrance, enveloped Pei Muin in a soft warmth that spread through her limbs. Pei Muin covertly lifted her eyelids, gazing at Shu Shu, who was so close. Her eyes drifted over Shu Shu's long lashes, sparkling peach blossom eyes, delicate nose, and flawless complexion. Feeling shy, she bit her lip and said, "Sister, you're so beautiful." "All done." After a moment, Shu Shu lowered her hands, bending slightly to meet Pei Muin's gaze. "Such a lovely face deserves to be well protected, don't you think?" "Thank you, sister." Shu Shu continued, "Muin, could you promise me something?" Upon hearing this, Pei Muin sat up straight, listening attentively. "Emichim, from this moment forth, please refrain from expressing your gratitude towards me." Shu Shu remarked, "I understand that you are a particularly well-behaved and polite child. However, given the duration of our acquaintance and the familiarity we share as good friends, it is unnecessary for us to continually say thank you to one another, is it not?" "Very well," Pei Muin acquiesced. Shu Shu affectionately ruffled the girl's hair and said, "It's getting late. Come, let us retire for the night." Shu Shu inquired whether Pei Muin preferred to sleep on the left or the right side, to which Pei Muin responded that either side would suffice. As she lay on the bed, tucked under the covers, Pei Muin found herself enveloped in a surreal, dreamlike state regarding her recent move to live with Sister Musi. Shu Shu adjusted the bedside lamp to a soothing brightness suitable for sleep, tucked Pei Muin's blanket snugly, and then gently bid her good night. Holding her stuffed bear close, Pei Muin replied, "Good night, sister." After a span of several minutes, Shu Shu turned her head and discovered that Pei Muin was still wide awake. "What troubles you? Are you unable to sleep? Perhaps you are a bit unfamiliar with your new surroundings." "No, I am quite adaptable," Pei Muin softly replied. "Perhaps it is simply that I am too happy to sleep." After saying this, the girl let out a gentle laugh, radiating genuine joy. Shu Shu couldn't help but chuckle as well. And after a moment's thought, she proposed, "I have a method that may assist you in falling asleep. Would you care to try?" Pei Muin eagerly consented. "Yes, please." Shu Shu turned onto her side, propping herself up slightly while extending her arms towards Pei Muin. The girl hesitated for a brief moment, but upon understanding, she eagerly nestled into Shu Shu's embrace. Shu Shu wrapped one arm around Pei Muin's neck while the other rested gently on her back, rhythmically patting her as she began to hum a familiar lullaby. In the blue sky of the galaxy, there's a little white boat, upon which stands a sweet-scented osmanthus tree, and a white rabbit is playing. It was one of the most common lullabies. Pei Muin had always known that Sister Musi possessed a melodious voice, as she played the violin, which made her particularly sensitive to sound. She perceived the accuracy of Shu Shu's pitch and the unique tenderness in her voice, which created a warm auditory feast for her ears. The faint scent of orange lingered in the air. As Pei Muin listened, her nerves gradually relaxed, Drowsiness began to envelop her, and just before drifting off to sleep, she nestled closer into Shu Shu's embrace, drowsily confessing, "Sister, I have always wanted to tell you that your scent is so delightful. It makes me feel incredibly warm, and I cannot help but want to be near you." As her final words trailed off, her evenly paced breath signaled that she had succumbed to slumber. Unaware that Shu Shu's gentle patting had ceased, and that her eyes had grown moist without her realizing it, Shu Shu was forever haunted by the memory of that heart-wrenching day. Clad in a hospital gown, her lips pale, she defied the nurse's objections and weakly made her way to the morgue. The doctor retrieved a black bag from one of the cold storage units. The sound of the zipper being pulled open echoed like a saw cutting through Shu Shu's trembling heart, and she watched helplessly as a tiny, curled-up infant appeared before her eyes, so small, so quiet. With her eyes closed and her tiny fists resting against her chin, she looked so obedient, as if a gentle kiss on her cheek would awaken her to seek her mother's embrace. Yet, the harsh reality was that the child lay lifeless, her body turning blue. Tears streamed down Shu Shu's face as an overwhelming sense of suffocation engulfed her mind. She opened her mouth, but the sorrow rendered her voiceless. Every prenatal checkup had indicated health. The two children were thriving within her, eagerly awaiting their introduction to the world, and she had planned to provide them with the very best of everything. Why had it come to this? She repeatedly berated herself, replaying each moment in her mind. The doctor stood by, offering repeated reassurances, explaining that childbirth itself is fraught with high risks and uncertainties, and ultimately expressed their regrets. Shu Shu had never imagined that her daughter was still alive. How had she been switched, and how had she ended up with that person? Shu Shu still retained the investigative information from 2 hours prior, which stated that years later, the doctor and nurses who had performed her delivery had either retired or relocated. In short, they had vanished without a trace. A most uncanny disappearance, emerging from her memories. Shu Shu felt a chill envelop her, but soon, warmth began to seep from her arms and palms, dispelling the cold. She glanced down to see the girl, with a gentle smile gracing her lips. Peacefully asleep, Shu Shu lifted her hand to tenderly brush Pei Mu Yin's bangs aside, lowered her head, and closed her eyes, placing a soft kiss on the girl's forehead. My dear, I am so sorry. It is my fault for failing to protect you. I promise it will not happen again. Meanwhile, in a room just a wall away, Shu Lingchun was sprawled across his bed, his personality always exuberant and carefree. Even in sleep, with one foot dangling over the edge of the bed and the covers askew, he breathed evenly, lost in sweet dreams. Suddenly, his brows furrowed as he unconsciously lifted a hand to his chest, feeling an inexplicable ache, a tugging pain within. Chapter 57. Why has no one asked me? Pei Mu Yin could not recall the last time she had enjoyed such a delightful sleep. She felt enveloped in a soft, cotton-like warmth and awakened naturally to the gentle morning light streaming through the window. Turning her head, she noticed the adjacent bed was empty, yet her blankets were snugly tucked around her, and the humidifier on the bedside table exuded a fragrant mist of floral essence. Entering the washroom, she found a pink toothbrush, already coated with toothpaste, resting atop a cup filled with water, alongside a facial cleanser and 2 neatly folded small towels. Pei Mu Yin couldn't help but imagine Sister Mu Si arranging these items. Grabbing her toothbrush, she began her morning routine, and in the brief moments between rinsing her mouth, she instinctively glanced at the mirror. There she saw, reflected back at her, a girl with sparkling peach blossom eyes, her cherubic face radiating unprecedented cheerfulness. Once Pei Mu Yin had finished getting ready and emerged from her room, Shu Lingchun had just settled onto a high stool at the water bar. He yawned widely, his drowsy eyes drooping, with a tuft of unruly black hair sticking up, resembling a sleepy little lion. "Good morning," Pei Mu Yin greeted as she approached him. Good morning," Shu Lingchun replied, gesturing for her to take a seat beside him. Hearing the commotion, Shu Shu, wearing an apron, poked her head through the glass door of the kitchen, her face beaming with joy. "Has Mu Yin awakened?" Pei Mu Yin blinked and replied, "Good morning, sister." "Good morning," Shu Shu asked. "Did you sleep well last night?" Pei Mu Yin nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, I slept wonderfully." She then inquired, "And you, sister?" concerned that her sudden arrival might have disturbed Shu Shu's rest. To which Shu Shu replied, "I slept well too." The happiness of being able to hold her long-lost daughter in her arms was indescribable. The two exchanged smiles. Meanwhile, Shu Lingchun looked back and forth between Shu Shu and Pei Mu Yin, feeling out of place as he observed their shared joy. "Why has no one asked me how I slept?" he complained, a mix of confusion and grievance in his tone. Pei Muin and Shu Shu turned their gazes towards him simultaneously. Shu Shu raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming on her lips as she echoed his words. Well then, dear friend, did you sleep well? Shu Lingqian straightened his back slightly, genuinely contemplating the question before responding with a satisfied tone. Quite well. Actually, I vaguely recall having a rather unsettling dream, and in that half-dreaming, half-awake state, a wave of melancholy washed over my chest. Other than that, all is well. The mischievous boy, Shu Shu, cast a sidelong glance at the youth with a smile. For breakfast, Shu Shu prepared sandwiches, filled with fragrant fried luncheon meat and eggs, slices of cheese, shredded meat, and cucumber. The crusts of the toasted bread were brushed with egg wash and pan-fried until golden brown. Just the sight of it made Pei Mu Yin's eyes sparkle with delight. Shu Shu poured a cup of warmed milk, placing the first cup on the table. Shu Lingqian, with a sandwich in his mouth, naturally pushed that cup towards Pei Mu Yin with one hand, and when it came to the second cup, he nudged it beside Shu Shu's plate, waiting patiently for the last cup himself. Pei Mu Yin glanced at Shu Lingqian and quietly expressed her gratitude. After breakfast, the three of them set off for school together, although they had always gone to school together before today. Pei Mu Yin felt an unmistakable difference today. In the past, she would wait at the entrance of the apartment building for Shu Shu and Shu Lingqian to come downstairs, but today, she departed through the same door as them. Yesterday, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, had introduced Pei Mu Yin to class 12, assigning her a seat and tea that moment. The only vacant spot in the classroom was next to Bo Luo Zai. However, Mr. Liu remembered the instruction from the head teacher to take special care of Pei Mu Yin, so it was only natural that she would not be seated beside one of the class troublemakers. Bo Luo Zai. Mr. Liu casually pointed to a table of girls, asking one of them to switch seats with Bo Luo Zai. Yet, the two girls had been deskmates for nearly 2 semesters and shared a deep bond of friendship. Upon hearing this, both of their faces turned unwilling, and the one who was to be swapped looked as if she might burst into tears. Pei Mu Yin hurriedly waved her hands, assuring Mr. Liu that she could sit in the vacant spot. She could not bear to inconvenience others for her own sake, as it would leave her feeling guilty. After much insistence from Pei Mu Yin, Mr. Liu eventually relented. He was rather surprised. He had heard tales about Pei Mu Yin during his time in the office, where her privileged background was a common topic, and children from such families often exhibited a spoiled demeanor, accustomed to being self-centered. Were it not for the circumstances, Mr. Liu would certainly have preferred not to let any of his students feel wronged. Yet, you did not expect this girl to be so considerate and kind-hearted. His gaze upon Pei Mu Yin revealed a hint of appreciation. Thus, the two girls were not separated, and Pei Mu Yin became Bo Luo Zai's deskmate. At that time, Shu Shu was too absorbed in the shock of her presence to notice this development. Upon arriving in the classroom, Shu Shu turned to Shu Lingqian and suggested, "Why don't you swap seats with Mu Yin?" "Oh, sure," Shu Lingqian replied without a second thought. Maybe Bo Luo Zai's seat was also at the back row, and the exchange was merely a shift from Shu Shu's left to the right, separated by an aisle. Moreover, he had made an agreement with Pei Mu Yin the night before that he could ask her for help with his studies. Therefore, as a young man, shifting seats was of no consequence. Furthermore, since Pei Mu Yin was introverted, she would undoubtedly feel out of place in her new class, making it all the more advantageous to sit beside the familiar Shu Shu. Shu Lingqian readily moved his desk beside Bo Luo Zai. Pei Mu Yin, having only brought a backpack from class 1, still needed to retrieve her textbooks. Without waiting for Shu Shu to speak, Shu Lingqian grabbed Bo Luo Zai by the collar and declared, "Let us go get your textbooks." As the morning study session approached, all the students in class 1 had arrived, and even before the bell rang, the sound of their reading filled the air. Shu Lingqian and Bo Luo Zai confidently entered through the back door. Instantly, the reading ceased, and curious gazes were directed their way. "Wow! Look! It's Shu Lingqian from class 12. What is he doing here? Is he here to find the school flower, Chulian? He never came to the classroom so boldly before when he was chasing after her. You know, Shu Lingqian looks really handsome now." While others noticed Shu Lingqian, so did Chu Lian, who was at that moment holding a test paper and leaning forward to ask Shurjin about a question. Upon seeing Shu Lingqian, her expression was one of surprise, but she quickly recalled how he had completely ignored her in the cafeteria, which had left her feeling stifled ever since. Thus, she deliberately turned her face away, pretending not to see him, although her peripheral vision kept stealing glances his way. "Shu Lingqian, what are you doing in class 1? Isn't this a place for students like you who are struggling?" Chu Lian's deskmate, Zhang Lu, glared at Shu Lingqian and snorted, "You were so tough the other day in the cafeteria. Turns out you can't help but come looking for Xiaolian. Huh, just so you know, to get to Pei Muin's seat, you'll have to pass by Chu Lian's desk. Shu Lingqian's gaze merely swept through the rows and columns. Locating Pei Muin's desk and walking over, passing by Chu Lian as if she were a stranger. He then, with an inscrutable expression, divided Pei Muin's books into 2 stacks, handing one stack to Bo Luozai. While he carried the other stack out through the front door, throughout the entire encounter, he did not spare a glance at Chu Lian and paid no mind to her conversation with Shi Jane, completely ignoring Zhang Lu as well. This only served to make Zhang Lu appear foolish, while others nearby stifled their laughter at her expense, leaving her face flushed with anger. Initially, Shu Lingqian believed that someone like Pei Muin, who consistently ranked first, must possess a genius-level intellect, one who effortlessly absorbed knowledge without any need for study. However, when he turned his head, he saw Pei Muin, seated in his former spot, diligently taking notes during the lesson. If even geniuses work hard, what excuse did he have not to? Shu Lingqian immediately felt a sense of urgency and picked up his pen, only to notice Bo Luozai slumped behind his textbook, fast asleep. Without a moment's hesitation, he rapped his knuckles against the table. Ouch! Bo Luozai awoke in pain. Shu Lingqian admonished him. Get up. What are you sleeping for? How can you sleep at a time like this? Bo Luozai, originally thrilled at being desk mates with the esteemed Chen Gu, now felt as though he were dealing with a tyrant. He could only cover his throbbing head with one hand and listen to the teacher's lecture on what felt like an indecipherable language. What on earth is being taught? I can't make heads or tails of it. It's utterly exhausting. Bo Luozai lamented that Shu Lingqian, having endured the rain, was now intent on ruining his umbrella. Bo Luozai, feeling wronged, turned to notice a row of students beside him also asleep, and instantly felt a surge of injustice. In a way, I'm going to tear their umbrellas too. He kicked at the nearby students, whispering, Get up. What are you sleeping for? Everyone wake up and pay attention. The bewildered students he kicked awake dared not protest, but were equally irritated and retaliated by kicking the ones next to them. It turned into a chain reaction, reminiscent of Russian nesting dolls, with one kicking the next. The teacher at the front of the classroom, while teaching, was taken aback to find the usually lethargic back rows now sitting upright. Holding the textbook, the teacher looked around in disbelief, ultimately stepping outside to check the door plaque, questioning whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong classroom. The day flew by in a blurred IN Unit 1600. Pei Muin, who had moved down from Unit 1702 the previous night, had brought with her a considerable amount of snacks, which could easily find a place to be stored. However, Shu Shu recalled her daughter's snack cabinet upstairs. Without hesitation, she contacted a craftsman to come and replicate a snack cabinet for them. After school, the 3 of them made another trip to the supermarket to buy groceries. At that moment, Shu Shu was in the kitchen preparing a meal. While Pei Muin eagerly assisted her, Shu Shu placed her phone on the coffee table, instructing Shu Lingqian to answer the voice call when the craftsman arrived to let him in. Approximately 10 minutes later, the phone rang. Shu Lingqian answered the call while rushing to the entrance to unlock the door for the craftsman. The craftsman informed him that he was at the door, and Shu Lingqian hung up the call. As he walked back to the living room, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Shu Shu's phone screen, which was open to the messages list. 2 contacts were pinned at the top. The first was labeled, Muin Baby Pei Muin. The second was labeled, Turkey Boy. Shu Lingqian's mind lingered in confusion for a moment. Turkey Boy? Who was that? Wait a moment, why does this turkey's avatar look exactly like mine? Shu Lingqian furrowed his brows, not even bothering to open the chat box for confirmation. Instead, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, located the contact labeled Mama, and sent a grinning emoji. Almost immediately, he noticed a red dot appear on the chat labeled Turkey on his mother's phone. The dialogue updated with an identical grinning emoji. Oh, so Turkey is him. One is Muin, and the other is Turkey. Shu Lingqian stared at those 3 characters for a long while, almost boring a hole into his mother's phone. Before long, the craftsman arrived to assemble the snack cabinet. 3 skilled artisans worked efficiently and methodically. Shu Lingqian stood by, watching as the cabinet gradually took shape beside his mother's cherished Mauda wall. The young man lowered his eyelids, his thin lips pressed tightly together, and beneath his short hair, the depths of his dark eyes inexplicably dimmed. The snack cabinet was successfully assembled before dinner. At the dining table, Shu Shu and Pei Muin sat on one side, discussing how they would fill the cabinet with snacks once the meal was finished. Pei Muin's peach blossom eyes sparkled with joy. Across from them, Shu Lingqian sat in silence, not uttering a single word throughout the meal. When Shu Shu offered him food, he would eat, but he merely buried his head in his rice. Shu Shu glanced at him several times, puzzled, and finally asked, "What's wrong?" Shu Lingchen remained silent for 2 seconds before replying. "It's nothing. I just ate too many snacks before dinner, and now I'm not hungry. He was the first to set down his bowl. I'm full. I want to go to my room to do my homework." After saying that, he returned to his room and did not come out again. During this time, Shu Shu knocked on the door to bring him fruit. Around 9 o'clock, she found him still seated at his desk. "I saved some hot dishes in the thermos for you. If you get hungry, help yourself," she said, then added, "You're not feeling unwell, are you?" After all, Shu Lingchen usually ate 3 bowls of rice for dinner. Shu Shu placed one hand on his forehead and the other on her own, comparing them carefully. After determining he had no fever, she murmured, "You're not sick, are you?" Hearing his mother's concerned tone, Shu Lingchen pressed his lips together, wanting to say something, but ultimately, only 3 words escaped his lips. "I'm fine. That's good. Finish your homework and go to bed early, all right? MHM. When the door closed, Shu Lingchen quietly watched his mother's silhouette fade away. Upon arriving at school the next morning, Baoyuo was startled by the dark circles under Shu Lingchen's eyes. "Brother Chen, please don't tell me you stayed up late reading last night," Baoyuo exclaimed. "You've become truly terrifying." "You know," Shu Lingchen remained expressionless, ignoring him. If it were any other time, he would have choked Baoyuo with a swift move. After the second math class, Shu Shu accidentally knocked over a red pin she used for marking, and it fell near Shu Lingchen's feet. She called out for him to pick it up. After a few seconds of silence, she repeated, "Shu Lingchen." He lifted his head, his eyelids drooping, and let out a soft grunt. "Why don't you ask your Muin to pick it up?" The moment those words escaped his lips, Shu Lingchen froze, his lips pressed tightly together in an attempt to salvage his blunder. However, it was too late. Sure enough, the next second, he saw Shu Shu raise an eyebrow, her pin spinning in her hand, her expression turning leisurely. Even Pei Muin, who had been engrossed in organizing her textbooks, looked up in confusion, evidently having heard her name. "Brother Chen," Baoyuo, seated nearby with a bag of chips, leaned in, his voice muffled. "Did you just call someone baby?" "Mind your own business," Shu Lingchen gritted his teeth, expressionless, pushing Baoyuo's face away. Before bending down to retrieve the red pin from the floor and placing it back on Shu Shu's desk. Throughout the entire exchange, he kept his neck stiff, avoiding eye contact with Shu Shu, feeling a gaze lingering on the back of his head until he finally shifted his position. The boy seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, irritably raking his fingers through his hair. As the morning classes concluded, they gathered in the school cafeteria. Shu Lingchen sat at a table with Baoyuo and a few others, who devoured their meals like starving ghosts. Meanwhile, Shu Lingchen merely jabbed at his rice with his chopsticks, as if trying to reduce it to powder. "Brother Chen, why aren't you eating?" Someone nearby asked curiously. "Today's braised pork in the cafeteria is exceptional." Without lifting his head, Shu Lingchen replied softly, "No appetite. Oh, can I have your portion then?" The person glanced at the braised pork in Shu Lingchen's bowl, their eyes glistening with desire. Wasting braised pork is a sin. Shu Lingchen remained silent, appearing not to hear. The person reached out with their chopsticks, observing Shu Lingchen's expression, and upon tasting a piece of braised pork, received no reaction from him. Thus, they felt reassured and took the entire bowl of braised pork for themselves. "Hey, you can't hoard it all for yourself. Give me a piece too." The braised pork was quickly snatched and devoured by several people, while Shu Lingchen's eyelids remained unmoved. Had it been any other time, he would have dealt with them swiftly. The rest exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding what was happening. Shu Lingchen continued to poke at his rice. Suddenly, a pair of fair, soft hands appeared in his line of sight, offering him a can of cola. Shu Lingchen froze, looking up to meet Pei Mu Yin's gaze. The girl's peach blossom eyes curved warmly as she said, "Here." Throughout the morning, Shu Lingchen had kept his eyelids drooping, his mood decidedly low. Pei Mu Yin was unaware of the reason behind it, but she knew that he liked cola. She regarded Moose as her best friend, and Shu Lingchen, too, was a kind person who had helped her. Though it was merely a trivial drink, if Shu Lingchen could enjoy something he liked, it might lift his spirits even a little. Seeing the cola before him, he instinctively opened his mouth to express his gratitude but paused, swallowing the words. When he finally spoke again, it turned into a rejection. "No, I've quit." The boy turned his face away, lowering his eyelashes, his profile feigning indifference at that moment. Baoyuo, seated nearby, overheard Shu Lingchen's words and exclaimed in surprise. "Quit cola? When did that happen, Brother Chun? Didn't we just agree to go buy cola from the shop after we finish eating?" The air fell silent for a few seconds. Pei Muin froze. Realizing the implication, Shu Lingchen had not quit cola. He still enjoyed it. He simply did not want to accept the one she offered. Pei Muin, perceptive as she was, connected the dots from last night's odd behavior and his slip of the tongue this morning. In an instant, she understood that his discomfort stemmed from her. I'm sorry, she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Clutching the chilled cola, she turned and left. As Shu Lingshan watched her lonely figure retreat. A wave of regret washed over him, compelling him to rise and apologize. He felt as though he had committed an unforgivable act. Instinctively, he believed that he should be the one to say sorry. The young man stood up, but then recalled the matter that had kept him awake all night. Ultimately, he stubbornly clenched his teeth and remained rooted to the spot. A sudden thought sprang into Shu Lingshan's mind. The can of cola was still adorned with tiny, cold droplets, indicating it had just been taken from the fridge. Pei Muin had held it for so long that her palm must have grown cold. That girl was so introverted that one couldn't help but want to protect her. She had so few close friends, and after finally meeting him and his mother, she was treated this way. It must have hurt her deeply. Frustrated, Shu Lingshan felt a tightness in his chest as he caught a glimpse of Baoyuo, blissfully devouring the braised pork as if nothing were amiss. The boy's dark eyes turned ominous, and he seized Baoyuo's arm. Wanting to curse, all you do is eat. Is that all you can do? Baoyuo, gasping for breath, stammered, Brother Chun, please spare me. In the afternoon, Shu Lingshan found himself glancing at Pei Muyin's direction, both intentionally and inadvertently. Perhaps he turned too often. A few times, their eyes would meet. However, at the moment their gazes collided, Pei Muyin's eyes flickered before she quietly averted her gaze, refusing to look at him. Damn it. Shu Lingshan's pen tips skated across the page, miswriting a character in his notes that he reached for correction tape to erase the error. With a snap, the tape broke. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. At the dining table in Eugene Garden 1600. Shu Shu occasionally served Pei Muin, gently saying, eat more. She also served Shu Lingshan. This was nothing out of the ordinary, but on the third occasion, Shu Shu offered food to Pei Muin. The latter slowly spoke up, looking at Shu Shu. Sister, you don't need to serve me. I can do it myself. The book, seemingly unperturbed, curved its lips slightly. Let Muin come herself. After dinner, Shu Shu had completed her homework at school. While the two children always brought theirs home to finish, the living room featured an open study. Unlike the previous evening, Shu Lingshan did not retreat to his room early. Instead, he settled at the desk. The youth held a Chinese text in his hands, casting a glance at Pei Muin, who was unpacking her bag across from him. He then cleared his throat twice and commenced reciting. Thus, it can be observed, lacking compassion is not human at all. That he stumbled. In fact, he had memorized this passage long ago. Chapter 60. Are you thinking of raising another child? The boy muttered not human repeatedly, hoping Pei Muin would, as before, kindly prompt him with the next line. However, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, a full minute passed without a word. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Shu Lingshan tightened his grip on the textbook, but did not turn the page to check. He feigned annoyance, mumbling, TSK, why can't I remember again? It's so convoluted and difficult. Sigh, if only someone. Before he could finish, Pei Muin looked up. Shu Lingshan immediately followed her gaze, his dark eyes brightening. Was she finally going to address him? Then he saw Pei Muin rise, her voice soft and gentle. Did I disturb your recitation? I'm sorry. I'll go write my homework elsewhere. No, it's not me. Before Shu Lingshan could respond, Pei Muin hurriedly gathered her notebook and bag, leaving in a flurry, as if fearing she had delayed him. Their home contained more than one study. There was also a closed-off study. Shu Lingshan, seated with his back turned, heard Shu Shu escorting Pei Muin to that room. The boy tossed his textbook aside, regretfully raking his fingers through his hair, leaving it tousled. Damn it. Why did I have to say that in the cafeteria at noon? And why didn't I speak faster when I said I didn't feel she disturbed my recitation? Oh, at that moment, footsteps approached from behind. Shu Lingshan turned his head. It was Shu Shu, leaning against the solid wood bookshelf, arms crossed, her peach blossom eyes narrowed, exuding an air of knowing and understanding everything. Shall we have a chat? She inquired. The room, spanning over 600 square meters, had been transformed into a spacious flat by merging two units, featuring an 18-meter-long balcony that offered a breathtaking view of the vibrant nightscape of Ungshi. The evening breeze gently dispersed the heat of the day. At this moment, the floor-to-ceiling glass doors were all drawn shut, ensuring that the sounds from outside could not penetrate the impeccably soundproofed room. Shu Shu and Shu Lingshan sat facing each other on white recliners. What is going on between you and Muin? Shu Shu asked. Shu Lingchen replied with a tone devoid of emotion. Nothing much. Shu Shu raised an eyebrow, directly exposing the truth. Your face practically screams that you and Mu Yin are at odds. Shu Lingchen, do you think you can hide it? Caught. Shu Lingchen found it difficult to maintain his facade, especially since he had been harboring this issue in his heart for a day and a night, feeling quite uneasy that I won't hide it anymore. But you shouldn't hide anything from me either. Mom. What am I hiding from you? Shu Shu replied. Shu Lingchen exhaled, the regret and guilt he had felt towards Pei Mu Yin dissipating, replaced by a defiant glint in his dark pupils. Mustering his courage, he confronted Shu Shu. Are you thinking of raising another child? What? Shu Shu echoed, taken aback. Once the first words were out, it became easier to repeat them. I mean, are you thinking of raising Mu Yin and not me anymore? I know she excels academically, has such a good nature, and, most importantly, she gets along with you. You like her and want to raise her. Meanwhile, I struggle academically, and my character and abilities are lackluster, making you disdain me. So, you don't want me anymore, right? These words bore a heavy undertone of resentment, akin to a child feigning grievance, uttering harsh words without a sense of security, seeking reassurance that these sentiments were unfounded and that he was valued. However, Shu Lingchen's eyes fixated on his mother, and he witnessed her nodding in affirmation. Yes, I do want to raise Mu Yin. A moment of silence enveloped the air. Shu Lingchen's pupils widened in shock as he sprang up from the recliner. His expression one of disbelief that I actually guessed it right. You truly think that? No wonder you had her move in from upstairs, installed a snack cabinet for her right next to your precious Mount High wall, and even labeled her as Mu Yin baby. You made me swap seats with her, and now you sit next to her. Upon hearing the term label, Shu Shu finally realized that this mischievous boy had become suspicious after seeing the label on her phone when she contacted the repairman yesterday. Shu Shu pursed her lips and said, Xiao Chun, what I'm about to say may sound unbelievable, so brace yourself and let me explain slowly that I don't want to hear it. Shu Lingchen interrupted, fearing even harsher truths from his mother's lips. How can you do this? I cut my hair, and you still labeled me as Turkey Chick. You told me that you would always support me through my mistakes, that you would protect me and keep my fears at bay. How can you forget your words in just a few days? In truth, Shu Lingchen was not a petty person. He considered Pei Mu Yin a friend. As a friend, he certainly could not ignore her lonely situation. He was happy to have her join their meals, commute to school together, and not live alone. He did not begrudge his mother for sharing her attention and care with Pei Mu Yin. However, the condition was that it should be shared, not entirely focused on one. It wasn't until he glimpsed the two markedly different labels that Shu Lingchen's mind was overwhelmed with memories of certain details from the past few days. It wasn't just that his mother held Pei Mu Yin's hand in the supermarket to prevent her from getting lost, or that she prioritized serving her food at dinner, or even that she had inquired about her sleep quality each morning. It was the tenderness and heartache reflected in her gaze towards Pei Mu Yin that struck him. It was akin to how she looked at him, but, if anything, even more so. The initial symptoms of his security crisis manifested as a profound sense of imbalance within him. The boy clenched his fists at his sides, his face a portrait of hurt, his eyes reddening with indignation. You've only known Pei Mu Yin for a few days, and you already want to raise her? Just a month ago, she was a complete stranger to you. Is this how quickly you grow fond of her? Shu Shu nodded. Yes, I do. Shu Lingchen felt as if he had been struck by an arrow in the chest, the pain intensifying. Just as he was about to speak, Shu Shu continued, because she is my daughter. She is also your sister, your biological sister who shares the same blood with Xiao Chun. Shu Lingchen's mind buzzed in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. From the moment he could remember, Shu Shu had told him that he had a sister, a twin sister who had tragically passed away in his youth. He hadn't comprehended the sorrow of loss. All he knew was that whenever his mother mentioned his sister, she would fall into a long silence, a silence that infected him, making him want to cry. After kindergarten, when his mother picked him up, she often gazed longingly at girls his age. He instinctively knew she was thinking of his sister. During those moments, he would hug her neck, kiss her cheek, and she would turn to him, a smile curving her lips, before gently touching his forehead, as if the melancholy on her face was merely an illusion. From a young age, Shu Lingchen had subconsciously understood that his sister held immense significance for his mother, so much so that she could never fabricate tales regarding her. The distant wind swept across the balcony, pulling Shu Lingchen's thoughts back to reality, his mother's words still echoing in his ears. Pei Mu Yin was his sister. He was so astonished that he nearly spoke. But you said my sister. That's why I mentioned that what I'm about to say might seem unbelievable, that I intended to take my time revealing it to you. Shu Shu explained that I only recognized it was Mu-in a couple of days ago. But I confirmed it through a dream I had, where my sister was alive in Jing City, named Pei Mu-in. Remember my trip to Jing City a while back? I went searching for my sister, but I couldn't find her. Little did I know, she was right here beside us. Shu Shu paused, attempting to simplify her words. Xiao-chun, I know this sounds incredibly absurd. Before she could finish, Shu Ling-chun interrupted. Absurd or not, it doesn't matter. What matters is that Mu-in is my sister, he asked, filled with disbelief. Mom, are you saying that Mu-in is my sister? I have a sister now? Suddenly, the individual who had moments ago been red-eyed and indignantly uttering Pei Mu-in now bore a countenance illuminated with joy. Young man, your capacity for acceptance is remarkable, he mused at Yes, you now have a sister. Shu Shu experienced a fleeting moment of surprise, then leisurely inquired of Shu Ling-chun. Now, are you not angry with me for showing favoritism? Honestly, mother, I barely slept last night, plagued by numerous nightmares. Shu Ling-chun gestured toward the dark circles that had adorned his face all day, revealing, I dreamt that you discarded me into a trash bin and retrieved Mu-in. Adopting her as your new child, you held her hand and declared that I was no longer your son. Later, when I grew up, I became your housekeeper in your new home, and you completely failed to recognize me. Ordering me to serve tea and water for Mu-in while I was dressed in rags, denied food, and forced to sleep at the entrance. Shu Shu was taken aback. You little rascal. Is this how you perceive your mother? She was utterly exasperated. In a fit of indignation, she feigned to strike at him. Shu Ling-chun instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, explaining, I was merely dreaming, unaware that Mu-in was my sister at the time. Oh, Shu Shu sat back down, narrowing her eyes at him. Now that you are aware, what are your thoughts? Are you not concerned that I will continue to show favoritism towards your sister? Not at all. I am entirely unconcerned. After a brief pause, Shu Ling-chun's tone grew earnest as he stated, since Mu-in has been absent from our lives, hearing her recount her experiences makes it evident that she has endured considerable hardship. Rather than favoritism, it is only right that you devote your heart entirely to her. If we speak of favoritism, I too have enjoyed your unconditional love during her absence. Ultimately, I am the one who has benefited. He lifted his gaze, sincerity radiating from his words as he firmly declared, now that she has you, she also has me. Not only will you favor her, but I shall favor her as well. Upon hearing this, Shu Shu felt a wave of warmth wash over her, suppressing the bittersweet sensation in her chest brought on by emotion. She affectionately tousled Shu Ling-chun's hair, muttering, you little rascal, after a moment of silence. She added, by the way, let's not inform your sister just yet. Shu Shu paused. Given my current circumstances, having been reborn and traversing realms, this is something that most people would find difficult to accept. I fear it might frighten her. Moreover, the critical issue was that Shu Shu had yet to discern how her daughter had been switched with Pei's family, particularly whether someone had been observing her closely since her departure from Jing City, right up until the birth of her child. With this thought, Shu Shu's gaze darkened. Do you understand? Understood, Shu Ling-chun affirmed with a serious nod, then suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting to one of guilt. Shu Shu noticed and inquired. What is it? Shu Ling-chun, feeling remorseful, confessed. Because I was upset yesterday due to your remarks about me and my sister. When Mu-in offered me some cola during the day, I rejected her, and I think I may have hurt her feelings. His expression was anxious as he continued, Mother, do you think Mu-in is angry with me now, and that she will ignore me forever? Not at all, Shu Shu reassured herself. Mu-in was a tender-hearted and kind child. She would not become upset over such trivial matters. However, Shu Shu refrained from mentioning this to Shu Ling-chun and instead smirked, saying, I cannot say for certain, she might indeed choose to sulk and return to her room upstairs. Oh no, that cannot happen. Shu Ling-chun panicked, pleading with Shu Shu, Mother, could you possibly say something nice about me in front of my sister? Absolutely not. Shu Shu turned her face away, gazing out of the window to conceal the amusement in her eyes as she stated. This situation is of your own making, and you must resolve it on your own. The door to the study. Shu Ling-chun raised his hand for the nth time, yet failed to knock. Shu Shu observed the little rascal pacing back and forth at the entrance, nearly wearing a groove into the wooden floor. Glancing at the clock, she noted that it was still not time for Mu-in to finish her homework and review. Thus, Shu Shu opened WeChat, sending a message, Mu-in, come out to have some fruit. A swift reply came from the other end. Okay. It seemed that it would take an eternity for this little rascal to muster the courage to knock. Meanwhile, Shulingchen was still nervously rehearsing his apology in his mind when the door creaked open unexpectedly. Shulingchen and Pei Muin locked eyes at that moment. Pei Muin paused for a brief moment, instinctively wanting to speak to Shulingchen, but for reasons unknown, her eyelashes fluttered down as she pinched her fingers, attempting to sidestep him. Observing this, Shulingchen felt a tightening in his chest, and all the words he had prepared vanished in an instant. In a moment of desperation, he closed his eyes and collapsed to the ground. With a startling thud, Pei Muin jumped, immediately crouching down. "Are you all right, Shulingchen? What happened to you?" She refrained from assisting him, recalling certain common knowledge about not moving someone who had fainted, lest it cause further harm, and thus only dared to call out to him. "Shulingchen, Shulingchen," Pei Muin flustered, turning her head to seek out Shu Shu. Just as Shulingchen suddenly opened his eyes, the young man scrambled back to his feet, rubbing the back of his head in confusion as he looked at Pei Muin. "Huh? How did I end up here? Wasn't I supposed to be waiting on the couch for the delivery person for the snack cabinet?" Without allowing Pei Muin to respond, he slapped his forehead. "I remember now. I was possessed. Since yesterday, my body has been taken over by some monster, which has been wreaking havoc with my body and consciousness." Shulingchen spoke earnestly to Pei Muin. "Did I not sit with you in the living room doing homework last night, and then today at noon? I rejected your offer of cola, let me tell you. That was all the work of that wretched monster, not the real me. Please do not be angry with me. I am utterly innocent." After his confession, silence reigned. Pei Muin's expressive eyes remained fixed on Shulingchen, and after a long while, she still did not utter a word, merely gazing at him in silence. Seeing her reaction, Shulingchen realized he had once again made a blunder. The young man slumped his shoulders, appearing as deflated as a defeated little lion, and sighed. "I am sorry that I am truly sorry." Two simultaneous apologies echoed in the air, one from Shulingchen and the other from Pei Muin, whose voice was soft and delicate. Shulingchen blinked in surprise, meeting Pei Muin's gaze, and they both opened their mouths simultaneously. Noticing the other was about to speak, they both promptly fell silent. Shulingchen gestured. "You go first." Pei Muin squeezed her fingers and repeated, "I am sorry." Pei Muin did not harbor any anger towards Shulingchen. Rather, she was concerned that he might be upset with her. She understood the reason behind Shulingchen's discontent. It was due to Moose. Moose had been overly attentive to her, inadvertently neglecting Shulingchen. It was as if a third party had entered the dynamics of their relationship, diverting attention from one and leaving the other feeling neglected. Anyone would feel a sense of loss in such a situation. Pei Muin did not wish for this occurrence and felt a pang of guilt over it. "I will move back upstairs tomorrow." She thought reluctantly yet greedily, just for one more night, to stay with Moose. Upon hearing Pei Muin's words, Shulingchen felt as if the sky were falling. "No, please don't. You absolutely must not move out. I truly enjoy having you here. I swear, if I deceive you, I am a turtle." Even before knowing Pei Muin was his sister, Shulingchen had never wanted her to leave, and now that he was aware, it was even less conceivable. "I was being petty earlier. After saying those things to you during the day, I regretted it almost immediately, but I just couldn't bring myself to apologize. Please believe me." Pei Muin waved her hand. No, you did nothing wrong. It was indeed my intrusion." Shulingchen insisted. "You are not at fault. I'm the one who erred." Pei Muin countered. "No, you." Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Shu Shu, who appeared at the end of the corridor, holding a plate of fruit, her expression amused as she observed the pair. "My dear children, how adorable you are. Are you planning to apologize to each other until dawn?" Shu Shu set down the fruit and approached, taking one hand from each of them and intertwining their fingers, shaking them gently. "All right, I hereby declare that you two have made amends, completely reconciled, and shall henceforth be the best of friends. Do you both agree?" Shulingchen cast a surreptitious glance at Pei Muin, who shyly looked back at him. Pei Muin softly uttered two words, "I agree." Upon hearing Pei Muin's response, Shulingchen joined in, his voice noticeably brighter. "I agree too." Shu Shu smiled. "Come, let us eat some fruit." Still feeling uneasy, Shulingchen turned to Pei Muin, seeking reassurance that she truly bore no ill will, as if he could not find peace without her explicit confirmation. Pei Muin pondered for a moment before replying, "Please wait a moment." Having spoken, she turned and entered the study, only to emerge moments later, holding two large notebooks with brown paper covers. Her sister said, "You recently expressed the desire to review all the knowledge from middle school up to the second year of high school, so I have compiled these two subjects, mathematics and physics, for you over the past few days. I have yet to finish chemistry. Shulingchen stood there in a daze, accepting the notebooks with both hands. The moment he held them, they felt heavy, and the sensation immediately resonated within his heart. Pei Muin softly added, I wrote these by hand, so there may be some shortcomings. Not at all. As Shulingchen opened the notebook and glanced down at the pages, he saw them filled with elegant and neat handwriting, complete with a table of contents and clear headings. The notes crafted by the top student, who consistently ranked first, were undoubtedly of great value. This was not something that could be organized in just a day or two. In other words, while he was preoccupied with weighing whether their mother favored him or not, entangled in thoughts of Muin and the little turkey, she had already been diligently working on this. Pei Muin was conveying in a more explicit manner that she truly harbored no anger towards him at that moment. Shulingchen felt even more irredeemable. After having some fruit, Shulingchen took the initiative to return Pei Muin's backpack and homework to the study table in the living room. The two sat facing each other once more. Whenever Shulingchen encountered a problem he couldn't solve, Pei Muin would patiently teach him. The atmosphere between the two children returned to its previous cheerfulness. No, it was even better than before. After finishing their homework, the sky outside darkened. Pei Muin went to her room to wash up. Shulingchen remained in the living room, staring blankly at the two notebooks in his hands, his dark eyes sparkling. Shu Shu walked over teasingly. What's this? Are you so moved by your sister's notes that you're about to cry? Shulingchen replied, I am so envious of myself. Shu Shu was taken aback. Envious of what? Then Shulingchen added, I envy myself for being fortunate enough to have such an outstanding and wonderful sister. Shu Shu chuckled. Mom, why are you laughing? You don't have such a sister. The boy, with a hint of pride, seemed to lift his tail to the sky, and Shu Shu raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you showing off now? The following day at noon, in the school cafeteria, Pei Muin stared vacantly at her plate, which was nearly piled into a small hill. Isn't this a bit too much? Not at all. Not too much at all, Shulingchen insisted, as he added another serving of braised pork, scanning Pei Muin's plate to see where he could fit more. However, it was already filled to the brim, leaving no space. I'll go get you an empty plate, he said, about to turn away, but Pei Muin quickly stopped him. No, really, it's not necessary. I can't eat so much. This is already enough. Quite enough. Oh, well then. Shulingchen reluctantly sat down, unable to continue serving her food, looking somewhat disappointed. Today, he did not have lunch with Belozi and the others, but instead followed Shu Shu and Pei Muin eagerly after class. He said, apologies cannot be merely spoken. My actions just now were a demonstration of that. However, that demonstration was quite substantial. Pei Muin, not wanting to waste food, turned to Shu Shu for help. Sister, could you please help me eat a little? Sure. Shu Shu seemed to have anticipated Shulingchen's actions, taking just a small portion of rice and vegetables, perfectly balancing the load for Pei Muin. As she watched the mountain of food diminish significantly, the girl blinked and quietly exhaled. However, Shulingchen's gestures of goodwill were not yet over. After they finished eating, he did not return to the classroom with them, merely stating he had something to attend to before slipping away in another direction. Shu Shu and Pei Muin thought nothing of it, assuming he had gone off to play with Belozi. But as lunchtime drew near, Belozi and his group returned to the classroom in a sparse manner, and Shulingchen's seat remained unoccupied, until, Hey, Chen-gu, where have you been robbing? Belozi exclaimed. Shulingchen walked into the classroom, a green sack slung over his shoulder, appearing to carry quite a heavy load. Belozi rushed over out of curiosity, opening the bag to exclaim, so much delicious food. Chen-gu, you've struck it rich. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he reached out with greedy hands, but Shulingchen coldly swatted them away. Don't touch, it's not for you. He then approached Pei Muin's desk and poured the contents of the bag onto the two desks. Chocolates, chips, cookies, and other treats cascaded down like rain. Pei Muin, who had been diligently working on her problems, was startled and instinctively reached out her hands to catch the overflowing snacks. She looked up to meet Shulingchen's smug gaze, which conveyed a sense of pride, and he declared, to express my apologies and gratitude for the notebooks. These are the finest snacks from the school store, all carefully selected by me. While other families might have a display case filled with wine or porcelain art, Pei Muin cherished arranging her snacks in a way that brought her joy just by looking at them. Shulingchen knew of Pei Muin's fondness for snacks. She hoarded them like a little hamster. As her brother, he felt it was his duty to indulge her. He had practically raided the school store, to the extent that the owner jokingly asked if there was a famine outside. Pei Muin, overwhelmed by the generosity, hesitated to respond at first, instinctively glancing at Shu Shu, much like a well-behaved child seeking permission from a parent to accept an expensive gift. You can take them. Shu Shu casually picked up a corn sausage, unwrapped it, and offered it to Pei Muin, gently saying, "If you don't accept it, this guy will probably show up tomorrow morning with panda eyes." Upon hearing this, Pei Muin immediately recalled how Shu Lingchen had looked haggard the previous day from lack of sleep. She nodded earnestly and leaned in to take a gentle bite of the corn sausage. The sweet corn flavor combined with the soft texture of the sausage delighted her taste buds. Her fair cheeks puffed slightly as she cradled the snacks, turning to quietly thank Shu Lingchen. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. Originally, the third period was supposed to be English class, but the English teacher had an urgent matter and needed to take leave, so he arranged to swap classes with the physical education teacher for the following day. Thus, English class transformed into physical education. When the bell rang, the students headed toward the rubber track behind the teaching building to assemble. By the time everyone arrived, they found a group of students from another class already on the track. Coincidentally, they were from the second year, 1 class. The traditional routine for physical education classes involved gathering, taking attendance, and then splitting into boys and girls to run 800 meters before dismissing for other activities. Speed was not a requirement, but the teacher would supervise to ensure no one slacked off. Shu Shu and Pei Muin jogged slowly at the back. Shu Lingchen had already finished and was waiting for them at the finish line. Belozi, panting heavily, called out to Shu Lingchen, "Chen Gu, come on, let us play some ping pong." Shu Lingchen waved his hand in refusal. "Not playing. You all go ahead." Consequently, Belozi and his group left, and in the lull between his mother and sister's activities, Shu Lingchen, feeling bored, picked up a basketball and began shooting hoops in the empty court nearby. With his long legs and evident athletic talent, he gracefully leaped, releasing the ball with a satisfying thud as it swished through the hoop. "Nice," Shu Lingchen thought to himself when he suddenly caught sight of someone approaching from behind. It was his mother and sister. Shu Lingchen immediately ran over, ball in hand, and asked proudly, "Want to play? I can teach you." Shu Shu raised an eyebrow. "I don't need you to teach me." Shu Lingchen looked at his mother in astonishment. "You know how to?" he questioned. "Are you doubting me?" Shu Shu shot back with a smirk. Shu Lingchen scratched his brow, defensively responding, not doubting, just a bit skeptical. He had never seen his mother touch a basketball, let alone engage in any sport. Shu Shu's lips curved mischievously. "Oh, shall we make a wager?" The last 3 words triggered a memory of a past exam, where he had similarly doubted his mother's ability to secure the top rank. At that time, she had used the same tone. He had been so confident, only to be thoroughly embarrassed afterward. Shu Lingchen felt a slight PTSD at the mention of those 3 words, and he immediately retreated 2 steps. "No wager. I won T-bet." "Oh dear. It seems I've been outwitted. That little rascal has become quite clever." Shu Shu chuckled, taking the basketball from Shu Lingchen's hands. She dribbled it on the ground, the ball bouncing back with vigor. Despite being a considerable distance from the hoop, she leapt gracefully, her slender wrist bending elegantly. The ball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before perfectly swishing through the net. Chapter 64. The sister who is not easily fooled. Wow. "Sister, you're amazing." Pei Muin clapped her small hands excitedly, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Shu Shu. Shu Lingchen stood by, utterly mesmerized. He had thought himself quite adept at basketball, but now his perception of their mother had been entirely transformed. Noticing the curious expression on her daughter's face, Shu Shu asked, "Muin, would you like to come and play?" Yes. Pei Muin nodded eagerly without a moment's hesitation, moving towards Shu Shu. Shu Shu handed the basketball to Pei Muin, encouraging her to try dribbling the ball and finding the rhythm of its bounce. As Pei Muin engaged with the basketball for the first time, her movements were somewhat awkward due to her inexperience. Yet Shu Shu remained patient, guiding her gently and offering words of praise. "That's it. Just like that." Soon, Pei Muin managed to dribble smoothly. However, when it came time to shoot, she missed every single attempt, either veering off course or narrowly grazing the rim. The girl's charming eyes drooped in disappointment as she cast a pitiful glance at Shu Shu, feeling rather foolish. "You're not foolish at all, Muin." Sensing her daughter's disheartenment, Shu Shu reassured her, recounting her own early struggles with basketball, where she had missed thousands of shots before succeeding. With a wink, she encouraged, "And you've only missed a handful, which makes you far more impressive than I ever was." Rejuvenated by her words, Pei Muin picked up the ball again, this time making a determined throw. The ball swished through the hoop. Pei Muin was ecstatic, instantly looking at Shu Shu, her bright eyes seemingly pleading for praise. "You're fantastic, Muin," Shu Shu exclaimed. Meanwhile, Shu Lingchen, seated nearby, raised both thumbs in approval. Watching his mother teach his sister basketball ignited a spark of competitiveness within him. He eagerly volunteered, "I can teach her too." "All right, then go ahead." Shu Shu replied, stepping aside to sit on a nearby step. She rested her chin on her hand, quietly observing the scene below. One was teaching earnestly, and the other was learning with diligence. The warm golden sunlight bathed the siblings, creating a scene that embodied tranquility. I'll go to the convenience store to buy some water, Shu Shu announced as she stood up. Shu Lingchen, exhibiting remarkable patience, taught for a while, yet he didn't hear Pei Muyin commend him even once. Despite her constant praise for their mother, feeling a twinge of competitiveness, he cleared his throat and asked Pei Muyin, "So, how do you think I'm doing as a teacher?" "Very well," Pei Muyin replied. Shu Lingchen turned to her, a sly smile creeping onto his face. His competitive nature flared again as he inquired, "Who do you think is a better teacher, me or your sister Shu Shu?" To him, it felt akin to asking who was more formidable, the brother or the mother. Pei Muyin, with clarity in her gaze and without a moment's hesitation, answered, "Sister." "All right, so mom is impressive too," he conceded. Shu Lingchen felt a premonition that his sister would undoubtedly grow up to be mommy's brainiac. He recalled the previous night when he had feigned fainting and Pei Muyin had called his name. The memory now felt rather unsettling. He then declared, "Actually, I'm older than you, so you should call me brother. You know?" Pei Muyin blinked in surprise at the rapid shift in conversation, then replied earnestly, "But we are both in the second year of high school. Our ages should be comparable. No. Shu Lingchen corrected her to, "I mean not by age, but by the exact moment of our births, down to the second." Pei Muyin looked bewildered. "Who knows the exact minute and second they were born? And how can you be so sure that you were born before me?" Shu Lingchen faltered, almost revealing too much, but stubbornly insisted, "I just know. I am certain that I am older than you. When I hear someone younger than me call my name, it feels very strange. Even if it's just a second or two younger, they should call me brother, understand?" This seemed rather unreasonable. Pei Muyin's eyes widened in surprise. Clearly taken aback, "Is it really possible to do that?" "Yes." Shu Lingchen was now intensely eager to hear his sister call him brother. Suddenly struck with an idea, he proposed, "How about we make a bet? If I score 10 baskets in a row, you call me brother. If you score even one, I will call you sister." With the last word, he felt he had wagered quite a lot. However, Pei Muyin replied, "But I don't need you to call me sister." Her voice was calm and composed, seemingly unperturbed by his challenge. "Truly, you are a sister not easily fooled." Just as he felt a headache coming on, a group of over 10 people approached, saying, "Could you two move aside? We want to use the basketball court." Turning to look, they recognized it as a class from physical education. Pei Muyin had just begun to find her rhythm in shooting and wanted to play a bit longer. But with others arriving, she instinctively prepared to yield. Before she could move, a cold laugh pierced the air. "You think you can just demand we move? Do you understand what it means to wait your turn?" The group from Class 1 retorted with audacity, "But there are many of us, and you're just two. Isn't it a waste to occupy the court?" After that, they seemed unwilling to engage further with Shu Lingchen, assuming their numbers would allow them to take control of the game. Bang! The sound of the basketball crashing against the rim echoed loudly, causing the hoop to tremble. The boy with short black hair lightly curled his lips and spoke slowly. "Let us see who dares to step forward." The force of his throw startled the group of over 10. Someone, recognizing him, exclaimed, "It's Shu Lingchen from Class 12. Maybe we should back off. I heard he can get violent when angry." At that moment, a female voice interjected, "Why aren't you playing?" Zhang Lu pushed through the crowd, spotting Shu Lingchen and immediately grasping the situation. "Shu Lingchen, step aside. Can't you see how many people are waiting?" As she spoke, she noticed Pei Muyin beside him. "I thought I saw someone practicing shooting from afar. So it's you teaching her." Zhang Lu scrutinized Pei Muyin with an impolite gaze, mocking, "Shu Lingchen, you can't possibly have a crush on her, right? Is your eyesight failing? She must weigh more than you, and she doesn't even compare to a finger of Chu Lian." Zhang Lu's expression was laced with scorn. While other classmates feared Shu Lingchen, she was unafraid. Having followed Chu Lian, she had often mocked Shu Lingchen to his face. Feeling emboldened by her association with Chu Lian. She prepared to lift her chin in triumph. A sudden force seized her collar. Chapter 65. Defense. By the time she realized what was happening, Zhang Lu found her heels lifted off the ground, a choking sensation gripping her neck. In her panic, she met Shu Lingchen's cold, piercing gaze, which sent shivers down her spine. "Shu Lingchen, what are you doing?" she stammered, having never been treated this way before and feeling flustered. "What am I doing?" the boy scoffed coldly. "Do you even realize how foul your mouth is? It reeks like the sludge of a dirty ditch, far detectable from a distance. You enjoy disparaging others, do you? Shu Lingshan's gaze swept over her face as he raised his voice. Don't you look in the mirror every morning, with that square face, flat nose, and sausage lips? Your eyes are barely half the size of Pei Muin's. How dare you comment on others' appearances? Upon hearing Shu Lingshan's remark, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Pei Muin nearby. It was unnecessary to scrutinize her closely. The girl's enchanting peach blossom eyes were strikingly beautiful. Her skin is flawless and white as milk, and the baby fat adorning her cheeks added a touch of cuteness and innocence to Ian Zhonglu's words. It seemed as though Pei Muin was utterly unremarkable, yet in stark contrast, Zhonglu herself was not dissimilar to what Shu Lingshan described. Ever since Shu Lingshan changed his hairstyle, unbeknownst to him, he had acquired the label of a handsome figure in addition to being the school bully. He truly was striking, with his short hair revealing a well-defined face and superior bone structure. Clad in a simple white t-shirt and black trousers, he sauntered past, one hand lazily tucked into his pocket while the other held a can of cola, occasionally sharing amusing anecdotes with those nearby. A playful smile gracing his lips, exuding a cool charm that captivated onlookers. As the saying goes, one's values often follow the contours of their features. Recently, many students from other schools had been soliciting Shu Lingshan's contact information at the behest of their female friends. A person of good looks draws attention effortlessly. Therefore, his disparagement of Zhonglu only intensified the gathering spectators from Class 1 and Class 12, their gazes toward Zhonglu morphing into expressions of amusement. And murmurs of discussion ensued. For instance, a student from Class 1 remarked, "Zhonglu indeed lacks appeal. She trails behind Chulian, thinking herself to be of significant stature. I've seen her complain about this, and that in the QQ group more than once. Hilarious. She fancies herself a little princess, relishing the opportunity to criticize her classmates, truly taking herself too seriously." A girl from Class 12 chimed in, "Is this girl out of her mind? Pei Muin is stunning. You have no idea. When Lalu brought her to our class that day, I was dying to ask her how her skin could be so perfect and soft. I must take a photo of this Class 1 girl and create a thread to mock her. Hey, look here, say cheese." Everyone cast disdainful glances at Zhonglu, pointing and whispering. Shu Lingshan had never targeted a girl in such a manner before. It was clear that he was genuinely angry this time. For those who thrived on words and preyed on the weak, the most effective way to handle them was to bring them forth into the open, allowing them to experience the same treatment they dished out. Zhonglu's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, and she had no time to shield her face from the camera. "Oh, so you're feeling uncomfortable too?" Shu Lingshan scoffed, taking in the palette-like hues of Zhonglu's face. He grasped her collar like a chicken and shoved her toward Pei Muin, demanding, "Apologize." Being the subject of gossip was already humiliating, and upon hearing the word apologize, Zhonglu immediately resisted, exclaiming, "Why should I apologize? I didn't say anything wrong." As she struggled, exasperated, she cried, "Shu Lingshan, you defend her so fiercely. Do you expect anyone to believe you're not connected?" "I certainly am connected to her," Shu Lingshan boldly declared, enunciating each word. "Let me make it clear. I am her brother, and she is my sister. Anyone who dares to bully her will face dire consequences." Pei Muin had heard similar remarks from Zhonglu numerous times before. Each occasion caused her to instinctively lower her head, wishing to curl up like a little hedgehog hiding its face, for no one would defend her, and she had learned to seek solace in such a manner. However, this time, as she covered her ears, anxiously awaiting the danger to pass, she heard a voice brimming with reassurance say, "Pei, don't be afraid. That monster has already been chased away by me." Then Pei Muin's hearing returned, and she heard the words, "I am her brother, she is my sister, and whoever bullies her will face my wrath." She could not help but lift her gaze, catching sight of the boy's resolute profile. Pei Muin's eyes widened, and she suddenly thought that perhaps losing that bit about shooting hoops didn't seem so terrible after all. A brother. She had seen classmates with brothers before, but this was the first time she truly comprehended the meaning of that title. A brother signifies security. Shu Lingshan pressed Zhonglu's head down, reiterating, "I'll say it once more. Apologize." Zhonglu, furious, retorted, "Shu Lingshan, do you not fear that Xiaolian will have an issue with you? She will be angry and never want to see you again." Without a moment's hesitation, Shu Lingshan let out a cold laugh. Who cares? Even if he were to care about Xiaolian, he would never compromise Pei Muin's well-being. He had promised his mother that he would protect his sister. Zhonglu's eyes widened in disbelief at how easily Shu Lingshan dismissed Xiaolian. At that moment, a group of peers from the ping-pong table came rushing over, inquiring about the unfolding scene. Upon hearing the backstory, One of them tossed his paddle aside in anger, rolling up his sleeves to confront Zhang Lu. You think our class 12 is a pushover? You dare bully someone from our class? Shengge. Release her. Let me teach her a lesson. Shu Lingchen raised an eyebrow, glancing at him. Watch your language. I didn't curse. As the crowd grew larger, nearly all of class 12 had gathered, along with a significant number from class 1. Zhang Lu's complexion turned pale as she found herself encircled by the group. Class 12 students glared at her intently, while not a single person from her own class came to her defense. In short, unless she apologized, she would not be leaving. I'll call the teacher. Zhang Lu believed this threat would be effective. Go ahead. Someone from class 1 retorted. You still don't grasp the enormity of your blunder. Do you? Do you know Pei Muin's status? Her family donated a gymnasium to the school that you've insulted her. So when the teacher arrives, do you think they will side with you or comfort her? Prepare for a lecture, not to mention being Xiaolian's lackey. Even if Xiaolian herself arrived, she would pale in comparison to Pei Muin. You better apologize. Do you think we need any more trouble from you? Apologize, apologize. The chants came in waves, each one striking Zhang Lu like a slap. Just moments ago, she never imagined her loose tongue would lead her to such a predicament. Deep down, she was a coward who cowered before the strong. And thus, when faced with this confrontation, she naturally shrank back. Bola's eye shoved Zhang Lu from behind, pushing her toward Pei Muin. Shu Lingchen stood behind Pei Muin, one hand in his pocket, tall and imposing, serving as a barrier. Zhang Lu was nearly brought to tears by the scene and could only close her eyes, mumbling to Pei Muin, "Okay, I'm sorry." Shu Lingchen's gaze turned icy. "I can't hear you. Speak louder." "Sorry." Bola's eye pretended to clear his ears. "Still can't hear you. You lack sincerity." "Louder." "I'm sorry." Shu Lingchen was not satisfied. "Is that all? Repeat after me." "I'm sorry, classmate Pei Muin, that I spoke carelessly and disrespectfully, and I promise I will never do so again. Please, have mercy and forgive me." The final two emphasized words sent a shiver down Zhang Lu's spine, and she finally stammered through the entire phrase as instructed. Shu Lingchen turned to Pei Muin, his tone softening. "Will you forgive her?" He placed the decision in his sister's hands. Zhang Lu anxiously stared at Pei Muin, her eyes nearly pleading. She was fortunate. Pei Muin was a kind-hearted girl, not one to be aggressive or hold grudges. Slowly, she nodded. Zhang Lu felt an immense wave of relief wash over her, and Bola's eye made a face at her before stepping aside. Zhang Lu, covering her mouth, ran away in tears, utterly humiliated. As the crowd began to disperse, Shu Lingchen continued to teach Pei Muin how to shoot hoops. When he looked up, he spotted Shu Shu casually standing behind him, holding 2 bottles of yogurt, clearly having arrived some time ago. Shu Lingchen dashed over. Eager to recount the earlier events. "I saw it all," Shu Shu remarked, a smirk gracing her lips. Someone did not misspeak and handled the matter of protecting his sister quite well. At her words, the boy's expression swelled with pride. Of course, Shu Shu tossed him the 2 bottles of yogurt, and Shu Lingchen caught one, handing it to Pei Muin. The siblings enjoyed their drinks during a brief intermission. While practicing shooting again, Pei Muin turned to Shu Lingchen and suddenly asked, "Is that bet we made earlier still on?" In the midst of chewing on fruit bits in his yogurt, Shu Lingchen initially failed to grasp her question. "What bet?" As soon as he finished speaking, he froze, then excitedly corrected himself. "Of course it counts. Why wouldn't he? Let's go." The wager stipulated that Shu Lingchen must make 10 consecutive baskets to win, while Pei Muin only needed to score once. Shu Shu was appointed as the referee. As the 10 shots were taken, Pei Muin's success rate remained at 0. It was now Shu Lingchen's turn. The young man felt a level of tension and excitement he had never experienced in his life while shooting. Sweat threatened to bead on his palms, and every ounce of his focus was directed at the hoop above, for no other reason than to hear his sister call him brother. Thus, with 1 ball, 2 balls, 3 balls, and all the way to the 10th, Shu Lingchen even adjusted his breathing several times. With a deft flick of his wrist, he scored. Yes. Shu Lingchen immediately turned around, his dark eyes sparkling with delight. Under his eager gaze, Pei Muin tentatively spoke. "Brother?" "Ah." Shu Lingchen's response was resoundingly loud. The boy, exhilarated, ran laps around the basketball court twice before he could contain his joy. His mind was flooded with the thought that his sister had called him brother. How delightful. Pei Muin was momentarily taken aback. Her brows knitted with concern as she asked Shu Shu, "Sister, is he okay?" She couldn't quite comprehend why Shu Lingchen was so affected by merely being addressed as brother. Shu Shu shrugged. "He's fine. Just a monkey that ran out of the zoo." Shu Lingchen was genuinely overjoyed and had raided the school store once again. This time, However, he targeted the beverage section. He treated the entire class to drinks, enlisting someone to help carry the beverages back to the classroom, distributing one bottle to each person. The collective surprise was palpable. Brother Chen, what special occasion is it today? Of course, it's a wonderful day. Shu Lingshan replied with a beaming smile, standing on the podium, and declared solemnly, I have an announcement. From now on, I am Pei Muin's brother in our class, the kind of brother who is truly familial. She is my sister in every sense of the word. Therefore, since all of you spoke up for my sister today, I must treat everyone to drinks. Woohoo! Long live Brother Chen. The crowd erupted in applause, banging on tables and whistling, raising their drinks in celebration. Beside them, Belozai frowned, pulling Shu Lingshan aside into a corner, his voice laced with concern. Brother Chen, be honest. Have you taken on another part-time job? Did you earn all this money? Let me tell you, too much money can be dangerous, he continued, and you're so poor. You should save your earnings instead of spending it all like this. What a waste. I haven't done anything. You're overthinking it that I'm busy studying all day. Where would I find the time for a part-time job? Before he could finish, Shu Lingshan twisted open a bottle of cola and offered it to Belozai. Drink up. I'm perfectly fine. At that moment, everyone turned toward Pei Muin, raising their glasses in unison. A toast to classmate Pei Muin, the sister of Brother Chen. Yes, welcome aboard. Several girls who had spoken up for Pei Muin on the basketball court chimed in. Don't listen to that girl from class 1. Classmate Muin, you don't know how adorable you were on your first day in class. I just wanted to hug you. Pei Muin stood there, momentarily stunned by the many gazes upon her. She was sensitive and could discern that all these looks were filled with genuine kindness. This warm atmosphere of camaraderie was entirely unfamiliar to Pei Muin, who had always been a solitary figure in her previous school in Beijing. She thought she would never again experience the feeling of being enveloped by such liveliness. It turned out to be incredibly heartwarming. The girl's beautiful, twinkling peach blossom eyes sparkled, and she obediently raised her yogurt towards everyone in a toast. Sister, she looked at Shu Shu with excitement, as if to convey that she had finally gained some recognition. Shu Shu reached out to gently stroke her daughter's hair beside her ear. You see, Muin, you are remarkable just as you are. No one in this world has the right to deny you except yourself. Remember that, okay? She aimed to gradually restore her daughter's confidence. Pei Muin whispered, Sister, I found a great restaurant locally the other day. I would like to treat everyone to dinner this weekend. Is that all right? Such a kind-hearted child. Merely sensing a bit of goodwill made her eager to reciprocate. Shu Shu smiled. Of course, at the other end of the classroom, while waiting for class to start, a few students were scrolling through the school forum, discussing the earlier events. Suddenly, a post surged to the top of the trending list. Class 1's Chu Lian was celebrating her birthday and inviting classmates to the city's largest restaurant, the Chuanqing restaurant. Where a regular table would cost over 300,000. In the beginning, Chuanqing restaurant did not bear this name. When Shu Shu had just arrived in Engshi, she wandered into a small eatery one day and ordered a bowl of seaweed wontons. To her surprise, this seemingly modest establishment, lacking in decor, served unexpectedly delicious food. Fortunately, she arrived early. As dinner time approached, a long queue began to form outside. The menu changed weekly, featuring not only noodles but also dim sum and stir-fried dishes. Shu Shu's taste buds were captivated, and during her early pregnancy, her cravings became quite particular. Thus, for a month straight, barring rainy days, she visited the restaurant regularly. During one of her visits, she overheard customers discussing that the owner, who was also the chef, was a descendant of imperial court cooks, possessing a unique ancestral culinary skill. Shu Shu thought that the title of imperial chef was well-deserved. However, she wondered why he would confine himself to such a small establishment. Until one day, as she entered the restaurant as usual, she saw a notice on the door announcing the shop was for sale. Upon entering and approaching the ordering counter, she heard the owner speaking on the phone. His voice gentle. I figured out a way to cover the surgery costs, selling the restaurant. Who told you such nonsense? That's not happening. Just listen to the doctors at the hospital and wait for the surgery. Okay, once you're well, everything will get better. You know your husband's capabilities, right? Rest well. I have customers now. I need to go. Bye. My love. It turned out that the owner's wife was suffering from a severe illness, requiring expensive medication to stave off her pain. This was why the restaurant was so small. Nearly all the family's funds were spent on her medication. Now, a medical breakthrough offered a high probability of helping his wife recover, forcing him to sell the restaurant to raise the exorbitant surgery fees. When the call ended, the owner seemed to have lost all strength, his warmth and cheerfulness evaporating as he slumped. gazing blankly at his life's work. Filled with confusion and regret. Yet soon, that regret faded, replaced by a faint smile of acceptance. Perhaps he realized that exchanging the restaurant for his wife's health was entirely worth it. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure at the window. He immediately stood up, composed himself in an instant, and warmly inquired, "What can I get for you today?" Shu Shu, maintaining her composure, ordered a few dishes, as if she had not witnessed the owner's earlier breakdown. Before long, the restaurant filled with patrons. Shu Shu ate slowly, lingering until every other customer had left, leaving only her. After wiping her mouth, she stood to pay. After receiving the payment, the owner habitually smiled and said, "Thank you for your visit," before grabbing a cloth to clean the table. But before he could begin, a delicate hand extended towards him once more. This time, it was not cash but a bank card. The owner was taken aback, meeting Shu Shu's gaze as she said, "This card contains 600,000. It should help you in your urgent situation." "Young lady, you cannot just about such things. I am not joking. The password is on the back of the card." The owner scrutinized Shu Shu, sensing her demeanor radiated wealth and nobility, making it hard to believe she would lie. He immediately waved his hands. No, I cannot accept this money. We are not related. You have no obligation to help me." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "But your wife needs this money." Shu Shu smiled. "Consider it a bit of selfishness on my part. I don't want to lose the chance to enjoy such delicious food in the future. It would be a shame if the restaurant were sold. Besides, you and your wife surely have a much deeper emotional connection to this place than I do. Don't you want to fight for it a little longer?" The girl's beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkled with sincerity, making it impossible for anyone to feel uncomfortable. She then extended the card once more. The owner, his eyes reddening, accepted the card with trembling hands, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, young lady. I will write you an IOU. I promise I will repay you." As he spoke, he searched for paper and pen, his hands shaking as he wrote, for he had nearly lost not just the restaurant but also the treasured family recipes. In the end, the restaurant did close, but the notice that had originally read "for sale" was changed to "Dear customers, we apologize for the inconvenience. Due to the owner's wife's surgery, we will return shortly." When drafting an IOU, the proprietor intended to offer his identity card as collateral to Shu Shu, who declined the offer, merely accepting the note and wishing his wife a successful surgery before departing. It was not until 2 months later that Shu Shu returned to the establishment. Inside, the proprietor and his wife appeared vibrant and industrious, adorned with smiles of health. Upon seeing Shu Shu, the proprietor was overwhelmed with excitement. He expressed profound gratitude alongside his wife and attempted to repay the 600,000 in their presence. Shu Shu tore the IOU into pieces, stating, "Use this money to acquire a larger storefront." From the outset, she had no intention of demanding repayment from the proprietor. He insisted that it was unacceptable, confessing his uncertainty on how to repay Shu Shu's timely assistance. Shu Shu shook her head and replied, "Seeing your wife in good health is reward enough for me. For I take joy in witnessing the resolution of matters with happiness." Eventually, the small eatery transformed into a grand establishment. On the day of the new restaurant's inauguration, the proprietor invited Shu Shu, hoping she would bestow a name upon the new venture. The original name, Little Star Restaurant, was derived from the proprietor's wife's name. Shu Shu suggested, "Let the new restaurant be called Spring Star." The term spring symbolizes a continuous flow of vitality. Subsequently, the proprietor, through his remarkable culinary skills and business acumen, gradually expanded from the humble Little Star Restaurant to the flourishing Spring Star Restaurant, ultimately evolving into the largest Spring Star Hotel and Restaurant, a landmark in Ungshi. Grateful for her support, the proprietor wished to designate the 600,000 as initial shares, formally naming Shu Shu as one of the original shareholders of the Spring Star Hotel. Shu Shu declined, expressing her lack of need for monetary gain. The proprietor then proposed a compromise. Since Shu Shu enjoyed his cuisine, he would prepare a consumption card for her, allowing her to dine at Spring Star for free whenever she wished, without any limit on expenditures, and it would be valid indefinitely, exclusive to her. In time, as Shu Shu's pregnancy progressed, she grew increasingly cumbersome and less inclined to venture out. After the birth of her son, Shuling, she took him to Spring Star on several occasions. Upon her passing, the consumption card was passed on to Shuling. Chapter 68, The Unmasking 1. When her daughter wished to treat her classmates to a meal, Shu Shu supported her desire to make friends. Despite the delicate nature of the situation, in Class 12, there existed a class group on a messaging platform. As Pei Muin lacked an account, Shu Shu created one for her and added her to the group. From the day Shu Shu transferred to Class 12 and achieved the top rank, she was appointed as an administrator by the class monitor, who even contemplated transferring the role of group owner to her. However, after Shu Shu's persistent refusals, he relented. Seated on the sofa, Pei Muin held her phone, carefully crafting her invitation message. As she sent out the invitation, Shu Shu assisted by tagging all members in the group, upon learning that Pei Muin intended to treat the entire class. The responses were swift, with many declining, deeming it an extravagant expense. They expressed satisfaction from the drinks they received from Chun Gu the previous day. Pei Muin frowned slightly, feeling disheartened. Observing this, Shu Lingchen seized the phone and posted in the group. Everyone must come. This is my sister's heartfelt gesture. If anyone declines, I shall personally visit the school to have a chat. Fist emoji. The authoritative presence of the school bully had its effect, prompting a rapid response as the group began to affirm their attendance. Soon after, discussions erupted about where to dine. Given the large class size, recommendations for more economical venues emerged: barbecue stalls, small eateries, and fried chicken burger joints. The conversation grew lively, with everyone touting their budget-friendly options. Just then, Pei Muin chimed in. Everyone, the location for the weekend has been decided. The location link followed, revealing Angshi Xingqiuan Restaurant. The revelation sent the group into stunned silence for 3 full minutes before erupting with incredulous remarks. Where? Am I seeing things? Is this the same Xingqiuan restaurant that frequently appears in local news? Or is it merely a coincidence in name? I just saw on the school forum that Class 1's Chu Lian is celebrating her birthday at Xingqiuan. And someone mentioned that a standard table costs tens of thousands. Tens of thousands. Is this even a language I recognize? While I truly wish to experience whether the dishes are made of gold. Pei Muin, this is simply too extravagant. Let's choose another place. Any of the options we discussed earlier would be fine. Indeed, we appreciate the thought. Pei Muin turned to Shu Shu for assistance, having noted the group's messages. The children's reluctance stemmed from the exorbitant cost of dining at Xingqiuan. Even with an understanding of Pei Muin's affluent background, they adhered to the principle that wealth does not justify taking advantage of others. Pei Muin regarded her classmates as friends and wished to treat them with respect. Shu Shu took her daughter's phone and decisively replied, "Tomorrow evening at 7, Xingqiuan Restaurant. I have reserved the Rising Sun private room. Let us all meet there." With that, she swiftly logged off. On Saturday, the students of Class 12 arrived at Xingqiuan Restaurant in a scattered manner. One by one, they stood at the entrance, their heads tilted back in collective astonishment. The opulence before them was overwhelming. It was no surprise that Xingqiuan was recognized as one of Angshi's landmarks. Amidst the dimming evening light, Xingqiuan stood like a radiant oasis of prosperity, its decor exuding a distinctly traditional elegance. Grand and dignified, the tall entrance was adorned with a sprawling red carpet, where luxury vehicles were parked like graceful dragons, while attendants eagerly assisted with valet service. This place epitomized an entirely different realm of affluence, one they had never encountered. Today, I told my parents not to prepare dinner for me, as a classmate is treating at Xingqiuan Restaurant. They suggested that if I wished to sneak out for fun, I should just say so rather than lie, almost brandishing a feather duster at me. I genuinely fear stepping in there. Same here. Thus, the group hesitated, exchanging glances, lingering at the entrance. Shu Shu seemed to have anticipated this moment, sending Shu Lingchen to welcome them. Why are we just standing here? We aren't dining at the entrance. The wave of trepidation followed Shu Lingchen as he led the group inside. Once inside, their awe intensified. Unlike the classical exterior, the bright main hall boasted modern marble flooring, a lofty ceiling adorned with a magnificent chandelier that sparkled dazzlingly, almost blinding the eye, while the walls were adorned with artistic oil paintings. This hardly resembled a dining establishment. It felt more akin to a palace. After ensuring that all the seating arrangements were in order, Shu Shu and Pei Muin emerged from their private room, only to encounter students from the nearby 3rd Middle School. It was evident who they were. This weekend, aside from the Class 1 students celebrating Chu Lian's birthday at Xingqiuan, no one else from the 3rd Middle School was present. Not all of Class 1 attended. Over 10 were absent, likely those closest to Chu Lian. The two groups had little desire for conversation as they brushed past one another. Inside the room where Chu Lian was seated, discussions erupted upon entry. Although this was not their first visit, each occasion left them in awe of Xingqiuan's opulence. Chu Lian, this is all thanks to you. Had it not been for your birthday, we would never have the chance to dine here. Chu Lian smiled, her lips curving. I should be the one thanking everyone for celebrating with me. This marks the third birthday celebration for Chu Lian at Xingchuan. Although she possesses a residence in Yujing Garden and incurs substantial daily expenses. A crucial factor that upholds her status as a young lady, earning the unwavering belief of those around her, is her ability to treat her entire class to dinner at the Xingchuan restaurant. Earlier, upon catching sight of Shu Lingchen, a pang of anxiety struck Chu Lian's heart. However, the thought of the consumption card resting in her possession, lacking any identification details, as Xingchuan recognizes only the card and not the individual, coupled with the chatter of others mentioning that it was Pei Muin treating the class and not Shu Lingchen, instantly put her at ease. Today, she harbored another significant purpose. She had finally persuaded Shi Jin to join her for dinner at Xingchuan. Their relationship had remained lukewarm, but they were somewhat closer than others. He would accept her items and study with her, yet they always seemed to falter at the final step. She intended to leverage this birthday occasion to make sure Jin realized that she, as a wealthy young lady, was worthy of his status as a rich heir. Chapter 69. The Disguise Falls. 2. Rising Sun is one of the largest and most opulent private rooms at Xingchuan. Personally reserved by Shu Shu, the room features an enormous round table capable of accommodating 40 to 50 guests, perfectly fitting all the members of Class 12. Given the group's inherent shyness, Shu Shu willingly took on the responsibility of ordering. Having first inquired about the dietary restrictions of the children, she then signaled the waiter waiting by the door to approach. Subsequently, everyone experienced a delightful revelation. Listening to someone order could indeed be a pleasurable affair. Within the spacious private room, the girls' calm voices flowed smoothly as they ordered an array of dishes, from main meats to side dishes, from seasonal vegetables to staple foods, from soups to desserts, and finally fruits. A plethora of familiar and unfamiliar seafood was ordered, with attention to their types, individual weights, origins, and methods of transportation, leaving the listeners in a daze. Shu Shu, weren't you a transfer student from another city? How come you were so familiar with the dishes at Engshi Xingchuan? Asked Boluozi timidly. Shu Shu responded effortlessly, I have dined at Xingchuan a few times before. Oh, I see. After finalizing the orders, and during a brief interlude of waiting, Shu Shu discreetly led Shu Lingchen to a nearby lounge. The consumption card for Xingchuan. You gave it to Chu Lian, didn't you? She crossed her arms and squinted at him, stating it as a fact. There was no need to question it. The Chu mother and daughter were neither wealthy nor influential. How could they possibly afford to dine at Xingchuan? Shu Lingchen lowered his gaze, standing obediently as he nodded. Yes, he recounted how, out of sympathy for the Chu family's tragic circumstances, he had voluntarily taken them to dine at Xingchuan once. That it was the first time the Chu mother and daughter had experienced such a luxurious restaurant, and they relished their meal immensely. The following year, Chu Lian's birthday wish was to dine at Xingchuan every year henceforth. At that time, Shu Lingchen had been innocent and naive, seeing the longing expression on Chu Lian's face. He unhesitatingly gifted her the Xingchuan consumption card, thus granting her wish. Now, reflecting on his foolish innocence, Shu Lingchen felt a deep sense of shame and remorse, quietly admitting, I'm sorry, Mom. What's the point of apologizing? It is not a major issue, Shu Shu replied, showing no signs of anger, her expression lighthearted and amused. She then inquired, what about my card? Why didn't you give it to her at that time? Indeed, there were 2 consumption cards for Xingchuan. That year, on Shu Lingchen's 2nd birthday, Shu Shu had specifically brought him to Xingchuan for a meal. By then, Xingchuan had already grown significantly, managed by a professional team meticulously trained by the owner. Coincidentally, on that day, the owner and his wife were hosting an old friend and spotted Shu Shu and baby Shu Lingchen seated in the main hall. The couple was aware of Shu Shu's pregnancy, and, when she was invited to inscribe a message for the new establishment, had presented her with a pair of solid gold locks in advance, unaware that she was actually expecting twins. Unable to refuse their hospitality, Shu Shu accepted the gold locks, but, fearing they might feel obliged to repay her, insisted on not disclosing her contact information or address, largely dining alone at their establishment. The owner's wife cherished holding Shu Lingchen, praising him for his beauty and charm. Shu Lingchen showed no signs of shyness, laughing heartily as he clung to the owner's wife's neck, affectionately calling her auntie. The owner informed Shu Shu that since his wife had successfully undergone surgery and, after 2 years of recovery, had regained her health, they anticipated welcoming a new life the following year. Shu Shu smiled and congratulated them, perhaps due to their anticipation of their own future child. The owner grew increasingly fond of Shu Lingchen and immediately expressed a desire to present a birthday gift to this child, understanding that they intended to offer something of significant value. Shu Shu quickly proposed, why not give Shu Lingchen a consumption card for Xingchuan? The baby meal here is quite good, and Shu Lingchen absolutely loves it. He just finished eating everything. The couple discerned this as a polite refusal and, with no other option, agreed. Thus, that day, they issued a supplementary card for Shu Shu, specifically for Shu Lingchen, that it was also of unlimited spending. However, Shu Shu consistently reminded Shu Lingchen that this card could only be used once a year at Xingchuan. Any additional attempts would result in being apprehended by the police and confined to a small dark room. The thought of being caught by the police frightened him, leading Shu Lingchen to remember her words vividly. Shu Lingchen subsequently gave his Xingchuan consumption card to Chu Lian, explaining this rule, but he kept his mother's main card safely, recognizing it as an heirloom. The Chu mother and daughter were oblivious to the existence of the main card, only aware that they could dine at Xingchuan once a year, and that Xingchuan recognized the card, not the individual. This very fact had led to Chu Lian dismissing him without hesitation after he lost his residence in Eugene Garden and his living expenses of 50,000. Shu Shu bore no resentment towards the Chu mother and daughter for taking advantage of these external benefits. However, she lamented that the owner's goodwill was being exploited by such individuals. Shu Shu had also noticed the post on a forum about Chu Lian planning to treat her classmates to a meal at Xingchuan over the weekend and, upon returning home from school that day, retrieved her main card from Shu Lingchen. The main card was aptly named for it held the absolute power to cancel supplementary cards if Chu Lian wished to uphold her young lady facade. Let her see it completely crumble before everyone's eyes. Emerging from the lounge, Shu Shu instructed Shu Lingchen to take the main card and head to the front desk. Meanwhile, in the private room where Chu Lian sat, she occupied the main seat at the round table, closely positioned next to Shijin. With a gentle smile, she elegantly tucked a stray black hair behind her ear and handed the menu to Shijin. Inquiring if he had anything specific in mind, Shijin softly replied that he wasn't picky and was fine with whatever she decided. All right, then I shall take charge. Chu Lian signaled to the waiter by the door and began to order with practiced ease. At that moment, a few individuals at the table began to murmur among themselves that think that Pei Muin from Class 12 originally belonged to our Class 1. If she hadn't transferred, that bunch in Class 12 wouldn't even have the chance to dine at Xingchuan. Just look at them. They can hardly grasp their studies. How could they possibly appreciate dining here? Take Shu Lingchen, for instance, a poor delinquent, still attempting to pursue Chu Lian. He was fortunate enough to have been invited to Pei Muin's meal. And now he has seen a bit of the world. Zhang Lu was also present today. Ever since that day, when Shu Lingchen humiliated her, she had been seething with anger, upon hearing the criticisms directed at Shu Lingchen. A triumphant smirk spread across her face. Chu Lian, of course, overheard these remarks, but as she continued to order, she feigned ignorance, remaining noncommittal. Just then, the waiter, who had been engrossed in adding dishes to the tablet, suddenly adjusted his earpiece. Chapter 70. The Disguise Falls. 3. It was unclear what was conveyed from the earpiece, but the waiter immediately ceased adding dishes and withdrew the tablet. What are you doing? Chu Lian frowned, irritation evident in her voice. I haven't finished ordering yet. The waiter, maintaining a polite yet frosty demeanor, responded, I apologize, miss, but the Xingchuan consumption supplementary card you used has just been cancelled. Thus you can no longer continue placing your order. As the word settled, all chatter at the table abruptly halted, and every gaze turned towards her. Chu Lian momentarily questioned her own understanding. You must be mistaken. She promptly retrieved her small bag from the back of her chair, opening it to reveal the consumption card. Look, my card is right here. I haven't even left. How could it possibly be cancelled? The waiter smiled and explained, it was cancelled directly from the main consumption card. What main card? Chu Lian had never heard of such a thing, but the waiter showed no interest in the matter. Having received clear instructions through the earpiece, he extended his hand, stating plainly, this is something you will need to clarify on your own, as this private room was booked with the supplementary card, which is now invalid. Therefore, I must kindly ask you, along with everyone present, to vacate the premises. With no superfluous words, the waiter promptly pressed the intercom. In less than 2 minutes, the entire party in the private room was ushered out by the security personnel who had just entered. The experience of being expelled from the establishment, going from waiting for a meal to being forcibly removed in the blink of an eye, was nothing short of humiliating. The members of Class 1 were left in a state of bewilderment. Chu Lian, what is going on? Even Chu Lian herself was taken aback. What had that waiter said earlier about a primary consumption card? Yet, hers was merely a secondary card. However, it was given to her by Shu Lingchen, who had never mentioned anything about a primary card. Could it be that Shu Lingchen possessed the primary card? Had he cancelled his own? Regardless of the truth, Shu Lingchen surely knew what was happening. The crowd continued to gaze at her, awaiting an explanation. Chu Lian felt a prickling anxiety, as was her habit in moments of personal crisis. She resorted to her well-rehearsed script, her face contorting into an expression of indignation. It must be a system error. I will speak to the person in charge at Xingchuan. This experience has been utterly unsatisfactory. Please wait here, and once resolved, I will certainly file a complaint. As she spoke, she reassured the others, please wait for me in the lounge area. I will find the person in charge. Chu Lian cast a significant glance at Shi Jin, class monitor. Please wait here for me. Unlike the expressions of surprise or disbelief from the others, Shi Jin's demeanor remained composed throughout. He observed Chu Lian for a few seconds before nodding slightly. Chu Lian hastily made her way down another corridor to the private room area. Her steps were urgent as she retrieved her phone. Attempting to pull Shu Lingchen's WeChat and phone number from her blacklist, she tried to send a message, only to be met with a red exclamation mark stating she was no longer friends with the recipient. When she attempted to call, the tone persisted in informing her that the number was unreachable. Chu Lian's pupils constricted in disbelief. Could it be that Shu Lingchen had truly deleted her and blocked her number? So resolutely? Panic set in as she realized she needed to find Shu Lingchen at all costs. Consequently, she fabricated a story to a server pushing a cart of dishes, claiming she had come to eat with classmates and got lost after visiting the restroom. Seeking directions back to the private room, the server, having just exited from a room occupied by students, kindly provided her with the information she sought. The private room titled Rising Sun was filled with a delightful atmosphere as the diners shared amusing anecdotes, mostly revolving around the blunders of certain classmates, with the majority involving Bo Luozai. It was quite humorous. On the day the monthly exam results were announced, when old Lu remarked that Bo Luozai had ranked in the top 260, the latter stood up in a daze and mimicked by another student. Teacher, I was in the same examination room as Shu Jie, and, I copied her multiple-choice answers. Laughter erupted throughout the room. Li's face flushed with embarrassment, and he rushed to confront the one who had teased him, exclaiming, Do I really look that foolish? You must be itching for a lesson. Pei Muyin turned her gaze to another participant in this amusing tale. Shu Shu, who appeared to relish the atmosphere, her doe-like eyes crinkling in delight as she shared a playful wink with Shu Lingchen, who also wore a smile. It was at that moment that the door to the private room swung open. A female voice called out, Shu Lingchen. The laughter subsided, and all heads turned in astonishment. It was indeed surprising, for they were accustomed to seeing Lingchen chasing after Chu Lian. This marked the first instance of her seeking him out proactively. Shu Lingchen. Chu Lian forced herself to disregard the gazes directed at her, calling out again. Shu Lingchen remained seated, his posture unchanged, his voice calm. Is there something you need? Could you step outside for a moment? Chu Lian looked at him with a pitiful expression, attempting to appear delicate, her eyes shimmering with feigned innocence. After a moment of silence, Shu Lingchen stood, just as everyone anticipated he would comply with her request. His expression remained unchanged. As if he understood the reason for her visit, he addressed her indifferently in front of the entire group. I cancelled the card. I have the right to do so. You need not feign innocence before me. Isn't it exhausting? Oh, it should not be tiring, for she had previously enjoyed a lavish lifestyle, with money to spend and meals at Xingchuan. With those two sentences, all of Chu Lian's carefully prepared retorts were rendered moot, effectively stripping away her facade. In that instant, her face paled, confusion flooding her mind as she pondered how Shu Lingchen had transformed into a stranger, seemingly having matured overnight. No longer the soft-hearted individual easily deceived. Chan, I know you are upset because of what I said that day. I'm sorry for hurting your feelings. Chu Lian attempted to employ her usual tactic of appearing vulnerable. But before she could finish, Shu Lingchen showed no interest in her words, directly addressing the server. Excuse me, please escort this person out. She is disturbing our meal. Understood. In disbelief, Chu Lian was once again ushered out of the private room by the server. Shu Shu bore no surprise on her face. She had already discerned from the earlier incident in the lounge that the once Navi Shu Lingchen was no longer the same. He had transformed into Nuya Luchan. As the door to the private room closed, everyone was momentarily taken aback by Shu Lingchen's cold demeanor towards the girl he once cherished. They were left bewildered by his earlier comments regarding mansions and money. What mansions, what money, and what card? Chapter 71. The mask falls. 4. All eyes turned towards Shu Lingchen, filled with curiosity, as he awkwardly rubbed his nose. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, it was difficult to articulate how he might explain to everyone that for many years he had been foolishly deceived by the Chu mother-daughter duo. Living in a house provided by them, spending their money, while he himself lived in impoverishment. It was all part of his dark history, one that could severely damage his reputation as a school tyrant. Priorities dictated he focus on the meal. He would sort out these matters later. Shu Lingxian resumed his seat, avoiding the knowing smile of Shu Shu, and hastily changed the subject. So, where were we? The meal concluded on a cheerful note. With the group emerging from the private room, satisfied and jovial, upon reaching the hall, they noticed a cluster of students occupying the lounge area, unlike the carefree and relaxed demeanor of Class 12. The students from Class 1 had been waiting there for nearly 2 hours, half an hour prior, knowing they would dine at Xingqiuan. Some had deliberately skipped breakfast and lunch, arriving on empty stomachs with the intention of indulging in a feast. Believing that missing even a morsel of Xingqiuan's cuisine would be a loss. However, with Chu Lian's prolonged absence, they were left to endure hunger. Unconsciously pressing their rumbling stomachs, they felt as though they were about to collapse from hunger. Xingqiuan was a popular establishment, often experiencing queues during peak hours. To accommodate waiting guests, they provided complimentary tea and snacks. Chu Lian had been gone for quite some time, and despite her attempts to contact the management regarding her complaint, she had received no response. In any case, none of them considered leaving. After all, this was Xingqiuan, and a meal here would be a topic of bragging rights for ages. No one would dare to abandon the opportunity, especially since Chu Lian's reputation as a socialite was well established, and no one doubted that this meal would ultimately happen. As they caught sight of the self-service table, a collective thought emerged. Waiting in hunger was not a solution. Unable to resist, they began indulging in the fruit tea and pastries. Initially, they intended to merely satisfy their hunger, but to their surprise, even these complimentary desserts were crafted by Xingqiuan's chefs, with a soft, sweet texture that left them astonished. Consequently, one small cake after another found its way into their stomachs. With 40 to 50 individuals consuming, the rate of consumption was evident, and soon the self-service table was nearly cleared. Several servers responsible for the lounge area approached to clear away the empty plates, just as the manager, having just seen a recently arrived guest from a private room, called out to them. The manager glanced towards the lounge area and inquired, "Why are these students still here?" One of the servers replied, "I'm not sure, manager. They've been sitting here for nearly 2 hours. Aren't they guests waiting for a table?" "What, waiting for a table?" "There are still several private rooms available tonight." The manager surveyed the pile of empty plates on the cart and asked, "Did they consume these snacks?" "Yes, they did. They are not even proper guests." The manager frowned and promptly instructed, "Please ask them to leave. No more tea or snacks should be served until everyone has departed." Guests dining at Xingqiuan are either wealthy or well-mannered. Who among them would treat appetizers as a main course and consume them incessantly? Understood, manager. In this moment, the members of Class 1 were left in disbelief as they awaited the arrival of their refreshments, just as they were about to inquire about the delay from the returning waitstaff in the lounge area. They were abruptly informed, "We kindly ask that all of you leave the Chuanxing restaurant, so as not to obstruct the guests who are waiting to be seated." The crowd was taken aback by the unexpected announcement. Zhang Lu was the first to rise, visibly displeased. "What do you mean by that? Are we not guests as well? On what grounds do you evict us?" The waiter maintained a polite smile and replied, "However, you have been here for nearly 2 hours, and although there are vacant tables, we have not seen you take a seat to dine." Zhang Lu stammered, "Well, that's because we are waiting for a friend. She went inside to speak with your manager, and once she returns, we will certainly dine. I am the manager of Chuanxing restaurant." A figure approached and inquired, "I have been busy and have not seen the friend you mentioned." "That's impossible," Zhang Lu exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "She is a girl in a white dress with long hair. She said 2 hours ago that she would look for the manager. Surely you have seen her, or perhaps she did not seek you out." As she spoke, Zhang Lu produced her phone and displayed a photo of Chu Lian to the manager. The owner had previously instructed that only 2 complimentary dining cards were to be issued for Chuanxing restaurant, a primary card and a secondary card. Holders of these cards were considered the restaurant's most esteemed guests, akin to benefactors, and were to be treated with the utmost respect. Although Chu Lian had only visited Chuanxing twice with her card, the manager retained a vivid impression of her. He recalled having arranged an extravagant multi-tiered cake and longevity noodles for her birthday celebrations during her earlier visits. Today marked her 3rd visit. The manager had initially intended to make further arrangements for Chu Lian, but was then informed at the front desk that someone had come to cancel the secondary card. claiming it was being used fraudulently. "Do you see her? She is my friend," Zhang Lu insisted. The misunderstanding regarding the dining card prompted her to seek your manager's assistance. The manager nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, that dining card is reserved for our owner's 2 significant guests. Only they are entitled to unlimited consumption at Chuanxing. Yes, my friend is one of your esteemed guests. Her name is Chu Lian." Upon hearing the manager refer to the owner's distinguished guests, Zhang Lu puffed up with pride, declaring her surname is Chu, as in clear, and Lian, as in compassion. Chu Lian. However, the manager interrupted firmly, "But that dining card does not belong to her. It has been misappropriated." At his words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. "How can that be?" Zhang Lu protested. My friend is a wealthy young lady. Her family lacks for nothing. Why would she resort to impersonation at that moment? The manager caught sight of a group from Class 12 exiting a private room and focused on one individual at the front. After being informed that the primary cardholder was there to cancel the secondary card, the manager had reviewed the surveillance footage and instantly recognized Shu Lingchen. He gestured, stating, "It is because of that individual that we identified the true cardholder." Everyone turned to follow the manager's gaze, landing on Shu Lingchen. "What sort of jest is this?" Zhang Lu scoffed upon seeing Shu Lingchen, dismissively stating, "That person only came to Chuanxing through some sort of connection." The manager ignored her and approached Shu Lingchen directly, his demeanor markedly more cordial than that he had shown Zhang Lu. "Excuse me, young student, your surname is Shu, correct?" The reason Chuanxing allowed cardholders to enjoy their privileges was that the owner had emphasized the importance of the relationships behind those cards. The manager had once curiously inquired about the connection between the owner and the primary cardholder. The owner had replied with utmost seriousness, "Without her, there would be no Chuanxing as it stands today." Over the years, the back-end system at Chuanxing had undergone numerous updates, yet the information regarding those 2 cardholders consistently remained at the forefront of all esteemed guests. The order of guests was determined by their spending. While these 2 were recognized solely for their status, naturally, their information was kept confidential. The manager above had only known that the primary cardholder's surname was Shu and that the secondary cardholder also bore the same surname, indicating a mother-son relationship, but beyond that, he was unaware. When the front desk inquired about Shu Lingchen's name while canceling the secondary card, the manager, noting the youthfulness of Shu Lingchen, concluded that he was indeed the son in that duo. Hearing the manager's inquiry, Shu Lingchen nodded. "Yes, is there something you need from me?" The manager glanced behind Shu Lingchen, noting that they appeared ready to depart, and earnestly said, "Young student, have you finished your meal? Might I implore you to join us in the VIP room for a little while longer? Our owner is on his way here." As soon as he finished speaking, a few figures rushed through the entrance, revealing the owner of Chuanxing Restaurant, his wife, and their young son. All 3 were dressed in formal attire, suggesting they had hurried over from some event. Lingchen, the owner, immediately recognized Shu Lingchen, as he was not unfamiliar with his face. Several years prior, when Shu Lingchen had dined at Chuanxing, he had come to learn about the dining card's details and had made a special trip to visit. He had hoped to see Shu Shu, who had not been seen at the restaurant in quite some time, creating an almost estranged relationship. In his haste, the owner approached Shu Lingchen, asking, "Where is your mother? Why isn't she with you?" At that moment, Shu Lingchen fell silent, forcing a bitter smile as he replied, "My mother is currently traveling abroad. I am not sure when she will return." Subsequently, the secondary card had seen 2 more uses. But during those instances, it was not Shu Lingchen but rather the daughter of the 2 women he had brought along. That girl had claimed that Shu Lingchen had given her the card to use. Today marked the 3rd occasion that this girl had come to Chuanxing with the card, and when the information reached the owner, he had initially shown little interest, merely glancing at it before turning off his phone screen. However, moments later, another notification arrived. The secondary card was in the process of being canceled, and it was the primary card belonging to Shu Shu. After so many years, the machine at Chuanxing finally detected the magnetic strip of the primary card once more. The owner immediately rushed to bring his wife and son along. "Lingchen, where is your mother?" Upon calling out Shu Lingchen's name, the owner scanned the area for Shu Shu's presence. In the past, Shu Lingchen would have concocted an excuse about his mother being abroad. But now that she had returned, the situation was different. "Oh, my mother," he instinctively began, glancing behind him, only to find himself momentarily stunned. "Where are they? Just a moment ago, they were here, holding hands and standing right here. How could they have vanished?" Yet he quickly realized his mother's current predicament. Thus, this time, a smile devoid of bitterness graced Shu Lingchen's face as he casually remarked, "Oh, my mother isn't here. I came to dine with a classmate today." She just returned from her travels and mentioned wanting to order a plethora of Qiuanqing's signature dishes for takeaway once she is rested. I see. The owner nodded, encouragingly suggesting that Shu Shu could come to dine at Qiuanqing. He then inquired, Lingchen, what is going on with the cancellation of the secondary card? Did you not give it to a girl for her use? Was her name something like Chu Lian? Shu Lingchen lowered his gaze and replied, that person is a fraud. She deceived me in many ways, and I do not wish to see her exploit Qiuanqing any longer. The owner replied, that is of no consequence. The card can be cancelled. I will arrange for a new one to be issued to you shortly. He then instructed his son to call Shu Lingchen brother, while the owner's wife looked at Shu Lingchen with a smile. Remarking on how much he had grown, recalling how he used to resemble a little turnip when she held him as a child, those surrounding them were left in a state of shock. Though they were all speaking Chinese, they could not comprehend the exchange that unfolded before their ears. Why did the owner of Qiuanqing appear so familiar with Shu Lingchen? And how is it that the card in question was not Shu Lian's but had been given to her by Shu Lingchen? The incongruity of Shu Lingchen being a penniless youth, yet somehow acquainted with the illustrious owner of Qiuanqing restaurant, painted a surreal tableau, leading them to wonder if the manager and the so-called owner were merely actors in a charade. However, while the manager could be questioned, the owner had been featured in numerous interviews on local television. It was implausible that he would engage in deceit. Zhang Lu, utterly bewildered, exclaimed, Owner, you must be mistaken. Why do you know Shu Lingchen? He is merely a penniless petty thug. How could he possibly afford to dine at Qiuanqing? The dining card clearly belongs to Chu Lian. Upon hearing the derogatory terms penniless petty thug, the owner frowned, visibly displeased, and retorted, Young lady, I must insist that you choose your words more carefully. I am not mistaken. Shu Lingchen is indeed a distinguished guest at my Qiuanqing restaurant. As for the individual you referred to as Chu Lian, to my knowledge, she is merely an ordinary girl from a humble background. It was Shu Lingchen who brought her to dine at Qiuanqing several years ago. Shu Lingchen is certainly not a petty rogue. The proprietor, having navigated the complexities of business, swiftly unraveled the situation with a light chuckle. It seems that Chu Lian has deceived you into believing she hails from a wealthy family. Using Shu Lingchen's spending card to flaunt her affluence, Zhang Lu retorted defiantly, ordinary background. Little Lian previously resided in the Ujinjiwan community. Receiving a monthly allowance of over 100,000. We have visited her home and observed that her daily necessities are quite lavishly priced. How could her background be considered ordinary? That's because the Ujinjiwan property does not belong to Chu Lian, and the money for her luxury purchases was all obtained from Shu Lingchen. A strange male voice interjected from behind the crowd. Turning around, Shu Lingchen was taken aback to see Lu Tong, one of Shu Shu's professional managers. Behind him, students from Class 1, who had been present when the Chu mother and daughter were expelled from Ujinjiwan. Recognized Lu Tong. I remember him. He is the owner of the Ujinjiwan residence, and didn't Chu Lian claim that her house had been mistakenly sold to him? How does he know Shu Lingchen? Lu Tong smiled and stated, the property at Ujinjiwan 1701 has never belonged to Chu Lian. It was intended for Shu Lingchen by his mother. Chapter 73. Unprecedented rebellion. Lu Tong cast a meaningful glance at Shu Lingchen. Little Chen's mother has long been residing abroad and is not home. Chu Lian and her mother have concocted various tragic tales. Little Chen, being innocent and sympathetic, not only allowed them to reside in the property, but also nearly gave them her entire monthly allowance of 50,000. This explains why, in your eyes, Chu Lian appears capable of affording a luxury home and purchasing high-end goods. Upon learning of this, Little Chen's mother had previously instructed me to retrieve the property with the deed in hand. Lu Tong then turned to Zhang Lu, his gaze both calm and piercing. I possess all the transaction records of the funds Little Chen transferred to Chu Lian. If the student harbors any doubts, she may summon Chu Lian to confront me and Little Chen here directly. Zhang Lu, feeling the intensity of his gaze, instinctively recoiled, her earlier bravado evaporating instantly. The crowd erupted in astonishment. So, it turns out that Chu Lian is not a wealthy young lady at all. She resides in Brother Chen's home, spends Brother Chen's money, and enjoys the adulation directed towards her, all while remaining silent as others disparage Brother Chen as a pauper and a scoundrel. This is utterly shocking. How can such a despicable, hypocritical person exist? The students in Class 1 finally grasped why they had been waiting for over 2 hours without any response from Chu Lian. It was because she had been using Shu Lingchen's card to treat everyone at Qiuanqing, without spending a single cent of her own. Now that Shu Lingchen had deactivated the card, how could she host anyone? They had all relied on her, feeling confident enough to eat and shout without reservation. Oh no, this is so embarrassing. One by one, they averted their gazes from one another, their faces flushed with shame, and hastily fled from Chuanqing without waiting for the waiter to attend to them. Upon hearing Lu Tong's revelation, the owner of Chuanqing chuckled, patting Shu Lingchen on the shoulder, suggesting he could frequently bring his classmates to dine there, and that any needs could be directed to the manager. With that, he departed with his wife and child. Shu Lingchen watched them leave, internally lamenting the tarnishing of his reputation as a school bully. His foolish past was laid bare for all to see. As he turned around in despair, he was met with dozens of bright, scrutinizing gazes that startled him. The students from Class 12 surrounded Shu Lingchen, all regarding him with an unprecedented intensity. One voice broke the silence. Brother Chen, you are a rich second generation, aren't you? Rich second generation? Rich second generation? The third exclamation was almost a shriek from below Zai, as if he had just emerged from a stupor. Brother Chen, after knowing you for so long. You never hinted at this. You kept it hidden well. Shu Lingchen rubbed the back of his neck. It's not as exaggerated as being a rich second generation. It's just a house, after all. What do you mean just a house? Brother Chen, do you know how much the property at Yujinjuan costs now? Exactly. Wait a minute. Below Zai suddenly recalled something and asked, Brother Chen, didn't you say you were an orphan, that your mother left you long ago? How could this uncle say? Shu Lingchen sighed. How did I forget about that? I had only disclosed the truth about my mother's passing to a few of you. I was indeed speaking the truth then. But how to explain it now? As Shu Lingchen grappled with how to clarify this matter, Below Zai interjected with an accusatory tone, Brother Chen, how could you curse your aunt like that? Shu Lingchen replied, Though Auntie let you stay alone in the country for your studies, my mom always said that women shouldn't revolve solely around their children after giving birth. They also have their own interests and aspirations. Auntie merely loves to travel a bit, and you go as far as to say she has passed away? Brother Chun, you are truly outrageous. When I get the chance, I will tell her. Shu Lingchen thought. Though there's no need for me to smooth things over, why do I feel such a strong urge to punch someone? A group dispersed at the entrance of Chuanqing. Across the street, a Rolls-Royce with the license plate starting with 6 was parked. Shu Lingchen approached, and the front passenger door opened automatically. Indeed, in the back seat sat Shu Shu and Pei Muin. He asked, Why are you both out here? Shu Shu lifted the white mask that had been covering her face, implying, What do you think? Shu Lingchen realized that his mother could not reveal herself in front of the owner of Chuanqing. After so many years, should the owner see her youthful appearance, unchanged, or even more radiant than before? He might assume it was a supernatural occurrence. He glanced at his sister seated beside their mother and quickly refrained from asking further. After being escorted out of Class 1's private room, Chu Lian fled. She could no longer afford to host this gathering. Fleeing was her only option. Upon seeing the flood of messages and missed calls on her phone, she felt too ashamed to reply or pick up. In a panic, she returned home. How could she explain today's events to her classmates? Chu Lian picked up her phone and composed a message for the class group. I'm so sorry, everyone. We can't have dinner together. Please go home first. I just received a call from my family. My parents are returning from abroad and want to celebrate my birthday in person, so they've sent someone to pick me up. I'm already on a private jet. When I return the day after tomorrow, I will definitely make it up to everyone. Crying emoji. Chu Lian even searched for a picture of a night view from an airplane window to send along. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. The group chat remained eerily silent. What was going on? On Monday, the school day began. When Chu Lian entered the classroom, she feigned a cheerful demeanor as if she had just enjoyed a warm birthday celebration with her parents. However, she soon discovered that while everyone was present, the atmosphere was unnaturally subdued. It was an eerie quiet. Upon seeing Chu Lian enter, everyone turned to her with ominous expressions. Chu Lian felt a chill run down her spine. And with a face full of guilt, she said, I truly apologize for standing you all up that day. It was entirely my parents' fault. They didn't inform me beforehand that they had organized a party for me on a yacht. As it was a family gathering, next time, I will definitely invite everyone. Oh, so that's what happened. We're not angry. Chu Lian sighed in relief, thinking that these foolish people were easy to deceive. As long as they weren't angry, everything would be fine. The very next second, someone asked, So, Miss Chu, when do you plan to repay Shu Lingchen the money? You know, the 50,000 he gives you every month? Chu Lian's smile froze. What repayment? Are you still trying to deceive us? Chapter 74. The Pure Love War God. Chu Lian, you are nothing but an imposter. The Yujinjuan house belongs to Shu Lingchen. Your luxury items were all purchased with Shu Lingchen's money. Shu Lingchen is the true young master. You have really deceived us terribly. Chu Lian felt her heart sink and instinctively took a step back. You? How do you know all of this? Do you know how humiliating it was for us that night at Xuanqing? I feel as though I've never been so embarrassed in my life. I even defended you there. Zhang Lu glared at Chu Lian. Her face devoid of the usual flattery, her eyes ablaze with fury. How dare you show your face at school, imposter? Get out. Get out of class 1. As she spoke, she hurled a book at Chu Lian. In that instant, the humiliation everyone felt that night at Xuanqing transformed into their present rage, and in a fit of anger, they followed Zhang Lu's lead and began throwing books. Imposter, get out. I will post 100 threads online to expose you. Chu Lian felt the world spinning around her, her face pale as she realized it was all over. Her persona as a young lady had completely crumbled. How could this happen? Chu Lian dodged all the books that were hurled at her. Her legs feeling weak, nearly collapsing onto the floor. Fortunately, a pair of hands caught her just in time from behind. Turning around, Chu Lian met Shi Jin's gentle gaze, and she stammered, "Class monitor," once she regained her balance. Shi Jin released his grip. The boy, with a backpack slung over his shoulder and his school uniform jacket concealing a perpetually pristine white shirt, calmly surveyed the classroom and said in a composed voice, "There are 10 minutes until morning reading class. Teacher Huang will be here soon. Are we still going to cause a ruckus?" Shi Jin held a prominent position in Class 1, excelling academically and having transferred from the capital city, leading many to speculate that he was from a wealthy family. His words commanded respect among his peers. Thus, the students proceeded to collect the books they had just thrown, each casting a disdainful glare at Chu Lian as they passed. However, unlike the others who bore resentment as victims of that night's incident, Shi Jin maintained his serene demeanor, his gaze towards Chu Lian devoid of any disdain or disgust. Chu Lian felt a flicker of hope ignite within her as she observed him. Following the emergence of the label school tyrant for Shu Lingxian on the online forum, a new tag of rich second generation had also surfaced. The forum posts exploded with activity. Who could have imagined that the scruffily dressed delinquent, a member of the Kill Mat gang, was actually a young master? Dude, you should have mentioned you were a rich kid. I was too loud when I mocked you before. Now I'm getting slapped in the face. And it hurts. Houses for others to live in, money for others to spend. Bro, you're the pure love war god, and yet you silently endure insults without a word. During the break, Buelo handed his phone to Shu Lingxian. Laughing heartily, "Brother Chen, look, someone on the forum is calling you the pure love war god. Get lost." Shu Lingxian was consumed by thoughts of his dark past. In the past few days, Class 12 had also been buzzing with the explosive news of Shu Lingxian being a rich second generation. Suddenly, Buelo caught sight of Shu Shu sitting by the window and approached her, asking, "Sister Shu, why does it seem like you're not surprised at all about Brother Chen being a rich kid? It almost looks like you've known all along." To be precise, Shu Lingxian should be considered a wealthy second generation. Shu Shu raised an eyebrow and let out a soft hum, as if tacitly acknowledging Bolo's latter statement. Curiosity sparked in Bolo's eyes as he inquired, "Sister Shu, I've always wanted to ask, since you and Brother Chen share the same surname, are you related in some way?" "You've guessed it right." Shu Shu recalled the time when Chu Lian had mistakenly thought she was involved with the dim-witted boy, as well as the rumors that circulated in the school. To avoid future complications, she decided to clarify. "Actually, I'm Shu Lingxian's distant cousin." "Cousin?" Shu Lingxian interjected, seemingly aware of what Shu Shu wanted to say, and quickly seized the conversation, stating, "She's my distant cousin." Shu Shu turned to him. Perplexed, in the empty corridor of the school building, Shu Shu crossed her arms and asked, "Why did you say I'm your aunt?" Shu Lingxian retorted, "And why did you want to say I was your cousin?" Shu Shu replied matter-of-factly, "Because sister sounds younger." Initially, she thought sister was inappropriate, but as she pondered, it felt rather pleasant. "But you're younger," Shu Lingxian accused. "I'm shorter than them by a generation." He had long wanted to speak up. Listening to Bolo and the others call Shu Shu sister, which sounded like they were simultaneously calling him a big nephew, Aunt felt just right. Chu Lian felt a spark between herself and Shi Jin. Ever since the truth was revealed, she had been used to being adored wherever she went. But now, the forum was filled with insults branding her a fraud, and classmates passing by in school sneered and pointed at her. This was a humiliation she had never experienced before, utterly mortifying. Even if she was unaware, it paled in comparison to the mockery Shu Lingxian had endured in the past. Everyone scorned her, except for Shi Jin. His attitude towards her remained unchanged. That day, Shi Jin invited Chu Lian to KFC to study. Chu Lian, elegantly tucking her hair behind her ear, intended to create opportunities for interaction through their studies. Suddenly, Shi asked, "Do you think I'm from a wealthy family?" Chu Lian was taken aback. "What?" Shi repeated his question, his features calm. "That I'm not. My family is quite ordinary. That I transferred from the capital because I got into trouble at my previous school and offended someone, which forced me to move to this remote area of Angxi. You might wonder why I live in Yujinjuan. That house isn't mine. It's borrowed through connections by my mother. Right now, I have less than 200 yuan to my name." Shi then pulled out his phone, revealing his bank statements, which showed a monthly income of barely over 1,000 yuan, leaving him with just 135 yuan. "If you were hoping to extract money from me, it's impossible." Chu Lian was left in shock, speechless. So, she had abandoned the still affluent Shu Lingqian for someone like Shi, who was nothing of note. No, she had heard that Shu Shu was a distant relative of Shu Lingqian, and she lived in a spacious apartment in Yujinjuan, that a whole family of wealthy individuals. Chu Lian was incredulous, and in that moment, the regret and pain she felt were unmistakably etched on her face, appearing both petty and absurd. Across from her, Shi quietly observed her expression, seemingly enjoying her disarray. His demeanor remained gentle, yet behind that warmth lurked an inexplicable sense of distortion. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze, grabbed his backpack, and stood up to leave. Returning to the Yujinjuan residence, the house was shrouded in darkness, empty and desolate. Indeed, the place wasn't his home. It was borrowed by his mother through favors. Shi didn't turn on any lights, took a bottle of mineral water, and noticed the trash can overflowing with unopened yogurt, everything sent by Chu Lian, which he had thrown away without tasting. A tedious game had come to an end. Chapter 75. Grandma's call. The weather forecast predicted rain for the entire week, and sure enough, the sky began to drizzle by midnight. The streets were damp and slick. The second period's outdoor exercise was cancelled, and students gathered in the corridor, engaging in playful banter. BLO and his friends had officially switched their address for Shu Shu from Sister Shu to Auntie. Initially, they thought it awkward to call someone who seemed their age aunt, preferring sister, only to receive death glares from Shu Lingqian. Ever since Shu Lingqian's true identity was revealed, BOLO felt a twinge of melancholy. Struggling with how to interact with the wealthy version of Brother Chun, an awkward sensation settling in, he voiced his concerns, and Shu Lingqian immediately wrapped an arm around him, saying, "No matter what, I'm still your Brother Chun." "Got it?" BOLO, as usual, feigned surrender, yet smiled, and the others joined in the laughter, turning it into a lively scene. Amid the playful commotion, they overheard students from the next class discussing Chu Lian a few days ago. She had sought out Shu Lingqian again, sobbing and pleading for his forgiveness. When he ignored her, she even pretended to faint, hoping he would come to her aid. However, he merely remarked that he had seen the new flavors of yogurt stocked at the convenience store and intended to buy some for his sister and aunt. The students from the neighboring class recounted that after being taken to the infirmary, the school nurse discovered she had been feigning unconsciousness. In the following days, news of her antics spread among the teachers, and the principal deemed the situation detrimental, ultimately advising Chu Lian to withdraw from the school. Pei Muin had always assumed that Shu Shu and Shu Lingqian were siblings. Upon learning that Shu Shu was actually Shu Lingqian's distant aunt, she pondered whether she should also start calling her auntie. Shu Shu replied, "Call me whatever you want, Muin." Pei Muin's eyes sparkled as she whispered excitedly, "Then I still want to call you sister." Shu Shu gently pinched her nose, saying, "That's completely fine." As school was about to end, the rain had ceased. Shu Shu planned to return home to make dinner, and as soon as she exited the school gate, she took the two children to a large supermarket. Their positioning had subtly yet noticeably shifted from the original arrangement of Pei Muin, Shu Shu, and Shu Lingqian to now Shu Shu, Pei Muin, and Shu Lingqian, mother and brother on the outside, with the sister in between. In truth, no one had consciously chosen to stand this way. It was a natural progression that occurred while they were casually carrying bags or pushing carts. After shopping, as they exited the supermarket, Shu Lingqian held a large shopping bag in one hand. Pei Muin intended to help him by saying, "Let me take one," but Shu Lingqian deftly dodged her hand, rejecting her offer, and added, "Do you know what brother means? It means I do the work first. You get to taste the good stuff first, and if trouble arises, I'll take the blame. I can't let you call me brother for nothing. Understand?" Shu Shu exclaimed in surprise, teasing, "You've been watching too many skits." Shu Lingqian solemnly defended himself. "What skits? These are my heartfelt words." "Okay." Shu Shu raised her hand, pinching her thumb and forefinger together while spreading the other 3 fingers apart. "Okay." Shu Lingqian once again reflected on the words he had just uttered. marveling at how he could have spoken such a cool phrase. He then declared, "No, I must quickly post this on my moments. I assure you, this statement of mine is bound to be selected as one of the top 10 coolest signatures of the year, and I shall leave you all in awe." A chuckle escaped him. Shu Shu and Pei Muin exchanged glances, both barely containing their laughter. They were on the verge of bursting into laughter. For dinner, Shu Shu prepared steamed base, broccoli and shrimp soup, steamed chicken feet with fermented soy milk, and a cold cucumber salad. The preparation of the cucumber salad was quite simple. It merely involved smashing the cucumbers, cutting them into segments, and mixing them with the sauce in a bowl. Shu Lingchen eagerly volunteered for this task. However, during the cucumber smashing phase, he encountered a significant obstacle. He couldn't resist the temptation to nibble on the cucumbers while simultaneously cutting a piece to offer to Pei Muin, exclaiming that it was delightfully crunchy and delicious. Shu Shu had originally bought 3 cucumbers with the intention of making 2 servings of the salad, but by the end, only 1 cucumber remained. "Shu Lingchen, don't fill yourself up. We still have dinner to eat," Shu Shu urged him, directing, "Go, take your sister to the living room to watch television. Stop causing mischief here." The ease with which she referred to Pei Muin as sister made Pei Muin feel an intimate part of the household. She dried her hands and followed Shu Lingchen into the living room, nibbling on the juicy cucumber. Indeed, it was exceptionally crunchy and sweet. In the living room, Shu Lingchen promptly posted his statement on his moments, eliciting a flurry of laughter in the comments. Pei Muin sat on the opposite sofa, holding her phone, silently giving Shu Lingchen a thumbs up, with a notification popping up that she had liked her brother's post. The sounds of a popular reality show wafted from the television, reputed to be hilariously entertaining. They were currently airing scenes of guests competing for props in a muddy pit, covered in mud and resembling a bunch of large, muddied cats. Shu Lingchen was laughing heartily. Pei Muin glanced at him, then at Shu Shu in the kitchen, reflecting on how long it had been since she had indulged in snacks. Whenever she felt downcast, she would binge on snacks, but since arriving in Ungshi, she hadn't done so. The snacks were merely displayed in the cabinet, as if they were content simply to be seen rather than consumed. At this moment, Pei Muin felt enveloped by a rich, warm sense of happiness. If only this could last forever. Just as she was pondering this, she was about to set her phone down to join Shu Lingchen in watching the show when her phone vibrated. It was a call. The number was from Jing City. Upon glancing at the contact name above the number, Pei Muin froze. "Grandma, I need to take this call." Shu Lingchen, engrossed in the show, heard her sudden exclamation and, before he could respond, watched as she hurriedly dashed into the bedroom. What was only a phone call had transformed into an anxious flurry. In the bedroom, having been in Ungshi for nearly a month, Pei Muin realized that her grandmother had never once called her during this time. In fact, it was quite unusual for her grandmother to call her at all. Pei Muin wondered what the reason for the call could be. Perhaps the strict image of her grandmother was deeply ingrained in her mind. Before pressing the answer button, she instinctively took several deep breaths, gathering her courage before finally whispering, "Hello, Grandma. What are you doing?" Came the impatient voice on the other end, immediately chastising her. "Is it so difficult to answer a phone call? No wonder you can never manage anything well." Pei Muin listened, accustomed to her grandmother's tone. Mrs. Song was indifferent to Pei Muin's feelings, just as she cared little about how her granddaughter was faring in this unfamiliar place. Instead, she continued to issue commands. "This weekend, you will return to Jing City. Old Mr. Su from Gangqing is celebrating his 90th birthday, and you will accompany me. Gangqing Su family." Pei Muin had never been involved with the upper-class social scene and had no connections there. Hearing this unfamiliar name left her bewildered, and she replied slowly, "Grandma, I don't know them. Is it really necessary for me to go?" "Of course it is." Mrs. Song's voice sharpened at Pei Muin's refusal. Do you intend to hide at home for your entire life, never showing your face to the world? Look at other children your age, sweet-tongued and outstanding, bringing glory to their families, and then look at you. Pei Muin fell silent. She simply did not wish to attend. After a pause, Mrs. Song's tone softened, abruptly shifting from her previous firmness. "Fine, do as you wish. Regardless, your father will be attending that day." "Father? He will go." Pei Muin's eyes brightened almost instantaneously. "Indeed." Without hesitation, Pei Muin replied. "Then, Grandma, I will go." Emerging from the bedroom, she found dinner already prepared. Shu Shu and Shu Lingchen were seated at the table, with 3 bowls of untouched white rice before them. Hearing her approach, Shu Shu turned and called, "Muin, come and eat." "Okay." Pei Muin hurried to take her seat. Shu Lingchen, with his first chopstick, picked up a chicken foot, and placed it in Pei Muin's bowl. She quietly said, "Thank you, brother, don't mention it." Shu Lingchen served himself a piece as well. The chicken feet were steamed to tenderness, thoroughly infused with the flavor of fermented soy milk. He happily gnawed on it. He casually asked, "Muin, have you decided what you want to watch this weekend? Strong Rabbit or I Am Eraser? Or would you like to see both? If so, we can split them between Saturday and Sunday. A few days ago, Pei Muin had mentioned that she had never been to a public cinema to watch a movie. She had only ever done so in the home theater, which was empty and dark, with her as the sole occupant. Upon hearing this, Shu Lingchen immediately proposed that the three of them go to the cinema in the pedestrian street this weekend. Pei Muin had happily agreed. But now, after receiving the call, she felt a twinge of guilt as she grasped her chopsticks and spoke apologetically. "Sister, I can't go with you this weekend. I need to go to Jing City." Shu Shu and Shu Lingchen paused their eating. Pei Muin explained that the call had been from her grandmother, who wanted her to attend the 90th birthday celebration of some old Mr. Su, which was a significant event. Old Mr. Su. Shu Shu raised an eyebrow. The Su family from Gangqing? Pei Muin was taken aback, surprised. "Yes, how did you know, sister?" "Oh, I saw that name in a news report on television." Shu Shu replied nonchalantly, fabricating the information. Anyone familiar with the Su family would know that they were known for their discretion, avoiding the public eye. Shu Shu's tone was gentle as she reassured her. "It's all right that if you can't watch the movie this weekend, we can always go next weekend and no need to feel guilty." Shu Lingchen concurred. "Exactly." Pei Muin breathed a sigh of relief, though she still appeared somewhat distracted. Shu Shu noticed, "What's wrong?" "I just feel surprised and find it hard to believe." Pei Muin hesitated before expressing her confusion. In the past, my grandmother never expressed any desire to take me to events or gatherings like this. This is the first time. Recalling Pei Muin's earlier comments about her family's lack of concern for her when she transferred to the 3rd middle school, Shu Shu cautiously inquired, "What is your relationship like with your grandmother?" Pei Muin lowered her gaze, falling into silence. The answer was self-evident. Shu Shu was not at all surprised. Song Yunqiu, the previous matriarch of the Pei family, was a woman who embodied the duality of love and hatred. From her daughter's reaction, it was clear that she had a negative view of her, dislike, or perhaps even a deeper resentment. Why the resentment? Shu Shu's gaze fell upon her daughter's enchanting eyes. Even Shu Lingchen, upon discovering that Pei Muin was his sister, had remarked how strikingly similar their features were, explaining their camaraderie as a matter of fate. That a hint of irony flickered in Shu Shu's eyes as she reflected on the current second miss of the Song family, who had married into the Pei family, now exuding an air of superiority. Years ago, she had humiliated her in front of all the servants, leaving her furious and desperate. Song Yunqiu's aversion towards her would inevitably extend to her daughter, who bore a striking resemblance to her. In other words, Song Yunqiu likely knew that Muin was her daughter. Consequently, she may very well be aware of how her daughter had ended up in the Pei family. Returning from her brief reverie, Shu Shu discerned her daughter's inner turmoil. "Muin, do you actually not want to attend this birthday celebration?" Pei Muin nodded. Shu Shu continued, "But you feel you have a compelling reason to attend?" Pei Muin nodded again, feeling astonished at how well her sister understood her. Shu Shu smiled softly and added, "If Muin wishes, I can accompany you to Gangqing this weekend." Pei Muin was momentarily taken aback. But in the next instant, her expression visibly brightened with excitement, unable to believe her ears. "Really? Can my sister truly accompany me?" Pei Muin harbored little fondness for banquets, and it was certain that she would feel out of place. One could easily imagine the discomfort she would experience in such a setting. This would severely undermine her sense of security. With 2 days remaining until the weekend, she had already begun to feel anxious the moment she hung up the phone. However, upon hearing that Shu Shu was willing to accompany her to the harbor city, her early trepidation vanished in an instant. "Yes, I will go with you," Shu Shu affirmed. "Great." Pei Muin's eyes curved into crescent moons with her smile. "Ah, so you all are going, leaving me all alone at home this weekend? How pitiful I am. I want to go out and have fun too." Shu Lingchen protested, primarily eager to play. Shu Shu cast him a glance. "Didn't you promise me that you would focus on your studies? Your review progress has stagnated, and the monthly exam is rapidly approaching. It seems you might have to retract your words." In an instant, Shu Lingchen changed his tune. "This weekend, I shall stay home and study." Chapter 77. The anonymous birthday gift. Traveling from Engshi to Jing City and then to the harbor city was a rather roundabout route, effectively doubling the distance, which meant Pei Muin would need to skip a day of classes. Shu Shu suggested that a direct flight from Ungshi to the harbor city would be far more convenient. Pei Muin called Mrs. Song to inform her that she would not be going to Jing City, but heading straight to the harbor city instead. Unexpectedly, the usually taciturn Mrs. Song fell silent for a moment before agreeing, reiterating that she must absolutely not be late for old Su's 90th birthday banquet. The weekend arrived in the blink of an eye. On Friday, as soon as school let out, Shu Shu and Pei Muin boarded a private jet. The journey commenced in Ungshi, culminating at the helipad atop a star-rated hotel in the harbor city. Typically, the procedures for requesting a private flight are complex and lengthy, but Shu Shu had submitted the application on the night Pei Muin received the call, and it was approved in less than 2 days. Regarding the private jet, while Shu Shu did possess one, it was stored in a museum located a considerable distance from Ungshi, and even if it were nearby, given the years it had gone without maintenance, it would likely be in no condition to fly. Thus, Shu Shu planned to acquire a jet from a private seller on short notice. However, Pei Muin interjected, stating that it was unnecessary, as she had her own. The following morning, Pei Muin's private jet flew overnight from Jing City to Ungshi. The Eugene Garden lacked a helipad, so the two girls traveled as usual by car to the Ungshi airport to catch their flight. Upon arrival, the captain and crew, both women clad in sharp uniforms, awaited them beneath the pastel pink aircraft, adorned with sleek and graceful wings. Shu Shu, who had once been keen on collecting information about private jets, immediately recognized that this particular plane was custom-made and undoubtedly expensive. Near the upper entrance, an inscription in delicate golden script read, "To Xiao Muin." This elegant lettering shimmered under the afternoon sun. This was not merely the Pei family's private jet. It was uniquely designated for Pei Muin. Upon seeing Pei Muin, both staff members inclined their heads slightly in acknowledgement. As they stepped inside the aircraft, they discovered that the interior was 100 times more exquisite than the exterior. The dining area, cabin section, and relaxation zone were all adorned in hues and decor that would appeal to someone of Pei Muin's age. Evidently, this was not Pei Muin's first time on this jet. She navigated effortlessly, leading Shu Shu through the cabin. The girl shyly confessed that she often came across food recommendations for coastal cities on social media. Whenever she wished to try delicacies from those locations, she would fly there herself on this very aircraft. Pei Muin suggested that next time, they should all go together to enjoy delicious food. Mentioning Shu Lingchen and stating that if they wanted to visit nearby coastal cities without flying, she also owned a private yacht. Shu Shu blinked in surprise. "Muin, who gifted you the plane and yacht?" The Pei family immediately ruled out Song Yunxiu. Pei Muin contemplated for a moment before replying. "The plane was a gift for my 10th birthday, and the yacht was given for my 12th. However, the giver remained anonymous. I have no idea who it could be. Could it be the same person?" In truth, Pei Muin was not a child excessively enamored with material possessions. She had never shown much interest in expensive items. For instance, unlike other young ladies and gentlemen of her age who were fond of haute couture and accessories, she found no allure in such things. When she was unexpectedly presented with such an extravagant gift at the age of 10, her instinct was to politely decline the generous offer. Yet, upon seeing the pink aircraft, she felt it had been designed with her heart in mind and found herself instantly enamored. What was more compelling was the coaxing remarks from the staff. "Little Miss Pei, having your own plane is truly convenient. You can travel anywhere to indulge in delicious food, right?" That single sentence firmly seized the attention of the food-loving Pei Muin. How was the person who gifted her the plane so well acquainted with her? By the time Pei Muin realized it, she had already signed her name on the acceptance form. Gazing at her pink aircraft, she failed to notice the staff member holding the form let out a long, relieved breath, as if she had just accomplished an immensely significant task. The same process occurred with the acquisition of the private yacht. Muin, have you considered that it might have been your parents who gifted them to you?" Shu Shu inquired subtly. Pei Muin lowered her gaze, her voice tinged with disappointment. "Sister, I've never had a mother. I only have my father." The absence of a mother pierced Shu Shu's heart like a sharp needle, sending a wave of pain coursing through her body. Unable to restrain herself, Shu Shu reached out to embrace the girl. Pei Muin, mistaking her sister's gesture for consolation, reciprocated the hug, inhaling the faint, citrus-like fragrance emanating from Shu Shu. Nestling into her sister's neck, she continued, "Father seldom returns home. Initially, I suspected these gifts were from him, but my grandmother told me that they were likely sent by my father's business associates to curry favor with him. She also said that if he were truly considerate, he would not have missed my birthday." The plane soared steadily through the skies. After finishing dinner in the dining area, Shu Shu and Pei Muin found themselves with little to do aboard the aircraft. As they would not arrive at the harbor city for a while. In the relaxation area, they lay on the bed watching television. The flight attendant adjusted the lights to a comfortable setting for viewing the screen, then discreetly exited the cabin. As Pei Muin watched the show, drowsiness overcame her, and she quickly fell asleep nestled against Shu Shu. Shu Shu, wide awake, gently ran her fingers through the girl's soft hair, which had been released from its ponytail. After a brief moment, she slowly leaned down, lightly kissing Pei Muin's forehead. However, having gone to bed early, Pei Muin awoke less than 2 hours later. Shu Shu effortlessly retrieved a hair tie from beneath her pillow, naturally tying Pei Muin's hair back. Feeling the warmth of her sister's fingers against her scalp, Pei Muin obediently sat still, blissfully squinting her eyes. Since moving to apartment 1600 downstairs, her sister had tied her hair every morning and untied it each night before bed. As they transitioned from the relaxation area to the brightly lit cabin section, Shu Shu noticed a rectangular object wrapped in brown paper sitting on one of the chairs. Pei Muin explained, "This is a birthday gift for old Sue, a painting. It may not be particularly valuable, but it was created by a beloved but missing disciple of his. My grandmother purchased it at a high price, insisting it be delivered to old Sue in pristine condition. Since the auction house is relatively close to Ungshi, she asked me to take it to the harbor city." Shu Shu scrutinized the painting, sensing that something was amiss. If it were truly so precious, why would they entrust a child like Muin to handle it? Shouldn't it be delivered personally? Chapter 78. Coincidentally, I know a little sister. What are you looking at? Seeing Shu Shu lost in thought, Pei Muin approached her side and gazed at the painting, scanning it with curiosity. In the next instant, Shu Shu turned, retrieved a Western dining knife from the preparation area, and returned to the painting, slicing the wrapping paper open with a swift motion. Pei Muin gasped in astonishment as Shu Shu decisively pulled the paper apart, revealing a canvas riddled with numerous black holes. "How could this happen?" Pei Muin exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. "I didn't touch it at all. I merely moved it onto the aircraft after receiving the package, and the outer wrapping was perfectly intact." It was evident that the painting had been damaged before being wrapped. The marks were unmistakably made by a sharp object that had violently punctured the canvas, utterly destroying what was once a beautifully evocative ink painting. "I must inform my grandmother that the painting is ruined." Pei Muin hurriedly sought out a flight attendant to procure a satellite phone, but upon dialing the number, it connected yet remained unanswered. Anxiously, Pei Muin was about to try again when Shu Shu gently pressed her hand down, soothingly saying, "Muin, it's all right, you needn't make the call." Confused, Pei Muin gazed at her daughter's innocent face as Shu Shu took the satellite phone from her and returned it to the attendant. The likelihood of that call going through was exceedingly low. What should they do now? Pei Muin lamented. "The old gentleman's birthday banquet is at 8:30 tomorrow evening. In such a short span of time, where can we possibly find a painting by his young apprentice? If we were to substitute it with another gift, that wouldn't work either. Grandmother has stated that the list of gifts has already been submitted to the Sue family. But to present this shoddy painting to the esteemed elder would be utterly disrespectful, and grandmother would certainly be furious." However, the situation was far more complex than Pei Muin suggested. It wasn't merely a matter of rudeness or inciting grandmother's anger. The Sue family of the harbor city had been nobility since ancient times, and among them was a literary figure, a highly esteemed ink painter renowned for his exquisite depictions of plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and stones. The venerable Sue, whose birthday was being celebrated, was a descendant of that illustrious artist, inheriting his ancestors' unique style. Besides being the former head of the Sue family, he was also a virtuous and respected artist. An original painting, imbued with elegant sentiment and a fresh delicacy, would be worth its weight in gold. One could only imagine the caliber of guests who would attend the 90th birthday banquet of such a figure. If Shu Shu had not accompanied Pei Muin when it came time to present the gifts, the uninformed Pei Muin might have offered that dreadful painting under the pretext of comforting the elder about his lost apprentice. The atmosphere would plummet to freezing temperatures, and Pei Muin would undoubtedly become the target of everyone's scorn. From her daughter's demeanor, it was clear she had never attended such an event, leading her to be perplexed at grandmother's insistence on bringing her along. It turned out that Song Yunqiu intended for Pei Muin to become the laughingstock of the birthday celebration. The consequences of publicly embarrassing the birthday honoree, Sue, would be dire indeed. A chill flickered in Shu Shu's eyes. Pei Muin, on the verge of tears, was not inclined to shirk responsibility. Instead, she sought ways to remedy the situation. Feeling guilty for the elderly gentleman who, at 90, deserved to celebrate his birthday joyfully on such a day. He should be delighted. Yet if he were to discover that his young apprentice's painting had been so ruined, how disheartened he would be. Just as anxiety overwhelmed her, a pair of soft hands grasped Pei Mu Yin's, as if a feather fan had gently brushed against her, calming her racing heart. Yin. Shu Shu assured her, "Leave this matter to me. I will take care of it." Startled, Pei Mu Yin looked up and met Shu Shu's gaze, which bore a relaxed expression as she raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you trust me?" Although Shu Shu had not yet proposed a concrete solution, for some inexplicable reason, Pei Mu Yin nodded almost without hesitation. "Yes, I trust you." Shu Shu smiled. "Very well." By nearly 11:30 in the evening, Pei Mu Yin's pink private jet landed smoothly on the helipad atop a luxury hotel. Prior to their departure, Pei Mu Yin had informed Song Yunxiu of their hotel destination. The staff led Pei Mu Yin and Shu Shu to their suite. They handed Pei Mu Yin an invitation for the Su family's banquet the following evening. Meanwhile, Song Yunxiu's phone had yet to connect. Shu Shu, unsurprised, had anticipated this and whispered something to the staff before they departed. Having taken a brief nap on the plane and learned of the ruined painting, Pei Mu Yin was too restless to sleep. Shu Shu retrieved a set of pajamas and gently urged her to take a shower. When Pei Mu Yin emerged from the bathroom, distracted, she noticed that Shu Shu was absent from the room. Assuming her sister had gone to another room, she wandered into the living area, where she found Shu Shu arranging something on the polished coffee table. Upon closer inspection, it was a makeshift easel that on the felt surface lay a weight, beneath which was a sheet of pristine rice paper, with paint, a wash basin, ink, and other painting tools arrayed nearby. "Sister, what is this?" Pei Mu Yin inquired. "Oh, it's my plan," Shu Shu replied. "Since the painting is damaged and cannot be repaired, I'll simply recreate an identical one. Coincidentally, I possess some skill in ink painting." Shu Shu smiled playfully. "Ah," Pei Mu Yin was taken aback as her sister continued, "I don't mean to question your ability, but I've heard that this elder Su is quite the artist in ink painting. Won't he see through the imitation?" "Not at all," Shu Shu winked, assuring Pei Mu Yin. The materials she had procured from the hotel staff were of excellent quality, not as precious as those used by the old masters, but more than adequate for the shoddy painting. Pei Mu Yin obediently seated herself on the nearby sofa, watching as Shu Shu deftly prepared her tools, surprised to discover her sister's artistic talent. However, her delight soon morphed into concern. The young apprentice was cherished by Elder Su, and it was likely that he had personally guided her in her craft, making it no small feat for Shu Shu to replicate the painting. Yet, moments later, Pei Mu Yin's initial worry transformed into wonder. As Shu Shu switched brushes with ease, a delicate image of red plums perched upon a snowy branch materialized under her skilled hands. Compared to the dreadful painting, it was not merely similar, it was an exact replica. Even restoring the areas that had been damaged, flawlessly positioned. "Heavens, how remarkable!" Pei Mu Yin exclaimed. "Sister, how did you know those areas looked like that?" Chapter 79. It has been a long time since it looked this beautiful. The original painting depicted the common winter plum blossom. Shu Shu glanced at the wretched painting on the opposite sofa, paused, and replied lightly, "Well, I've seen many similar pieces online, and coincidentally, I've replicated it before. So it stuck in my mind." "Wow, that's amazing." Pei Mu Yin couldn't help but praise her. Once this replica was framed, who could discern the difference? Indeed, Pei Mu Yin herself couldn't tell at all. Shu Shu set down her brush and gathered the tools to the side, saying, "Let's leave this here to dry. We have enough time to frame it before tomorrow's banquet. Come on, it's getting late. Let's return to our room and rest." After taking her shower, Shu Shu lay beside Pei Mu Yin, who was tucked under the covers, resting her head on the pillow with her soft, peach blossom eyes wide open, occasionally furrowing her brows in thought, clearly troubled by something. Shu Shu dimmed the crystal lamp beside the bed and softly asked, "What's wrong?" Pei Mu Yin turned her head and replied, "Sister, I've been thinking replacing the real painting with a replica as a gift might not be the best idea. Perhaps when I arrive at the Su household tomorrow, I should personally apologize to Elder Su and explain the situation. Would that be acceptable?" What a silly child, Shu Shu thought. She knew very well that Song Yunxiu intended to pin the blame on her. As long as Song Yunxiu was nearby to twist the narrative, even Pei Mu Yin's sincerity would be misconstrued as a feeble defense. Shu Shu playfully tapped the tip of Pei Mu Yin's nose, feigning reproach. "Oh, didn't Mu Yin say she would trust me?" "Yes. Then if you trust me, promise me you won't dwell on this any longer, all right? Just focus on sleeping peacefully." Pei Mu Yin blinked and nodded, turning onto her side as Shu Shu opened her arms, allowing her to nestle close. Watching her sister obediently close her eyes, Shu Shu's heart swelled with tenderness. Shu Shu had anticipated the following day. Pei Mu Yin's attempts to reach Song Yunqiu were futile. It seemed that before the banquet, she had no intention of allowing Pei Mu Yin any opportunity to contact her, although attending the banquet did not necessitate haute couture. Formal attire was still required. Song Yunqiu had merely provided Pei Mu Yin with an invitation to the birthday celebration and left her to fend for herself regarding everything else. Lacking prior experience, Pei Mu Yin was unaware of the necessary decorum and still wore her blue and white school uniform. Even when not at school, Shu Shu noted that her sister's everyday clothing consisted of ordinary long-sleeved tops and pants. Garments that enveloped her entirely, as if seeking solace in their embrace. Shu Shu was well prepared. Having been in the harbor city for just a day or two, their belongings could fit into a single suitcase. Yet Shu Shu had brought an additional large suitcase. Pei Mu Yin, respecting her boundaries, did not inquire about its contents. The following day, when she heard her sister call her over, she found Shu Shu pulling out a complete outfit from the large suitcase. A gentle smile on her lips as she offered it to her. Pei Mu Yin's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Sister, is this for me?" "Yes. Hurry and try it on to see if it fits." Indeed, this inquiry is somewhat superfluous. This ensemble was meticulously crafted by Shu Shu, tailored specifically to Pei Mu Yin's measurements. She has commissioned a plethora of such garments, totaling around 1,000 for all 4 seasons over the course of a year. This particular piece was the first to be completed and is most suitable for the current seasonal temperatures. As fortune would have it, she could wear it during this visit to the port city. Hence its inclusion in her luggage. A moment later, Pei Mu Yin emerged from the dressing room, adorned in a gentle navy blue blouse with a butterfly collar, paired with a serene plaid long skirt. Complemented by a pair of dainty white leather shoes, a delightful ensemble reminiscent of Chanel, exuding an air of understated luxury. With her naturally exquisite features, the young lady possessed a pair of clear, enchanting peach blossom eyes, her skin as fair as snow. She delicately grasped the hem of her skirt, lifting her gaze with an innocent charm that evoked thoughts of the world's first snowfall. So pristine, so beautiful. How is it that our Mu Yin appears so striking? Shu Shu approached with a smile. Pei Mu Yin, flattered by the compliment, shyly pressed her lips together. Shu Shu guided her to the full-length mirror. And after a brief pause, Pei Mu Yin slowly lifted her eyelids to gaze at her reflection. To her astonishment, she was captivated by her own image. Pei Mu Yin held her breath, her gaze fixed on the mirror. Unexpectedly recalling the last time she had stood before a full-length mirror, it was at home, with chocolate smeared across the corner of her mouth, clumsy and pitiful, unable to suppress a gentle sigh. She murmured, "Sister, you look so beautiful." "Indeed, our Mu Yin is simply stunning," Shu Shu affirmed. However, the young lady's heart whispered that it had been an eternity since she had donned such exquisite attire, since she had felt this beautiful. "Sister, thank you. I truly adore this." Despite Shu Shu's previous admonition against expressing gratitude, Pei Mu Yin felt compelled to convey her genuine affection. Shu Shu then led Pei Mu Yin to the vanity. Sitting upright in the plush chair, Pei Mu Yin noticed through the mirror how Shu Shu's long lashes cast delicate shadows as she focused intently, gently combing Pei Mu Yin's hair with a wooden brush. "Sister, you are so lovely," she thought, a sentiment she held true each time. Pei Mu Yin's hair was fine and soft, and Shu Shu used a curling iron to create subtle waves at the crown and tips. After spraying some setting spray, she styled Pei Mu Yin's hair into a princess-like updo. A small ponytail was secured at the back, with a few strands of bangs artfully left to frame her face. Adding volume, 2 butterfly hairpins, matching the color scheme of the outfit and adorned with diamond-studded spherical embellishments, real diamonds, were affixed to the small sections of hair. Finally, Shu Shu retrieved a handbag from her large suitcase, a deep-colored leather piece that exuded a playful elegance typical of affluent young ladies. This particular bag was one of no more than 3 in the world, having recently made an appearance in the news when a royal princess was seen carrying it at a significant event with her parents. Shu Shu twirled Pei Mu Yin around with satisfaction, nodding in approval. "Perfect." Pei Mu Yin turned to Shu Shu. "Puzzled that aren't you going to change?" she inquired. Shu Shu replied that she had no interest in the banquet and intended to find a place to wait after accompanying Pei Mu Yin inside. The Shu family of the port city is renowned as one of the wealthiest merchants. The celebration for the eldest member of the family promised to be a grand affair. As night fell, drawing closer to the banquet's commencement, the vehicle wound its way around the mountain roads, revealing the Shu family's estate, an exquisite mansion nestled like a moonlit treasure within a secret forest. after presenting their invitation. Pei Mu-in and Shu Shu parted ways at the entrance of the banquet hall. Shu Shu adjusted her baseball cap and, without inquiring for directions, skillfully made her way to the adjacent floral hall. Her phone buzzed. Pei Mu-in took it out. It was her grandmother. "Have you arrived?" "Yes," she responded. "Did you bring the painting?" Pei Mu-in glanced back at the server, who was holding a carefully wrapped painting, and replied, "I did." Chapter 80. "I am quite capable too." Ms. Song instructed Pei Mu-in to wait at the entrance of the banquet hall. The call remained connected. "Where are you? I can't see you." Pei Mu-in spotted Ms. Song with her phone pressed to her ears. She scanned the area. Their eyes met across a landscape divider, but Ms. Song quickly averted her gaze, nearly missing her. "Here," Pei Mu-in called out instinctively. Hearing her voice, Ms. Song halted, turning to meet Pei Mu-yin's gaze, her expression one of astonishment, nearly failing to recognize her. Is that Pei Mu-in, the granddaughter who always keeps her head down, hiding behind her thick bangs? Introverted and awkward, and yet so unlikable. In the brightly lit corridor of the Shu residence, the girl stood there as if she were radiating light, exuding an air of gentle tranquility. Ms. Song watched in disbelief as Pei Mu-in approached her, devoid of the usual impatience she felt towards her. Pei Mu-in was aware of her transformation, feeling somewhat self-conscious as she fiddled with the small handbag in her grasp. Ms. Song let out a huff, saying, "Who permitted you to dress like this?" In an unenthusiastic tone, Pei Mu-in replied, "It is only respectful to dress appropriately for a banquet in honor of the host. Grandmother, you two are quite formally attired today. Do you not see any issue with that?" Her clear, pure peach blossom eyes held a seriousness that, if one did not know her, might seem sarcastic. Yet she was Pei Mu-in, and her character mirrored the clarity of her gaze. As a result, Miss Song felt as though she had struck a pillow, her frustration rebounding upon herself. Furrowing her brow, she wondered how Pei Mu-in, who had never attended a banquet, could possess such knowledge. Most critically, she dared to retort, unlike before when she would merely listen quietly. "Never mind. That is not the point now. Where is the painting?" Pei Mu-in gestured to the server behind her. Miss Song inquired. "You haven't unwrapped it, have you? I put considerable effort into acquiring that painting for old Sue. If it were to be damaged, it would be your responsibility," confirming the server's careful handling of the painting. Ms. Song finally retracted her gaze, not needing to wait for Pei Mu-yin's response. "Take the painting inside. The banquet is about to commence." Within the banquet hall, resplendent as a crystal palace, the lights shimmered, and elegant melodies wafted in from an unknown source. Socialites mingled, their laughter resonating throughout the room. Pei Mu-in followed Ms. Song cautiously, occasionally lifting her eyes to scan the surroundings, not with interest in the unfamiliar setting, but in search of her father. After a prolonged search, she still could not spot him. "Grandmother," Pei Mu-in called softly, unable to contain her impatience. "Where is father? Has he arrived? Or is he still on his way?" "I haven't seen him at all." To her dismay, she heard, "He didn't come." "What?" Pei Mu-in froze, her anticipation evaporating in an instant. "Did you not say father would be here?" Miss Song glanced back at her, delivering the cruel news in a nonchalant tone. "He was supposed to come, but upon hearing you would be here, he decided not to." The air fell silent for a few moments as the girl stood still, her long lashes drooping to conceal her emotions. In a low voice, she murmured, "Oh, since father is not here, I will just leave." "That won't do." Ms. Song's displeasure was immediate, her brows knitting together. "You know how impolite it is to leave before the banquet begins. Do you care nothing for the reputation of our Pei family? If word gets out, how will others speak of your father?" The latter half of her statement successfully detained Pei Mu-in, compelling her to continue following Ms. Song. Along the way, Ms. Song encountered an acquaintance, an elderly lady from a prominent family in the capital, who had come to the port city for old Sue's birthday celebration. This lady had brought her granddaughter along, who happened to be of a similar age to Pei Mu-in and was also still in high school. Ms. Song, with a warm smile, praised the young girl in a princess dress, commending her beauty and accomplishments. The elderly lady humbly replied, "Oh, please, no more flattery. My child is quite diligent, especially in her studies. She begs her parents to hire numerous tutors, studying late into the night to maintain her position in the top 10 of her class. As an elder, I can hardly bear to see her work so hard. All I wish for is her health and happiness." Ms. Song feigned reproach, saying, "You are indeed unaware of your good fortune, with such an outstanding and self-motivated granddaughter. I envy you immensely, unlike my OWN. As she spoke, Ms. Song cast a disdainful glance over her shoulder, The elderly lady then noticed Pei Mu-yin's presence. Her curiosity piqued. "And who is this?" Ms. Song replied. "This is my granddaughter." The elderly lady appraised Pei Mu-yin, her gaze devoid of malice, purely inquisitive, for the Pei family's young lady rarely appeared in public. Pei Mu-yin politely greeted her. "Good afternoon." "Grandmother Da." The elderly lady smiled and nodded, courteously inquiring about Pei Mu-yin's name. She then remarked to Mrs. Song, "Your Mu-yin is quite well behaved." Mrs. Song's evident disdain was palpable, leading the elderly lady to instinctively assume that Mrs. Song was engaging in a form of subtle bragging. Mrs. Song replied, "Well behaved? Is that of any use? Despite her age, she seems incapable of excelling at anything." She continued, "Your granddaughter, on the other hand, is exceptional, achieving remarkable academic results." The disparagement was constant, particularly in front of others. Pei Mu-yin's fingers tightened momentarily around her bag strap, feeling as though she had plunged back into that familiar abyss, instinctively shutting out the sounds around her. This was a protective mechanism, a means of avoidance, much like every time her grandmother uttered such words. Yet this time felt different. Amidst the buzzing in her ears, a gentle voice spoke to her. "In this world, no one has the right to belittle Mu-yin. She is truly remarkable." This brought her back to reality. Mrs. Song's eyes brimmed with contempt as Pei Mu-yin met her gaze with newfound courage, declaring, "I am quite remarkable too." The young girl reiterated firmly, "Grandmother, I am indeed exceptional." In the face of Mrs. Song's astonishment, Pei Mu-yin boldly continued, her soft voice clear and articulate. "Earlier, you praised this lady's granddaughter for her excellent grades. As she consistently maintains a top 10 ranking, I have never employed a tutor for after-school assistance. Yet since my enrollment, I have achieved first place in every examination, significantly outscoring the second place. Yet, you still say I am lacking, dull-witted, and not outstanding. Why your reasoning? Does that imply that this diligent granddaughter, who studies tirelessly to secure her top 10 position, is even less capable than I? Grandmother, is that your meaning?" Pei Mu-yin's question resonated deeply. As her words fell, the elderly lady and her granddaughter's expression soured. Upon reflection, they realized Pei Mu-yin's assertion was indeed accurate, and they turned their gazes towards Mrs. Song. Mrs. Song, momentarily at a loss for words, glared at Pei Mu-yin, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting?" She then immediately directed her attention to the elderly lady and her granddaughter, hastily explaining, "Madame Jeanne, I did not mean that at all. I genuinely believe your granddaughter is exceptional." Pei Mu-yin was not inclined to let the matter rest. "If that is the case, then grandmother must acknowledge that I am also exceptional. Those disparaging remarks you previously made about me were clearly intended as sarcasm and not reflective of reality." Mrs. Song nearly gasped in disbelief. She wished to immediately refute Pei Mu-yin's claims, but to do so would imply further belittlement of the elderly lady's granddaughter. How has this child suddenly become so articulate? At that moment, the formal proceedings of the banquet commenced. The overhead lights gradually dimmed, leaving a single bright beam illuminating the man standing atop the grand staircase. He was the eldest son of Mr. Shu, the current head of the Shu family conglomerate in the port city. All eyes naturally gravitated towards him, the atmosphere growing hushed. Dressed in a tailored suit, he exuded an air of distinction, delivering a humble yet resonant speech to express his gratitude to all present for attending his father's 90th birthday celebration. Shortly thereafter, the elderly Mr. Shu, clad in a red traditional Tang suit, made his entrance. Despite his advanced age, he stood tall and unbent, radiating vigor and poise. His demeanor combined the shrewdness of a seasoned businessman with the refined grace of a scholar. Accompanied by his younger son and daughter, he took the microphone from his eldest and succinctly spoke a few words. Following a resounding round of applause, guests began to present their gifts. The array of precious items, akin to a flowing stream of tributes, dazzled the eye. However, Mr. Shu, the guest of honor, displayed little emotional response, merely nodding in acknowledgement as servants accepted the gifts. One could easily surmise why. The Shu family was renowned as the wealthiest in the port city, and they had been exposed to countless rare treasures throughout their lineage. For families of such stature, it was not the monetary value of the gifts that mattered, but rather their appropriateness. Mr. Shu, may your blessings be as vast as the sea, and may you enjoy longevity and health. Mrs. Song stepped forward, reciting her congratulatory message while retrieving a rectangular box from a nearby servant. Inside the beautifully crafted box was a scroll that Mrs. Song had specially prepared as a gift for the birthday celebrant. Knowing Mr. Su's passion for painting and ancient poetry, she had commissioned a handwritten inscription by a notable scholar from the Jiang dynasty. Mr. Su, seated in a cloud dragon armchair, gestured for his eldest son to accept the gift, offering a subtle nod to Mrs. Song in acknowledgement of her thoughtfulness. However, Mrs. Song did not immediately depart. Mr. Su, I have brought my granddaughter with me today. She has also prepared a gift for you. With that, she pulled Pei Muin forward, introducing her. This child is quite thoughtful. Having heard that you have a beloved young apprentice, she took the time to find a watercolor painting created by your little disciple. As her words hung in the air, an unusual silence fell. Mr. Su's young apprentice was not a renowned artist, and the painting held little collectible value. Yet, for Mr. Su, it was something extraordinarily special. How thoughtful indeed. Yet, contrary to the expectations of those around, Mr. Su did not display the anticipated interest at the mention of the painting. Instead, he seemed even more subdued than before. Internally, he scoffed. This was not the first time a painting by his young apprentice had been presented as a birthday gift. Prior to the celebration, he had already declined 7 or 8 such offerings. These individuals were not genuinely appreciating the artwork or the skill and essence of the artist. They were merely attempting to curry favor with the Su family. It was a desecration, a tarnishing of something precious. The girl would likely be incensed if she knew. Yet, he recalled how she had excitedly remarked, "You know, many people want to buy my paintings because I am your apprentice. I plan to paint several hundred pieces and hold a charity auction. They want to buy them, so the highest bidder shall win. The money will be donated to charitable organizations doing good deeds." What do you think? Oh, that girl would not be angry. She would likely celebrate, perhaps even host a fireworks display, and hold a charity auction. Reflecting on the past, Mr. Su couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. His demeanor softening, he waved his hand. Accepting the painting, that Mrs. Song was taken aback. "But aren't you going to open it and take a look?" She smiled, gently pushing Pei Muin towards Mr. Su. "This child has worked hard to find this painting." Pei Muin, confused by her grandmother's words, looked at Mrs. Song and quietly asked, "Grandmother, isn't this painting?" Her question was abruptly interrupted. In the presence of adults, it was impolite for a child to interject. Miss Song subtly tilted her head, casting a discreet glance, as the picture frame, rather sizable, obscured much of Pei Muin's face with its edges, leaving only her eyes partially visible in the shadows. Perhaps the fleeting thoughts had awakened memories of the past, stirring her emotions. Upon hearing Ms. Song's words, old Mr. Su suddenly felt compelled to view the painting. He had already seen the girl's works before, yet his curiosity piqued. What specific piece was before him now? At that moment, a servant, bowing respectfully, presented a pair of scissors with both hands. Old Mr. Su took the scissors and began to carefully cut the brown paper used to wrap the painting from the left edge. His movements slow and cautious, revealing the extent of his reverence for the artwork. Meanwhile, Ms. Song had stepped back a few paces, her eyes glinting with malicious anticipation, eager for the unfolding drama. However, as the layers of brown paper were meticulously peeled away, the contents of the painting gradually emerged, yet old Mr. Su's expression did not betray the expected gravity or anger. Instead, his gaze softened, as if he beheld a painting untainted by any anomaly. What could this mean? Ms. Song furrowed her brows in confusion. Just as she was about to step forward for a closer look, she witnessed old Mr. Su reach out to touch the painting. In the next instant, the countenance of the nonagenarian transformed drastically. With a sharp clatter, the scissors slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Ignoring it, he stood up with an air of seriousness, repeatedly reaching out to feel the painting, as if attempting to confirm something. After what seemed like a moment of precise realization, he visibly became agitated. This painting, depicting delicate plum branches with falling snow, was flawless in style and detail, unmistakably reflecting the girl's habitual techniques. It was indeed crafted by her hand. Yet, it was not the same piece he had witnessed her complete years ago. That former artwork had aged over the years, its ink long dried, the paper inevitably showing signs of slight yellowing. In contrast, this painting, while the ink had dried, appeared far too fresh. The moment he touched it, he discerned the difference, instantly concluding that this piece had been created within the last 3 days. This implied that the girl had re-emerged. Almost instinctively, old Mr. Su lifted his gaze, scanning the banquet hall for her presence. Where could she be? Old Mr. Su's unusual behavior was starkly evident, leaving those around him exchanging bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. At that moment, Miss Song stepped forward to examine the painting closely, her face transforming into one of sheer astonishment. How could this painting remain intact? Hadn't she instructed others to ruin it? What incompetence was this? Pei Muin, witnessing old Mr. Su's reaction, misinterpreted the situation, believing that he had discovered the painting's true nature as a forgery. Biting her lip, she adjusted the painting slightly and, with genuine remorse, confessed, "I apologize, Mr. Su. Contrary to your belief, this painting is not by your cherished apprentice. The original was damaged, and this piece was hastily replicated with help that I sincerely regret the disrespect and offense this may have caused you and your apprentice." Upon hearing the girl's soft and courteous voice, old Mr. Su instinctively turned to her. The moment he laid eyes on her, he was profoundly struck, particularly by her eyes. If seeing the object of his memories had been enough to stir his emotions, encountering her in person transported him back to a vivid moment from his past. In his youth, old Mr. Su had been a distinguished merchant with an unwavering passion for traditional ink painting. His expertise in depicting plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and stones had garnered immense acclaim, attracting many who sought to acquire his works for exorbitant sums. However, he had resolutely declined all offers. He painted not for fame or fortune, but to honor his ancestral legacy. That he had succeeded in this endeavor, yet he remained baffled that his own children lacked any artistic talent. With 2 sons and a daughter, old Mr. Su had nurtured them from a young age, personally guiding them in the art. Yet, one by one, they had turned exquisite orchids into mere leeks and straight bamboo into twisted caterpillars, leaving him exasperated. He had initially thought them to be mere children, playful and capricious, wondering if they might improve with age. Alas, it seemed he had overestimated their potential, as their artistic abilities remained as dismal as in their childhood. Ironically, while he struggled to teach them painting, they exhibited remarkable aptitude in business, seemingly thriving with ease. Old Mr. Su often admonished his grandchildren, saying, "You are all consumed by the pursuit of wealth. With your eyes fixed solely on money, you possess no appreciation for art." Each time he spoke, his lectures would stretch on for half an hour, leaving his 3 children standing there like wilted plants. His wife had once gently advised him, "Haven't you heard, when God opens a door for you, it is unlikely he will open 2 windows. You cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Not everyone can reap all the benefits." After much contemplation, old Mr. Su ultimately came to terms with this wisdom and ceased pressuring his children to pursue painting. He resolved to allow them to find their own paths, believing that their fortunes would manifest in their own ways. That as time passed, his 3 children grew into adulthood, established families of their own, and old Mr. Su sought to retire, gradually stepping back from his role as the head of the family business and transferring the responsibilities onto his children's shoulders. It was during this period of newfound leisure that an old friend, whom he had not seen in years, came to visit, bringing along his granddaughter. The girl, around 13 or 14, was a sight to behold, with a fair complexion and lively, expressive eyes. Upon seeing her, old Mr. Su exclaimed, "She is even more beautiful than your second son, who was often mistaken for a girl in his youth. How did he produce such a lovely child?" His friend chuckled in response. "That rascal was too busy with his wedding. And you missed it. He used that charming face of his to win an even prettier bride." The girl, not only strikingly beautiful but also sweet-tongued, addressed him as Grandpa Su, filling old Mr. Su with joy and envy. As his own 3 children were all mischievous rascals, as 2 elder gentlemen, they spent their post-meal hours fishing by the lake behind the estate, where the servants had already set up the area for their leisure. Knowing that the children would find fishing to be a dull pursuit, old Mr. Su instructed his grandsons to entertain their sister, warning them not to bully her, lest they face the consequences of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. Hearing this, his friend's expression turned knowing, as if to say, "You might be speaking too soon. You never know who might end up bullying whom." As they finished fishing, the sun began to dip, casting a warm glow across half the sky. The servants, carrying the day's catch, prepared to make fresh fish soup for dinner. As the 2 fishermen removed their gloves and chatted on their way back, old Mr. Su spotted his 3 grandsons huddled on the grass, engrossed in a game involving frogs. The sight of 3 lined-up frogs was amusing enough to provoke laughter from the nearby servants. "What are you up to?" old Mr. Su inquired sternly. One of the boys looked up and replied, "We were just playing a game with little Shu. She claimed she could take us all on, and we didn't believe her, so we made a bet. The losers have to jump like frogs until dinner." Old Mr. Su felt momentarily speechless. "So, you lost?" He knew his grandsons were avid gamers, and he found it hard to believe they could lose. "Yes, we played best of 3, then 5, and finally up to 10 rounds, and we lost," the 3 boys lamented, their eyes watery. "Grandpa, you're finally back. Does that mean we can eat dinner?" We need a break. We're exhausted. Old Mr. Sue snorted. Not yet. Keep jumping. Consider it a workout. His friend burst into laughter, patting old Mr. Sue on the shoulder, teasing, I told you during fishing that your instructions were unnecessary. Old Mr. Sue surveyed the area again, asking, where's little Shu? Oh, she's probably in the sunroom. She mentioned wanting to bask in the sun and take a nap, came the reply. Old Mr. Sue glanced at the time, noting the temperature drop at this hour. We should wake her for dinner. We wouldn't want her to catch a chill. Old Mr. Sue, who also enjoyed soaking up the sun, had arranged a simple studio in the sunroom, where he often painted on pleasant days. He led his friend to find his granddaughter. Upon entering, however, he found no one resting on the soft couch, but rather heard rustling from the adjacent studio. Curious, old Mr. Sue approached and discovered a small figure sitting cross-legged on the carpet. Her bun bobbing as she held a brush, diligently creating art on a piece of paper at a small wooden table. Upon sensing someone enter, she turned around. Grandpa Sue, did you finish fishing? Yes, indeed, old Master Sue responded verbally. Yet his body unconsciously moved forward, his gaze falling upon the young girl's hands and the scattered sheets atop the table. No, they were not merely sheets of paper, they were paintings. Each depicted his beloved subjects of plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and rocks. Yet they were unmistakably not his own work, for they bore traces of wetted as he examined them one by one. Old Master Sue's eyes sparkled with delight, and he exclaimed, Child, are these truly your creations? The young girl glanced at the brush in her hand, immediately standing to apologize. I'm sorry, Grandpa Sue, I was simply bored with nothing to do. Rest assured, I did not touch anything in your studio. I asked the servants to help me find the brush and paper. No need to apologize. Old Master Sue waved his hand, eagerly inquiring once more if these were indeed her works. Well, they are indeed my original paintings. I merely copied those hung on the walls of your studio, she explained. Old Master Sue scrutinized the comparisons and found the copies to be remarkably identical. He hastily asked, Have you formally studied painting at home? Her close friend replied, Well, sort of. It was actually her grandmother who, with some friends, enrolled in an ink wash painting class. After a few days, she felt she couldn't grasp it and lost interest. However, Shu Shu thought it a waste to let the money go to waste since it was already paid. So during the summer vacation, she attended the classes in her grandmother's stead for about a month. A month and you can paint like this? Old Master Sue's eyes shone with excitement as he gazed at the young girl. This child possesses talent. Splendid, truly splendid. That evening, after dinner, Old Master Sue made a significant decision. He would take his friend's granddaughter as his apprentice. However, his friend's family resided far from the port city. That's no matter. If I am to take her as my disciple, I must show sufficient sincerity, Old Master Sue thought, and personally traveled a great distance to express his intentions, brimming with enthusiasm to pass on his lifelong knowledge. Given Old Master Sue's esteemed reputation, his friend was naturally delighted to meet him. Yet, to their surprise, the young girl immediately declined, stating, Grandpa Sue, this is a matter of ancestral inheritance. I am not a member of the Sue family, so I must decline. Afterward, no matter how Old Master Sue pleaded, he could not persuade her. His friend then suggested, Invite my granddaughter again for your lake fish soup. And that should do the trick. Old Master Sue looked skeptical. Is it really that simple? You must be jesting. It's that simple. The girl has an insatiable appetite, came the reply. Thus, Old Master Sue reluctantly invited her to his home. Watching anxiously as the girl sipped the fish soup, he cautiously said, Child, should you become my apprentice, you may have this soup whenever you desire. Would you reconsider? No need for reconsideration. Old Master Sue's heart sank, fearing another failure, when he suddenly heard her say, I agree to be your apprentice. That day, overjoyed, Old Master Sue felt as if he could set off firecrackers in celebration. Subsequently, every weekend, he would summon his private jet to bring the young girl to his home in the port city. The three boys in the family welcomed Shu Shu with open arms, for with her presence, their grandfather no longer focused his attention solely on them, allowing them to paint in peace. Even when one of them caused trouble and the grandfather grew angry, he would call Shu Shu in the middle of the night, exclaiming, Calm down, Grandpa, Shu Shu is listening. Don't frighten her away, or she may never return as your apprentice. Emerging from distant memories, the now white-haired Old Master Sue felt a wave of nostalgia as he gazed at the young girl before him. She was not Shu Shu, yet she bore an uncanny resemblance. Those eyes were as if they had been sculpted from the same mold. His voice trembled slightly as he asked Pei Muin, Child, how old are you this year? Taken aback by old Master Su's sudden display of affection, Pei Muin replied politely, 17.17. But old Master Su mentally calculated the young girl's age, realizing that having a 17-year-old child was entirely plausible. It was primarily her resemblance that struck him. Looking into the girl's eyes felt akin to gazing at that once vibrant and lively little girl from years ago. Old Master Su inquired again. Child, you came with your parents, correct? Where are they? I came with my grandmother. Pei Muin turned to glance at Mrs. Song nearby. Old Master Su recalled that it was indeed Mrs. Song who had brought this child to present her painting as a birthday gift. Isn't she from the Pei family in Beijing? Child, is your surname Pei? Yes. Pei Muin nodded and replied, My name is Pei Muin. Pei Muin. Old Master Su repeated the name in his mind, then eagerly asked, And your mother, where is she? Pei Muin was momentarily taken aback, but before she could respond, Mrs. Song interjected, Old Master Su, my granddaughter has no mother. Didn't you know? It was common knowledge that the current head of the Pei group had a single daughter but had never married, thus leaving no original wife. No mother? Old Master Su furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Pei Muin's face, confirming he had not misjudged this child's heritage. Within moments, his previous intensity dissipated, and he scanned the room, including Mrs. Song, saying nonchalantly, Oh, I must be getting old and confused. My eyes are failing me, and I mistook someone else. Given old Master Su's esteemed reputation, no one dared to contradict his self-deprecating remarks, and they all offered polite smiles that moment. Su's eldest son stepped forward, inviting the guests to move to the dining room. Frustrated by the painting incident, Mrs. Song was about to signal Pei Muin to follow her when suddenly someone called out, not for her, but for Pei Muin. Muin, is it? Old Master Su, clad in a vibrant red tang suit, leaned on his eldest son's arm and smiled kindly at Pei Muin. Your painting truly resonates with me as a token of my gratitude. May I invite you to sit with me? At this, all the guests looked on in astonishment. It was indeed surprising, for old Master Su was not one to easily show warmth to the younger generation. He was known for his stern demeanor, and even his great-grandchildren often feared him. It was rare to witness him express such kindness to a junior. Understanding that Pei Muin had come with an elder, old Master Su even thoughtfully spared her the need to seek permission from Mrs. Song, directly addressing her, Old Madam Pei, this child, Muin, has captured my heart. You wouldn't mind if she joined me, would you? In the port city, on Su's territory, and on the occasion of old Master Su's 90th birthday, Mrs. Song could not possibly utter the words of disapproval. Though surprised by old Master Su's decision, she could only smile, acknowledging that her granddaughter was fortunate to have won the favor of such a distinguished elder. Finally, old Master Su sought Pei Muin's consent. Child, would you like to? Pei Muin had a favorable impression of this elderly gentleman and felt a sense of guilt. The painting she presented had issues, yet he had not only remained calm, but also invited her to sit with him. For such a venerable elder, she found it hard to refuse. Yes, I would love to. Wonderful, let us go then. Old Master Su beamed in the dining room. The ambience was splendid. The servants glided gracefully among the tables, carrying platters. The main table, where old Master Su sat, was filled with family members from 4 generations. Pei Muin had assumed that old Master Su's invitation merely meant to sit at the same table, but when the servants guided her to the seat beside him, she stood frozen, hesitant to take her place. This position was far too forward, directly bypassing 2 generations of elders. It felt inappropriate. A pair of hands rested gently on Pei Muin's shoulders, and a kind voice joked, Child, it's perfectly fine. Take a seat. Today is the birthday of our esteemed elder. Let us heed his wishes, or he may just shed a tear. Pei Muin turned to meet the equally gentle face of Su, old madam, his original wife. Her white hair was elegantly styled into a bun, and she wore a qipao similar to old Master Su's. Just moments ago, she had been in the kitchen preparing longevity noodles, a promise made between her and her husband to cook for each other on their birthdays. She had just finished washing her hands when her 3 grandsons excitedly rushed in, exclaiming, Grandma, Grandma, you must come see. Grandpa has met a child who looks just like Sister Shu Shu. Madame Su initially intended to reprimand this impetuous young man, who, despite being a father in his 30s, still exhibited such rashness. However, upon hearing his words, she found herself momentarily speechless. When she laid eyes on Pei Muin, Even Madame Sue was taken aback. Indeed, the resemblance was striking. For a fleeting moment, she found herself reminiscing about how long it had been since she last saw that child. Little Shu, under the gentle pressure of Madame Sue's hands, Pei Muin obediently took her seat, yet she still felt a pervasive sense of discomfort. Dishes flowed in and out like a rushing stream. Clutching her bowl, Pei Muin bowed her head and ate her meal demurely, her thoughts occupied with the desire to finish quickly and seek out her sister. The young girl, lost in her thoughts, cautiously picked at her food, only selecting what lay directly before her. When she inadvertently glanced up, she discovered that the entire table was fixed upon her, all eyes unwaveringly watching. Why is everyone staring at her? The girl's chewing came to an abrupt halt, and she dutifully set her bowl aside, too timid to continue eating. Silence enveloped the table for a few seconds until it was the eldest son of the Sue family who broke it with a chuckle, saying, "All right, everyone, let us eat, lest we frighten the child." At Madame Sue's insistence, the elderly Sue gentleman changed places with her, allowing her to sit beside Pei Muin. With a kind gesture, Madame Sue encouraged Pei Muin to resume her meal, even serving her a steaming bowl of fish soup, cautioning her to let it cool slightly before drinking. Pei Muin, overwhelmed by the attention, quickly turned to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Madame Sue." "What, Madame Sue? That sounds too distant. That it is Muin, isn't it? Just call me grandmother, like my great-grandchildren do." Her kind words, gentle gaze, and benevolent spirit enveloped Pei Muin. Blinking like a timid snail extending its antennae, she softly murmured, "Grandmother Da, what a good child," Madame Sue remarked. Noticing Pei Muin's shyness, she frequently offered her food and engaged her in light conversation, inquiring about her school, her culinary preferences, and her interests. These were merely surface-level questions. Yet with each response, regardless of the answer, Madame Sue would enthusiastically affirm its interest, encouraging Pei Muin to elaborate further. Unbeknownst to her, the young girl gradually relaxed, although the other guests sat at a distance. They paused their conversations to listen intently whenever Pei Muin spoke. This was a sensation and treatment Pei Muin had never experienced within the confines of the Pei family residence in the capital. At the dining table, she was no longer an invisible presence. She too was a child deserving of the elder's attention. The girl pressed her lips together, her eyes shimmering softly with newfound warmth. Chapter 85. As long as she is well. After finishing her meal, Pei Muin moved her bowl of fish soup closer, and just as she took a sip, the elderly Sue gentleman inquired, "Little Muin, is it delicious?" That it truly was exquisite, fresh, fragrant, and sweet. The foodie within Pei Muin was instantly captivated by the flavor. This fish soup surpassed even the renowned fish soup she had tasted in an overseas city by 100-fold. The elderly Sue gentleman beamed. "See, I told you I had not mistaken this child. She enjoys the soup made from the fish in our back lake. When she relishes it, her eyes naturally squint in delight. Could she possibly be little Shu's offspring?" At another table, Mrs. Song craned her neck toward the main table, easily spotting the Sue family members displaying warmth and concern towards Pei Muin. Unbeknownst to her, the ink wash painting she had captured had never made its way to the Sue family's Jijing manor. Instead, she assumed her arranged personnel had failed to execute their duties, leading Pei Muin to mistakenly deliver the painting of the Sue elder's apprentice to the wrong place. Thus, the elderly Sue gentleman held Pei Muin in high regard. Winning the favor of the elderly Sue gentleman meant winning over the entire Pei family, which explained the Sue family's warm demeanor towards Pei Muin. Had Pei Muin inadvertently turned the tables? Mrs. Song had originally intended for Pei Muin to be the laughingstock of the evening, yet unexpectedly, Pei Muin became the guest of honor at the Sue family gathering. After the meal, a servant approached Mrs. Song to inform her that the elderly Sue gentleman was quite taken with the young Miss Pei and wished for her to stay at the Sue residence for a sweet soup. Furthermore, she was free to leave, as the Sue family would arrange for Pei Muin's return home afterward. Mrs. Song felt a tinge of resentment. The Sue family had always been proud, yet they favored Pei Muin and even chose to keep her after dinner. While she, the grandmother, was overlooked in the elegantly furnished tea room, the elderly Sue gentleman sat across from the small tea table, with Madame Sue seated beside Pei Muin, her gaze filled with affection as she watched the girl sip her sweet soup. "Grandfather Sue, did you summon me for something?" Pei Muin asked after taking only a couple of sips from her bowl. The elderly Sue gentleman sighed, clearly choosing his words carefully. After a moment, he spoke with a somber tone. Good child, tell Grandfather Sue the truth. Has your father been unkind to your mother? Pei Muin was taken aback, doubly. Believing she had misheard, she was startled when the elderly gentleman repeated himself. Has your father mistreated your mother? Otherwise, why would your grandmother say you have no mother? And why do outsiders claim there is no one by your father's side? But Grandfather Sue, I truly have not had a mother since childhood. Pei Muin lowered her gaze and replied, I have never met my mother. The elderly Sioux gentleman was incredulous. How could that be? If you have never met your mother, how did you deliver that painting? Pei Muin was bewildered by his question, but upon hearing him mention the painting, she felt it necessary to clarify and apologize once more. With a soft, clear voice, she explained, Grandfather Sue, it is like this. My grandmother purchased a painting from your apprentice at an auction as a gift for your birthday. Since the auction venue was near in city, where I study, she asked me to bring the painting to Port City. However, I discovered along the way that the painting had been severely damaged and could not be presented to you. A good friend of mine, who can replicate art, recreated the painting you just received. I am truly sorry that a good friend. The elderly Sioux gentleman was momentarily taken aback, doubting his hearing. Pei Muin nodded. Yes, a good friend. An older sister. The elderly Sioux gentleman squinted. Scrutinizing the girl's face, he could see that she was a kind-hearted child, and the sincerity in her gaze assured him she was not lying. Her words were indeed truthful. Yet, a good friend? Shouldn't it be a mother? Why then an older sister? He immediately probed. Where is this good friend? Can you take me to meet her? Pei Muin fell silent. Her sister had accompanied her to Port City specifically to assist her, and she could not reveal her sister's whereabouts. Is it inconvenient? The girl nodded silently. The cool summer night breeze rustled the bamboo leaves. The elderly Sioux gentleman walked to the window, hands clasped behind his back, his thoughts drifting back to the past. That was the last time he had seen little Shu. She had been by his side, completing a landscape painting with him. After setting down her brush, she had remained silent for a few moments before quietly saying, Grandfather Sue, I have come to bid you farewell. He looked up at the young girl speaking that time. She was 16, and compared to the first time he had met her at 13, she had blossomed into a graceful young lady. Alas, the brightness and light in her peach blossom eyes had vanished. The young girl wore a dark dress, her skin pale and translucent, her back slender, and she bore a mourning badge on her arm. The mourning badge was something worn only when a close family member had passed away. Recently, the news had been rife with reports of the chairman and wife of the X Corporation tragically dying in a car accident, plunging the company into a significant crisis. The elderly Sioux gentleman keenly perceived a resolute coldness hidden in the depths of the young girl's eyes. He rapped his fingers on the table. Little Shu, what are you planning? Tell Grandfather Sue that I will support you. She tugged at the corners of her lips. I know you would respond this way, which is why I cannot tell you that I in that final moment. The young girl bent deeply at the waist, solemnly bowing to him. Grandfather Sue, thank you for teaching me many lessons that I in this lifetime. I ask of you but one thing. Please, no matter what you see regarding me in the future, do remain a bystander. Mr. Sue, upon hearing this, found his eyes brimming with tears. Initially, he merely perceived that the child possessed a talent for painting, but as he came to know her better, he realized that she was not only intelligent, but also remarkably perceptive. After that moment, he never saw her again. However, every year on his birthday and his wife's birthday, timely gifts would arrive at the Sioux family's Jing Manor in Port City, all of which were presents that the child had meticulously prepared over the years. The night breeze brought Mr. Sue back to reality, and he sighed deeply that it was enough that the child had managed to convey through Xiao Muin that she was thriving and that he need not worry. Just knowing that she was well was sufficient. Even if they never met again, it mattered not. Meanwhile, in the sunroom of the Sioux family's back garden, it was now nighttime, and with a banquet taking place that day, the servants had been redeployed, leaving the sunroom deserted. Shu Shu gently pulled the door shut as she departed. In the dimly lit room, moonlight cascaded down, quietly illuminating the freshly painted birthday mural of cranes and pine trees. Surely, there would be ample opportunities for a delightful reunion in the future. Wearing a baseball cap and a mask to deliberately avoid crowds, Shu Shu made her way through a secluded side entrance of the Sioux residence. She nimbly descended a stone step and headed toward the main entrance, having arranged to wait in the car for Muin. She soon spotted the familiar Rolls-Royce parked at the roadside, under the cover of darkness. Shu Shu approached and opened the car door without noticing that the license plate, which should have read a series of 6s, had transformed into a series of nines. Chapter 86. Mistaken identity. Pei Muin had often remarked that Shu Shu possessed a delicate fragrance reminiscent of oranges, which was quite pleasant. Believing her daughter to be fond of the scent, Shu Shu had commissioned a private blend, creating several bottles of a perfume-like spray that echoed the fragrance of oranges. Upon receiving this gift, Pei Muin was overjoyed, using the spray in her favorite places, wishing to carry that scent with her, ensuring her car was filled with the fresh aroma of oranges, even though it was nighttime during the summer. Wearing a mask still felt stifling as Shu Shu opened the door of the Rolls-Royce. She simultaneously removed her mask. However, as the door creaked open, she sensed something amiss. She had seemingly opened the wrong door. Instead of the familiar scent of oranges from Muin's car, a faint, crisp aroma of cedarwood wafted through, a scent that was not foreign to her. While scrolling through her phone, Shu Shu had come across a saying, "On the streets of Reunion, my heartbeat will recognize you before I do." Her eyelashes trembled instinctively, and as she lifted her gaze, she met a pair of cold, profound dark eyes belonging to a man that it felt as though time had frozen. How long had it been since they last met? In truth, it hadn't been long. She had passed away at the age of 24. So, was it 4 years? 5? In this fleeting moment, which could be described as a mere blink in time, Shu Shu had envisioned countless scenarios of their reunion. Perhaps, while she was buying breakfast, she would glance back to find him standing right behind her, or after shopping, as she turned a corner, he would appear across the street. Or while waiting for fireworks in a crowded square, beneath the night sky, filled with explosions of color, he would stand on the steps, his gaze fixed upon her. In every scenario, the outcome remained the same. He would stride toward her, take her hand, and in a deep, resonant voice, say, "Inin, it's time to go home." That if she were to refuse, claiming she hadn't had enough fun and didn't wish to leave, his grip would tighten. His hand almost painful around hers, his lips pressed together in silence, his eyes reflecting a mix of anger, grievance, and sorrow. Regardless of the scenario, the underlying emotion was always one of deep affection, filled with an innate desire for her. Yet now, as Shu Shu stood outside the car, her white mask hanging at her side, her hand resting on the door frame, their eyes met. She was taken aback, while the man inside the car wore a frown, his pitch-black gaze regarding her with a sense of unfamiliarity and detachment, as if he were looking at a complete stranger. "Little girl, I believe you've gotten into the wrong car," remarked a man in the passenger seat, who wore metal-framed glasses and had a rather gentle appearance. He turned to look at Shu Shu, holding a bright tablet displaying numerous data and statistics interspersed with English vocabulary, indicating that a work presentation was underway before the door had been opened. At that moment, Shu Shu's phone buzzed in her palm. Glancing down, she saw it was a call from Bao Bao, likely Muin trying to reach her after realizing she was not in the car. The look of surprise faded from her face as she effortlessly averted her gaze, her eyes curving into a soft smile as she apologetically said to the man in the passenger seat, "I am sorry, I mistook your car for mine." Without casting another glance at the man in the back seat, she decisively withdrew her hand and stepped back. The door gently clicked shut once more, the darkened car door and window forming a stark boundary between them. Holding her phone, Shu Shu walked toward the direction where her car was parked, answering her daughter's call. On the line, Pei Muin informed her of her car's approximate location. After scanning the surroundings, Shu Shu quickly spotted a girl in a checkered dress standing at a distance. She called out, "Muin, I see you. Stay right there. I am coming." At that moment, another pair of eyes was watching Pei Muin. Belonging to the man from the car, Shu Shu had mistakenly entered. "Mr. Pei, I see the young lady. We can leave now. If we delay any longer, we'll be late for the final negotiation meeting with the Tsin family." Zhou Ji, the man in the passenger seat, reminded him. Somewhat reluctantly, he knew that Mr. Pei didn't need to be here in Port City. They had been tirelessly working for a month to secure the Tsin acquisition deal, and he could have easily rested for the night to prepare for the negotiation meeting scheduled for tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. However, the young lady was here, and so they had traveled 2 cities just so Mr. Pei could catch a glimpse of her. Now, having seen her, they were to rush back. A long, slender finger pressed a button, and the black window slid open. Through the veil of night, Pei Du's gaze fell clearly upon his daughter. The girl clutched a small bag, her peach blossom eyes blinking innocently as she stood there. The coldness in the man's eyes softened imperceptibly, and after one final greedy glance, the window closed. "Let us go," he said, his voice returning to its usual cool detachment. the Rolls-Royce, bearing the license plate of Nines, roared to life, slipping silently into the night, leaving no trace behind. Upon returning to the hotel, Shu Shu and Pei Muin were greeted by the girl's beaming face, her cherubic cheeks aglow with delight. She exclaimed, "Sister, the old gentleman of the Shu family and his wife were so kind and amiable. The fish soup and sweet soup were absolutely delicious. Moreover," she added excitedly, "when I was leaving, the old gentleman even exchanged contact information with me, saying he would invite me back to the Shu family in Port City if he had the chance. If it's inconvenient, they can even send a helicopter to pick me up." The girl chattered away, her enthusiasm infectious as she recounted her day, her eyes sparkling like a little sparrow. Shu Shu, seated on the edge of the bed, gently applied face cream to her daughter's cheeks. Hearing Muin speak of the Shu family's kindness, she smiled and replied, "Who could resist our Muin? So adorable and well-behaved. It's no wonder everyone loves you." The girl blushed and giggled shyly. At that moment, Shu Lingchen video called them. "When are you coming back?" The boy on the other end, biting a pen, looked woeful as he lamented, "I'm all alone at home, and I'm getting so bored I might as well grow grass." "What do you mean grow grass? You think you're the village chief. We've only been gone for a day. It's not as if 100 years have passed." Shu Shu raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Besides, I saw in the class group that Balua wanted to invite you to play games that I turned him down. I'm going to read. Thank you very much. Anything that disturbs my studies is completely unwelcome." "Ah, our little turkey is so well-behaved that it was late." So Shu Shu didn't let her daughter appear on camera. Pei Muin waved her hand in front of the lens, and only after her brother coaxed her into calling out brother did he finally hang up. Satisfied. After finishing her own tidying up, Shu Shu lay down, dimming the lights before settling in. Pei Muin naturally nestled into her embrace, likely still buzzing with excitement and unable to sleep. She chirped, "I had such a wonderful day. Wearing pretty clothes and meeting great people. But there's one thing that made me unhappy." Shu Shu gently tucked a strand of hair behind her daughter's ear and asked softly, "What is it?" Chapter 87. Daddy needs more sleep, sister. I don't really enjoy occasions like banquets, where there are so many strangers that I feel quite uncomfortable, yet I still came. Pei Muin paused before whispering, "Because Grandma said Daddy would come. But Daddy didn't come, and I didn't get to see him." Shu Shu was taken aback. That person had indeed come. As she observed her daughter's delicate eyelids droop with disappointment, Shu Shu pressed her lips together and inquired, "Didn't seeing Daddy make you feel very regretful?" "Yes, a little." The young girl nodded without hesitation, perhaps recalling her previous conversation with Shu Shu, where she mentioned that her family hardly pays her any attention. If they are indifferent, why then does she feel a sense of longing and regret? Pei Muin leaned a bit closer to her pillow, her pair of clear, luminous eyes gazing at Shu Shu. "Sister, we've known each other for quite some time now. Haven't I yet shared my story with you?" The girl evidently appeared ready to unburden herself, and Shu Shu gently turned her head, adopting a listening posture. "I would love to hear more." After a brief silence of a few seconds, Pei Muin slowly began to speak. "Since I can remember, there has never been a maternal figure in my life." Shu Shu's heart tightened at this revelation. The girl continued, explaining that not only was her childhood devoid of a mother, but also a grandmother, and unlike other children, she had no uncles or aunts as elders. There was only her father. Moreover, their home was not the grand Pei family residence in the capital, but rather a beautiful villa situated in a relatively secluded area. She and her father lived there together. In front of the villa lay a garden, complete with a gazebo, a swing, and a flowing stream, alongside a wooden doghouse that housed a dog named Defu. Pei Muin had grown up running across the garden's lawn. Defu was not a prestigious breed. Rather, he was a perfectly ordinary countryside dog with a pink nose and cream-colored fur, though his forepaws were gray, resembling little socks. The dog had a natural instinct to hide food, often burying his beef jerky chew toys all over the yard. Yet, after a couple of days, he would forget where they were buried and would circle around Pei Muin's feet, whimpering in distress, seeking help from his little owner. "Don't worry, Defu, don't worry." The barely 2.5-year-old Muin would accompany him in the garden, searching for his lost treasures. As they searched, she would eventually collapse onto the grass, digging with her small, delicate hands, her fair face smeared with mud, while Defu mirrored her actions, using his paws to dig alongside her. From behind, one could see a tiny figure struggling against the larger dog, yet determinedly persisting. After digging a hole, they still could not find the chew toy. Did DeFu perhaps forget? It's not buried here. Woof, woof, protested the dog, insisting he had not made a mistake. The large chew toy was indeed buried there. All right, little Muin, with her short legs, sat down on the grass, panting with exhaustion. Then I will take a little break. Okay, and then I will help DeFu find it. Just then, a strong arm reached from behind, lifting Pei Muin off the ground with ease. She turned to find her father's calm, dark eyes meeting hers. Daddy, Pei-du lowered his gaze, scanning his daughter who had gotten herself all muddied. He had merely turned his back to slice some fruit, and in that brief moment, she had slipped away to the garden. Pei-du carried her back to the chair, using one hand to pull out a baby wipe to clean her face, preventing any dirt from entering her mouth or eyes, as he listened to her babble about searching for DeFu's chew toy. It hasn't been lost, as he meticulously wiped her face. Unconcerned about the mud on his own clothes, he softly explained. The groundskeeper came by and took away his chew toys. The dog, whose tail had been wagging like a propeller, suddenly froze. Woof? Ah, that poor DeFu, little Muin said, her empathy evident as her lips quivered in sadness. That it's all right. Daddy will get him a new one later. Yay! She clapped her hands in delight. The dog's tail resumed wagging, its mouth open in what seemed like a smile, revealing its tongue marked with dark spots. After cleaning her face, Pei-du took his daughter for a bath, handing her over to a maid while he waited outside the washroom. Before the door closed, he would always say, Daddy is right outside, you know? Okay. While Pei Muin bathed, DeFu was also sent for a wash. Once both the girl and the dog were clean, they frolicked on the plush carpet in the living room. And Pei-du dutifully presented DeFu with a new chew toy. In truth, DeFu's penchant for hiding things was not a rare occurrence, nor was it the first time he had dragged Pei Muin into a muddy escapade. Yet Pei-du remained unperturbed, calmly tidying up after them each time that on her third birthday, little Muin felt she was the happiest child in the world, so much so that when it came time to make a wish, she found herself with nothing she desired, ultimately wishing, I hope DeFu stays healthy and doesn't get sick, and Daddy, you should sleep more. At that time, little Muin was unaware of how busy Pei-du was after just taking over the Pei family business. She only knew that he always made time to have meals with her, watched over her during bath time, and tucked her in at night. Occasionally, when she woke up in the middle of the night, she would open her eyes to see the faint glow of the star lamp above, and could vaguely hear her father's soft voice from the adjacent room. In those moments, she would crawl down from her elevated bed, clutching her teddy bear, and push open the door to the next room. Out of the corner of her eye, she would catch a glimpse of Pei-du, sitting at his desk, signaling for her to pause. Shutting off the camera, and then getting up to embrace his daughter.